Chapter 1. Ye Chen, an outer disciple of the Zhengyang sect, has been cast out due to the shattering of his dantian, forever barred from the path of celestial cultivation, and will never again step foot on the sacred Zhengyang mountain. In the grand hall, a frigid voice echoed like a decree from the heavens, brimming with an inescapable authority. Below, Ye Chen stood quietly, his pallor akin to that of parchment, absorbing the heartless pronouncement. His fists clenched tightly, perhaps with such intensity that his nails pierced his palms, drawing forth crimson droplets. The dantian shattered, the path to celestial cultivation severed. Ye Chen smiled, yet his eyes brimmed with desolation. 3 days prior, he had descended the mountain to procure spiritual herbs for the sect, only to be ambushed by a master from a rival sect. He fought valiantly to protect the precious herbs and, against all odds, returned, only to find his dantian destroyed, rendering him a veritable waste. Little did he expect that his loyalty, in the eyes of these lofty individuals, was worth naught, and they were so eager to expel him, treating him as if he were mere refuse. "Are you not leaving?" A voice echoed in the hall again, laced with impatience. "With a shattered dantian, is there any point in lingering here? The Zhengyang sect does not harbor waste. Having cared for you for 3 days, we have shown enough compassion." The derisive tones within the hall were particularly grating, piercing Ye Chen's heart like 1,000 needles. "A sect like this truly chills my heart." His voice, hoarse with indignation, he silently turned away. Outside the hall, the spiritual mountain lay spread before him. Ancient trees towering majestically, ethereal energies swirling in a misty haze, clouds drifting lazily, and celestial cranes dancing with branches in their beaks. This place was serene and tranquil, resembling a paradise on earth. This was the Zhengyang sect, a renowned cultivation sect in the southern region of the Chu. Yet, to Ye Chen, all of it now seemed so frigid, causing him to involuntarily shiver as he embraced himself. "I told you, you have indeed been expelled from the sect." As Ye Chen stepped out, disciples of the sect pointed and whispered, some mocking, others sighing. "Poor Ye Xiao. He was so kind to us before. Should we not see him off?" "See him off for what? We are immortals, what is he to us? Things have changed." The surrounding laughter and sighs made Ye Chen lower his head, wanting to voice something, but words caught in his throat, akin to a fishbone lodged firmly. In that moment, he felt like a criminal paraded for public scorn. Indeed, he was no longer the Ye Chen of old. Now, he was no longer a cultivator, but a worthless being with a shattered dantian. His former pride had long since evaporated, and in the face of a cold world, all that remained was silent endurance. "Oh! A mocking laughter approached from ahead. A disciple clad in white, holding a folding fan, sauntered towards Ye Chen, his eyes gleaming with derision. "Who is this? Is it not our Ye Xiao?" Ye Chen lifted his gaze slightly, catching a glimpse of the newcomer through the strands of his hair. The young man had a fair complexion, thin lips that spoke of malice, and though he was somewhat handsome, his eyes were distinctly slanted. Zhao Kong. Ye Chen recalled the name, remembering a time when Zhao Kong had shown him nothing but respect. Tsk, tsk, tsk. His thoughts interrupted. Zhao Kong circled Ye Chen, surveying him with an exaggerated air of pity. "Ye Xiao, how have you fallen into such dire straits? It truly pains this junior brother to see you so." Recognizing the mockery, Ye Chen chose not to respond further and began to move away. "Don't leave." Zhao Kong stepped forward, blocking Ye Chen's path, his fan swaying as he regarded him with feigned amusement. "Step aside." Reduced to waste, yet still so proud, Zhao Kong suddenly snapped his fan shut, the smile vanishing from his face. "Do you truly believe you are still the Ye Chen of old?" Ye Chen's body trembled, wishing to retort, yet found himself unable to speak. "Want to leave? You can." Zhao Kong continued, spreading his legs mockingly. "Crawl through my legs. Perhaps I will reward you with a few spirit stones for your journey." Zhao Kong. A sudden voice broke through, and Ye Chen lifted his head, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his otherwise dull eyes. "Zhao Kong Xiao, is what you are doing truly?" A disciple in the crowd muttered, attempting to speak up for Ye Chen, but lacking the confidence due to his low cultivation level. "Are you seeking death?" Zhao Kong turned and bellowed, glaring at the disciple, plunging the area into silence, as if the onlookers were cowed by his power, afraid to utter a sound. With the crowd subdued, Zhao Kong turned back to Ye Chen, a cold sneer on his face. Ye Chen, are you going to crawl or not? Aye. His words were abruptly cut off as he noticed a graceful figure approaching from a distance. The newcomer was draped in flowing garments, her long, dark hair cascading like waves, shimmering with ethereal light. Her breathtaking beauty was enough to steal one's breath away, resembling a celestial maiden untouched by worldly affairs. It is senior sister Ji Ningxue. The disciples around exclaimed, their eyes lighting up, especially the male disciples, their gazes ablaze with desire and admiration, unabashedly revealing their infatuation. She was the flawless beauty of the Xinjiang sect, the object of every male disciple's affection. Within the Xinjiang sect, who did not know that Ji Ningxue maintained a cold distance from all disciples. Yet, only in the presence of Ye Chen did she reveal a captivating smile, and they were widely regarded as a golden couple. Naturally, such scenes were now confined to the past. Now that Ye Chen had fallen to such depths, the proud Ji Ningxue would no longer bestow upon him her enchanting smile. Ji Ningxue. Ye Chen's voice was hoarse, barely audible, yet he did not turn to face her, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. She had once been the person he would have defended with his life. Yet since the moment his dantian shattered and he lost his cultivation, the Ji Ningxue who had once smiled at him so warmly had turned decidedly frigid. From that instant onward, Ye Chen understood that the so-called love and vows they had exchanged had dissipated into thin air. Ningxue. Meanwhile, Zhao Kong had swiftly opened his fan, greeting her with a smile that starkly contrasted with his earlier demeanor. In response to Zhao Kang's smile, Ji Ningxue merely nodded politely, her expression remaining cold, as though the tumult of the world could not disturb the tranquility of her beautiful eyes. Approaching Ye Chen, Ji Ningxue felt a twinge of sorrow and regret in her heart, yet her gaze held nothing but indifference, as if to say, "We are no longer of the same path. Safe travels." The four brief words, though as melodious as a celestial melody, could not conceal the chill in her tone. What was that expression? Pity? Ye Chen did not look at Ji Ningxue, simply bending down to retrieve his fallen back. His words lacked the warmth of yesteryears, a statement that pierced the heart. Ji Ningxue remained silent, lost in momentary reminiscence of their past affections. Time to go. Gently brushing off the dust from his bag, Ye Chen slowly turned away, his weary steps echoing with desolation, his gaunt figure appearing especially lonely under the moonlight. Patter, patter. In the pitch-black night, along the desolate ancient road, a gaunt horse trod slowly, the sound of its hoof striking the earth rhythmic and deliberate. Ye Chen lay exhausted upon the horse's back, gazing vacantly at the void above. Since his descent from the Xinjiang sect, he had remained sprawled upon this horse, aimlessly drifting. He knew not whither he was headed, nor where he could go. An orphan since childhood, brought to the Xinjiang sect, he had no home, no parents, and could recall no relatives. He had always considered the Xinjiang sect his home, his fellow disciples his family. Now, cast out from the Xinjiang sect, he had become a homeless child, an unprecedented solitude enveloping him, prompting him to curl his body slightly. Where's home? His murmured words resonated clearly in the pitch dark, and before he knew it, Ye Chen's eyes grew hazy, fatigue urging him to succumb to slumber. Yet in that moment of drowsiness, a brilliant star fell from the inky sky, its brilliance striking and undeniable. Upon witnessing this, he abruptly sat upright, his gaze following the trajectory of the falling star. It was golden, as if it had gathered the brilliance of countless stars, traversing the epochs of time, enduring the wear of ages, its scorching light cascading down, illuminating the entire firmament. What is that? Ye Chen stared blankly at the night sky, even catching sight of the streaks of connecting lightning. Boom! As he stood there in a daze, a sudden roar erupted. The star had fallen, causing the very earth to tremble. The gaunt horse, startled, reared and neighed, and Ye Chen too was thrown from its back. A falling star, a marvel of the ages. Ye Chen scrambled to his feet, traversing the scorched earth, braving the searing heat as he approached. Yet, As he drew closer, he discovered that it was not a star fallen from the sky, but a golden flame no larger than a palm. Suddenly, Ye Chen was taken aback, not anticipating that the source of such a commotion was merely a flickering flame. Before long, the golden radiance dissipated, and the flame hung there like a solitary candlelight, seemingly abandoned. Although it was indeed a flame, Ye Chen felt not the slightest hint of heat. The tiny flicker swayed gently, resembling a child without a home. Do you too lack a home? Perhaps moved by a shared sense of solitude, Ye Chen could not help but extend his palm, gently reaching out. To his astonishment, the flame seemed imbued with a spirit of its own, leaping into his open hand, akin to an innocent child frolicking joyfully. How fascinating, Ye Chen mused, unable to resist the urge to poke at the flame with his finger. Yet, this seemingly innocuous gesture resulted in the flame transforming into a streak of golden light, darting into his body. Ye Chen's expression changed dramatically, caught off guard. The flame, appearing to revel in its playfulness, danced around within him, before swiftly retreating into his fractured dantian. Soon, a wave of intense heat surged through his lower abdomen, prompting him to hurriedly inspect his body. What he beheld was astonishing. Due to the flame, his shattered dantian began to heal at a visible rate, warmth spreading throughout him, as if he were basking in the fervent embrace of the sun during the depths of winter. What is this? Ye Chen gasped in disbelief. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The flame frolicked within his dantian. Seemingly aware of its limited capacity, it rapidly expanded, radiating brilliant golden light until it transformed into a vast sea of flames, which in turn enlarged Ye Chen's dantian. Ugh! Ye Chen clutched his abdomen, letting out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground as a searing pain coursed through him. Pop! From the void, a sound echoed. Ye Chen's recently restored dantian shattered once more, ruptured by the flame, becoming a hazy expanse, as if it had formed its own realm, with swirling white mist above and dazzling golden light below. At this point, the flame finally settled, drifting about as if exploring the home it had just created. However, while it appeared carefree, Ye Chen was in a dire state. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Excruciating pain caused veins to bulge on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, and his face contorted in agony. Unbeknownst to him, the intense pain gradually subsided, replaced by a comforting warmth that enveloped him, restoring clarity to his mind. In that moment, he stared blankly at the transformed state of his dantian, his mouth agape, his throat dry. Is this the dantian sea? The sixth level of cultivation. Qi condensation, human origin, true yang, spirit void, empty void, celestial silence. Ye Chen was astounded because this so-called dantian sea was a tier above the dantian. Only those who reached the empty void realm could truly establish a dantian sea. He never fathomed that the flame not only repaired his dantian, but also granted him a dantian sea. Suddenly, the previously sparse spiritual energy in the heavens and earth began to ripple. Before long, the spiritual energy surged towards Ye Chen, forming a vortex centered around him, pouring into his body through the myriad of acupoints and pores, ultimately flooding into his dantian sea, as if he were an abyss, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy of the world. At this moment, the flame became animated again. Every bit of spiritual energy entering the dantian sea was forcefully refined into pure golden true qi, transforming the newly created dantian sea into a shimmering expanse, akin to a golden ocean. Staring blankly at the dantian sea, Ye Chen's eyes grew hazy, his body swayed unsteadily before he collapsed to the ground. A night passed in silence, and dawn arrived. In the morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, warming Ye Chen's face. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a youthful face with large, blinking eyes gazing at him. "Big brother, you're awake." The boy flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Who are you?" Ye Chen startled, sitting up abruptly, surveying the boy and then the unfamiliar surroundings. "Where am I? And how did I end up here?" "My name is Hua," the boy replied with a simple, earnest smile. "This is Hung Yue Sek's little spirit garden." "You fainted in the forest last night?" and my grandfather and I brought you back. Tumultuous sect? Ye Chen was taken aback. In the great Chu kingdom, there was one palace and 3 sects. The bloodthirsty palace dominated the North Chu, while the Zhengyang sect, Qingyun sect, and Tumultuous sect held sway over the South Chu. To some extent, Tumultuous sect and Zhengyang sect were adversaries. Ye Chen never imagined that after being expelled from the Zhengyang sect not long ago, he would find himself in the rival Tumultuous sect. You must be hungry. He'll go get you something to eat, Hua said, noticing Ye Chen's bewilderment, and dashed out. On the bamboo bed, Ye Chen remained still for a moment, gradually regaining his composure, and recalled the events of the previous night. Last night, as memories flooded back, he hurriedly examined his body. The Dantian sea glimmered with golden brilliance, resembling a world of its own, with hazy white mist above and surging golden true chi below. It is not a dream. All of this is undeniably real. Ye Chen's breath quickened as he awoke, discovering that his shattered Dantian had not only healed, but had also opened up a Dantian sea, with the true chi within it becoming increasingly refined. Clenching his fists, he rediscovered the long-lost sensation of a cultivator. Both his vision and strength experienced an unprecedented elevation at that moment. All of this was attributed to the golden flame. As he thought of the golden flame, Ye Chen instinctively directed his gaze towards the flickering fire suspended in the Dantian sea, dancing playfully like a child. Could it truly be real fire? With a mere thought, Ye Chen summoned the flame into the palm of his hand. Instantly, the temperature in the room soared. Yet he felt no overwhelming heat. Instead, he experienced a peculiar sense of warmth and familiarity towards the flame. You shall accompany me from now on, Ye Chen smiled, gently caressing the true fire, his heart brimming with indescribable joy. Big brother, come out and have a meal. Here he comes. With a surge of determination, Ye Chen leaped from his bed. Stepping out of the door, he surveyed the small garden, which spanned merely 20 paces in diameter, at the center of which stood a cultivated spirit fruit tree. In addition to a youth called Tiger Boy, an elderly man was present. The 3 were seated around a modest stone table, beside which crouched a colossal bird, its gaze fixated on the food atop the table. In the realm of cultivators, this bird was referred to as a spirit beast, commonly used as a mode of transportation for practitioners. Through conversation, Ye Chen learned that the elder who had rescued him the previous night was named Zhang Fengyan. Due to a grave mistake, he had been stripped of his cultivation and relegated from his sect, resulting in his residence being located near the foot of the Tumultuous sect's sacred mountain. Here you go, little eagle, Tiger Boy said, tossing a piece of preserved meat from his bowl to the giant bird, affectionately patting its large head, treating it as if it were a beloved family member. Meanwhile, Zhang Fengyan offered a gentle smile and turned to Ye Chen. Young man, you are also a cultivator, are you not? Startled by the question as he ravenously devoured his meal, Ye Chen hastily set down his utensils and nodded with a smile. Which sect do you belong to? The elder inquired. Alas, I belong to none. I am merely a wandering cultivator, Ye Chen replied. What a pity, Zhang Fengyan sighed lightly. In your prime, you should seek a cultivation sect. After all, a sect provides the necessary resources for cultivation, and it is unfortunate that at your age, your cultivation is merely at the first level of qi condensation. Indeed, you speak the truth, Ye Chen replied with a smile, concealing his past. Certainly, I will seek to cultivate again and will undoubtedly look for a sect. Zhang Fengyan's words resonated with him. Being a wandering cultivator was not only unsafe but also posed challenges regarding cultivation resources. Being a disciple of a sect, however, would provide a reliable support system and guaranteed access to resources. Noticing Ye Chen's contemplative demeanor, Zhang Fengyan smiled kindly. Would you be interested in becoming a disciple of Tumultuous sect? Of course, I would be very interested, Ye Chen exclaimed eagerly. He had indeed been contemplating this, recognizing that Tumultuous sect was not weaker than Zhengyang sect. Moreover, he had nowhere else to turn. Being in Tumultuous sect was undoubtedly his best option. He felt invigorated. For in Zhengyang sect, he was a standout, and with the aid of true fire, he believed that soon, he would shine brightly in Tumultuous sect as well. Elder, the threshold for Tumultuous sect must be quite high, Ye Chen inquired, looking at Zhang Fengyan. Not at all. I shall write you a letter of introduction. I believe you can be accepted as an apprentice disciple, Zhang Fengyan assured him. A letter of introduction? Upon hearing these words, Ye Chen discreetly scrutinized the elder. Although he was a cultivator who had lost his abilities, he was evidently not as simple as he appeared. Suddenly, the door to the small garden was kicked open, and a young man clad in white entered. Oh, having a meal, are we? The young man in white mocked with a grin. "What are you doing, Zhang Tao?" Tiger Boy immediately stood up, glaring angrily at the white-clad youth, while Zhang Fengyan's expression darkened, and even the giant bird squawked incessantly, spreading its massive wings to shield Tiger Boy. Ye Chen cast a glance at Zhang Tao and recognized him as a disciple of Hongyu sect, as evidenced by the name embroidered on his robe. He could also discern that Zhang Tao had reached the second level of qi condensation. Humph! Zhang Tao scoffed derisively, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Fengyan. "Old man, hand it over quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." "I have nothing you seek," Zhang Fengyan replied, inhaling deeply, his aged visage paling momentarily. "You're asking for trouble." With a sudden roar, Zhang Tao kicked over the table, resembling a ruthless bandit with a bloodied blade. Squawk! Squawk! The giant bird, filled with fury, flapped its wings and charged forward. Though it was a low-level spirit beast, it possessed considerable intelligence, its large eyes reflecting human-like emotions, pure rage. Seeking death, Zhang Tao's gaze turned icy, as true energy swirled between his fingers, instantly condensing into a blade of air, which swiftly carved a gash into the great bird's body. Blood splattered from the avian creature as it collapsed to the ground. The little eagle, the tiger cub, pounced forward. Caw! Caw! The great bird's cries were feeble, yet despite this, it still sheltered the tiger cub beneath its grand wings. "You wretched disciple!" Zhang Fengyan, trembling with rage, pointed a finger at Zhang Tao, nearly collapsing from the intensity of his emotions. "Hand it over, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As Zhang Tao took a step closer, he was interrupted before he could utter the word harsh, as Ye Chen swiftly delivered a powerful slap. The sound echoed sharply, resonating in the air. Zhang Tao, momentarily stunned and unable to react, felt Ye Chen's grip tighten on his arm, causing him to lose his balance. In an instant, he was lifted from the ground. With a resounding crash, the once arrogant Zhang Tao was forcefully slammed to the earth by Ye Chen, creating an imprint of his form in the rigid ground. Blood spewed from Zhang Tao's mouth, his internal organs jostled by the impact. This display left Zhang Fengyan in shock, while the nearby Hua swallowed hard, witnessing the ferocity of Ye Chen. It was astonishing that Zhang Tao, a practitioner at the second level of qi condensation, could be taken down in a single encounter. Indeed, Ye Chen's attack was a surprise, yet the strength he exhibited was nothing short of terrifying. What they did not realize was that Ye Chen possessed a danci within him, if it came to a contest of true energy. Despite both being at the first level of qi condensation, Ye Chen's true energy was thrice that of theirs. Thus, although Ye Chen was at the first level, his power was comparable to that of an average practitioner at the third level. "One must accumulate virtue," Ye Chen admonished, as he hurled the battered Zhang Tao from the small spiritual garden. That night, Ye Chen infused true energy into the little eagle, preserving its life. However, for a considerable time thereafter, this loyal giant spirit beast would struggle to take flight. "My young friend, I am truly grateful for your help today," Zhang Fengyan said, seated on the stone steps, looking aged and sorrowful, having been harmed by his own disciple. For this kind-hearted elder, the pain was immeasurable. "Not at all. It was merely a simple act," Ye Chen replied with a gentle smile. Sighing deeply, Zhang Fengyan's murky old eyes were filled with nostalgia, as if reminiscing about sorrowful past events. "I was once an elder of Hongyu sect, but due to a grave mistake, I was relegated to this small spiritual garden. Zhang Tao is my disciple. All of this is my fault for failing in my guidance. While the master opens the door, the apprentice must walk through it." Ye Chen reassured him. "There is no need for you to blame yourself. It is simply his nature. He desires my heavenly spirit talisman," Hua interjected. His small fists clenched tightly. "All the treasures my grandfather accumulated over the years have been taken by him, and he bullies us daily." The name Heavenly Spirit Talisman was not unfamiliar to Ye Chen. There existed a spiritual talisman by that name within Hongyu sect. Once affixed to a person, it could temporarily seal their true energy. This talisman was renowned among the three sects, exceedingly rare and never shared outside. Ye Chen had not anticipated that Zhang Fengyan would possess such a talisman. "My young friend, I have prepared a letter of recommendation for you. You should ascend the mountain to cultivate tomorrow. Your talent is not insignificant and should not be wasted." While Ye Chen pondered, Zhang Fengyan pressed a letter and a scroll into his hands. This scroll provides an introduction to Hongyu. Be sure to read it when you have the time. "Thank you, esteemed senior." In the stillness of the night, Ye Chen leaped from the small spirit garden and sought a secluded spot. He settled cross-legged upon a rock, quietly contemplating the profound mysteries of the true fire of the danci. Ever since he acquired this true fire, Ye Chen had reaped considerable benefits. First, he restored his dantian, and then he opened up the Dan Sea. His true qi was refined to an extraordinary purity, making his foundation more solid than it had ever been during his time in the Zhengyang sect. Truly extraordinary, Ye Chen murmured, then closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit, experiencing an unprecedented clarity of mind. Soon, the sparse spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to coalesce around him, forming a vortex of vitality centered on his being. He skillfully harnessed this energy, drawing it into his body through various acupoints, and subsequently channeling it into his Danhai, where it was refined by the golden true fire. Simultaneously, he divided the true fire into countless strands, infusing them into his meridians and enveloping his bones, using it to temper his sinews and channels. Over time, through this subtle transformation, his meridians expanded, becoming more resilient, while the true fire smoothed out the imperfections of his bones, rendering them sleek and flexible, with a faint golden shimmer surrounding them. At an indeterminate moment, he leapt from the rock, feeling an unparalleled sensation of refreshment coursing through his body, now refined by the true fire. Excellent. With a resounding shout, Ye Chen stepped forward, his vital energy surging, coalescing within his palm, where flickers of lightning danced between his fingers. Thunderous fury. With a powerful yell, he struck a rock with his palm. Boom. The forceful gust of his palm, accompanied by a thunderous roar, shattered the stone into fragments. This technique was an advanced martial art he had honed through rigorous training, known as the thunderous palm, embodying the might and sound of a thunderstorm, fierce and domineering. Consequently, executing this technique demanded an exceptionally high physical resilience. Otherwise, the overwhelming thunderous palm could potentially injure his own meridians and bones while striking the enemy, a significant drawback of such a formidable martial art. However, for him, this drawback was negligible. With true fire tempering his body, his physical strength, along with the tenacity of his meridians and bones, could easily withstand the self-inflicted harm of the thunderous palm. Exhaling a deep, murky breath, he unfolded a scroll given to him by Zhang Fengyan. The Hunyue sect was divided into inner and outer sections. The outer sect consisted of 1 hall, 1 pavilion, 2 gardens, 3 peaks, and 8 pavilions. The hall was the law enforcement hall, where any transgressions by elders were addressed. The pavilion was the discipline hall, where disciples' wrongdoings were dealt with. The 2 gardens were the spiritual herb garden and the spiritual fruit garden. The 3 peaks were Tianyang Peak, Deyang Peak, and Renyang Peak. The 3 main peaks of the outer sect. The 8 pavilions included the Spirit Tool Pavilion, the Library Pavilion, the Elixir Pavilion, the Treasure Pavilion, the Qin Kuan Pavilion, the Task Pavilion, the Information Pavilion, and the Jiuqing Pavilion. In contrast, the inner sect consisted of 1 hall, 1 pavilion, 2 gardens, 7 pavilions, and 9 peaks. Comparatively, the inner sect lacked an Elixir Pavilion but boasted 6 additional main peaks, akin to the Zhengyang sect. Ye Chen stroked his chin. He had once been a disciple of the Information Pavilion in the Zhengyang sect, where he spent his days either training or gathering simple intelligence. It was precisely due to this that he was eventually incapacitated by a disciple of the Qinyan sect during his last descent from the mountain. Nevertheless, having been a disciple of the Information Pavilion, Ye Chen astutely sensed that the Hunyue sect, much like the Zhengyang sect, appeared calm on the surface while concealing turbulent undercurrents, with covert conflicts among various factions never ceasing. Uncertain of when he had finished perusing the scroll, he stretched languidly before returning to the small spiritual garden and promptly fell into a deep slumber. A night passed without incident, and dawn approached. As the first light of the morning painted the eastern sky in hues of crimson, Ye Chen awakened. After expelling a breath of stale air, he leapt from his bed. His complexion rosy and his spirit invigorated. Even his breath felt notably more robust. After a modest breakfast, Ye Chen exited the small spiritual garden. Before him lay an extraordinarily long stone staircase, ascending towards the summit of the spiritual mountain, vanishing into the clouds, with no end in sight. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen began his ascent, each step invigorating him with an overwhelming surge of energy. Upon reaching the final step, he gazed upon the world before him. In the distance, towering mountains stood resolute, ancient trees reached for the heavens, ethereal spiritual energy enveloped the air, and mist swirled gracefully, with celestial cranes occasionally gliding through the clouds. He felt a sense of familiarity reminiscent of his time in the Zhengyang sect. A smile graced Ye Chen's lips as he greedily inhaled the spiritual energy wafting around him. Following the route outlined by Zhang Fengyan, he proceeded forward. The morning was the purest time for spiritual energy and the essence of the sun and moon along his path. He observed numerous diligent disciples meditating on the rocks, absorbing energy, so much so that they merely cast a fleeting glance as he passed by. After navigating several turns, Ye Chen arrived at a pavilion known as the Jiuqing Pavilion. Within, a few disciples were entering and exiting, each casting a scrutinizing glance at Ye Chen's unfamiliar face. However, upon realizing he was merely at the first level of qi condensation, they all displayed expressions of disdain. This must be the place. Ye Chen lifted his gaze to the pavilion and stepped inside, presenting his letter of recommendation. In the grand hall, a blue-clad elder received the letter. Upon learning that he was introduced by Zhang Fingnian, the elder did not forget to appraise Ye Chen before opening the letter. While the blue-clad elder scrutinized him, Ye Chen discreetly observed the elder in return. The elder's appearance was quite peculiar. Ye Chen couldn't help but internally exclaim in astonishment at how distorted the elder's features were, his eyes, nose, and mouth all askew, compelling Ye Chen to resist the urge to correct them. Diverting his gaze from the blue-clad elder, Ye Chen turned to the other side. Besides the elder, 3 others were seated, one portly, one as thin as a twig, and the third appearing relatively normal, engaged in lively conversation. They seemed to be visiting rather than serving as elders. These 3 were the heads of the 3 main peaks of the Hengyue sect, Elder Zhong, Guhong, and the real person Qingyang. After perusing the letter, the blue-clad elder handed it to the other 3, smiling, seniors. Discuss among yourselves who would be willing to take this young friend Ye Chen as a disciple. This is a recommendation from Zhang Fingnian, so let us extend him some courtesy. Oh, this is indeed intriguing. The 3 exchanged glances at the letter before appraising Ye Chen once more. How old are you? Inquired the rotund and portly Taoist Zhang, directing his gaze towards Ye Chen. 16, the old Taoist Zhang raised an eyebrow, remarking on the fact that at such a tender age, one had only reached the first stage of qi condensation, an indication of rather mediocre talent. As he spoke, he cleared his throat, rose from his seat, and patted his ample belly. Well, I have matters to attend to at Tianyang Peak, so I shall take my leave. Before he could finish his sentence, the rotund old Taoist hastily exited the hall, evidently wary of the elder in blue robes attempting to recruit Ye Chen as his disciple. Once Zhong had departed, Guhong also stood up, clasping his hands behind his back, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Chen. Our young peak does not accept the inept, he declared, and with that, he too left the hall. The hall was left with only the elder in blue robes, who, witnessing Zhong and Ji's hasty retreats, turned his attention to Master Qingyang. Master Qingyang, I implore you to do me this favor and accept him as your disciple. Master Qingyang furrowed his brow and gently shook his head. Elder Qingyi, he has yet to attain the qualifications to enter Yang Peak. I regret that I cannot comply, for his talent is exceedingly lacking. I have matters to attend to, he said, as Qi Yangzhenren elegantly brushed his sleeves and departed the grand hall like a fleeting breeze. The 3 principal peaks of Hengyue sect had consecutively taken their leave, their intentions unmistakably clear. They were unwilling to accept Ye Chen as their disciple. Ye Chen understood their perspective. After all, it was conceivable that a 16-year-old cultivator with merely the first level of qi condensation would be deemed to possess abysmal talent. If they were to take him on as a disciple and fail to nurture him effectively, they would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. However, should they come to learn of Ye Chen's true potential, one could only wonder if they would return in a frenzy to claim him. As the trio exited, Elder Qingyi found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. Clearing his throat, he looked at Ye Chen and remarked with a smile, "Young friend, it appears you may only serve as an intern disciple for now. Are you amenable to this arrangement? Internship it is, who knows? Perhaps one day I shall be promoted to a full disciple." Very well. The elder in the azure robe retrieved a white jade tablet from his sleeve, and with his vital energy swirling at his fingertips, he inscribed the name Ye Chen upon the tablet before presenting it to Ye Chen with a smile. "Little one, this is your jade tablet." In addition to this, the elder also produced a jade vial. Although the vial was sealed, Ye Chen could still discern the fragrant aroma of medicinal essence emanating from it. It was evident that the vial contained a spirit liquid beneficial for cultivation. As you are an apprentice disciple, you do not possess the Hengyue cultivation method or the Hengyue robe. Thus, you are entitled to receive only 1 vial of this jade spirit liquid. Thank you, elder. Ye Chen accepted the jade spirit liquid, displaying little concern for it. Now, go to the spirit artifact pavilion and claim a spirit artifact. The elder in azure smiled, giving Ye Chen's shoulder a gentle pat. His voice was warm, devoid of any authoritative sternness. "Little one, strive diligently. I look forward to your performance in 3 months. Upon exiting the Nanqing Pavilion, Ye Chen followed the directions and arrived at the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. The guardian of the treasure pavilion was a portly elder, with eyes so small that one would need to pry them open with fingers to see. His body was swathed in wobbling flesh, and he was dressed in a manner reminiscent of a myriad Buddha. This individual was none other than Zhou Defuk, the esteemed head of the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. Having met the elder, Ye Chen approached Zhou Defuk, who was leisurely reclining on a lounge chair, and respectfully bowed. "Little one, I do not recall having seen you before," Zhou Defuk remarked, glancing at Ye Chen as he sat up, his beady eyes scrutinizing the young man from top to bottom. "I am a new intern disciple," Ye Chen replied, presenting his jade token. "Elder Qingyi sent me to select a spirit weapon." Zhou Defuk took the jade token, examined it from various angles, and then casually tossed it back to Ye Chen, reclining once more and gesturing dismissively. "Go ahead and choose for yourself. Intern disciples are only permitted to select from the first level. Do not dare sneak up to the second." With a slight nod, Ye Chen accepted the token and ventured deeper into the spirit weapon pavilion. The first level of the pavilion was expansive, spanning several thousand zhang, filled with an array of weapons that resembled the vibrant display of a blooming garden. Each spirit weapon shimmered with a luster, showcasing a variety of forms and styles. "Indeed, they're all of inferior grade," Ye Chen mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he scanned the majority of the offerings. As an intern disciple, his choices were confined to the first level. He picked up a broad, ghost-headed saber, only to shake his head in dismay. Too light. Setting aside the saber, he picked up a spirit sword. Though it was sharp, he ultimately returned it to its place. As he continued his search, he resembled a vendor selecting produce. Yet despite the multitude of spirit weapons, none caught his eye. In the past, these weapons would have been beneath his notice, but circumstances had changed. And now he found himself sifting through this collection of inferior-grade weapons. Just as he was about to complete his circuit, a flicker of true fire from his dantian stirred, sending forth a slender tendril of flame that darted away. Ye Chen was momentarily stunned and hurried after it until he arrived at a stone platform. Upon the platform lay a black iron sword, coated in dust, likely from years of neglect. The tendril of true fire coiled around the sword. Intrigued, Ye Chen grasped the hilt of the iron sword, eager to examine a spirit weapon that had captured the attention of his true fire. However, he soon realized he had underestimated its weight. He could not lift it despite his efforts. It must weigh at least 200 pounds, Ye Chen surmised. Understanding why the sword lay abandoned, its considerable heft rendered it unmanageable for an average disciple. Even if one could lift it, they would need to channel substantial true energy. In a confrontation, one might exhaust themselves before even facing an opponent. Nevertheless, this very challenge piqued his interest in the iron sword. After a brief moment of concentration, he managed to lift the sword, gently blowing away the dust that clung to it. Instantly, he was enveloped by an aura of ancient history, and he noticed two archaic characters inscribed on the hilt. "Tian Quebec Sky's Edge," Ye Chen murmured, scrutinizing the iron sword with great attention. The blade remained unsharpened. Considerably broader than the average spiritual sword, its material indiscernible yet undeniably weighty. Upon the sword's surface were inscribed numerous ancient runes that eluded Ye Chen's comprehension. Truly, it was an enigmatic weapon. Ye Chen whispered to himself, contemplating the impracticality of wielding this unsharpened iron sword for combat. However, as a tool for bludgeoning, it presented an intriguing alternative. "It's you," Ye Chen declared, hoisting the iron sword upon his shoulder as he strode outward. "Huh?" A soft gasp escaped from Zhou Defuk nearby. "Little one, given your diminutive stature, why choose such a cumbersome iron sword?" Clang. As Ye Chen approached, he set the sword down with a thud. Its weight was such that half of the blade sank into the earth. "Elder, what is the origin of this sword?" Ye Chen inquired, pointing at the Tianke sword. "It is certainly not an ordinary weight." "Well," Zhou Dafu mused as he pinched his small mustache, pausing for a moment before continuing. "When I took over the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, it had already been here for quite some time. It has undoubtedly been placed here for at least a century. As for its origins, I am afraid I am not privy to that information." "Is that so? I advise you to consider replacing it with a more agile artifact. This iron sword is rather cumbersome. Choose something more lightweight." "No need. This one will suffice." Ye Chen chuckled softly, gently caressing the iron sword, which he found increasingly pleasing to the eye. "Stubborn little fellow, take it away." "Master Xie." Ye Chen once again bowed respectfully before shouldering the Tianke sword and exiting the Spirit Artifact Pavilion. Upon stepping outside, he was met with a flurry of curious gazes. Several disciples passing by cast sidelong glances at him and the sword he bore, whispering among themselves. "Who is this young man? I don't recall seeing him before. Is he a new apprentice? That sword he carries must be the Tianke. It seems quite substantial." He must possess considerable strength, though his cultivation appears somewhat lacking, and his intellect does not seem particularly sound. Ye Chen disregarded their murmurs, feeling an innate sense that the Tian sword was extraordinary, compared to inferior spirit artifacts. He preferred this sword, as carrying it daily would benefit his cultivation. Ah, it's a member of Zhengyang's sect, someone exclaimed softly, drawing the attention of those around to the sky. There, another massive flying sword, upon which stood 3 figures, a middle-aged woman of striking beauty, a radiant young woman, and a handsome youth. What brings Zhengyang's sect to Hanyua's sect? A puzzled voice inquired. You wouldn't know? In 3 months, the grand competition between Zhengyang's sect, Qingyun's sect, and our Hanyue sect will take place. It seems Zhengyang's sect has come to discuss matters regarding the competition, someone replied. That female disciple is truly stunning, like a celestial fairy. Amidst the surrounding chatter, Ye Chen absorbed none of it. His gaze was fixed upon the sky, more specifically on the enchanting woman standing atop the flying sword, her garments fluttering gracefully. She appeared ethereal, untainted by the mortal world, a vision of purity. Could it be that she is Jining Shuang of Zhengyang's sect? He never expected to encounter her so soon. Ye Chen murmured to himself, his dark, profound eyes reflecting a mix of complexity and detachment. I will return one day to settle the score. Perhaps sensing someone's gaze upon her, Jining Shuang turned her head to glance downward. At that moment, however, Ye Chen had already vanished into the throng of people. What a familiar feeling. Jining Shuang softly uttered. What's wrong, junior sister? It's nothing. Ye Chen had already found a small hill. Here, the trees were lush and the flowers abundant. Yet when compared to the 3 grand peaks, this hill was indeed quite modest. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen planted the Tian sword before him, then sliced his finger to let a drop of blood fall upon it. As a spiritual weapon, it naturally required a master. Soon, the blood melded into the Tian. Suddenly, the Tian trembled, a flash of azure light darting by, followed by an overwhelming surge of invasive information flooding into his mind. Ouch! The unexpected agony pierced through his thoughts, causing Ye Chen to clutch his head and emit a low, pained roar. However, the pain was transient, dissipating as swiftly as it had come. Before long, Ye Chen shook his head, the veins on his forehead gradually easing, and his once dizzy eyes became clear once more. Instead, an uncontrollable ecstasy began to surface upon his face. Rudimentary body refinement. Ye Chen's breath quickened. His exuberance stemmed from the secret technique concealed within the heavenly sword. By acknowledging it with his blood, he had triggered the seal within the sword, unveiling the secret art known as rudimentary body refinement. What a treasure he had stumbled upon. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Chen hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly contemplating the intricacies of this technique. Through his meditation, he discovered that rudimentary body refinement was a method for tempering the flesh. It involved refining bones and marrow, forging tendons and meridians, burning the heart and purifying the blood, and honing the skin and muscles. Ye Chen was unaware that his heart raced with every word he uttered. Yet, these 16 words encapsulated the essence of rudimentary body refinement perfectly. Indeed, this was the path of body refinement, a process that meticulously honed every inch of skin, every fragment of bone, and every sinew, a thorough and rigorous method of cultivating the body, where the pain endured was akin to the agony of torturous punishment. Who could have conceived such a mad technique? Ye Chen opened his eyes, astonished. This rudimentary body refinement was undeniably overwhelming. However, after his moment of astonishment, a fervent light ignited in his eyes. Although the practice required enduring pain beyond what an ordinary person could bear, the benefits reaped from refining the body were equally formidable, promising the attainment of an indestructible physique, capable of moving mountains and parting seas. Moreover, this technique was not something just anyone could practice. It required the practitioner to possess innate fire. Ye Chen realized that rudimentary body refinement was tailor-made for him, and acquiring it was predestined. For within him burned a formidable flame, endowing him with unparalleled potential. Since the heavens had bestowed this gift upon him, he would not let it go to waste. Resolutely, Ye Chen decided to cultivate this secret technique. Taking a deep breath, he gently closed his eyes. After a quarter of an hour of adjusting his breath and comprehending the technique, he began to channel the rudimentary body refinement method that he had already grasped. Crack! As the body refinement technique was activated, a sound of bones clashing resonated from within Ye Chen, while the celestial fire surged throughout his entire being. The sudden onslaught of pain compelled him to roar. Pop! Pop! Soon, the sounds echoed continuously as Ye Chen, amidst the excruciating pain, remained oblivious to the fact that all 720 of his acupuncture points had been forcefully breached, leading to the unblocking of his extraordinary meridians. As the bone refinement continued, they too were successively opened. Ye Chen let out a howl through clenched teeth. Every sinew and inch of skin felt as if it were being torn apart, the pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Crack, crack. Segments of bones began to fracture and then slowly rejoin, only to break again in a relentless cycle of connection and disconnection. Ye Chen's forehead was lined with veins, and his dark eyes were bloodshot. His entire body felt as though countless steel needles were stabbing into him. After 3 hours, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. This first attempt at body refinement had nearly cost him his life, yet he had only managed to circulate a small cycle of energy. This was a life-or-death endeavor. Ye Chen gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, his face devoid of color. Nevertheless, joy and excitement sparkled in his eyes. He understood that body refinement was not an overnight achievement. It required endless years of arduous training to be reborn through repeated agonizing trials, an exceptionally challenging journey. Gathering his strength, he sat up again and began to examine his body. Indeed, his efforts were not in vain. His once coarse bones had smoothed and gained resilience, with a faint golden glow enveloping them, quite extraordinary. Looking at his exterior, he noticed dark impurities, byproducts of his body's rigorous training, emitting a foul odor. A gentle breeze wafted through the gaps of the doors and windows, refreshing him entirely. Then, the thin spiritual energy in the surroundings began to converge, and all his acupuncture points and pores opened wide, absorbing the incoming spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, nourishing his bones and meridians and smoothing out any imperfections. The consumption of energy during the body refinement made Ye Chen ravenous. He inhaled the spiritual energy as if he were a whale, and the intense pain gradually vanished. Immersed in the vortex of spiritual energy, felt as though he were basking in the warm sunlight of winter. A comforting warmth enveloped him. His hard work had indeed borne fruit. Ye Chen clenched his fist, distinctly feeling his body grow stronger. At this moment, not only had his vision, hearing, speed, and strength improved, but even every corner of his body brimmed with unusual power, invigorating his spirit. After a while, Ye Chen sprang to his feet. He retrieved a bottle of jade spirit liquid from his pocket and tilted his head back, consuming the entire contents in one go. If anyone had been present at that moment, they would have surely intervened, for the jade spirit liquid was a concentrated essence derived from numerous spiritual herbs, containing immense vitality. Consuming an entire bottle could potentially rupture one's dantian. However, such concerns were trivial to Ye Chen. It should be noted that what Ye Chen possessed was not a mere dantian, but rather a dantian C, with a capacity far beyond the ordinary. Not to mention a single bottle of jade spirit liquid. Even if he were to ingest 100 or 80 bottles, it would not overwhelm his dantian C. As the liquid entered his body, Ye Chen felt as though a spring of cool water flowed through every meridian, soothing and nourishing his aching bones and meridians, dissipating his fatigue rapidly. At this moment, Ye Chen began to ponder a pressing question: the vast capacity of his dantian C. The dantian C's capacity was incomparable to that of a dantian, but it also meant that his advancement in cultivation would be significantly slower than that of his peers. He wondered whether opening up the dantian C was a blessing or a curse. 3 hours later, Ye Chen regulated his breath and climbed onto a boulder. Resting his hands behind his head as he gazed quietly at the starry sky, a sense of contemplation washing over him. Just a day prior, he had been expelled from the Zhengyang sect, homeless and adrift. By a stroke of fortune, he had acquired celestial fire, and then by another twist of fate, he had been brought to tumultuous sect, becoming a disciple there, leaving him with a surreal sense of reality. Was this fate's whim? Ye Chen sighed softly, unable to mask the hint of derision in his eyes. Gathering his thoughts, he began to strategize his future cultivation. The vast capacity of his dantian C offered him many advantages, yet it also came with considerable drawbacks, namely the arduousness of advancing. Although as an apprentice disciple, he could receive a bottle of jade spirit liquid from the sect each month, for someone with an insatiable appetite like him, that single bottle was barely enough to satisfy his needs. Thus, he would have to exert even greater effort, and could not afford to treat his cultivation as ordinary. Ye Chen contemplated the tasks available within the sect. Every task issued by the sect came with generous rewards, serving to motivate disciples to hone their skills. During his time in the Zhengyang sect, he often took on tasks, and he imagined that the tasks in tumultuous sect were likely similar. With a decision in mind, Ye Chen slowly closed his eyes, cradling the heavenly sword, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day, the morning light bathed Hengyue's sect. Ye Chen descended the small hillside and jogged to the task pavilion. His arrival drew the attention of many. On one hand, it was due to Ye Chen's unfamiliar face. On the other, it was because of his cultivation level at the first stage of qi condensation and the heavy heavenly sword he bore. The first stage of qi condensation, a rather unimpressive talent. As he stepped inside, a disciple of Heng Yue cast a disdainful glance at him. Choosing the heavenly sword as his spirit weapon? Truly a foolish choice. Severely doubting his sanity, Ye Chen remained unfazed by the murmurs of those around him. His gaze fixed intently upon the stone tablet erected within the task pavilion, adorned with numerous jade plaques, each representing a task. The challenges escalated in difficulty from the simplest to the most formidable. With the power of the Dan Si, an augmented physique, and the protection of true fire, he possessed sufficient strength to confront beastly adversaries of the condensation realm at the 5th level and below. As he scrutinized each task inscribed on the tablet, Ye Chen silently appraised his own capabilities. Ultimately, his eyes settled on a particular jade plaque, one that pertained to a task within his grasp, Bloodwolf. The Bloodwolf, a creature he had encountered in his cherished compendium of beasts, was notoriously ferocious, possessing strength comparable to a human cultivator at the 3rd level of the condensation realm, coupled with an exceptionally robust physique. Typically, ordinary practitioners found it daunting to breach its defenses, and they were generally reluctant to provoke such a fearsome entity. Just you. As Ye Chen reached out to take the jade tablet, a delicate white hand swiftly snatched it away before he could. The Bloodwolf mission, I, Zhao Long, have accepted. The echo of a mocking laughter resonated in Ye Chen's ears, laced with provocation and derision. Instinctively turning his head, Ye Chen beheld a youth beside him. Clad in purple robes, he was strikingly handsome, exuding elegance, with thick black hair cascading like a waterfall. Yet, a smirk of ridicule lingered at the corner of his mouth, inciting Ye Chen's intense disdain. What? Unconvinced, the disciple named Zhao Long elevated his chin, casting a sideways glance at Ye Chen. If my senior brother takes it, so be it. Ye Chen, disinterested in engaging in a debate, shifted his gaze back to the stone tablet, seeking another task. Eventually, he identified a mission of equal rank to the Bloodwolf, also involving the slaying of a beast. However, just as he reached for it, Zhao Long once again preempted him by seizing the jade tablet. This mission, I have accepted as well. Zhao Long's mocking laughter reverberated once more, accompanied by a challenging look directed at Ye Chen. Ye Chen cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Long but chose to endure. He focused his attention on the stone tablet again, searching for another task. Yet, as before, just as he was about to reach for it, a fair hand intercepted him. This task is also mine. Zhao Long's hand remained raised, his chin even higher, radiating a more pronounced air of provocation. Ye Chen frowned, coming to realize that Zhao Long's intent was not to accept missions, but to deliberately antagonize him. With so many disciples vying for tasks, why was he relentlessly targeting Ye Chen? Senior brother, I have no grievances with you. Why do you persist in making things difficult for me? Ye Chen fixed his gaze on Zhao Long. Initially, Ye Chen believed that, as a newcomer to Heng Yue's sect, he should maintain a low profile and avoid provoking trouble. Yet, this did not mean he was afraid of conflict. It was evident that Zhao Long was specifically targeting him. Given this, Ye Chen's nature would not allow him to endure such bullying passively. No grievances, huh? Zhao Long scoffed derisively. You struck my little brother. How can you claim no connection? You certainly have a bold spirit. To dare bully my little brother, you are truly courting death. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen began to comprehend the situation. He could surmise who Zhao Long's little brother was. There was no one else but Zhang Tao, whom he had inadvertently knocked down yesterday. Thus, Zhao Long had come to avenge Zhang Tao. It was no surprise that Zhao Long, being Zhang Tao's senior, was considerably stronger, yet he was also more arrogant and overbearing. Suddenly, Zhao Long's hand rested upon Ye Chen's shoulder. Immediately, a surge of formidable true qi infiltrated Ye Chen's body, rampaging within him. Ye Chen frowned, but remained composed, releasing his own true qi to counteract Zhao Long's intrusion. As the true qi was expelled, Zhao Long, though surprised, wore an even more playful smile. Kid, I truly underestimated you. It was I who acted first, you cannot blame me. Ye Chen maintained an indifferent demeanor. If he could take down Zhang Tao, he certainly would not fear Zhao Long. After all, Zhao Long's cultivation was merely at the 5th level of qi condensation, should it come to a brawl. Victory was not guaranteed for him. Well, very well, Zhao Long applauded, relishing the presence of a braggart devoid of true strength. As he spoke, a surge of true energy began to circulate around him, suggesting he was poised to strike down Ye Chen with a single blow. Observing this, Ye Chen, undeterred, summoned the true energy from his dantian, which surged forth fiercely. The air was thick with tension, drawing the attention of surrounding disciples. It was evident that a confrontation was imminent. With the first level of qi condensation, this young man dared to challenge Zhao Long. Had he lost his senses? A stern voice resonated from within. Are you all planning to rebel? The elder in charge of the task pavilion emerged, his tone imbued with authority. This is the task pavilion, a place where unruliness cannot be tolerated. If you wish to fight, take it to the Fengyan platform, now leave. With the elder's intimidation, Zhao Long, of course, dared not act recklessly any longer. Even Ye Chen obediently retracted his vital energy. You little brat, I will settle this with you eventually. With a cold smirk, Zhao Long did not forget to threaten Ye Chen menacingly as he departed. I await. The words escaped his lips softly, and a glimmer of cold light flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. He turned once more, casting a glance at the stone tablet, from which he retrieved a jade token, the task of slaying the fire wolf, a mission of modest rank. Having secured the token, Ye Chen exited the task hall. Yet, he was acutely aware that the days ahead would not afford him the tranquility needed for cultivation. Upon leaving the task hall, Ye Chen proceeded directly down the mountain. As he passed by the small spirit garden, he ventured inside to check on Zhang Fengyan and the others. It is you who once again envelopes me in warmth, reminding me that there are those I must protect. A smile graced his lips as Ye Chen descended the spirit mountain, nurturing a brighter vision for the new beginning ahead. He felt compelled to strive for this aspiration, to safeguard those he cherished. Several miles from Hengyue's sect, a vast forest teeming with fierce beasts lay in wait, where the sect's missions to eliminate these creatures predominantly took place. After orienting himself, Ye Chen tightened the strap securing the Tianke sword and set forth toward the beast forest. An hour later, he arrived before a dense expanse of woodland, panting heavily. The beast forest stretched widely, lush and verdant, with ancient trees soaring high. Merely standing on the threshold, he could distinctly sense the ferocity and the scent of blood emanating from within. Time to work. Ye Chen inhaled deeply and stepped into the beastly forest. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by the ferocious roars of the beasts. With his mind sharply attuned, Ye Chen cautiously ventured deeper into the woods. The present circumstances were far more perilous than before. Within this treacherous terrain, the specter of death loomed at every turn. Even in his previous encounters, he had never dared to let his guard down. After half an hour, Ye Chen paused atop a rocky outcrop. From his elevated position, he squinted at the surroundings, his attention drawn to a luminous herb growing on a nearby cliff. The herb shimmered with a violet glow, exuding an aura of spiritual energy. It was known as the purple ginseng. Ye Chen was well acquainted with this particular plant, recognizing its remarkable properties in stabilizing the mind and dispelling distractions, making it a rare and invaluable elixir. Fortune smiles upon me, Ye Chen murmured, yet he refrained from rushing towards it. His experience had taught him that wherever such herbs flourished, beasts would inevitably lurk nearby. Indeed, as Ye Chen scanned the area, the lush forest rustled with ominous sounds, accompanied by a scent of blood and violence wafting through the air. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes, alert. Moments later, the dense thicket parted, revealing a colossal beast emerging, towering over 1 meter in height, its body engulfed in violet flames. Its enormous blood-red eyes glinted with unrestrained savagery and a thirst for blood. Firewolf. As he beheld the colossal creature, Ye Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. I've been looking for you. With a thunderous roar, the firewolf opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of purple flames. Observing this, Ye Chen deftly propelled himself off a nearby rock, executing a swift leap. Utilizing the rebound from a massive boulder, he pivoted with finesse, summoning the golden sword aura he had meticulously cultivated, directing it straight towards the eyes of the firewolf. Having vanquished this beast on multiple occasions, he was acutely aware of its formidable physique and potent flames, yet its weakness lay in its eyes. In confronting such a rugged, flame-wielding beast, precision was paramount. With a resounding clang, the golden sword aura cleaved through the air. The sickening spray of blood followed, accompanied by the firewolf's piercing shriek, its enormous eyes now a gruesome mess. A dull thud reverberated as Ye Chen, gripping Tianke Lingtian, struck down upon the firewolf's skull, delivering another devastating blow. The creature's cranium was reduced to a bloody pulp, and Ye Chen felt a jolt of pain radiate through his hands, sending his sword flying from his grasp. However, the force of the strike left the firewolf disoriented, barely able to remain upright. Seizing the moment, Ye Chen understood the adage, strike while the iron is hot. He advanced with rapid strides, gathering his inner energy into his palms, electric currents crackling between his fingers. Thunderbolt. With a mighty shout, he delivered a powerful palm strike to the firewolf's head. The creature's skull exploded upon impact, brains splattering forth, and the foul stench of blood filled the air as its massive body crashed to the ground. Perhaps until its last breath, the fire wolf would remain bewildered that it had been felled by a mere first-stage qi condensation cultivator. Exhaling a long breath, Ye Chen remained tense, his body still coiled like a spring. This was indeed a far cry from his previous encounters. Though the battle with the fire wolf was brief, it was fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could have rendered him a meal for the beast. Without hesitation, Ye Chen pried open the fire wolf's skull, extracting a small, irregular stone glistening with blood. Its surface was uneven and marred, with the noxious blood continuing to drip from it. This was the beast essence of the fire wolf. The beast essence represents the quintessence of a demon beast, the most precious aspect of its being. Cultivators often seek out the beast essence after slaying such creatures, as it is imbued with substantial vitality and energy, providing significant benefits to their cultivation. Task completed. Ye Chen wiped the blood from the beast essence and tucked it into his bosom, never anticipating the swift conclusion of his mission. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as a chilling pain pierced his back. Startled, Ye Chen instinctively recoiled, but his reaction proved too slow. 3 silver needles sliced through the air towards him. Despite his utmost effort to evade, he fell victim to the attack, the needles embedding themselves in his arm, each laden with potent venom that spread rapidly, darkening his entire limb within moments. To think that a practitioner of the human origin realm would resort to such treachery. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ye Chen retreated, casting a cold gaze upon the dense thicket. "Ah, quite perceptive, aren't you?" A sinister voice echoed from the underbrush. In the next instant, a hunchbacked old man clad in gray emerged, leaning heavily on a cane. His pockmarked face was a tapestry of wrinkles, and his deep-set, blood-red eyes were as chilling as a serpent's, exuding a palpable malevolence. He was clearly a nefarious figure engaged in the dark arts of murder and plunder. "Hand over what you possess. I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, I will ensure your suffering is greater than death," the old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. What treasures could a mere first-level qi condensation practitioner possess? Ye Chen retorted coldly, feeling the onset of dizziness. The venom from the 3 needles was particularly refined, spreading with alarming speed, corroding his meridians and bones, rendering his vital energy ineffective. "You seem rather disobedient." The old man sneered, advancing slowly, a dark mist swirling ominously around his palm. Ye Chen seethed with frustration. This hunchbacked villain was evidently a master of poison. And with his cultivation at the first level of the human origin realm, he was a formidable opponent. Ye Chen realized that even without the poison, he would stand little chance against this fiend. However, in that moment, the golden fire within his dancy flickered, splitting into dozens of strands that surged into his meridians and bones, forcefully refining the toxins. Can it truly refine such poison? Ye Chen marveled, glancing inward at his body in astonishment. Though the poison had been neutralized, he remained immobile, biding his time for an opportune moment to strike when the old man's guard was down. Given the overwhelming disparity in their powers, he recognized that a direct confrontation was futile. Yet, a sudden, decisive strike could change the course of the encounter. "Little one, do not blame your grandfather." The old man had drawn near, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent, presenting a facade of compassion despite his evident malevolence. "I do not blame you." A cold glint flashed as a faint smile of derision appeared at the corner of Ye Chen's lips. Observing this, the hunchbacked elder furrowed his brow sharply. "Thunderstrike." With a sudden roar, the previously motionless Ye Chen launched an assault. "You dare." The elder was taken aback, attempting to evade. But the minuscule distance in Ye Chen's rapid strike left him no time to react, resulting in a solid blow to his chest from Ye Chen's thunderstrike. Stumbling backward, the hunchbacked elder's eyes reflected shock. He never anticipated that Ye Chen could neutralize the deadly poison in such a brief moment and execute a dramatic counterattack. Thunderstrike. With the first blow successful, Ye Chen's roar echoed once more. The elder, still unsteady, had no time to defend himself and was struck, spitting blood as he retreated. Ye Chen's true energy surged, offering him no respite, akin to a ferocious beast pouncing forward, delivering several more thunderstrikes without mercy. The elder attempted to retaliate multiple times, but Ye Chen provided him no opportunity to react. With a chilling stab, a dagger plunged into the elder's chest, and he fell back, attempting to speak, however. As he opened his mouth, blood gushed forth, his eyes wide with terror. Unable to fathom that he would be slain by a junior of merely the first stage of qi condensation. On the other side, Ye Chen also staggered to half-kneel on the ground. The continuous use of Thunderstrike had drained his true energy, but the accomplishment of defeating this elder, who possessed the cultivation of the human origin realm, was worth every effort. Even in his past experiences, he had never achieved such a glorious victory. Although he had relied on a surprise attack, it was still a source of pride. Without pausing, Ye Chen rose unsteadily, not daring to linger for a moment. Collected the elder's storage bag, mounted the Tianke, and hurriedly darted into the forest, even plucking the precious purple ginseng before his departure. He sought out a cave and laboriously crawled inside. Not long after, he retrieved the hunchbacked elder's storage bag. It must be said that, as a practitioner of the human origin realm, the elder's collection was quite substantial. Without time to examine other items, Ye Chen extracted several bottles of spiritual liquid and drank them all in quick succession. At that moment, his depleted danci required urgent replenishment. The perilous beast forest demanded that he remain in peak condition at all times. As the spiritual liquid entered his body, it flowed like a refreshing spring throughout him. Simultaneously, the danci's true fire stirred, assisting Ye Chen in refining the spiritual liquid, with the purified true energy surging into the danci. Ye Chen's pallid complexion visibly regained its color. As time passed, Ye Chen's danci filled once more, the golden true energy rolling like an ocean. Yet, he still could not break through to the second stage of qi condensation. Progress, indeed, proved arduous. With a quiet click of his tongue, Ye Chen opened his eyes. Although he had not advanced, the benefits of the spiritual liquids were evident as he felt his strength significantly magnified. With a sigh, Ye Chen's gaze returned to the elder's storage bag. Due to the energy expended for his advancement, only 3 or 4 bottles of spiritual liquid remained. The rest comprised common currency among cultivators, spirit stones, totaling over 500, which could be considered a modest fortune. Beyond these, he found a heap of nefarious poisons, stacked in dozens of bottles, prompting Ye Chen to click his tongue in astonishment. These will surely come in handy. He refrained from destroying the poisons, keeping them for future needs, as they might prove useful at an unexpected moment. After rummaging through the contents, the remaining items in the storage bag were a collection of low-grade spiritual artifacts. It was not until he stumbled upon a yellowed ancient tome that his eyes lit up. Immediately drawn to the 3 prominent characters inscribed upon it, Beast Heart Fury, Xianshu. Ye Chen's gaze burned with fervor, for this was precisely what he lacked the most. Counting it all up, including what he had acquired from the Zhengyang sect and the Hangyue sect at this moment, the only Xianshu he could wield were the most rudimentary techniques of qi manipulation and the formidable thunderclap palm. Qi manipulation was a fundamental means for cultivators, sufficient against ordinary foes, yet largely ineffective against formidable adversaries. The thunderclap palm possessed considerable power, yet its excessive consumption rendered it impractical for frequent use. Thus, at this moment, Ye Chen yearned for advanced Xianshu. As fate would have it, his thoughts were soon realized. With anticipation, Ye Chen opened the ancient tome, eager to study the beast's fury. Upon examination, he discovered that this technique was a guide to combat, more specifically, a martial arts Xianshu. To his astonishment, the beast's fury was divided into 6 sections. The first 3 sections detailed the coordination of human body parts and how to maximize strength through such synergy. The latter 3 sections, however, contained the true skills. The name Beast Fury naturally implied a connection to beasts. The forebear who devised this technique must have been a keen observer, for the essence of the beast's fury stemmed from the behaviors of animals. This individual had meticulously studied the pounce, claw, and charge of various beasts, emulating their prowess to create the beast's fury. Animal combat largely relies on raw physicality, and humans could benefit from learning their ways, coordinating legs, feet, hands, and knees to unleash close-range combat while maximizing strength, coupled with his ever-growing physical prowess. This would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Marvelous, indeed, it was. Ye Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration, and as he read on, his mental state elevated. Far too many cultivators became overly reliant on true energy, excessively venerating the dazzling forms of Xianshu and neglecting the most primal techniques of combat. Consequently, many cultivators, despite not lacking in cultivation level, found themselves utterly inept in close-quarters combat. Once again, he had stumbled upon treasure. Ye Chen laughed heartily, striking the ground and leaping to his feet. The methods of cultivating the beast's fury were now firmly etched in his mind. With a fierce shout, he immediately unleashed a punch, followed by a sweeping kick, and then executed a diagonal palm strike. The sequence flowed seamlessly. Soon, Ye Chen's movements accelerated, at times resembling a wolf lunging at its prey, at others akin to a tiger leaping through the air, and occasionally mimicking a monkey's swift leaps. His actions were peculiar, yet encompassed myriad lethal techniques of ferocious beasts. Ye Chen did not employ any true energy. He He relied solely on the capabilities of his body. As he extended his limbs, he grasped the subtleties of the beast's fury. He practiced tirelessly for 9 hours. Only when night descended did he collapse onto the ground, drenched in sweat. In the following days, Ye Chen did not return to the Henji sect, but instead committed himself to rigorous training in close-quarters combat. By day, he ventured from his cave to engage in fierce battles against powerful beasts, transforming through practical experience, returning each time covered in wounds. By night, he sought out areas rich in spiritual energy within the mountains to nourish his body and practice the burning heaven secret method. To his astonishment, Ye Chen discovered another unique aspect of the barbaric body refinement. It could heal all his injuries during the process, and the recovery speed was significantly swifter than before. Day turned to night, and the cycle of the moon and sun continued. As days passed, Ye Chen gradually grasped the essence of the beast's fury, and through continuous combat, his physical strength reached new heights, instilling him with confidence to confront those at the pinnacle of qi condensation. Ultimately, acquiring the beast's fury was a stroke of fortune. On yet another starry night, Ye Chen stretched lazily at the cave's entrance. Having been away for several days, he resolved to return tonight. Just as he prepared to leap into the forest, he furrowed his brow, instinctively gazing skyward, where a long rainbow streaked across the heavens. As it drew nearer, he discerned that it was a woman clad in white. Void of emptiness, Ye Chen felt a tremor within his heart. For cultivators at the condensation realm and the essence realm, ascending to the heavens necessitated the aid of flying spiritual beasts. Those at the true yang realm required the mastery of flying swords, while upon reaching the spirit void realm, one could command divine rainbows. It was only upon attaining the void of emptiness that one could truly soar through the skies without relying on spiritual beasts, flying swords, or divine rainbows. The fact that the woman in white could fly indicated that her cultivation had reached the void of emptiness. Suppressing his astonishment, Ye Chen beheld the beauty of the woman in white. How breathtaking! In that fleeting moment, he experienced a momentary daze. The woman's garments fluttered gracefully. Her attire as pure as snow, and her long hair cascaded like rippling waters, shimmering with ethereal light. Her countenance was unparalleled, so exquisitely enchanting that it left one breathless. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by the dust of the mortal realm. However, the state of the woman in white was far from ideal. Her speed diminished abruptly as she traversed this void, her radiance nearly extinguished. Being pursued, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, only to discover that behind the woman in white stood 3 others, each soaring through the air, indicating that their cultivation levels were at least at the void realm. The best course of action is to leave. Ye Chen realized that he could no longer remain in this place. However, just as he began to move, the woman in white fell from the sky, tracing a graceful arc before landing directly in front of him. With a soft gasp, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Glancing hurriedly at Ye Chen, she turned and vanished into the dense thicket, her presence dissipating entirely, leaving Ye Chen unable to sense any trace of her energy. Behind him, the 3 pursuers arrived in an instant. An elderly man with gray hair, a middle-aged man clad in a python robe, and a young man dressed in white. The overwhelming aura emanating from them nearly drove Ye Chen to his knees. "Boy, have you seen anyone pass by?" The young man in white fixed his piercing gaze upon Ye Chen. A chill ran down Ye Chen's spine, rendering him motionless, as if his entire being had become transparent under the scrutiny of the young man. "Are you speaking to me?" The middle-aged man in the purple robe exclaimed sternly. Moving towards that direction, Ye Chen casually gestured towards a certain way. As long as they departed swiftly, it sufficed. "Do not let me uncover your deceit. For if I do, your demise will be most tragic." "Chase," the gray-haired elder commanded, and once again the 3 ventured into the void. She had sustained severe injuries and had been affected by the Huan powder. Her escape would not extend far. If captured, the esteemed master would undoubtedly be pleased. With a heavy sigh, Ye Chen exhaled, feeling as if all strength had drained from his body. Soon, the concealed woman in white stumbled forth, her demeanor exceedingly disheveled. Her eyes were hazy, her complexion as pale as parchment, and her breath was weak, causing her to sway unsteadily. As a gentle breeze swept by, the woman in white ultimately collapsed. Though Ye Chen had not intended to intervene, he instinctively stepped forward, catching her just as she was about to hit the ground. The night sky was profound, scattered stars resembling dust. Ye Chen carried the woman in white, traversing through the depths of the beast-infested forest until he discovered an exceedingly concealed cave. Inside the pitch-black cavern, a faint campfire flickered, casting ethereal shadows. The woman reclined against the cave wall, still unconscious, her pallor ghostly and her cheeks etched with pain, She was undeniably a practitioner of the void realm. Yet in that moment, she appeared more like a delicate flower, evoking deep compassion. Meanwhile, Ye Chen busied himself quietly channeling his vital energy into her. Occasionally, he would steal glances at her. He was certain that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered. Without exception, her beauty was akin to a snow lotus, emerging unsullied from the mud, an unparalleled visage that dimmed the radiance of the world. Perhaps lost in admiration, he found himself entranced, unaware that his own cheeks had begun to flush. Truth be told, aside from Jining Shuang, this was the first time he had gazed at a woman with such intensity. How scorching, truly scorching, came the soft murmur from the lips of the woman clad in white, interrupting Ye Chen's dazed reverie. At this moment, glancing once more at the woman, although she lay in slumber, she exuded an air of restlessness, her delicate mouth slightly parted, her tender lips imbued with a captivating fragrance, radiating an enchanting allure. It was no wonder that someone, already entranced, found it utterly difficult to suppress the stirrings of his heart. Not right. As he observed, Ye Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his brows furrowing as he gently grasped the woman's wrist, employing a certain secret technique to examine her pulse. What can be said? One type of injury is minor, but if there is another, it becomes rather awkward. After a prolonged moment, Ye Chen spoke slowly. The woman's pulse perfectly confirmed his suspicion. She had indeed fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. He understood well the nature of the He Huan San. Regardless of gender, once ensnared, they must unite in body and spirit, or else they would inevitably perish from shattered meridians. Such underhanded tactics were truly despicable. Ye Chen coldly snorted, recalling the three men who had pursued the woman in white. It was obvious that they were the ones who had poisoned her. Those three rascals were certainly capable of such vile acts. Suddenly, the woman in white fluttered her eyelashes, slowly opening her eyes to gaze into Ye Chen's. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like water, hazy and enchanting. "Senior, are you awake?" Before she could finish her sentence, her soft lips pressed against his, and her delicate arms wrapped around his neck. Subsequently, a tender, alluring figure leaned against him, the fragrance of the woman intoxicating. At this moment, far away in the Shaolin garden of Heng Yue's sect, uninvited guests arrived. Zhang Tao, his face illuminated by the faint moonlight, appeared as menacing as a demon. Still nursing his injuries, he led a group of disciples seeking revenge. "Old man, hand over that brat, and also that Tianling curse. Give it all to me." "He has already left. I possess no Tianling curse," Zhang Fengnian replied weakly, his body battered and bloodied, coughing as he spoke. Not seeing the coffin, not shedding tears. "Hang him up." The Shaolin garden was filled with the raucous roars of Zhang Tao, alongside the cries of the young rascal and that scruffy bird. "Hang them all. I will kill you." Beneath the moonlight, the dark and silent beast forest was pierced by a rather jarring female voice. Though melodious, it harbored a chilling intent to kill. It was the woman in white. In the cave, the scene was far from harmonious. She gripped Ye Chen's neck, lifting him into the air. Observing her demeanor, it was clear that the poison of the He Huan San had been dispelled. Yet, remnants of a lingering blush adorned her cheeks. It was difficult to accept this reality. Her skirt revealing bright pink blossoms, her appearance disheveled. She paid no heed to her attire, consumed by a murderous intent to send Ye Chen, who had taken her virtue, to the underworld. "You speak of injustice. It was you who lunged at me. You were under the influence of the He Huan San, and I saved you." Ye Chen could not restrain his ire, his face flushed, struggling in vain against the binds that held him. "Is this your justification for taking my virtue?" The woman in white's beautiful eyes glimmered with mist, reflecting a cold light. "You madwoman. Had I known, I would not have saved you. You still dare to speak." "Of course, I must express myself. When the act was taking place, you were the one in control, and before I could even turn over, you had already seized me. You owe me the restoration of my innocence." "You." The woman in white, filled with indignation, felt her chest rise and fall with fervor. Unbidden, her mind conjured vivid memories of a tantalizing scene from not long ago. Precisely as Ye Chen had remarked, throughout the encounter, it seemed she had been the one in control. This realization brought a deeper flush to her cheeks, a mixture of embarrassment and anger. Clenching her delicate hand around Ye Chen's neck, she instinctively tightened her grip, contemplating that a mere pinch could lead to his demise. Yet, at that moment, a powerful presence approached swiftly from outside the cave. The woman in white abruptly turned her head, as if she could see through the branches obscuring the entrance, catching sight of three figures soaring through the air, their imposing demeanor suggesting they had been summoned by her earlier cries. "Hodu." A chilling glint flickered in the woman's eyes as her voice turned icy. A splendid radiance enveloped her form, and a powerful aura reverberated through the cavern. "I will return to deal with you." With a cold glance, the woman in white casually discarded Ye Chen, soaring forth like a divine rainbow. Subsequently, a glowing rope drifted into the cave, ensnaring Ye Chen, who had just risen, binding him tightly. "You mad woman!" Ye Chen could not help but curse, his face contorted in frustration as he rolled on the ground, exerting all his strength to escape the bindings. He had to find a way to flee. Who knew whether the woman in white would return with lethal intent? Unfortunately, the enchanted rope was exceedingly peculiar. No matter how he struggled, it proved futile. In this dire moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. "Quick, help me!" Ye Chen called upon the golden flames of the Dan Sea. Responding to his summons, the flames burst forth, transforming into tendrils of fire that ensnared the glowing rope. To his surprise, it was indeed effective. Ye Chen broke free, leaping up and dashing to the cave entrance, plunging into the dense wilderness. Boom! The night sky above was ablaze with the fervor of battle. The clash within the Void Realm was no ordinary spectacle, with each monumental collision, terrifying auras radiated outward. Ancient trees were severed, and majestic peaks crumbled, revealing ominous phenomena. Gulp! Ye Chen swallowed hard, clearly witnessing peaks collapsing one after another from a distance. This was the confrontation of titans, effortlessly uprooting mountains and stirring seas. It was evident that the woman in white was at a disadvantage. Although the intoxicating effects of the Hehuan powder had dissipated, her other injuries remained. Facing three in the Void Realm was hardly a fair fight. Chu Ling, will you still struggle in vain? In the Void, three formidable entities from the Void Realm exuded an overwhelming presence, their coordination impeccable, launching relentless assaults with an array of divine techniques. Furthermore, a certain lasciviousness seeped through their expressions. Having previously employed the Hehuan powder, their intentions were far from noble, revealing a penchant for beauty. To scheme against me will incur consequences. Chu Ling scoffed, her voice melodious yet chilling to the bone. Before her words fell, she formed intricate seals with her hands. Buzz! The heavens trembled as divine light cascaded forth, and a colossal snow lotus blossomed, radiating from her center, illuminating the darkened night with resplendent, celestial hues, the most exquisite colors in the twilight. Underestimating one's own capabilities, the young man in white chuckled softly, as the bloodied sword in his grasp resonated with a sharp clang. The sword's aura sliced through the air in all directions, descending with a celestial ferocity to cleave the magnificent snow lotus in twain. Gasp! Chu Ling coughed blood, stumbling backward as the void beneath her feet crumbled. Her already pallid cheeks turned ghostly white, devoid of color. Gasp! The young man in white was not unscathed either. He had indeed underestimated the lotus. It possessed not only breathtaking beauty but also a terrifying force lurking within. While he had severed the snow lotus, he too had been caught in the wake of that formidable power, and in a moment of distraction, he narrowly escaped being cleaved himself. Very well. The young man in the white robe gritted his teeth, having suffered a significant loss, and was determined to seek vengeance. His previously amused expression transformed into one of fierce malevolence in an instant. The bloodstained sword in his grasp emanated a dark aura, and the terrifying sword energy manifested as a blinding radiance, slicing through the very fabric of space itself. Numerous formidable individuals drew near. Before he could launch his attack, he was intercepted by an elderly man whose combat prowess may have been lacking, yet his perceptive abilities were formidable. He was a member of the Hengyue sect. "Retreat," commanded the elderly man with gray hair. The three figures arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in an instant like three radiant rainbows against the night sky. With a sudden gasp, the woman in white, named Chu Ling, coughed up a mouthful of blood, her form swaying precariously as she nearly plummeted into the abyss. The ethereal melody of a celestial voice echoed from afar, swiftly approaching and supporting the white-clad woman named Chu Ling. The newcomer, also adorned in flowing white garments, appeared untouched by the worldly dust, enveloped in a shimmering aura, resembling a descending fairy or a blossoming snow lotus, her breathtaking beauty rendering one breathless. Strangely, this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Ling. They were equally extraordinary, equally ethereal. Thus, only one explanation remained. They were twins. The elder named Chu Xian and the younger named Chu Ling. Consequently, the white-clad woman, Chu Ling, must also be a member of Hengyue sect. It remains uncertain whether Ye Chen, having escaped the cave, would be struck speechless upon discovering this, or how their encounter at Hengyue sect would unfold in the future. Perhaps, in days to come, Ye Chen might first encounter the elder sister, Chu Xian. As the ethereal divine rainbows continued to manifest, the powerful members of Hengyue sect arrived one after another. Upon seeing Chu Ling's weakened state, They rushed forward to infuse her with vital energy. Moments later, her breath stabilized. Yet her complexion remained pale, with blood occasionally staining her lips. "Senior brothers, you should return to the sect. I have matters to attend to." With a hasty remark, Chu Ling shot forth like a radiant arrow towards the cave. "Your injury is of no concern. You must not follow me." In the dead of night, Chu Ling scoured the dense forest of demonic beasts for what felt like an eternity, yet she found no trace of Ye Chen. "Do not let me catch you," she muttered with resentment, her mind replaying the seductive scene from not long ago, her cheeks flushing crimson once more. The maiden, known for her purity, could hardly fathom that she could utter such lascivious words. Ah, how embarrassing. She stomped her foot, unable to contain her shyness, covering her flushed cheeks with her hands. "Linga?" A voice came from behind. Chu Xian, concerned for her sister Chu Ling, had been following her in secret. As she approached, she noticed the crimson flush on Chu Ling's face, which left her somewhat astonished. "What has happened to you?" "It's nothing," Chu Ling stammered, her cheeks burning even more. How could she possibly tell her sister that she had been with someone in such an intimate manner? Moreover, that person was merely a lowly cultivator at the first level of chi consolidation. Though she could conceive of such a thought, uttering it was utterly out of the question. "What are you searching for?" With a puzzled glance at Chu Ling, Chu Xian also took a moment to survey their surroundings. "Did you lose something valuable here?" "There's no treasure here. I was just wandering around." "You were lying." "Ah, let's go back. The master is waiting for us." Feeling guilty, Chu Ling hurriedly pushed Chu Xian away, but as they departed, she couldn't help but glance back in the direction of the cave. The two sisters stood side by side, soaring through the air, soon vanishing from sight. The night was pitch black, and the beast forest had fallen into a tranquil silence. Unbeknownst to anyone, in an obscure corner of the forest, the corpse of a gigantic beast stirred slightly. Then, a bloodied hand emerged. It was a terrifying sight. Someone who had been devoured by the beast was somehow alive and crawling out. Upon closer inspection, there was a gaping wound in the beast's abdomen, and a blood-soaked figure crawled out from within. That figure could only be Ye Chen. Indeed, to evade Chu Ling's pursuit, he had hidden inside the belly of the beast. If Chu Ling were to discover this, she might very well commend him for his resourcefulness. With a heavy sigh, Ye Chen patted his chest, nearly losing his life in the process. Yet, recalling the recent enchanting scene, he coughed awkwardly and touched his nose. Although he reeked of blood, he could not conceal the lingering fragrance left by Chu Ling, a scent that was intoxicating. "I even saved her life," Ye Chen coughed again, justifying his actions to himself. However, the memory of that incident left him feeling somewhat guilty. After all, it had occurred in an empty realm, and she had been so beautiful. Even if it had been unintentional, she had lost her purity, which was difficult for anyone to accept. In future encounters, he must not rush headlong into such matters. After a brief rest, Ye Chen glanced at the sky. After a night of chaos, dawn was approaching. Fearing that Chu Ling might return in search of him, he did not linger, leaping to his feet and swiftly darting into the forest, dragging along the beast's carcass, a valuable source of nourishment. At this moment, at the foot of Hengyue sect, the small spirit garden was filled with cries of anguish. "Go on, keep crying," a menacing voice echoed. Zhang Tao pulled out a piece of black cloth from his pocket, crumpling it into a ball and stuffing it into the mouth of Hua. Afterward, he didn't forget to kick Hua, shouting, "Why have you stopped crying?" Poor Hua had been subjected to this torment since yesterday when Zhang Tao and his men arrived. He had been hanging there all day, covered in footprints. "Zhang Tao, if you have an issue, come at me." The feeble voice belonged to Zhang Fingyan, who was also suspended, but his condition was far worse. His body bore the marks of numerous whiplashes, and his aged face was swollen with handprints. At over 70, his murky old eyes had little light left. "Come at you? Very well." Zhang Tao sneered, drawing a whip from his waist with a fierce demeanor, swinging it through the air. Crack, crack. With each strike of the whip, a new blood mark appeared on Zhang Fingyan's body. "This is for not giving me the celestial spirit charm." With every lash, Zhang Tao roared like a madman, as if he wished to flay Zhang Fingyan alive. Hua, witnessing Zhang Fingyan's beating with his mouth muffled, could only make muffled cries, his eyes brimming with tears. Even the small spirit beast, a young eagle, cried out in distress, having been hung up with its wing impaled by an iron hook. Bloodied and battered. In the small spirit garden, besides Zhang Tao, there were two disciples of Hengyue, though they were also at the second level of chi consolidation. Their presence lacked the robust aura of Zhang Tao, suggesting they had recently advanced. Seeing Zhang Tao's ruthless actions, the two Hengyue disciples stepped forward to intervene. "Senior brother, be mindful. Don't beat him to death. We can't bear the consequences if the higher-ups find out." A worthless fool, Who would care? Spitting in disdain, Zhang Tao shot a venomous glare at Zhang Fengnian but ultimately ceased his assault. Though he had stopped, his anger still festered within. Zhang Fengnian was no longer a target. So he turned his malicious gaze toward the suspended young eagle, barking, "You treat it like family? Today, I shall cook it before your eyes. You too. Take this bird and butcher it." Understood. The two Hingyuad disciples immediately rolled up their sleeves, drawing out shimmering daggers as they headed toward the giant bird. Feeling quite hungry after a night of chaos, the dimming gaze of Zhang Fengnian suddenly glinted with a cold light, and with each utterance, he spat forth blood. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. The young tiger struggled violently, tears streaming down his face. Though the little eagle was merely a low-tier spirit beast, they had spent countless days together, regarding it as family. Now, witnessing the slaughter of their kin, their hearts felt as if they were being gouged out by a knife. However, just as the two disciples of Han Yue were about to strike, the door of the small spiritual garden swung open, and Ye Chen, drenched in blood, stepped inside. "Senior, I haven't finished my words," Ye Chen's voice faltered as he stood, stunned, taking in the gruesome scene before him. It was a ghastly tableau. Zhang Fengnian hung in a bloody state, while the young tiger, too, bore numerous wounds, suspended in the same manner. Even the low-tier spirit beast, the little eagle, had its wings pierced by iron hooks. "Oh, you truly dare to return," Zhang Tao exclaimed, leaping up with a face full of resentment, a sinister smile spreading across his features. "Zhang Tao." The voice that emanated from Ye Chen was as cold as ice, and his obsidian pupils instantly transformed into a blood-red hue. He strode forward with an overwhelming intent to kill that could no longer be contained, his expression even more menacing than Zhang Tao's. "Today, no one can save you." Such audacity. At Ye Chen's furious shout, Zhang Tao lunged forward like a ferocious beast. The memory of being grievously wounded by Ye Chen just days prior twisted his face into a ghastly grimace. With a piercing sound, the young sword chi sliced through the air, and Zhang Tao, seemingly driven to madness, frantically swung his arms. As the sword aura approached, Ye Chen did not flinch or evade. He charged forward like a fierce tiger, allowing the sword energy to carve deep gashes across his body. Compared to witnessing Zhang Fengnian and the others being tormented, this pain was trivial. Seeing Ye Chen bravely withstand his sword energy, Zhang Tao's expression changed drastically. For Ye Chen was now almost upon him. "Curse you," he exclaimed suddenly. Ye Chen leaped forward, closing the distance to Zhang Tao in an instant. His fist clenched tightly. He refrained from utilizing any energy, relying solely on the explosive power of his physical form to deliver a solid blow to Zhang Tao's face. With a sickening sound, Zhang Tao spat blood, staggering backward from the impact, his entire visage contorted in agony. Before he could regain his balance, Ye Chen's foot struck him, sending him sprawling to the ground, a fresh torrent of blood erupting from his mouth. Upon witnessing this, the other two disciples of Hingyue were taken aback, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. A mere second-tier apprentice, devoid of any reliance on true energy, had managed to defeat Zhang Tao, an occurrence that far surpassed their comprehension. "Kill! Kill! Bring me their heads!" Zhang Tao, disheveled and wild-eyed, roared in a frenzy, summoning his underlings. Together, aware of Ye Chen's formidable prowess, the two disciples from Hangyue launched a coordinated attack, their palms enveloped in pulsating true energy. One concentrated his energy into a palm blade, while the other gathered it into a sword edge, both employing the most fundamental techniques of energy manipulation. However, to Ye Chen, these efforts were utterly inconsequential. "Begone!" he bellowed, unleashing a thunderous palm strike that sent the disciple on the left hurtling through the air, bloodied upon impact with the ground. With a swift pivot, Ye Chen executed a powerful leap, closing the distance to the disciple on the right. Effortlessly evading the palm blade, he struck with precision, shattering the disciple's shoulder bone, and followed up with a decisive punch that sent him crashing to the earth. Having incapacitated both disciples, Ye Chen delivered a forceful kick that sent Zhang Tao sprawling, before hastily unleashing 4 streams of sword chi to sever the chains binding Zhang Fengnian and the others. "Grandfather." As soon as he was set down, Tiger Boy dashed to Zhang Fengnian's side. "Predecessor, it is all my fault." While fervently channeling his vital energy into Zhang Fengnian, Ye Chen spoke with an air of remorse, his eyes brimming with guilt. Had it not been for him, Zhang Tao might not have descended into such madness. "Little one, do not blame yourself." Though Zhang Fengnian was gravely injured, his advanced age did not hinder Ye Chen from safeguarding his vital channels with his energy, ensuring that his life was not in peril. Ye Chen vowed that he would never allow harm to befall them again. After diligently working for 3 full hours, he finally withdrew his energy. Zhang Fengyan's life was no longer in jeopardy. With a few days of recuperation, he would be well. Tiger Boy, nourished by the energy, also suffered no serious harm. But the little eagle spirit beast still bore the scars from recent injuries, and with its wings pierced, it would require several months of care to heal. Once they were settled, Ye Chen's expression turned icy. We were wrong. We were wrong. One of the Hunyue disciples, terrified, hurriedly pleaded for mercy. To err is to pay the price. His cold voice resonated like a solemn decree, and with that, Ye Chen raised his foot and crushed the disciple's dantian. Ah! A scream pierced the air. My dantian, my cultivation. The disciple held in agony, clutching his bleeding abdomen, cold sweat pouring down his face. From this moment forth, he was no longer an exalted immortal but a complete and utter waste. Ye Chen advanced towards another disciple. No, no, no. The terrified disciple crawled back. Yet he could not escape his fate. Ah! Another scream erupted as his dantian was shattered, his cultivation utterly obliterated. And he too was cast down from the ranks of immortals, facing a grim future. Unable to withstand the shock, he collapsed to the ground. Finally, Ye Chen turned slowly, gazing at the blood-soaked Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao was genuinely frightened. He had not anticipated Ye Chen's ruthlessness, which had truly rendered them powerless. As a participant in this affair, he too was destined for misfortune. Do you know who my master is? My master is Guhong, the head of the Danyang Peak. Do you dare to harm me? Zhang Tao bellowed, yet he seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still attempting to intimidate Ye Chen with his master's name. I have said it. Today, no one can save you. Ye Chen's voice remained chillingly resolute as he decisively crippled Zhang Tao's dantian with a single kick. Ah! Zhang Tao's screams were harrowing. In that moment, he too was no longer an exalted immortal, destined to be shunned by his sect, facing a life of despair. Only then did he realize his regret, lamenting that he had provoked Ye Chen, leading to this catastrophe. The pain he inflicted would be repaid 100-fold. Ye Chen's fury remained unabated as he retrieved 3 silver needles from his storage pouch and plunged them into Zhang Tao's body. These needles, crafted from the venom of wood-boring insects by the hunchbacked elder, had been tested by Ye Chen himself. They would not bring immediate death but would subject the victim to the torment of the insect's venom. At this moment, they were perfectly suited for Zhang Tao. The poison spread through him, and Zhang Tao cried out in despair, his hands frantically clawing at his own body, bloodstains rapidly appearing. Let me go, please, let me go. Zhang Tao clung to Ye Chen's legs, pleading desperately. It was all Zhao Shixiang's doing, all Zhao Long Shixiang's orders. He wanted the heavenly spirit curse. So he sent me here. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Long. Upon hearing this name, a frigid glint flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. Suddenly turning, he strode purposefully towards the door, an aura of palpable hostility emanating from him, the chilling intent to kill uncontainable. He was determined to ascend the mountain and confront Zhao Long, and this encounter would undoubtedly stain the arena with blood. Even in death, I shall ensure that you pay a grievous price. At this moment, atop Xingyang Peak, Guhong presided over a lecture platform, imparting insights on cultivation to the disciples of Diyang Peak. The path of cultivation demands reverence for the heavens and the earth. The cosmos is paramount, and Qi is the essence of humanity. Thus, practitioners should prioritize the refinement of Qi. Below, the disciples filled the space, each one showing utmost respect, hanging on Guhong's every word, fearful of any semblance of negligence towards their stern and exacting master. Casting a glance downward, Guhong gently stroked his beard. Observing the myriad of reverent gazes directed at him, he felt himself elevated as a venerable elder, relishing in this exalted sensation within Diyang Peak. He was akin to the heavens, the sovereign of all. Zhao Long, I await you at the Fengyan platform. Suddenly, a chilling voice reverberated through Diyang Peak. Who dares to challenge senior brother Zhao? The scene erupted into a clamor. Could it be disciples from the other 2 main peaks? It mattered not. Senior brother Zhao was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level of Qi condensation, armed with secret techniques passed down by the master. Outside the Hingyue sect, apart from the true disciples of the 3 esteemed leaders, who could possibly defeat him? Meanwhile, Zhao Long had already risen, a mocking smile gracing his lips, as if he recognized the voice belonged to Ye Chen. Dragon, do you know who dares to challenge you? On the lecture platform, Guhong closed his eyes in contemplation. Yet his tone dripped with disdain. Zhao Long was a disciple he had personally trained and among his most favored. He held unwavering confidence in Zhao Long's abilities. Master. It is an interned disciple named Ye Chen, came the report. Ye Chen? After a moment of contemplation, Guhong furrowed his brow slightly. As if recalling events from the Nanqing Pavilion, he inquired, is he the one who, at the tender age of 16, has only attained the first level of cultivation? The master is aware of him? Zhao Long was taken aback. He sought to become a disciple of our Yang Peak, but I turned him away. Our Yang Peak has never accepted such inept individuals. Indeed, upon hearing Guhong's explanation, the gathered disciples could not help but express their derision. With mocking laughter resonating throughout the room, it seemed that Ye Chen, in his futile desire to ascend to the Yang Peak, resorted to this clever stratagem to capture the master's attention, hoping to be accepted as his disciple. What a cunning plan! Go ahead. On the platform. Guhong once again closed his eyes and casually uttered a few words. A mild reprimand would suffice. One should not be too harsh, lest others accuse me of bullying. What? The newly arrived intern disciple, possessing merely the first level of qi condensation, dares to challenge Zhao Long? That lad certainly possesses remarkable audacity. The news of Ye Chen's challenge to Zhao Long of the Yang Peak spread rapidly, creating a significant uproar among the outer disciples of Hengyui's sect. As dawn broke and disciples emerged to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, they all hurriedly converged towards a single direction. In the distance stood a battle platform, encircled by a throng of disciples. This platform, known as the Fengyan platform, serves as a designated arena for disciples to spar and settle personal grievances. Over the years, countless disciples have emerged from the Fengyan platform, missing limbs due to their confrontations, numbering well over 800. At this moment, Ye Chen stood tall upon the Fengyan platform, his form straight and unyielding, like an indomitable monument amidst the swirling winds and clouds. Is that Ye Chen, our newly inducted and turned disciple of Hengyui's sect? Below the Fengyan platform, whispers of speculation arose, with many pointing fingers at Ye Chen. However, when the discourse turned to his age and cultivation level, disdainful glances were exchanged. It is said that the heads of the three main peaks of the outer sect had no desire to take him as a disciple, relegating him to the status of an intern. Could it be that he seeks to draw the attention of the three main peaks through his challenge to Zhao Long, hoping to be accepted as a disciple? Most likely. Ignoring the discussions surrounding him, Ye Chen remained oblivious, his fists clenched within his sleeves, turning pale. The uncontrollable surge of murderous intent caused his body to tremble involuntarily. Zhao Long has arrived. Accompanied by a resonant voice, he suddenly turned around, directing his gaze towards the end of the crowd. There, a group of more than a dozen disciples from the Yang Peak, clad in resplendent robes, surrounded Zhao Long, each exuding an air of arrogance and haughty dominance, rendering the other disciples present too intimidated to provoke them, as they hastily made way. Greetings, Senior Brother Zhao Long. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Brother Zhao Long. Along the path, the disciples on either side bowed with cupped hands, their words dripping with unspoken flattery. Zhao Long, embodying the demeanor of a senior brother, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze unwavering and expression indifferent, leaving those unaware to genuinely believe he was a venerable elder of profound cultivation. Under the watchful eyes of many, Zhao Long approached the Fengyan platform, casting a disdainful glance at Ye Chen, mockingly stating, Ye Chen, instead of me seeking you out, you dare to come looking for me? Are you tired of living? Step up. In response to Zhao Long's disdain and mockery, Ye Chen merely uttered these two words. Who do you think you are to speak to Senior Brother Zhao like that? Before Zhao Long could respond, a disciple from the Yang Peak, who had come to assist, shouted out, Do you really think you need Senior Brother Zhao to take action personally? As he spoke, the disciple prepared to charge onto the arena, but was halted by Zhao Long. Since it is I whom Junior Brother Yi is challenged, what harm is there in exchanging a few moves? Our Yang Peak has always upheld fairness, and we must not undermine the rules of the Fengyan platform, he stated calmly. With a graceful flourish, Zhao Long tossed his robe aside, his toes barely touching the ground as he effortlessly ascended to the arena, his elegant demeanor eliciting a chorus of gasps from the throngs of female disciples below. Aware of the attention, Zhao Long clasped his hands behind his back, seemingly reveling in the admiration and awe directed towards him, as if he were on the verge of transcending. Buzz. Opposite him, Ye Chen had already drawn the Tianke, the sword immense and formidable, slicing through the air with a resonant hum. Come on. The resounding words echoed powerfully. Ye Chen had already prepared himself for the impending battle. Do not rush, Zhao Long remarked with a playful glance at Ye Chen, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Fengyan platform has always been a place for competition with stakes involved. Does my junior brother Ye Chen not wish to wager something with me? With a slight furrow of his brow, Ye Chen immediately discerned Zhao Long's intent. He aimed to win something from him. on the Fengyan platform. Both parties engaged in a duel may establish a wager, setting the stakes whereby the victorious party claims all. These stakes could be spirit stones, elixirs, pills, or even martial arts techniques. As long as both sides concur, anything imaginable may be put on the line. During his time at the Zhengyang sect, Ye Chen had ascended the Fengyan platform on multiple occasions and was well acquainted with its rules. What shall we wager? Ye Chen spoke with an air of indifference, devoid of any emotion. The stakes were set. Whoever lost would serve the other as a lifelong servant. Zhao Long chuckled softly, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Such a wager seemed rather trivial. To be a lifelong servant was akin to selling one's own self. Ye Chen had truly outdone himself this time. What do you think, junior brother Ye? Zhao Long inquired with keen interest, his chin held high in a provocative manner. Under the gaze of the crowd, a cold smirk crossed Ye Chen's lips. Brother Zhao, if we are to gamble, why not elevate the stakes? Oh, Zhao Long raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile gracing his lips, intrigued yet unaware of what Ye Chen intended to wager. Betting with one's life. A sharp intake of breath echoed from below. What immense hatred could provoke such a declaration? This was a matter of life and death. It was not uncommon for blood to be shed on the Fengyan platform. But to wager one's life was unprecedented. Surely, none could have anticipated that Ye Chen would make such a reckless move, a mere first-level disciple daring to challenge a sixth-level disciple to a life-or-death gamble. Was he mad? Or had he lost his senses? Opposite him, Zhao Long's eyes narrowed into slits. He had believed his own wager to be formidable, only to discover that Ye Chen's audacity surpassed his own. Even a mere mortal still valued his life. Yet, wagering one's life was no trivial matter. A single misstep could prove fatal. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, boy? Zhao Long's voice dripped with cold malice, and he realized that in this exchange, he had already allowed Ye Chen to gain the upper hand in terms of momentum. What is this? Have you lost your nerve? Afraid? Upon hearing this, Zhao Long burst into loud laughter, but as he continued, his mirth abruptly ceased. His gaze turned venomous and fierce as he glared at Ye Chen, sneering. I wagered on this. If you desire death so fervently, then you have only yourself to blame. Before his words had fully left his lips, Zhao Long leapt onto the battle platform like a tempest, his inner energy surging forth as he propelled himself toward Ye Chen. A surge of true chi coursed through his fingertips, and he unleashed a palm strike aimed at Ye Chen's crown. With a hum, Ye Chen swung his arm, brandishing the Tian-Ke heavy sword to block the attack. The impact resonated with a metallic clang, causing the Tian-Ke to tremble and emit a deep vibration. Yet, Zhao Long too was jolted back by the force contained within the sword, grunting as his hands went numb. I underestimated you, he remarked coldly, feeling the sting of his own folly. Underestimating me will lead to your ruin, Ye Chen replied, his voice chilling, laced with an aura of impending doom as he swung the massive Tian-Ke toward Zhao Long. The air soon filled with the thunderous sound of the sword slicing through, its formidable weight creating a resonant hum that made spectators below gulp in trepidation. The sheer size and heft of the Tian-Ke suggested that a single blow would be catastrophic. Where does this boy derive such strength? A discerning disciple pondered aloud. The true chi of a first-layer cultivator was inherently scarce, and to control the Tian-Ke required a significant portion, which would not only deplete his energy, but also slow his movements due to the sword's weight. Choosing the Tian-Ke was indeed a questionable decision. However, it was acknowledged that for a first-layer cultivator to withstand 3 strikes from Zhao Long was no small feat. Clang. The sharp sound interrupted the murmurs below. Within mere moments, Zhao Long had sent the Tian-Ke flying from Ye Chen's grasp. A wave of sighs swept through the crowd, and many began to leave, disillusioned by the lack of suspense in this one-sided confrontation. The stakes were daunting, yet little else could be found to commend. I wonder what else you can rely on, Zhao Long scoffed, stepping forward and unleashing 3 blades of energy with a flick of his wrist. Following closely behind, he surged forward, exuding an aura that suggested he would swiftly bring Ye Chen to his knees. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh. Freed from the weight of the Tian-Ke, he felt remarkably unencumbered. His suppressed blood surged rapidly, boiling as though it were on the verge of igniting. And even his bones creaked in response. Fight. At that moment, Ye Chen bellowed, propelling himself from the ground like a cannonball. Just as the 3 blades were about to pierce his flesh, he leaped into the air, evading them with the agility of an ape. This maneuver was a manifestation of the beast heart's fury, the technique known as ape leap. Effortlessly evading the 3 blades left Zhao Long astonished. He had been in close pursuit of them, yet Ye Chen had vaulted over his head. In that precarious moment, Zhao Long found it exceedingly difficult to alter his trajectory. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Get down. With a chilling command, Ye Chen concentrated all his strength and true energy into his right leg, delivering a solid kick to Zhao Long's face. Bang! Struck on the face, Zhao Long staggered from the impact of the blow. The disciples watching below were wide-eyed in astonishment, for the clash on stage occurred in such a fleeting moment that they struggled to comprehend it, utterly bewildered as to how Zhao Long had inadvertently received a kick. Ye Chen, you shall pay dearly. Zhao Long's furious roar echoed across the combat platform. Yet, just as he regained his footing, Ye Chen had already launched an assault towards him. Kill. Zhao Long's face was contorted into a terrifying grimace as he struck forth a luminous handprint with a sweeping motion. Flaws abound, Ye Chen scoffed, unleashing the ferocious essence of the beast heart as the tiger pounce maneuver allowed him to evade that strike, instantly closing the distance to Zhao Long. To be within my reach is your inevitable misfortune. A chilling voice reverberated through the air as Ye Chen, drenched in his own blood, felt the pent-up force of his muscles and bones erupt in a moment of sheer power, delivering a devastating blow to Zhao Long's chest. With a cough, Zhao Long spat forth a mouthful of blood. Ye Chen's fist bore a force far more formidable than one might presume. You actually. What could I possibly have done? Ye Chen did not allow Zhao Long a moment to respond, once more advancing with ferocity. He resembled a beast ascending from the mountains, his strikes employing an astonishing array of techniques, sometimes akin to a ferocious tiger, at other times resembling a fierce ape, a majestic lion, or a cunning wolf. His methods were relentless, utilizing hands, feet, knees, and shoulders, transforming every joint into a formidable weapon, forcing Zhao Long to retreat again and again. His body marked with the imprints of fists, palms, and feet. What kind of fighting style is this? The spectators below were momentarily stunned by the spectacle on stage. Ye Chen's technique utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Where were the ornate mystic arts? The dazzling moves? None to be found. He relied solely on the most primal form of combat. Yet, it was precisely this fundamental fighting technique that continuously led Zhao Long to suffer defeats. At this moment, the arena resonated with Zhao Long's roars. Just moments ago, he had been insufferably proud, boasting of his seniority. Now, he found himself in such a pitiful state. In direct confrontation, despite his cultivation at the 6th level of chi condensation, he was being dominated by someone at the 1st level. With a thunderous howl, Zhao Long unleashed a secret technique, his fist enveloped by an illusory wolf's head, accompanied by the chilling sound of a wolf's growl as he struck. The Canglong fist. The spectators around were filled with fervor, as if they had witnessed the formidable prowess of Zhao Long's mystical techniques. They were astonished that the esteemed leader of Diyang Peak had even imparted such secret arts to Zhao Long Dai. Zhao Long's face twisted in rage as he swung his fist. Thunderous palm. A chilling shout pierced the air as Ye Chen retaliated with a powerful strike, his palms crackling with lightning, exuding an overwhelming force. Boom! A resounding clash echoed as their fists met. Spurt! Blood spewed forth, and Zhao Long staggered back. Disbelief etched on his face. How could this be possible? As he retreated, he looked at Ye Chen in utter astonishment. Acutely aware of the domineering power contained within Ye Chen's palms, a force that was undeniably on par with his own. The Songwolf Fist. One of the few secret techniques of the Diyang Peak, renowned for its ferocity. With this technique, he had vanquished countless outer disciples. Yet now, it was being shattered head-on by a mere 1st-level chi condensation in turn, a reality he could scarcely accept. Was he truly just at the 1st level of chi condensation? At this moment, not only Zhao Long, but also the spectators below were momentarily stunned. This young man was exceedingly extraordinary. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their expressions a blend of disbelief and fascination. What? The battle continues? Outside the throng, groups of people surged back, clearly those who had previously exited, drawn back by the realization that the outcome remained undecided. As they beheld the ferocity of Ye Chen, they were left in a daze. Yet, little did they know of Ye Chen's profound depth. In the past, within the Zhongyang sect, having reached the 3rd level of chi condensation, he had fought fiercely against demonic beasts, and at the 4th level, he had clashed with those in the human origin realm. His extensive training had honed his combat prowess far beyond Zhao Long's. At this moment, Ye Chen possessed a vast reservoir of Danhai, his true energy rivaling Zhao Long's. And his formidable physique after body refinement surpassed Zhao Long's in every aspect, amplified by the ferocious beastly instinct for close-quarters combat. Thus, this duel was destined from the outset to culminate in Zhao Long's utter defeat. The arena was filled with Zhao Long's furious roars. Yet no matter how enraged he became, he remained firmly suppressed by Ye Chen. Finished. With a thunderous roar, Ye Chen took a step forward and leaped into the air, lifting the formidable Tian-Ke above his head. His stance resembled a powerful strike akin to splitting Mount Huashan. The movement was direct and decisive, devoid of any embellishment. The heavy Tian-Ke sliced through the air with a resonant hum. Observing this, Zhao Long's expression shifted in alarm as he hastily raised his golden sword to block, infusing it with a torrent of true energy. Clang! Ye Chen's sword met the spiritual blade with a resounding impact. Boom! In an instant, Zhao Long, who had been standing moments before, found himself half kneeling on the ground, painfully aware of the sound of bones fracturing in his arm. Spurt! A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from Zhao Long's lips. Silence enveloped the arena, an uncanny stillness replacing the earlier clamor. The spectators, once animated, now stood frozen, their expressions petrified as they witnessed the scene unfold. The formidable Zhao Long, at the 5th stage of qi condensation, was brought to his knees by a mere 1st-stage apprentice. You have lost. This is impossible. Zhao Long roared, his legs trembling as he attempted to rise but was firmly restrained by Ye Chen's grip on his sword. Your life can come to an end. Ye Chen's voice was as cold as ice in response to Zhao Long. At that moment, the audience below seemed to awaken from a dream. The stakes were their very lives. Could it be that Ye Chen truly intended to kill Zhao Long? It couldn't be. Zhao Long was a disciple of the Earthyang Peak's master. Should that sword descend, he would surely perish. Yet, the aura emanating from Ye Chen suggested he was prepared to strike. I am a disciple of Earthyang Peak. Do you dare to kill me? Zhao Long, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, threw his head back and roared with a ferocious expression. To him, the wager and the notion of risking one's life were mere jokes. Although he had lost, that did not mean he was obligated to surrender his life. For he had a powerful backing, which was his trump card. If you dare to kill Brother Zhao, our master will not spare you. The disciples of Zhengyang below shouted in unison. Yet, intimidated by Ye Chen's prowess, none dared to step forward. The wager was made first. He must die? Ye Chen declared coldly. Junior brother, it was merely a spar. Let us show mercy where we can. A detached voice emerged from the crowd, and a female disciple cast a glance at Ye Chen. This maiden was extraordinarily beautiful, her clear eyes sparkling, and her flowing hair resembling rippling waves. Adorned in white garments that fluttered like a blooming lotus, she captivated the attention of every male disciple present, igniting a fervent admiration. It was Su Xinyue of the Human Yang Peak. She had arrived, and he had not noticed her before. Ye Chen turned his gaze towards Su Xinyue, pondering, if I, Ye Chen, were the one to lose, would you still say the same? Your murderous intent is too heavy. You will not achieve great things, Su Xinyue replied. Her demeanor still aloof, exuding an air of superiority that rendered Ye Chen's future path all but predetermined through her words. Does this imply that my senior sister wishes for me to spare him? A cold smile graced Ye Chen's lips, and the suppressed fury within him remained unexpressed. This anger was not solely directed at Zhao Long for his cruelty towards Zhang Fengyan and the others, but also at Su Xinyue. Her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Ji Ningxuang, both exuding an air of lofty superiority, seemingly compassionate yet profoundly insincere. Do you have any family? Ye Chen interrupted Su Xinyue's words, his bloodshot eyes fixed upon her as though questioning her very essence. Taken aback by the interruption, Su Xinyue frowned, perplexed by Ye Chen's inquiry. If I were to hang your family and beat them for an entire day and night, would you not seek to kill me? Ye Chen posed the question, a mocking smile directed at Su Xinyue. If you would, then spare me the pretense of compassion. As she was publicly reprimanded, a layer of frost instantly enveloped Su Xinyue's cheeks. In this moment, even someone as indifferent as she felt her chest rise and fall violently. She was the esteemed disciple of the master of Sun Peak, a radiant flower of Hengyue's sect, and had never before endured such scolding, especially from an intern disciple of merely the 1st stage of qi condensation. On the stage, Ye Chen had already averted his gaze, raising his hand imbued with swirling vital energy. Should that hand strike down, Zhao Long would surely meet his demise. Yet, at that very moment, a formidable aura surged forth, manifesting on the battle platform as the silhouette of a figure wielding a whisk. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Guhong, the master of Earth Sun Peak. Master. Upon recognizing the arrival of Guhong, the disciples from the Earthyang Peak were filled with joy and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. They greeted Uncle Good and Grandmaster Good with respectful bows. Meanwhile, their hearts silently mourned for Ye Chen, as Guhong was notoriously vengeful. If he were to hold a grudge, the consequences would be dire indeed. Master, save me. Ye Chen has gone mad and seeks to kill me. Zhao Long, who was suppressed by Ye Chen's celestial pressure, first flashed a sinister smile before hastily pleading for Gu Hong's assistance. Indeed, master. Ye Chen harbors a murderous intent that is too severe. He should be brought before the law enforcement hall for strict punishment. The disciples of Earth Yang Peak began to stir up a commotion once more. To possess such malevolent thoughts at such a young age, what might the future hold? You must uphold justice for Brother Zhao. Enough of this noise. Gu Hong's voice thundered, his countenance dark as thunderclouds. It was an utter disgrace for him, the esteemed head, to witness one of his personally trained disciples defeated by an intern at the first stage of energy condensation. Yet, upon contemplating Ye Chen, a flicker of astonishment ignited in his eyes. To vanquish Zhao Long indicated that Ye Chen was far more formidable than he appeared. When he received the report from his disciple, even his steadfast composure faltered. The very Ye Chen he had once deemed unworthy of a glance possessed such remarkable prowess. It left him with a tinge of regret. Had he taken Ye Chen as his disciple that day, this farcical embarrassment could have been avoided. Ye Chen, sheathe your sword. Gu Hong stroked his beard, his voice resonating with an air of unassailable authority, akin to a decree. I have witnessed your strength. You are fit to be my disciple. Master, what is the meaning of this? Below, astonishment filled the air. Gu Shirshu wished to accept Ye Chen as his disciple? It was the first time they had seen him so proactive. Of course, Ye Chen had orchestrated such a commotion precisely to capture Gu Shirshu's attention, aiming for entry into the Diyang Peak, and now his goal was achieved. In response to Gu Hong's declaration, a sardonic smile crept upon Ye Chen's lips as he resolutely retained his sword. Thank you for your esteemed offer, head. But I have no intention of becoming a disciple of Diyang Peak. The crowd erupted into chaos. Who was Gu Hong? He was the head of one of the three principal peaks of Hangyu sect, a figure revered by countless disciples who yearned to call him master. To have such an invitation declined by an intern at the first stage of energy condensation was unprecedented. Yet, this extraordinary occurrence had indeed met with rejection. What did you say? Looking at Ye Chen, Gu Hong's eyes flickered with a cold glint, and his expression darkened further, a formidable aura emanating from him. What was this? It was a blatant slap in the face. Today, he had already lost considerable face, yet in his eagerness to recruit talent, he was willing to lower his stance to invite Ye Chen once more, only to suffer another humiliation. For him, he had become the greatest laughingstock of Hangyu sect. I have no intention of becoming a disciple of Zhengyang Peak. Blood trickled from the corner of Ye Chen's mouth, yet he remained neither servile nor haughty. A noble steed does not graze on the grass it has already passed, such is his nature. Once ruthlessly overlooked, now invited with an air of command. Did they truly believe that Ye Chen was a man without principles, easily swayed like a weather vane? Very well, indeed. The sound of laughter reverberated through the air as Gu Hong laughed heartily, yet his mirth sent shivers down the spines of those present. For his laughter was laced with an unmistakable fury. It was clear to all that Ye Chen was destined for calamity. Master Gu would not forget this affront. And Ye Chen's future would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. He was clearly overstepping his bounds, deluding himself about his own significance. Release him. With a thunderous roar, Gu Hong glared at Ye Chen, his formidable presence causing Ye Chen to cough up blood once more. I am sorry, but I cannot let him go. The wager was established beforehand, and he must perish today. Ye Chen swayed slightly but managed to steady himself, a dagger now poised against Zhao Long's throat. A collective gasp resonated from below. What is happening? Is he challenging Gu Hong's limits? Such audacity is extraordinary. First, he defeated Zhao Long, undermining Gu Hong's authority. Then, he spurned an invitation, further humiliating Gu Hong. Now, he refuses to release a captive, brazenly striking at Gu Hong's face before all his disciples. You wretched creature. You seek death. Gu Hong thundered, his robe billowing in the wind as he raised his hand, prepared to strike. Yet, Ye Chen was ready, having already retreated several paces with Zhao Long in tow. I am a human, not a beast, Ye Chen declared firmly, meeting Gu Hong's gaze. Moreover, the dagger he wielded had already drawn blood from Zhao Long's neck. A clear message. Should you make another move, I shall end his life. This scene left all the disciples watching with bated breath. Ye Chen's audacity was indeed remarkable, daring to confront the peak master so openly. You threaten me. Gu Hong's voice was chillingly cold as he fixed his gaze on Ye Chen. The master speaker had spoken harshly. Ye Chen let out a derisive laugh. I have stated before that the wager was established first. He must die. If you wish to spare his life, that is acceptable. But it hinges on the sincerity you can offer. I have already made a concession. Should you, master speaker, insist on my demise, I shall have no choice but to perish alongside your disciple. With that, Ye Chen drew a blade across Zhao Long's neck, leaving a fresh cut. He had resolved to go all out. After all, fortune often favors the bold. He did not genuinely wish to kill Zhao Long, nor did he desire death for himself. However, Since enmity had been forged with the Deyang peak, he might as well make a significant move. A life need not be extinguished, but it could not be released without consequence. Yet, if Gu Hong were truly intent on taking his life, Ye Chen was prepared to embrace his fate, taking Zhao Long with him. Ultimately, he was gambling. A victory would yield great rewards, while a loss would lead to an unmarked grave. At this moment, the atmosphere was eerily silent, the only sound being the rapid beating of hearts. "Master, save me. Please, save me." Zhao Long's desperate cries shattered the stillness. Fear gripped him as he genuinely sensed Ye Chen's murderous intent. If Gu Hong were to strike, he might indeed accompany Ye Chen to the grave. "Master Speaker, what do you think?" Ye Chen inquired with a mocking smile towards Gu Hong. "Our Fengman wager was established first. You wouldn't truly dare to kill me in front of so many witnesses, would you? You are the Master Speaker of a peak. Do not let the act of slaying an inconspicuous apprentice jeopardize your promising future. Moreover, Zhao Long is your painstakingly cultivated disciple. It would indeed be a poor trade to see him perish alongside me. Ye Chen, do you comprehend the implications of your actions today?" Gu Hong's voice was frigid, his expression dark and menacing. "I certainly understand, but I am indifferent," Ye Chen replied. "Then I shall send you on your way ahead of schedule." Gu Hong's demeanor hardened, and he advanced with a palpable intent to kill. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed, realizing that he might have lost this gamble. At that moment, a ghostly voice echoed from deep within a grand hall. "Gu Hong, the slaughter of disciples from one's own sect is a grave offense. Are you challenging the regulations of Heng Yue's sect?" Remarkably, these words halted Gu Hong in his tracks, for they belonged to Dao Jie, the head of the outer sect's law enforcement hall. With a darkened expression, Gu Hong directed his gaze toward one side, coldly declaring, "Dao Jie, it was he who first slaughtered my disciple. Do you expect me to stand idly by as my disciple is killed? Or do you intend to willfully shield Ye Chen?" Concealment? A distant, ethereal laughter echoed as they engaged in a perilous gamble atop the Fengyan platform. This contest, fraught with life and death stakes, was one they had mutually consented to. How could there be any notion of Ye Chen's ruthless massacre of your disciple, or any allegation of my complicity? Moreover, Ye Chen has already taken a step back. If you were to demonstrate your sincerity, you could save your disciple. What necessity is there to resort to murder? To lose is merely to lose. One must be prepared to accept defeat. At this juncture, the voice faltered momentarily, turning noticeably colder. To threaten murder simply because one cannot bear to lose. Do you take me for a fool? At that moment, Gu Hong found himself at a loss for words, his pent-up fury nearly manifesting as internal injury. Indeed, this was the reality. The wager had been established beforehand, and he possessed no authority to intervene. It was regrettable that his cherished disciple had staked too much, and equally lamentable was his excessive confidence in the abilities of his own pupil. Moreover, after receiving a stern directive and admonition from the distant voice, Gu Hong regained a modicum of composure. He was resolute. Should he intervene now? Within the span of an hour, he too would follow Ye Chen on his journey. Furthermore, he had invested considerable effort in nurturing Zhao Long, and to simply accompany Ye Chen to his demise would be a grievous loss. After much contemplation, Gu Hong forcibly suppressed his rage, masking his fierce countenance, and retrieved a storage bag from his sleeve, casting it towards Ye Chen. As the storage bag soared through the air, Ye Chen did not reach out to catch it. Instead, he positioned his sword to block. He sensed an overwhelming, sinister force emanating from the bag, and to recklessly attempt to seize it would undoubtedly result in severe injury. Insidious and cunning, Ye Chen muttered under his breath. Thud. The storage bag collided with the celestial threshold, resonating with a metallic clang. Despite this, Ye Chen was still jolted back, spitting blood. "You shall pay a dreadful price for today's actions." Gu Hong arrived like a gust of wind and departed just as swiftly, taking Zhao Long with him, leaving only that chilling voice lingering in the sky. "I await your return." As he listened to Gu Hong's cold threats as he departed, Ye Chen's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile. A tempestuous showdown had concluded, one that had initially seemed predictable, yet unfolded with breathtaking brilliance. As the novice disciple turned the tables, not only did he vanquish the disciples of the Earth-Yang Peak, but he also brazenly challenged Gu Hong, leaving the entire Earth-Yang Peak in disgrace. This battle marked Ye Chen's emergence at Heng Yue's sect, destined to make him a topic of conversation in the days to come. You should have seen it. Zhao Long was nearly struck down by Ye Chen's sword. The master of Earth-Yang Peak was so enraged he could have committed murder on the spot. You should have seen the expression on his aged face. Unbelievable. At Tian'ang Peak, Elder Zheng reclined languidly in his chair, but upon hearing the disciples' reports, he could not help but sit up, astonishment etched across his plump visage. Zhao Long has lost. Upon hearing Su Xingyue's report, The serene Qingyang Zhenren, who was meditating atop Renyang Peak, could not help but open his eyes in astonishment. The outcome was indeed unexpected. Compared to Tianyang Peak and Renyang Peak, Guhong's furious voice had already echoed throughout the entire Duyang Peak. Useless, all of you are useless. With a grim expression, Guhong could not restrain his loud rebuke. You have brought disgrace upon Duyang Peak. Below, the disciples of Duyang Peak lay prostrate, not daring to utter a sound as they witnessed Guhong's wrath. Meanwhile, at this moment, the source of this minor uproar, Ye Chen, was quietly hiding in the thickets of the back mountain, counting his spoils. These so-called spoils were, of course, the storage bag bestowed upon him by Guhong. Within the storage bag lay a collection of gleaming stones, which were spirit stones, the universal currency among cultivators, sealed with abundant spiritual energy, usable for purchasing goods or for cultivation. 500 spirit stones. As Ye Chen counted the spirit stones in his storage bag, he couldn't help but feel a hint of astonishment, secretly acknowledging Guhong's generosity. It is worth noting that in the outer sect of Hengyue's sect, each disciple could only receive 20 spirit stones per month. Therefore, for Ye Chen, 500 spirit stones represented a considerable fortune. Crack. Gently crushing a spirit stone, Ye Chen greedily inhaled the pure spiritual energy that flowed forth, replenishing the energy he had expended during the fierce battle. After absorbing the pure spiritual energy from a dozen spirit stones, he finally stowed away the storage bag, yet a contemplative expression lingered on his face. On the Fengyan platform, he had thoroughly provoked Guhong. Although he had only recently arrived at Hengyue's sect, he had heard quite a bit about Guhong's temperament. He was known to be vengeful. It seemed that the days ahead would not be easy. Rubbing his brow gently, Ye Chen felt a slight headache. As the sun set behind the mountains, Ye Chen quietly emerged from the back mountain and returned to the small spiritual garden. Zhang Fengyan and Hua had mostly recovered from their injuries, but the spirit beast named Xiaoying was in a rather dire condition. Soon, a large iron pot was set up, and a fierce fire blazed as Ye Chen stewed the blood wolf he had hunted, the enticing aroma wafting throughout the small garden. I haven't seen so much meat in a long time. Hua wiped his saliva more than once, glancing at Xiaoying, who was staring eagerly at the iron pot, and chuckled. Xiaoying, you can have a hearty meal today. Little fellow, you can stay aside today. Zhang Fengyan looked towards Ye Chen but hesitated to speak. I have nothing going on today. With a casual smile, Ye Chen continued to add spices to the pot, deliberately avoiding any mention of the day's events on the Fengyan platform. That's good, that's good. Zhang Fengyan smiled gently, yet his eyes were filled with deep concern. The commotion surrounding Ye Chen's battle with Zhao Long had made quite a stir, and while he had heard some details, he felt a warmth in his heart, never expecting that someone he saved would be willing to stand up for him, openly challenging Guhong as authority. Thinking of this, a sense of sadness filled Zhang Fengyan's heart. Once an elder of Hengyue's sect, his circumstances had been dismal since his demotion, facing disdain from former peers and frequent trouble from junior disciples. In stark contrast to those former colleagues and the ungrateful younger disciples, Ye Chen stood out brightly before him. Come on, let's eat. Ye Chen, oblivious to Zhang Fengyan's changing expression, had already fished out the stewed wolf meat. I can't wait any longer, haha. Xiaoying, this piece is for you. Eat more to replenish your strength. During the dinner, they feasted heartily, with the blood wolf being a treasure among demon beasts, its whole body filled with benefits. Particularly for Zhang Fengyan and Hua, after consuming it, they felt a warm surge of energy throughout their bodies. The night in the small spiritual garden was anything but tranquil. Halfway through dinner, a striking guest arrived. A female disciple clad in white, bathed in moonlight, radiant and flawless, always bore an air of aloofness. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Xinyue, who had been watching the battle on the Fengyan platform earlier that day. Oh, senior sister Su, what brings you here? Ye Chen did not look at Su Xinyue, casually picking up a piece of wolf meat, his tone indifferent. At Ye Chen's lackluster response, Su Xinyue's expression soured slightly. However, she took a deep breath and did not lash out immediately. My master invites you to join my Renyang Peak. Su Xinyue spoke coldly, tossing a letter towards him. If you agree, you may come to Renyang Peak tomorrow. Though her words were calm and detached, she was seething inside. Who was she? A prized blossom of Hengyue's sect's outer sect, the esteemed disciple of the first seed of Renyang Peak, yet she had been publicly lectured by Ye Chen on the Fengyan platform. To add insult to injury, after returning, her master Qingyang Zhenren had sent her with this message. The invitation from Renyang Peak truly takes me by surprise. Having delivered her message, she turned to leave. Just as she was about to exit the small garden, she paused, casting a glance at Ye Chen, who was devouring his meal, and warned. Do not think that defeating Zhao Long makes you invincible. You must understand that there are many disciples in Hengyue's sect who could eliminate you. With such a heavy killing intent, you will find it difficult to achieve true success." With those words, Su Xinyue vanished like a gentle breeze at the entrance. Her departure did not alter Ye Chen's demeanor in the slightest. He continued to ravenously consume the wolf meat. "Little fellow, Ranyang Peak is one of the 3 main peaks of the outer sect. You should consider it. Do not jeopardize your future. Bear with it for now," Zhang Fengyan advised earnestly, genuinely concerned for Ye Chen's well-being. "Senior, I understand." Ye Chen chuckled, wiping the grease from his mouth. Soon, the door of the small spiritual garden opened once more, and this time, a dashing disciple in white entered, his cultivation already at the 6th level of qi condensation. Despite being only 1 level stronger, he surpassed Zhao Long by a significant margin. This individual was Wei Yang, the distinguished disciple of the first seed of Tianyang Peak. "So, you are the one who defeated Zhao Long?" Wei Yang strolled in, lightly fanning himself, glancing at Zhang Fengyan with a mocking look directed at Ye Chen. Well, Ye Chen initially thought that Wei Yang was as courteous as he appeared, but his words immediately tarnished that impression. Though he seemed refined, he was, at his core, a hypocrite. "Forgive me for not knowing that you were visiting at such a late hour. What brings you here?" Ye Chen's tone remained indifferent, as he had little interest in engaging with such individuals. "Nothing of great importance, merely a message from my master. He said you may now become a disciple of Tianyang Peak." Wei Yang spoke with a smirk, gently fanning himself, his chin held high, exuding an air of superiority. Ye Chen merely responded casually, returning to stuffing wolf meat into his mouth. Wei Yang remained unfazed by Ye Chen's lack of interest. Instead, he chuckled and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to exit, he glanced back at Ye Chen. "You've recklessly provoked Diyang Peak. Do not be ungrateful. You should know that in the eyes of Tianyang Peak, you are nothing." With that, Wei Yang elegantly fanned himself and stepped out the door. After Wei Yang departed, Ye Chen finally set down his bowl and chopsticks. "Little fellow, do you have anything else to say?" Zhang Fengyan attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Ye Chen. "Senior, I know what you are going to say." Ye Chen wiped the grease from his mouth and smiled. "I too wish for a powerful ally, but as you can see, they look down on me from the very core. If I were to shamelessly seek to become their disciple, would that not be self-deprecating?" Sighing, Zhang Fengyan remained silent, a look of resignation on his face. "I see through the matters of the sect quite clearly." Ye Chen smiled slightly and continued. "This is a world where the strong dominate, filled with treachery. Though I am merely a trial disciple, I would rather not join the 3 main peaks. Do your best. Do not overtax yourself. Your teachings, senior, I will remember." In the deep of night, Ye Chen stealthily slipped out of the small spiritual garden once more. Finding a lush grove, he sat cross-legged atop a large rock. Crack, crack. Soon, the sound of bones colliding echoed through the air. 3 hours of grueling physical training had left him utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. Yet he gradually adapted to the excruciating pain that tore at his very being. The benefits of his rigorous regimen were becoming increasingly apparent. Ye Chen felt a profound transformation with each cycle of the Burning Sky secret art, his flesh becoming more refined, and the latent power within his muscles igniting a thrill within him. Depleted of energy, he basked in the celestial glow of the stars and moon, absorbing the pure spiritual essence that flowed through the mountains. After an hour, he finally descended from the massive boulder. The next phase of his cultivation involved the close-quarters combat of the beast Heart Fury, which, in conjunction with his formidable physique, rendered his strikes overwhelmingly powerful. As Ye Chen regulated his breath, the first light of dawn painted the eastern sky with hues of crimson. The morning air was thick with spiritual energy. The essence of the sun and moon entwined at this moment, reaching its utmost purity. Upon his arrival at the spiritual mountain of Hengyue sect, he found many disciples had already emerged from their abodes. Ye Chen, the disciples seated on stones, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, cast peculiar glances upon his appearance. At this moment, too many dared not underestimate this newly arrived apprentice. His reputation had soared after a recent battle, brazenly challenging the esteemed Master Yang Feng and showcasing his resilience against oppressive tactics. This lad had risen to fame through combat, yet the days ahead promised to be challenging for him. In hushed tones, numerous disciples exchanged opinions, pointing fingers at Ye Chen. Who is Gohong? Can he simply let him off the hook? I heard Gohong has summoned one of his elite disciples ahead of schedule, declaring his intent to cripple Ye Chen. Is that so? It seems a spectacle is on the horizon. Amidst the whispers that surrounded him, Ye Chen, with his keen hearing, was adept at capturing fragments of valuable information as he walked past, his sword slung lightly across his back. True disciples, A glimmer of insight flickered in Ye Chen's eyes, and he understood that the following days would be anything but tranquil. Although he had recently arrived at tumultuous sect, he had already heard much about Go Hong's character, vengeful and relentless. These two traits encapsulated his nature well, foretelling a tempestuous retribution ahead. It seemed imperative to hasten the enhancement of his abilities. Murmuring softly, Ye Chen quickened his pace. After navigating several winding paths, he paused before a grand pavilion. The structure was immense, spanning thousands of feet, exuding an air of majesty. It stood as a symbol of significance, with a plaque hanging above the entrance that read, Wanbao Pavilion. In essence, Wanbao Pavilion served as a marketplace for tumultuous sect, offering a myriad of items, spiritual herbs, elixirs, fruits, jade, mystical techniques, and spiritual artifacts, all of which were invaluable to cultivators. In addition to these, the pavilion housed an array of peculiar curiosities, rumored to be treasures. Though their authenticity remained uncertain, disciples of tumultuous sect could purchase items here using spirit stones and were also permitted to sell their possessions. In his previous affiliation with Xinjiang sect, he had encountered similar sect marketplaces that thrived in business. Ye Chen pondered whether Wanbao Pavilion would yield genuine treasures. With a quiet murmur, he stepped inside. Seated within Wanbao Pavilion was a rotund, jovial old man known among Hangyue disciples as Peng Dehai. Unlike Zhou Defu from the Spirit Artifact Pavilion, this man had large, round eyes that sparkled with keen awareness. Anyone attempting to pilfer from him would undoubtedly find themselves ensnared by his watchful gaze. "Greetings, elder." Ye Chen entered and respectfully bowed. "Feel free to look around." Peng Dehai, with his chest exposed like a Mithriya Buddha, had eyes that sparkled with intensity. "Young one, do not dare to steal." "How could I?" Ye Chen chuckled and proceeded deeper into the hall. The Wanbao Pavilion was vast, filled with the fragrant aromas of spiritual herbs and fruits. With a single glance, Ye Chen beheld numerous extraordinary treasures, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Fire lotus. Ye Chen gazed at a lotus flower, its petals seemingly ablaze with flames, emanating a pure aura of fire. Waves of intense spiritual energy enveloped it, embodying the essence of refined spiritual essence. Licking his lips, Ye Chen glanced at the price of the lotus, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation. 500 spirit stones. Ye Chen shook his head reluctantly and walked away. It was true that he possessed spirit stones, but at most just a little over 1,000. Despite Ye Chen's extraordinary spiritual power, he was still hesitant to make a purchase. After taking a few steps, his gaze was continually drawn elsewhere. Human yuan grass, azure blossoms, the wisteria herb. Each vibrant and spirited herb elicited a sense of longing in Ye Chen, who found himself salivating at the thought. If he were to consume these herbs and refine them, his cultivation would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. However, the exorbitant prices forced him to shake his head in resignation. He could no longer bear to gaze upon the costs, each glance amplifying his discomfort. He had initially believed that possessing over 1,000 spirit stones constituted a minor financial setback, but it became evident that such a sum was trivial in the grand scheme of Wanbao Pavilion. For nearly an hour, Ye Chen meandered through the establishment. He completely disregarded the section dedicated to spiritual weapons, for with the Tiankei in his possession, he found no allure in other artifacts. Upon reaching the area of techniques and arcane arts, he greedily picked up several ancient scrolls, only to be met with disappointment. They contained merely the most rudimentary techniques for energy manipulation, which, to him, were utterly dispensable. Yuling liquid? In a secluded corner of the Wanbao Pavilion, Ye Chen picked up a tattered ancient scroll, upon which were inscribed 4 prominent characters. Yuling Ancient Scroll. A flicker of curiosity ignited within him as he turned to the first page, only to be met with mild astonishment. For the first page of the Yuling Ancient Scroll detailed the method of concocting Yuling liquid. Did Wanbao Pavilion even sell this? It was no wonder Ye Chen was taken aback. After all, Yuling liquid was akin to spiritual stones. Not only did it harbor spiritual energy, but it could also serve as a medium of exchange, an essential element for the disciples of Hangyue sect in their daily cultivation. Historically, Yuling liquid had been monopolized within Hangyue sect, uniformly dispensed by the sect itself. Ye Chen had assumed that the method of refining Yuling liquid would never be divulged. Yet here it lay, plainly displayed. Were they not concerned about disciples clandestinely learning the craft? Ye Chen scratched his head and inadvertently glanced at the price of the Yuling liquid, instantly struck with disbelief. How absurd. The method for refining such a precious substance was priced at a mere 20 spiritual stones. Once more, he focused on the ancient scroll in his hand, inexplicably suspecting that the Yuling ancient scroll might be a counterfeit. At that moment, a rotund figure from outside approached, its ample form twisting as it drew nearer. Observing Ye Chen lost in thought with the Yuling ancient scroll, it curiously inquired, "Little one, are you interested in the Yuling ancient scroll?" Ye Chen snapped back to reality, scratched his head, and with a smile, asked, "Elder, is the price of this Yuling ancient scroll perhaps mismarked? How could that be? Is the method for refining the jade spirit liquid truly worth 20 spiritual stones? This ancient scroll is indeed of considerable value, yet it holds no utility for ordinary cultivators. The reason is clear. The refinement of jade spirit liquid necessitates the flames born of heaven and earth, at the very least, the essence of earth fire. Ordinary cultivators find it of little use, as they possess no earth fire." Pang Dehai scratched his ear and remarked, "Our Hunyua sect possesses only one source of earth fire, which is sealed within the spirit elixir pavilion, treasured by that old immortal Su Fu. His spirit elixir pavilion undoubtedly generates far greater profits than my Wanbao pavilion." Earth fire? Ye Chen's eyes lit up, and he quietly inquired whether it could be forged with true fire. Upon hearing this, Pang Dehai turned his head, his piercing gaze fixed on Ye Chen as if he were gazing at a simpleton. With just that one look, Ye Chen understood immediately. He couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, scratching his head as he realized the folly of his question. Both earth fire and true fire are flames born of the heavens and the earth. Yet in terms of hierarchy, they belong to entirely different realms. Earth fire can indeed forge jade spirit liquid, let alone the far superior true fire. "Elder, I shall take this jade spirit ancient scroll." After tucking the scroll into his robe, Ye Chen promptly produced 20 spirit stones. "Now continue your reading and refrain from pilfering," Pang Dehai remarked as he accepted the stones and walked away. Once Pang Dehai departed, Ye Chen felt a surge of excitement within him. With true fire at his disposal, he had qualified to forge jade spirit liquid. As long as he diligently comprehended the methods of crafting, he was certain he could produce the liquid. In an instant, he imagined bottles of jade spirit liquid shimmering before him. In high spirits, Ye Chen was about to turn around when he felt a slight tremor from the true fire within him. Treasure. This was the first thought that flickered through Ye Chen's mind. Previously, when he had acquired the spiritual artifact, the true fire within him had quivered. Thus, he chose the celestial tower, and upon recognizing its master, he obtained the secret technique for tempering the body in the wilderness. Since then, he had harbored a suspicion that the extraordinary true fire within him possessed the ability to discern treasures. If something commanded your attention, it must surely be remarkable. Ye Chen patted his lower abdomen, his eyes glowing like torches as he scanned each item displayed on the shelves. It was not until a purple golden gourd caught his eye that the true fire within him surged with a sudden intensity. "No doubt, it is you." Having identified the treasure, Ye Chen strode forward, grasping the small gourd in his hand. The gourd was merely the size of an adult's palm, exhibiting a purple golden hue, albeit somewhat worn. Aside from the enigmatic runes etched on its four sides, there was nothing particularly extraordinary about it. However, Ye Chen understood that true treasures cannot be judged by their appearances. After all, did not his celestial tower also lack luster? Yet, it housed a formidable heavy sword, imbued with terrifying secrets of body refinement. Pop. Gently removing the cork from the gourd, Ye Chen closed one eye and peered inside, only to be astonished to discover that it contained a realm of its own, ample enough to hold several large vats of water without issue. "You value it for its spacious interior?" Ye Chen cast a glance at the true fire within the pill sea. The true fire seemed to possess a spirit of its own, quivering slightly. "Trust you," Ye Chen stated without hesitation, his gaze falling upon the price mark beneath the gourd, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch involuntarily. My goodness, 1,300 spirit stones. It was a sum far beyond his means. Ye Chen clicked his tongue in disbelief. Yet his true fire quivered with intensity. "Little fellow, are you enamored with this small gourd?" Pang Dehai, a master of stealth, appeared behind Ye Chen without making a sound, startling him. Ye Chen chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Elder Pang, is there any chance you could lower the price for this gourd?" "That is not possible. The space within this purple gold gourd is quite valuable. 1,300 spirit stones is already a bargain." "Indeed." Ye Chen expressed a deep sense of regret. Observing Ye Chen's awkward demeanor, the imposing Hai raised his hand and inquired, "How many spirit stones do you possess?" 1,001. "Are you 200 short? Would you like to exchange for something else?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen cleared his throat and moved closer to Pang Dehai, then retrieved a small black bottle from his storage bag. "What is this?" Pang Dehai asked as he took the small bottle and removed the cork, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. Instantly, he was choked by the scent and hurriedly sealed the bottle. "You little rascal, this is a poison pill. Where on earth did you procure such a vile thing?" "Picked it up," Ye Chen said, touching the tip of his nose. The small black bottle he offered to Pang Dehai was obtained from the hunchbacked old man, undoubtedly a top-grade poison. He truly had nothing else to offer and could only use this bloodthirsty pill as a substitute. "Picked it up? Are you trying to deceive me?" Ye Chen shrugged, suggesting that if the elder found it acceptable, they could offset the 200 difference with this. "At such a young age, you lack ambition and resort to nefarious means." Pang Dehai adopted a tone of a mentor chastising a junior, yet he instinctively tucked the small black bottle into his pocket. "The bloodthirsty pill is too potent. It's better left with me. I'll reluctantly sell you the purple gold gourd." Upon hearing this, even Ye Chen's composure faltered slightly, realizing Pang Dehai's cunning. He clearly desired it yet pretended otherwise, making one wonder if he truly believed he was at a disadvantage. Though he inwardly cursed, Ye Chen still produced 1,100 spirit stones. "The purple gold gourd is yours." "Thank you, elder." Ye Chen swiftly tucked the purple gold gourd into his bosom and hurriedly exited the Wanbao pavilion, anxious that Pang Dehai might change his mind and snatch it away. After Ye Chen departed, Pang Dehai retrieved a small black vial. The bloodthirsty pill from the bloodthirsty palace had yielded tremendous profit this time. Pang Dehai chuckled with glee, clutching the vial tightly. Upon returning to the small hill, Ye Chen sat cross-legged beneath a stone and produced the purple gold gourd. With a dagger, he pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto it, which was promptly absorbed. However, Ye Chen was somewhat disappointed to find that the gourd did not contain the secret techniques or profound insights he had hoped for. 1,300 spirit stones. He clicked his tongue at the thought, recalling the hefty sum he had spent, and lamented that he had intended to purchase several vials of spirit liquid. All his savings had been invested in this one item. Alas! Shaking his head in resignation, he stowed the gourd into his storage pouch. Unbeknownst to him, as he did so, a faint purple shimmer flickered across the gourd, unnoticed by Ye Chen. With the purple gold gourd secured, Ye Chen took out the ancient jade scroll and began to study it intently. Having never delved into the realm of alchemy before, he spent a full 9 hours grasping its intricacies. Only when the method for crafting the jade spirit liquid became second nature to him did he set the scroll aside. The process of refining the jade spirit liquid was not overly complicated, requiring a dozen varieties of spirit herbs. Fortunately, these herbs were not difficult to find. As the sun set in the west, Ye Chen glanced at the dimming sky, then quickly sprang to his feet and headed toward the back mountain of Hengyue's sect. Although the spiritual energy density was slightly weaker there, it was still a fertile ground for spirit herbs, frequently visited by disciples of Hengyue's sect for foraging. Following the instructions in the Jade Scroll, Ye Chen weaved through the lush thickets of flowers and herbs. He collected every required herb he encountered. And after an hour of foraging, he was nearly complete, save for the elusive snow yulon flower. Counting the gathered herbs, Ye Chen realized that the only one missing was the snow yulon flower. Unlike the other herbs, this one was rare. Surely it could not be absent from this area. Muttering to himself, Ye Chen plunged back into the thicket. His fortune held, as he soon stumbled upon a snow yulon flower. This spirit herb possessed a gentle nature, exuding spiritual energy with its pure, snow-white petals that felt cool to the touch. Securing one snow yulon flower, Ye Chen did not leave just yet. The chances of failure in his first attempt at crafting the jade spirit liquid were significant, so he needed to prepare a few more. Soon, a second snow yulon flower caught his eye. Luck was indeed on his side. Ye Chen grinned, leaping onto a rock and swiftly plucking the flower. However, as he landed, an unsettling voice broke the tranquility. "That snow yulon flower belongs to me." As the words fell, a graceful figure emerged from the flowers, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a pristine lotus. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Xinyue from the Yangfeng Peak. "Sister Su, what a coincidence," Ye Chen remarked nonchalantly upon recognizing her. "Hand over the snow yulon flower. That one is mine. If you want it, find your own." Ye Chen casually scratched his ear, yet he instinctively tucked the flower into his embrace. "How audacious," Su Xinyue retorted, her jade hand glowing with white light as she struck forward. "Do you always steal other spirit herbs so brazenly?" Ye Chen's gaze sharpened, and instead of retreating, he lunged forward, throwing a punch. As their strikes collided, both were pushed back. Su Xinyue emitted a cold snarl and moved again, her toes barely touching the ground as she gracefully propelled herself forward, a spirit sword already flying from her sleeve and into her grasp. Song of the Gentle Breeze. With another sharp rebuke from Su Xinyue, the spirit sword trembled, a shimmering light enveloping it. She thrust it forth, piercing the air, producing a sound akin to the whisper of the wind, undeniably sharp and lethal. Witnessing this, Ye Chen's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that Su Xinyue would resort to secretive techniques, and that she would launch an immediate lethal strike. He was certain that without a defensive maneuver, he would surely be pierced through the heart by her blade. Promptly, he drew the Tianke sword from his back. The sound of metal clashing resonated, the Tianke sword resonating with a hum as it vibrated, causing Ye Chen to stagger backward. More importantly, Su Xinyue's attack, Gentle Breeze, though intercepted, unleashed slicing winds that tore through Ye Chen's garments, one of which left a bloodied mark upon his cheek. With such heavy murderous intent, you shall find it difficult to achieve your aspirations. Having landed a blow, Su Xinyue swung her sword once more, unleashing a crescent-shaped wind blade that cleaved the air. Is it you, senior sister Su, who harbors such intense killing intent for a mere spiritual herb, or is it I? Ye Chen's fury ignited. He acutely sensed the lethal aura within her blade. It was she who initiated the assault, yet she donned the guise of an upright and righteous figure. In a fleeting moment, Ye Chen stepped forward, channeling his vital energy into the Tianke sword, striking horizontally. Another clash of metal echoed, and both were forced back, muffled groans escaping their lips. Ye Chen, emboldened by his advantage, resolved to teach Su Xinyue a lesson. However, just as he advanced, a powerful gust of wind surged from the side. Human origin realm. Ye Chen's gaze sharpened suddenly. In an instant, he hurriedly swung his fist in retaliation. However, the assailant struck with alarming swiftness, and due to Ye Chen's hasty response, he failed to fully gather his true energy. Consequently, the unexpected assault sent him staggering backward. What audacity to dare lay hands on one of my Yangfeng disciples. A voice, languid and ethereal as the wind, echoed through the forest. And a white figure swiftly darted past, closing in on Ye Chen with astonishing speed, raising a hand to deliver another diagonal strike. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly raised his Tianke to shield himself. Thud! The attacker's palm collided with the Tianke. The sheer force of the blow sent Ye Chen reeling once more. And before he could regain his balance, another strike landed squarely on his chest. Everything transpired too rapidly. Despite his combat prowess, he could not react in time. The assailant was a genuine master of the human origin realm, possessing formidable strength, and the surprise attack left him with no opportunity to counter. Cough. Once he managed to steady himself, Ye Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously, nearly toppling over. It was only then that he discerned the features of his assailant. Before him stood a young man clad in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of elegance and refinement in every gesture. Yet, a contemptuous smirk played upon his lips, one that inspired a deep-seated revulsion. Senior brother Chi. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Xinyue instantly revealed a radiant smile, her beautiful eyes glimmering with admiration. Junior sister Su, are you all right? The young man named Chi smiled with a warmth akin to a gentle breeze, yet his demeanor was utterly insincere. I am fine, Su Xinyue replied shyly, touched by the concern of her beloved. However, when she glanced at Ye Chen, a frosty expression returned to her face. Senior brother, he is Ye Chen. Oh? Upon hearing this, Chihao's interest was piqued as he regarded Ye Chen with intrigue. So, you are the new in-turn disciple of our Hengyue sect. To think you would resort to a sneak attack with your mere human origin realm cultivation. Ye Chen sneered, an ember of fury igniting within him. Do not presume that defeating that waste, Zhao Long, makes you invincible. You must understand, in my eyes, you remain pathetically weak. A cold smirk flickered across Chihao's lips. You were given face by the Renyang Peak, yet you fail to recognize your own insignificance. Remember the grudge of today's ambush. I await your retaliation. Chihao said mockingly. With that, he turned and, with a graceful stride, approached Su Xinyue. He delicately plucked a snow magnolia and elegantly presented it before her, smiling. For you, junior sister Su. Thank you, senior brother. Su Xinyue revealed a shy smile, a blush fleeting across her cheeks. She departed, returning to Renyang Peak. Indeed, the two departed side by side, leaving behind the staggering Ye Chen. This debt, I shall remember, await your reckoning. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as Ye Chen fiercely wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He did not leave, but instead sought a secluded spot to tend to his wounds in secret. Within half a day, his astonishing recuperative powers allowed him to restore his injuries, and he resumed his quest for the snow yulon flower. He required the snow yulon flower to concoct the jade spirit liquid, which would enable him to replenish the vast reservoir of his Danci, thus facilitating a swift breakthrough. At dawn, he emerged from the rear mountain, having toiled for nearly 10 hours, managing to find only 9 snow yulon flowers. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for him to attempt the refinement of the jade spirit liquid. Once again, he stood upon that small hill. After calming his mind and focusing his energy, he summoned the true fire with a mere thought, mastering the flames through a technique of energy manipulation, condensing them into a blazing furnace. Subsequently, he tossed in the spiritual herbs, one after another, without distinction. The true fire surged, and the herbs instantly turned to ash. Is the fire too fierce? Ye Chen pondered internally, then skillfully controlled the true fire to temper its intensity. He cast in a dozen more spirit herbs, which quickly withered, yielding droplets of various colored liquids. This was a gradual process. Ye Chen's mind was clear and serene, sweat pouring down his back as he concentrated intensely. Despite several setbacks, he had gleaned insights, and as the ashes of the herbs accumulated on the ground, his mastery over the flames grew increasingly adept. Before long, a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted from the small hillock. Emerging, as Ye Chen uttered, a sphere of spiritual liquid soared forth from the fiery cauldron, which he deftly captured in a jade vial. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Ye Chen clutched tightly to the 3 vials of jade spiritual liquid, greedily inhaling the rich aroma that emanated from them. His arduous efforts had finally borne fruit. Wiping away the beads of sweat and savoring the fragrant scent, Ye Chen felt the overwhelming fatigue dissipate significantly. However, he remained uncertain about the efficacy of the elixir. Murmuring to himself, Ye Chen tilted his head back and consumed 1 vial of the jade liquid in a single gulp. Instantly, a surge of vitality coursed through him. The jade liquid flowed within, akin to a crystalline spring traversing his meridians, soothing his exhaustion and nourishing his spleen and kidneys. The essence of spiritual energy contained within replenished the true qi he had expended in the crafting of the elixir. "Ah!" Ye Chen exclaimed softly, a look of joy illuminating his face, for the continuous consumption of the spiritual liquid had enabled him to brush against the barrier of the second layer of qi condensation. With newfound determination, he swiftly consumed the remaining 2 vials of jade spiritual liquid in one go. In an instant, a golden flame erupted forth. From a distance, one could see Ye Chen enveloped in golden fire, his long black hair swirling autonomously, forming a vast vortex of spiritual energy centered around him. Ye Chen welcomed the influx, his body akin to an insatiable abyss, voraciously absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. A pop echoed, though it was unclear when this sound had manifested. Advancement. With a low roar from Ye Chen, he leaped from the first stage of qi condensation to the second. His body underwent a significant transformation. First, his danci expanded considerably, and his true energy became more abundant and refined. Subsequently, his meridians and bones grew more resilient, tinged with strands of golden hue. In addition to these changes, Ye Chen also realized the immense power contained within his fists, and he felt confident that a single strike could fell a sturdy ox. With a deep exhalation of turbid air, Ye Chen slowly opened his eyes. Crack, crack. He indulged in a delightful stretch, easing his somewhat stiff body. As the sound of his bones colliding resonated within him, bringing a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Ye Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. What truly exhilarated him, however, was not merely this, but rather the spiritual power contained within the jade spirit liquid he had concocted, which far surpassed that dispensed by the sect. The jade spirit liquid refined using true fire and earthly fire was indeed of an entirely different caliber. In that moment, Ye Chen contemplated a path to fortune. With the presence of true fire and the method for producing jade spirit liquid, given time, both the speed and quality of his concoction would surely escalate rapidly. Not only could it replenish his vast stock of pills for breakthroughs in cultivation, but it could also be exchanged for more valuable items. Suppressing the excitement within, Ye Chen was filled with resolve. With a mere thought, he summoned the true fire once again, shaping it into a cauldron form, and began to cast in various herbs. Having a successful precedent to draw from, his control over the flames became increasingly adept, and the spiritual power of the jade spirit liquid subsequently grew exceptionally refined. It was only when night fell that he ceased his alchemical endeavors, not by choice, but due to the depletion of the necessary herbs, particularly the elusive snow jade orchid. While other spiritual herbs were not difficult to find in the rear mountains, the snow jade orchid proved to be a rare treasure. Ye Chen recalled his excursion there the previous day, during which he had gathered a fair amount of other herbs. Yet he had only managed to collect 9 of the snow jade orchids. He realized he needed to find a way to procure more. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the first place that came to mind was the Wanbao Pavilion. With its extensive collection, acquiring more snow jade orchids should not pose much difficulty. However, Ye Chen muttered to himself, glancing into his storage bag, and let out a dry cough. Previously, to purchase the purple gold gourd at One Out Pavilion, he had spent all his savings. Although he yearned to acquire more snow jade orchids, his empty pockets left him feeling vexed and anxious. Where could he possibly find some money? Rubbing his head in frustration, Ye Chen realized that without spiritual stones, everything became exceedingly difficult. Ye Chen, the decisive battle at Fengyan platform is tomorrow. Just as Ye Chen was deep in thought, a voice echoed up the small hill. Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up. A chance to earn money had presented itself. Rubbing his hands together, he gazed up at the majestic Tianyang mountain. From the voice, he discerned that the challenger was none other than Wei Yang from Tianyang Peak. It made sense. By declining Tianyang Peak's invitation, he had indirectly slapped them in the face. Although the head of Tianyang Peak, Elder Zhong, was not as vengeful as Gohong, Ye Chen had nonetheless caused Tianyang Peak to lose face. They would certainly wish to reprimand him to maintain their dignity. However, at that moment, Ye Chen was unconcerned with such matters. All he could think about was the prospect of earning money. With the opportunity to profit, he had no qualms about stepping onto the Fengyan platform once more. A night passed in silence, and soon dawn broke. Before the sun had fully risen, most of the outer disciples had already rushed out. The news of Wei Yang's challenge from the previous night had spread, and the disciples eager for excitement had gathered beneath the Fengyan platform. I wonder if Ye Chen will win this time. Discussions erupted among the crowd, even before the duelists had arrived. It seems unlikely. Wei Yang is at the peak of the 7th layer of qi condensation, a whole minor realm above Zhao Long. Though it's just a minor realm difference, the disparity in strength is significant. Somehow, I have a feeling Ye Chen might emerge victorious. Surely you haven't forgotten Wei Yang's capabilities? The cold ice true energy, remarked Wei Yang, sending a shiver through the assembled disciples. Look, Wei Yang has arrived. A voice called out, and all eyes turned in unison towards a singular direction. There. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a path for the elegantly attired Wei Yang, donned in a white robe, who approached with an air of grace. His reputation appeared formidable. As he was met with a chorus of flattery along his way, Wei Yang seemed to revel in the reverence that surrounded him, the attention elevating his spirits. Yet, he maintained a facade of nonchalance towards fame and fortune, striding directly to the Fengyan platform, where he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the assembly with a haughty gaze. Ye Chen also made his entrance, prompting another wave of excitement among the observing disciples. The bustling crowd once again parted, granting him passage. Ye Chen advanced with purposeful strides, his steps firm and robust, bearing the weight of the formidable Tianke heavy sword, which weighed over 200 pounds. A collective gulp echoed among the disciples as they beheld the sword, recalling how mere days prior, Zhao Long had been brought to his knees by its might. Were it a less resilient disciple, the consequences of a blow from such a weapon could be dire. Good morning, brothers, Ye Chen greeted, his amiable disposition on display as he waved his hand, yet his enthusiasm was met with silence, leading to an air of awkwardness. With no one acknowledging him, he cleared his throat and ascended the Fengyan platform. At that moment, Wei Yang, standing upon the platform, opened his eyes. Ye Chen, you possess an audacious spirit, daring to decline the invitation of Tianyang Peak. His voice boomed, a mix of intimidation and reproach. In response, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. Brother Wei, your assertion is misplaced. The sect rules do not mandate my allegiance to Tianyang Peak. Whether I join your ranks is my prerogative. Am I to be deemed a criminal for exercising my choice? A sharp tongue indeed, Wei Yang retorted with a cold smirk. Today, I shall demonstrate the repercussions of underestimating Tianyang Peak. With that, he lightly pressed his foot down. Almost instantaneously, a frigid white true energy surged forth from his foot, rapidly enveloping the Fengyan platform in a visible sheen of ice. Frosty true energy. Observing this scene, Ye Chen felt a twinge of surprise. Kid, you seem to know quite a bit. Wei Yang's lips curled into a mocking smile. Indeed, my vision was rather limited. Ye Chen mused, stroking his chin. Within the Xinjiang sect, he had previously encountered individuals possessing such chilling attributes in their true energy. This frosty true energy could be innate or cultivated. The latter required enduring excruciating pain from the cold, and not everyone could withstand such bone-chilling torment. As for Wei Yang, Ye Chen found himself slightly astonished. He belonged to the category of those born with frosty true energy. Although both types shared the same essence, the disparity between innate and cultivated frosty true energy was significant. Typically, Individuals of this caliber received special training from their sect, and it seemed Wei Yang was one of them. As they spoke, the frosty true energy had already spread to Ye Chen's feet. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he allowed the frosty true energy to seep into his body through his soles, freezing him and encasing his meridians in ice. Wow! This action elicited gasps from the disciples below. Was Ye Chen courting death? Allowing frosty true energy to invade his body was no trivial matter. I reckon he is utterly stunned, they whispered, recalling how many of them had suffered at Wei Yang's hands. The frosty true energy was not akin to ordinary true energy. Once it infiltrated the body, resistance became exceedingly difficult. Generally, when faced with someone wielding frosty true energy, they would steer clear, fearing its encroachment. Yet Ye Chen remained steadfast, allowing the frosty true energy to freeze him. Suddenly, a cry of agony escaped Ye Chen's lips. This, of course, was feigned. Although he could not unleash the full extent of his true fire's power, he was more than capable of resisting the frosty true energy. His pretended agony was merely a ruse to mislead Wei Yang. It was his usual strategy, playing the fool to overpower the tiger. Soon, frost began to encase his feet, steadily creeping upward. At this rate, it would not be long before he was completely encased in ice. Noticing this, Wei Yang let out a cold chuckle. Thinking it would require some effort to defeat Ye Chen, yet here he was, caught so easily. He was confident in his frosty true energy. Weaker disciples stood little chance of escaping once ensnared, and he could already envision Ye Chen's defeat. It seems I have truly overestimated you, Wei Yang scoffed, slowly approaching, feeling no need to employ his arcane techniques upon witnessing Ye Chen's frozen state. Alas, the disciples below sighed helplessly. Under the watchful eyes of all, Wei Yang stood before Ye Chen, scrutinizing him with a mix of amusement and disdain. How does it feel? Ye Chen feigned struggle, but failed to break free from the ice. The frosty true energy lived up to its reputation, possessing the power to bind. Once frozen, mobility became nearly impossible. Yet he was not among those helpless individuals. Protected by true fire, he could disregard the frosty true energy. Furthermore, he was confident that even without the protective fire, his immense true energy would suffice to shatter the icy constraints. His current display of weakness was merely a prelude to launching a counterattack once Wei Yang's guard was lowered. Engaging with you is truly a waste of time, Wei Yang remarked with a cold smirk as he raised his hand. Just as he was about to strike down, a peculiar smirk flickered across Ye Chen's lips. Suddenly, Wei Yang was overcome with an ominous sensation. But it was too late. The previously frozen Ye Chen now moved, abruptly lifting his foot. He disregarded the frosty true energy entirely. Gasps erupted from below. The unexpected turn of events caught Wei Yang off guard, as he found himself struck squarely in the abdomen by Ye Chen's kick. With a muffled grunt, he staggered back. Impossible! Wei Yang staggered backward, his shouts echoing with disbelief, clearly unable to accept this reality. A disciple at the second level of qi condensation could actually disregard his icy true energy. This was truly beyond his expectations. Nothing is impossible. A cold laughter resonated in the air as Ye Chen approached like a mighty lion, leaving Wei Yang no time to catch his breath. Just as Wei Yang regained his footing, before he could summon his protective true energy, Ye Chen delivered a swift kick that sent him reeling backward once more. Return to me. Ye Chen took a few swift steps forward, extending his hands to firmly grasp Wei Yang's arm, yanking him back from his staggering retreat. Wei Yang, momentarily losing his balance, was taken aback to discover that his feet had left the ground, his entire body being violently swung around by the formidable Ye Chen. With a thunderous crash, Wei Yang was forcefully slammed onto the battle platform, his body creating fissures in the surface beneath him. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. The relentless Ye Chen hoisted him aloft once again. The sounds of impact continued in a relentless barrage as Ye Chen, gripping Wei Yang's arm, wielded him like a whip, repeatedly crashing him onto the platform. The sheer force of the blows displaced Wei Yang's internal organs, leaving an imprint of his form upon the surface. Below, the onlooking disciples were left in stunned silence, swallowing hard at the spectacle before them. This was overwhelmingly fierce. Had it been them in Wei Yang's place, they would have surely been reduced to a mere heap. This battle was utterly absurd. The words echoed the thoughts of all present as they witnessed the pinnacle of the 7th level of qi consolidation, Wei Yang, who wielded the chilling essence of ice, being so effortlessly defeated. He hadn't even been afforded the opportunity to unleash his secret techniques. With a final anguished cry, Wei Yang was slammed down once more by Ye Chen. At that moment, nearly half of his bones were shattered, his body a bloody mess, utterly immobilized. No, it cannot be. Blood surged from Wei Yang's mouth as he glared defiantly at Ye Chen with bloodshot eyes, desperate to convey that he had many techniques yet to employ, countless strategies unutilized, only to be so brutally incapacitated. Senior brother Wei, have you ever contemplated such a humiliating defeat? Ye Chen crouched down, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Wei Yang. Wei Yang attempted to speak, but the blood choking him rendered him mute. Say nothing, Ye Chen remarked, decisively confiscating Wei Yang's storage bag. Upon witnessing this, Wei Yang gasped and fainted. Do not panic, the story is not yet concluded. Ye Chen began to rummage through Wei Yang's belongings with deft hands, systematically collecting anything of value, be it the jade pendant at his waist, the ring on his finger, or the jade beads embedded in his belt. He resembled a thief, seizing treasures with remarkable skill, clearly accustomed to such clandestine acts. The onlookers below were taken aback by his audacity. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ye Chen methodically stripped Wei Yang of all his valuables, reducing him to the state he had struggled for decades to escape. Having completed his task, Ye Chen nonchalantly dusted himself off and vanished from the Fenggan platform. Long after his departure, silence enveloped the area. At Hengyue Sect's 3 main peaks, Ye Chen had already triumphed over the disciples of 2 major peaks. Exiting the Fenggan platform, he hurried towards the Wanbao Pavilion, clutching Wei Yang's storage bag filled with treasures. This time, the gains from the Fenggan competition far surpassed those from his prior encounter with Zhao Long. Although Wei Yang's innate talent was mediocre, he possessed cold ice true energy and was highly valued by the Tianyang Peak. Consequently, his storage bag was quite bountiful, containing over 1,000 spirit stones and more than 30 bottles of jade spirit liquid, along with various other items, amounting to a considerable fortune. Excellent, indeed. Ye Chen patted the storage bag with satisfaction, his mood elevated as he stepped through the grand entrance of the Wanbao Pavilion. Upon entry, the ever-watchful Pang Dehai appeared, his keen eyes glinting with an unmistakable sharpness. Anyone daring to pilfer from his establishment would certainly not escape his notice. Young one, back again? What catches your eye today? I can offer you a discount, he said, rubbing his hands together with an unsettling grin that made Ye Chen uneasy. Elder, do you have snow jade orchids? Indeed, indeed. We have everything at Wanbao Pavilion. Pang Dehai replied, raising 2 fingers. 50 spirit stones per plant. How many do you want? That's quite expensive. If you order in bulk, I can offer a discount. Pang Dehai stroked his chin thoughtfully, winking at Ye Chen. But at least 50 plants for a discount. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen placed Wei Yang's storage bag on the counter with a clatter and inquired, Elder, how much do you think the items inside are worth in spirit stones? Ah, judging by the weight of this storage bag, it's rather substantial. As he spoke, Pang Dehai opened the bag and peered inside, then glanced at Ye Chen. Did you rob that young lad Wei Yang? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback by Pang Dehai's keen observation. Elder, you can tell that? Of course, Pang Dehai replied, as he retrieved a jade pendant and a luminous orb from his storage pouch. See this? I just purchased it yesterday. Ye Chen instinctively touched the tip of his nose. Without further inquiry, Pang Dehai produced a small abacus, bowing his head to calculate the worth of the items within the pouch. After a moment, he remarked, when added together, they amount to approximately 900 spirit stones. Are you interested in selling? Sell? Ye Chen uttered, as he handed over the storage bag filled with spirit stones. With these, the total amounted to 2,000 spirit stones. Please exchange all of them for snow jade orchid flowers. What use do you have for so many snow magnolias? Pang Dehai was taken aback. Enjoy the rich flavors of a simmered soup. When I did not inquire, said Pang Dehai as he entered. Shortly thereafter, he emerged holding a storage bag, which he handed to Ye Chen, presenting him with 10 and 50 plants. Master Xia, Ye Chen said as he placed the storage bag away and leaned forward slightly. Do you happen to know which direction on the back mountain of Hengyue Sect has the most blooming snow magnolia flowers? Not much in any direction, the elder replied. Although the snow magnolia is not particularly rare, it is an essential herb for concocting the jade spirit liquid. Such herbs are typically cultivated in the sect's herb garden, while those on the back mountain are wild and exceedingly scarce. Indeed, Ye Chen murmured softly while stroking his chin, realizing why the back mountain was so elusive. It turned out that the snow yulon flower was under the jurisdiction of the sect. As he contemplated the spirit herb garden, Ye Chen promptly dismissed the thought, for that place was not accessible to just anyone. While lost in these thoughts, Ye Chen was about to turn away when he was halted by Pang Dehai. Elder, do you have further matters to discuss? Ye Chen inquired. Pang Dehai rubbed his plump hands together and winked at Ye Chen, asking, "Little fellow, do you still possess any bloodthirsty pills?" "Bloodthirsty pill?" Ye Chen was somewhat taken aback, then gently shook his head. "That bottle of bloodthirsty pills was something I stumbled upon by chance, and it's no longer available." Upon hearing this, Pang Dehai appeared somewhat regretful. His expression piqued Ye Chen's curiosity. "Elder, what is the origin of the bloodthirsty pill? Why do you desire it?" The origins of the bloodthirsty pill are quite significant. As he spoke of the bloodthirsty pill, Pang Dehai's interest was clearly ignited. It is a possession exclusive to the members of the Bloodthirsty Hall. Surely you have heard of it, the colossal entity in the northern region of Dechu. Bloodthirsty Hall. Ye Chen furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "Is that hunchbacked old man from Bloodthirsty Hall?" The bloodthirsty pill possesses potent toxicity. However, in a certain sense, it is also a remarkable tonic. Alas, I only have a single vial. What a pity. Pang Dehai muttered to himself, leaving Ye Chen somewhat perplexed. After casting a final glance at Pang Dehai, Ye Chen ponderously exited the Wanbao pavilion, secretly lamenting that had he known the true value of the bloodthirsty pill earlier, he would certainly not have so readily given it to Pang Dehai. Upon exiting the Wanbao pavilion, Ye Chen hastened his steps, plunging into the rear mountains of Tumultuous sect, fervently gathering the spiritual herbs required to concoct the jade spirit liquid. Meanwhile, atop Tianyang Peak, when Elder Zhong beheld the crippled Wei Yang being carried up, he nearly toppled from his seat. "That young lad Ye Chen has been excessively ruthless. Master, Ye Chen has gone too far in his treatment of Tianyang Peak. I shall confront him on another day. I cannot believe that a mere first-level qi condensation cultivator could defy the heavens. Let the disciple of that old fellow Gohong from Dian Peak test the waters first." This Ye Chen is rather enigmatic. As night fell, within a concealed cave in the rear mountains of Tumultuous sect, a golden light continued to shimmer. By the furnace, Ye Chen was drenched in sweat. Since collecting the spiritual herbs, he had tirelessly refined the jade spirit liquid, having successfully concocted over 30 vials thus far. Although there were some failures along the way, his success rate was steadily climbing. Ye Chen remained in the cave for 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, he finally retracted his true fire, and beside him lay more than 20 vials of jade spirit liquid. Excluding the failed attempts, this was the fruit of his labor over the past 3 days. With a deep exhale, Ye Chen consumed a vial of jade spirit liquid. The liquid, akin to a spiritual elixir, flowed through him like a clear spring, nourishing his body and replenishing his energy. Soon, he drained each vial, leaving none behind. If someone had been present, they would have been astounded. The jade spirit liquid contained immense spiritual energy, and consuming an entire vial at once posed the risk of overwhelming one's dantian. Even disciples at the 7th level of qi condensation would hesitate to down an entire vial in one go. Yet here he was, having consumed 20 in one breath. Such is the might of the dantian, with its vast capacity to accommodate the overwhelming spiritual energy contained in over 20 vials of jade spirit liquid. Further refined by true fire, conditions indeed favorable. With the intake of the numerous vials, the intense fire transformed the liquid within him, causing Ye Chen to radiate heat. Every meridian and pore brimmed with pure true energy, and his dantian, filled with true qi, shimmered with a brilliant golden light. Suddenly, an indistinct sound seemed to resonate from nowhere. Advancement. Just a few days later, Ye Chen broke through once more. At the 3rd level of qi condensation, I now possess the means to contend directly with those in the Yuan realm. Clenching his fist and feeling the formidable power coursing through it, a smile involuntarily graced Ye Chen's lips. The night sky was profound, stars scattered like dust. After 3 days of refining the jade spirit liquid, Ye Chen stepped out of the cave for the first time. Just as he emerged, he spotted a white light streaking swiftly from afar, soaring across the heavens before vanishing in the blink of an eye. What is this? With a final glance towards the direction of the white light, Ye Chen murmured softly before turning away. Rustling sounds soon emerged from the lush forest, accompanied by a brisk wind that carried a refreshing fragrance reminiscent of a woman's scent. Suddenly, a graceful figure approached like the wind. She was ethereal and refined, bathed in moonlight, pure and flawless, akin to a celestial being untouched by earthly dust. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chu Ling Er's sister, Chu Xian. What brought her here? Seeing Chu Xian, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Ling, Ye Chen instinctively retracted his steps. Could she be a disciple of Hangyue sect as well? In a flurry of thoughts, Ye Chen abruptly turned and fled. However, in his haste, he stumbled over the vines at his feet, falling unceremoniously to the ground. Ignoring his disheveled appearance, he scrambled to his feet and dashed deeper into the woods. Observing this, Chu Xian furrowed her delicate brows and swiftly extended her hand. In no time, Ye Chen, having barely covered a few paces, was effortlessly scooped back by Chu Xian, resembling a small chick in her grasp. As he attempted to move, he found himself firmly restrained by her overwhelming presence. Senior, it's too early. Ye Chen forced a sheepish smile, his heart sinking, cursing internally. What a twist of fate to encounter his destined nemesis here. At this moment, Ye Chen lamented silently for himself, his heart racing. The empty void realm was far too formidable, capable of ending his life in an instant. He feared that in the next moment, he might meet a dire fate. Suddenly, cold sweat trickled down Ye Chen's forehead. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Chu Xian did not erupt in fury nor exhibit any murderous intent. Instead, her potent aura pressed heavily upon him, her mesmerizing eyes narrowing as they scrutinized him. Most importantly, she did not recognize him. Are you a disciple of Hengyue's sect? Chu Xian inquired, gazing intently at Ye Chen. At her words, he was momentarily taken aback. She does not remember me? Ye Chen's mind swirled with disbelief. It had only been a few days. Was her memory truly so poor? Recalling the absurd and beautiful events of that night, he couldn't help but rub his temples. Who would have thought he would find himself entangled with a stunning senior from the empty void realm? What had started as a rescue had nearly cost him his life. I'm asking you a question. Are you a disciple of Hengyue's sect? Seeing Ye Chen remain silent, Chu Xian pressed on with her inquiry. Yes, yes, yes. Although doubts lingered in his heart, Ye Chen hurriedly presented his identification badge. Chu Xian glanced at the badge and then fixated on Ye Chen, pondering what he was doing here in the secluded mountains in the dead of night. I was gathering spiritual herbs. Then why did you run? Perhaps due to Ye Chen's anxious demeanor, Chu Xian scrutinized him further, her words imparting a tremendous sense of pressure, as if every action and utterance of Ye Chen was under her watchful gaze. Should he utter a falsehood, it would undoubtedly escape her keen perception. Am I really that intimidating? I fear you might steal my belongings. Ye Chen concocted a flimsy excuse, speaking with a stutter that only added to the authenticity of his performance. With his innocent visage, anyone who beheld him could hardly dismiss him as anything but a well-behaved child. Steal your belongings? Chu Xian found this amusing. Where are we? Although this is the back mountain of Hengyue's sect, it is still enveloped in the protective barrier of Hengyue. Is it possible for members of other sects to intrude? Would a dignified elder of Hengyue's sect rob a disciple in the qi-gathering stage? Chu Xian believed her earlier actions had frightened the young lad. She glanced at him, choosing not to press further, and instead surveyed the lush surroundings, occasionally casting her gaze towards the void. By the way, did you see anything fly past just now? Yes. 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 A streak of white light darted across the sky. Ye Chen recalled the swift flash that had streaked across the heavens moments earlier. Which direction did it go? Northeast. Ye Chen hastily gestured towards that direction, his mind racing with the urgent desire for the woman before him to vacate the premises. Should she recall anything? Who could fathom the absurdity that might ensue? Upon hearing his words, Chu Xian swiftly retrieved a luminous communication talisman, whispering softly to it, "Senior brother. She is headed in your direction. Remain stationed in the southwest and do not approach here." The talisman resonated with a powerful voice. Understood. Chu Xian waved her hand to retract the sound transmission talisman, then sat in a meditative posture. Subsequently, she formed hand seals, and a magnificent beam of radiant light surged skyward from above her head, coalescing in the void into an enormous formation. Boom. Soon after, a deafening roar emanated from the northeast, causing the very earth to tremble violently. Roar. Following this, a thunderous roar resonated. Peculiar in its nature, so loud it was not only ear-splitting but also imbued with formidable magical energy. Even from such a distance, Ye Chen felt his consciousness waver, nearly collapsing on the spot. Noticing this, Chu Xian gently brushed her delicate hand, sending a stream of spiritual light into Ye Chen's forehead. Only then did his mind regain clarity, and he gazed in astonishment toward the northeastern direction, where a single roar had almost caused him to lose his composure. With his keen perception, he could discern the extraordinary nature of that white light. Overwhelmed by curiosity, Ye Chen had seemingly forgotten about Chu Xian beside him. What could it possibly be? Staring blankly in that direction, he murmured to himself, realizing that Chu Xian must have followed the white light here, and their encounter was purely coincidental. Beside him, seeing Ye Chen lost in thought, Chu Xian spoke sternly, "Do not dawdle. We must leave this place at once." At her words, Ye Chen finally came to his senses. As if granted a reprieve, his tense body instinctively sprang into action, disregarding the origins of the white light as he plunged into the lush forest, not daring to look back, scrambling away. "Do I appear so fearsome?" With a fleeting glance at the fleeing Ye Chen, Chu Xinier's expression turned to one of astonishment. Were it not for her need to control the formation, she would have genuinely wished to capture him again for further inquiry. In the distance, Ye Chen had vanished from sight. After his departure, another divine rainbow descended from the heavens, landing beside Chu Xinier, transforming into a graceful figure clad in white. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Xinier. It was none other than Chu Linger. After Chu Linger alighted, she could not help but let out a soft exclamation. Observing the direction in which Ye Chen had fled, she murmured to herself, such a familiar aura. Linger, weren't you in seclusion? Why have you come out? Chu Xinier asked with concern in her eyes. Returning her gaze from the distant sight, Chu Lingo shrugged her shoulders and replied, with such a commotion, it's impossible not to sense it. Indeed, this upheaval was far greater than usual. Chu Xinier's countenance grew serious. Will this barrier be able to contain it? Chu Lingo glanced up at the formation in the sky. Then her gaze shifted back to Chu Xinier. Our senior brothers are currently surrounding it. Chu Xinier responded softly, her expression darkening. Lately, the disturbances have been increasing. I fear we may not be able to seal it in the future. I am here to assist. Observing Chu Xinier's grave expression, Chu Linger hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, summoning her spiritual light. Ah, indeed, I encountered a peculiar little creature earlier. A peculiar little creature? How peculiar could it be? Chu Lingo blinked her large eyes at Chu Xinier, her innocence remaining intact even after nearly a century of cultivation, her curiosity about the world unquenched. It was simply very strange. Chu Xinier scratched her head, uncertain of how to articulate it. Forget I asked. Having emerged from the back mountain, Ye Chen sprinted back to Heng Yue's sect in one breath. At this moment, the sky had brightened considerably. The disciples of Heng Yue's sect began to emerge. Eager to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, and upon seeing Ye Chen in such a disheveled state, they looked on with a hint of bewilderment. How perilous! How perilous! Ignoring the peculiar gazes from those around him, Ye Chen slowed his pace, panting heavily. He cast a glance at the back mountain, still feeling a tinge of fear, as if he had narrowly escaped from the gates of the underworld. After a considerable time, he gradually calmed his racing heart. Does she not remember me? Could it be that she is not the same person? Surely not. Are there truly others in this world who bear such a striking resemblance? Ye Chen was lost in contemplation throughout his journey. If that woman from that fateful night is indeed at Heng Yue's sect, he would have no choice but to depart from this place. However, if it were merely a case of mistaken identity, then he need not dwell on such concerns. I did not enter. I merely stood outside the Ling Mountain gate. While lost in thought, a familiar voice from a distance interrupted Ye Chen's musings, followed closely by a cacophony of curses. You little rascal, still lying. Instead of obediently staying at the foot of the mountain, you've come up to steal. You ought to consider your own status. Hua. Ye Chen spotted the familiar figure from a distance. It was none other than Hua from the Shaolin Garden. At that moment, a group of disciples from Heng Yue's sect had encircled him, either reprimanding, mocking, or berating him, leaving Hua with his frail frame too fearful to shrink away. Bruised and battered, he dared not lift his head, resembling a criminal who had committed a grave offense. I did not intervene. I merely stood at the entrance, observing. Hua appeared deeply aggrieved, his head bowed as he sobbed softly. Still daring to argue? Seeking punishment? One disciple, with a menacing demeanor, raised his hand to strike. Yet, before he could bring it down, a firm grip seized his arm. Do you wish to perish? A chilling voice resounded, belonging to none other than Ye Chen. Viewing Hua as a kin, he could not bear to witness the boy being bullied. The surrounding disciples, upon recognizing Ye Chen, instinctively took a step back. Although merely an apprentice, Ye Chen was an anomaly. The brutal fates of Zhao Long from the Dian Peak and Wei Yang from the Tianyang Peak served as stark reminders. Instead of diligently absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, you dared to bully a child incapable of cultivation. Truly disgraceful. Ye Chen's icy gaze swept across the group. And he sneered, if you possess any courage, come and fight me. Upon hearing this, the disciples hastily clustered together. He was the one who first violated the sect's rules, remarked a white-clad disciple named Su Ming with a sneer. Indeed, it is a long-standing rule that only Heng Yue's sect disciples may ascend the Ling Mountain. This brat named Hua sneaked up here. Who knows if he intended to steal something? Ye Chen frowned. He had heard of such a regulation within Heng Yue's sect. Furthermore, while Hua resided at the foot of Heng Yue Mountain, he was not like Zhang Fingnian. Though Zhang Fingnian had been relegated to the foot of the mountain, he remained a member of the Heng Yue sect. In contrast, Hua was adopted by Zhang Fingnian and, in a significant sense, did not belong to Hang Yue's sect. I did not. The young boy's face was awash with tears as I stood outside the grand entrance, having been dragged in against my will. Upon hearing the commotion, Ye Chen cast a chilling glance at the group of disciples. You little brat, do you dare to lie? The leader, a disciple named Su Ming clad in white, reprimanded once more. Do you believe I won't break your legs? A resonant buzz filled the air as Ye Chen abruptly unsheathed the Tianshu heavy sword. Go ahead, try it. Ye Chen retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon Su Ming. What? Do you still wish to bully others under the broad daylight? Su Ming, raising his voice, bellowed loudly. His outcry attracted a larger crowd, and emboldened by the growing audience, Su Ming proclaimed, Come and see. Ye Chen is using his strength to oppress others. Bullying others? Ye Chen scoffed, striding forward with determination, brandishing the celestial sword as he swung it down. Then today, I shall bully you. In response, Su Ming hastily drew his spiritual sword, positioning it defensively before him. A resounding crack echoed as Su Ming's sword shattered upon impact, sending him reeling back. Blood spilling from his mouth. Murder! Murder! Su Ming wailed from within the crowd, seemingly intent on escalating the situation. Ye Chen intends to commit murder. Since you have declared it thus, I shall extinguish you today, Ye Chen retorted with a cold snort, advancing menacingly with the celestial sword in hand. Witnessing this, the surrounding disciples began to admonish him. In broad daylight, do you dare to perpetrate violence? No wonder Senior Sister Su spoke of your murderous intent. It is indeed true. Is there no need for dialogue? Must you resort to violence? Get lost. Ye Chen thundered, swinging his sword. Tian Quebec instantly, chaos erupted at the scene, with white-clad disciples and their hidden accomplices fanning the flames, leading to a surge of disciples who either accused, scolded, or berated him. Take him to the discipline hall. As the first disciple unleashed their energy, a chain reaction ensued with more joining the fray. A brawl was imminent, and soon, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Ye Chen's expression was icy. Every disciple that charged at him was effortlessly sent flying by his blade. In the midst of the turmoil, he caught a glimpse of Su Ming lurking in the crowd, wearing a sly smile, clearly having anticipated this moment. As if it had all been meticulously plotted, the disciples gathered to fight, drawing the attention of the discipline hall. Soon, a figure clad in purple intervened forcefully, a disciple with a fair complexion wielding a folding fan, the head disciple of the discipline hall, In Jiping. Are you not aware that dueling is strictly prohibited? In Jiping remarked, casually fanning himself, casting a glance at the injured disciples before eyeing Ye Chen. Senior brother In, you must take charge of this. Su Ming cried out, clutching his chest and shedding tears. Despite his mediocre cultivation, his acting skills were unparalleled. This Ye Chen disregards the sect's rules. You cannot let this slide. He bullies his fellow disciples with his strength, a disgrace in broad daylight. The crowd was indeed incensed, some gritting their teeth, wishing to drag Ye Chen out and execute him on the spot. As the vitriol echoed around him, In Jiping turned to Ye Chen with a mocking grin. Ye Chen, come with me to the discipline hall. I dare to act, and I dare to face the consequences. Ye Chen remained indifferent, retracting Tian K, and prepared to step forward, only to be blocked by Hua behind him. It's all my fault. Punish me instead. Hua exclaimed in panic. He suddenly knelt, begging for Ye Chen's mercy while banging his head against the ground until blood oozed from his forehead, desperately trying to shield Ye Chen from blame with his frail form. This scene stirred something in Ye Chen's heart. The youth is naive. Let him off this time. An aged voice interjected as Zhang Fingnian hurriedly approached, his frail body stooping as he offered apologies. Upon hearing this, In Jiping lightly waved his fan, scrutinizing Zhang Fingnian with amusement. Zhang Fingnian, you've been demoted. You should understand the rules here. Do not complicate matters for yourself. Senior nephew In, please consider the past. Zhang Fengnian attempted to plead, but was interrupted by Ye Chen, who forcefully lifted the kneeling Hua to his feet and pulled him behind himself. Turning to the elderly Zhang Fengnian, warmth surged within him as he smiled. Grandfather, take Hua back. I am fine. With that, Ye Chen strode towards the discipline hall. Inside the imposing and solemn hall, shadows filled the space, all pointing and murmuring contemptuously at the center where Ye Chen stood like a stone pillar. His expression was indifferent, silent, yet he had already unraveled many truths. Today's events were no coincidence, but a deliberate plot aimed at ensnaring him. Casting a detached glance, Ye Chen spotted Su Ming smirking in the crowd. As he observed Su Ming's face, his gaze fell upon the badge hanging from his waist. The words Di Yong Peak, though not large, struck him as glaringly conspicuous. He had surmised that this was a scheme specifically crafted against him. Yet, he remained silent. merely watching Yin Jiping from a distance. My esteemed master is in seclusion. I shall handle today's matter entirely, Yin Jiping declared leisurely. Fanning himself with an air of righteousness, though a hint of mockery danced at the corners of his mouth when he looked at Ye Chen. You are accused of wantonly harming fellow disciples. Ye Chen, do you acknowledge this charge? To fabricate charges is to find excuses, Ye Chen scoffed, offering no further explanation. Fully aware of the conspiracy at play, elaborating would be futile. So, you admit your guilt? Yin Jiping pressed. Since you plead guilty, this simplifies things. According to Rule 9 of our sect, for wantonly injuring disciples, you shall face the discipline of the fire whip, to be executed immediately. Fire whip? Upon hearing this term, the disciples in the hall swallowed hard, seemingly aware of the terrifying nature of this punishment. At this moment, Ye Chen found himself in a dire predicament. One could only wonder how many lashes he could endure. Amidst the rising murmurs surrounding him, disciples from the discipline hall stepped forward, binding Ye Chen with iron chains to a frame, and his garments were unceremoniously stripped away. Soon, a whip ignited in flames was presented before him. Junior brother Ye, if it hurts, you are welcome to cry out, Yin Jiping remarked, his eyes gleaming with mockery and amusement. No need for words, let us begin. With this declaration, Yin Jiping coldly smirked and raised the fiery whip, bringing it down forcefully upon Ye Chen's back. The crack of the whip against Ye Chen's flesh resonated sharply in the air. The searing pain pierced through him, and it seemed that he had underestimated the severity of this punishment. The whip wielded by Yin Jiping was evidently formidable, lacerating his skin and leaving a vivid scar. Nevertheless, Ye Chen gritted his teeth and refrained from uttering a sound. Excellent, quite resilient. Observing Ye Chen's silence, Yin Jiping chuckled darkly and intensified his assault, the whip striking relentlessly against Ye Chen's body. With each resounding crack, the bloodstains on Ye Chen multiplied. This is the consequence of opposing me at the Earthyang Peak, Su Ming sneered, revealing a malicious grin amidst the crowd. Inflicting harm upon the disciples of the sect warranted punishment. This was a result of Ye Chen's own choices, and he had no one to blame but himself. Yin Jiping, seemingly enjoying the favor of the Earthyang Peak, showed no mercy, wielding the whip like a serpent, each strike causing Ye Chen to bleed profusely. Soon, Ye Chen's body was adorned with gashes, blood cascading down and creating a harrowing sight. Yet, throughout it all, he did not utter a single cry of pain. I wonder how long you can endure this, Yin Jiping mused, feeling a sense of frustration due to Ye Chen's silence, which drove him to swing the whip with even greater fury, desperate to elicit a cry from him. With each crack of the whip, Yin Jiping grew more frantic and alarmed. As the foremost disciple of the discipline hall, he understood all too well the horror of the fire whip. Not even those at the Qi gathering stage could withstand 100 lashes, yet before him, Ye Chen endured over 100 strikes without a sound. How could he not be astonished? How many lashes has it been? Someone whispered from the crowd. There were kind-hearted disciples among them, unable to suppress their sympathy upon witnessing Ye Chen's suffering. It is the 108th lash. To endure 108 lashes without perishing. Is his body not made of flesh? Not a single scream has escaped his lips. With the final, thunderous lash delivered, the punishment with the fiery whip came to an end. Release me. Despite Yin Jiping's efforts, his breath became uneven, panting heavily, drenched in sweat. The shackles binding Ye Chen were immediately undone. Instantly, he staggered, swaying for a moment but ultimately managed to remain upright. Am I free to go? Ye Chen lifted his face, casting a cold, derisive glance at Yin Jiping. Casually, Yin Jiping took a deep breath but still waved his hand. Ye Chen surveyed his surroundings. Within his indifferent gaze, a glimmer of coldness flashed through. Staggering, he turned and walked towards the palace exit, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. Just as he stepped out of the grand hall, Zhang Fengnian hurriedly approached him. Child, Zhang Fengnian said, his aged hands trembling as he attempted to support Ye Chen, unsure of where to grasp. Ye Chen was marred with bloodstains all over his body, and Zhang Fengnian feared that any movement might inflict pain upon him. Grandfather, I am tough and resilient. I cannot perish so easily, Ye Chen replied with a faint smile. Though his words conveyed bravado, his eyes began to glaze over, swaying slightly before he ultimately collapsed. Zhang Fengnian moved forward, catching him and hoisting him onto his stooped back. Child, we shall return home. Grandfather, you speak the truth. Endurance is essential. Yet, the weak are destined to be bullied. I would rather tread a more arduous path. The pain inflicted upon us will one day be repaid 100-fold, Ye Chen thought resolutely as he unknowingly succumbed to unconsciousness. In a hazy state, Ye Chen felt the jarring motion of Zhang Fengnian's back, sensing the great effort it took for him to carry him back to the little spirit garden. he distinctly felt Zhang Fengyan tending to his wounds. When he awoke once more, it was night. The searing pain throughout his body had yet to dissipate. The fiery whip was indeed perplexing. Even with his vital energy nurturing him, he struggled to withstand the agonizing burn. Just wait, Ye Chen murmured coldly, enduring the excruciating pain. He managed to sit cross-legged on the bed. Soon, he heard the sound of bones cracking within him as the primal body refining technique activated once more. Pain etched across his face, yet with the passage of time and repetition of the technique, he gradually acclimated to the suffering. Nevertheless, the torment from the fiery whip was incomparable to the pain of refining his body. For 3 hours, Ye Chen painstakingly cycled through the technique. To his astonishment, the primal body refining method possessed an extraordinary ability to accelerate the healing of his wounds. Decayed flesh was expelled, while new flesh began to regenerate through the refining process. A delightful surprise. Ye Chen mused, never anticipating such profundity in the primal body refining technique. It seemed that enduring pain was a unique form of cultivation. With renewed determination, he focused on refining his body while simultaneously opening his pores wide to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Wisps of spiritual essence occasionally flowed into his body through his wounds. Thus, he completed a full cycle of the primal body refining technique, and the effects became increasingly evident. The scars on his body had healed significantly. Excellent, Ye Chen remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he continued to refine his physique without a moment's pause. It was not until the deep hours of the night that he concluded his physical training. At this moment, his skin had transformed, becoming smooth and radiant, devoid of any scars. Such remarkable recuperative abilities would surely leave others astounded if they were to witness it. The art of body refinement in the wilderness proved to be truly formidable. With a hearty laugh, Ye Chen leaped from the bamboo bed and swiftly exited the room. Upon entering the garden, he unleashed a powerful punch followed by a swift side kick. After his physical training, having also consumed the jade spirit liquid, he felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. The fierce techniques born of the beast heart fury were now within his grasp, loosening the rigidity of his muscles and bones. Roar! Roar! Strangely, with each strike he executed, there accompanied a peculiar transformation, to be precise. Every move resonated with the roars of beasts, the growl of a tiger, the cry of an eagle, the howl of a wolf, and the fierce call of a monkey. Ye Chen was completely immersed in the profound essence of the beast heart fury, gradually synthesizing the various principles, allowing his techniques to ascend into an extraordinary state through subtle transformation. Very well. As the techniques became increasingly intricate and mysterious, Ye Chen could not help but erupt into laughter, his mirth infused with an almost imperceptible beastly roar. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had already brightened considerably. Yet, Ye Chen remained engrossed in the practice of his martial arts, so captivated that he seemed oblivious to Zhang Fengyan, who had just emerged from the door. The young man stood frozen upon seeing Ye Chen. "Grandfather, you are awake." As Ye Chen ceased his movements and turned, he finally noticed the profound astonishment etched upon Zhang Fengyan's face. Zhang Fengyan opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He had once been an elder of Heng Yue's sect, and was acutely aware of the ferocity of that fiery whip, even with the aid of spiritual herbs for healing. It would take no less than half a month. Just yesterday, he had carried back a severely wounded and bloodied Ye Chen, and now, merely a night later, not only had Ye Chen's myriad of injuries vanished, but he also appeared vibrant and lively as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, anyone witnessing this transformation would be left in utter astonishment. Observing Zhang Fengyan's incredulity, Ye Chen offered a faint smile and said, "Dear Grandpa, you have saved me once more. Your wounds are all healed. They say I have tough skin and resilient flesh. It's good that there is nothing wrong. It's good that there is nothing wrong." Zhang Fengyan was evidently very excited. He regarded Ye Chen as family, and at this moment, seeing that Ye Chen was unharmed, the burden in his heart was finally lifted. Come, take this and keep it safe." After his moment of excitement, Zhang Fengyan's aging hand reached into his bosom, trembling as he retrieved a palm-sized brocade pouch and handed it to Ye Chen. Ye Chen felt somewhat perplexed, but accepted the pouch nonetheless. Upon opening it, he discovered that it contained only a spirit talisman, intricately inscribed with a multitude of runes, alongside two bold characters: Heavenly Spirit, Celestial Spirit Charm. Ye Chen suddenly turned to Zhang Fengyan. Zhang Fengyan smiled and nodded, aware that Ye Chen had attracted many adversaries of late. He hoped that this charm would assist him in times of peril. "Senior, this gift is too precious. I cannot accept it," Ye Chen said, clearly recognizing the charm's value. Attempting to return the pouch, however, Zhang Fengyan pressed it back into his hands. The celestial spirit charm requires true energy to activate. It is of no use to me now, he sighed. Ye Chen fell silent, warmth flooding his heart. The celestial spirit charm, one of the three great charms of the tumultuous sect, possesses the ability to temporarily seal a cultivator's true energy, a treasure indeed. Zhang Fingyan had endured much humiliation to safeguard it, yet now he bestowed it upon Ye Chen. Thank you for your generosity, senior. Young man, do your best. Zhang Fingyan said, patting Ye Chen on the shoulder before departing with a cheerful demeanor. After Zhang Fingyan left, Ye Chen took out the celestial spirit charm. It appeared as a yellow talisman, the paper itself being secondary to the intricate runes inscribed upon it, radiating an unusual power. It could momentarily seal a person's true energy, a remarkable artifact. Ye Chen placed the charm back into the pouch, recognizing its immense value. After a simple breakfast, he donned a fresh set of garments and hefted the massive, heavy Tianke sword onto his back. Young man, Zhang Fingyan hesitated. Knowing Ye Chen was determined to confront someone on the mountain, his murky old eyes filled with concern. Big brother, please don't go up there. Even he was sensed the gravity of the situation, lowering his head and twisting his small hands anxiously. Aware that this venture might result in serious injury or even his return being uncertain. Do not worry, I will be fine, Ye Chen replied with a carefree smile. Exiting the small spirit garden, Ye Chen draped himself in a black cloak, obscuring his appearance from view. He ascended the tumultuous sect's spiritual mountain in one breath. Heading straight for the back mountain. Finding a secluded spot, he stowed the Tianke sword in his storage bag, then smeared some dirt on his face and tousled his hair, even tearing his clothes to shreds. At this moment, his guise would make one think he was a beggar, making it difficult to recognize him as Ye Chen. Having completed his preparations, Ye Chen concealed himself amidst the thick underbrush, suppressing his aura. The dense foliage, combined with his concealed presence, meant that many disciples coming to the back mountain to gather spirit herbs remained oblivious to the fact that someone was hiding nearby. If you wish to play tricks, I shall oblige. Ye Chen scoffed softly from within the grass. He then retrieved a black stick from his storage bag, making his intentions clear. He was lying in wait, ready to ambush any disciple from the Duyang Peak who might appear. Before long, his first target emerged, a disciple clad in a white robe, possessing a cultivation level around the 5th stage of qi condensation, yet exuding an air of arrogance. You and your companions should go elsewhere. This patch of spirit herbs belongs to Duyang Peak, he barked as he arrived, his tone threatening. What are you staring at? Are you seeking death? Begone at once. The outer disciples of Hungyu sect were not solely from the 3 principal peaks. There existed a number of less skilled disciples who had been cast aside. Due to the influence of the Duyang Peak, most dared to harbor their resentment in silence. Soon, all the disciples in this area were expelled, and the white-clad disciples of Duyang Peak naturally took possession of the space. At that moment, Ye Chen suddenly surged forth, swiftly closing the distance to the back of one of the white-clad disciples. Sensing a chill from behind, the disciple furrowed his brow. Who? The instinct of his body prompted him to turn around abruptly, but before he could fully pivot, a black iron rod descended from above, striking him forcefully on the back of his head. In that instant, the disciple clad in white was rendered senseless, collapsing to the ground in a sprawled position, completely unaware of who had launched the ambush against him. With a swift motion, Ye Chen seized the storage bag of the disciple clad in white, and subsequently, he methodically relieved the disciple of any possessions of value. Once his looting was complete, he unceremoniously kicked the white-clad disciple into a thicket of lush weeds and departed, setting his sights on the next target. Not long after, a wretched scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed from a corner of the back mountain of Hungyu sect. Another disciple from the Danyang Peak lay sprawled on the ground, and those who rushed to the scene couldn't help but twitch at the sight. For the unfortunate disciple was left with naught but a pair of undergarments. Who could this be? Such ruthless audacity. Not a shred of dignity remained. A clean and decisive act. It serves them right for allowing Danyang Peak to bully others. Before long, more anguished cries erupted from the depths of the back mountain, drawing an increasing crowd of onlookers. That day, the back mountain of Hungyu sect was far from peaceful as screams rang out in succession. When the disciples gathering spiritual herbs arrived, they were met with similar scenes, consciousness-stricken individuals stripped of their valuables. Moreover, without exception, those who had fallen victim to the bludgeoning were disciples of Danyang Peak. As nightfall descended, the disciples who had been foraging for spiritual herbs finally emerged from the back mountain, their conversations dominated by the bizarre events of the day. All of them were disciples from Danyang Peak. What could be the explanation for this? Could it be the handiwork of the other 2 peaks? Who knows, he mused. However, it certainly would not be Ye Chen. for he had been grievously injured yesterday, and it was uncertain whether he could even rise again. That night, more than a dozen disciples from the Diyang Peak were carried up to the summit. Who did this? Gohong's expression darkened immediately upon hearing the question. It was a blatant affront to the disciples of the Yang Peak. I don't know. When we arrived, the senior brothers had already been ambushed. Below, a group of disciples lay prostrate, not daring to utter a sound. Master. The audacity to brazenly attack the disciples of Yang Peak can only be attributed to the Ye Chen, one disciple timidly remarked. Have you lost your mind? Gohong couldn't help but scold him. Having endured over 100 fire whips, it was already a miracle he had survived, let alone be able to stand. You are right. We indeed did not see Ye Chen today. Could it be that the disciples from Tian Yang Peak or Diyang Peak are involved? Hearing this, Gohong took a deep breath, his face pale with rage, his sinister eyes flashing with keen light. Investigate this matter thoroughly. Whoever it is, I will ensure they pay a heavy price. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, the mastermind behind the incident at the back mountain, had already sneaked back to the small spiritual garden, feeling quite pleased as he removed his black robe. His actions were meticulous, leaving no trace of error. Firstly, by wearing a black robe while ascending the mountain. No one recognized him as Ye Chen, meaning no one had seen him, and thus he had an alibi for not being present. Secondly, while ambushing at the back mountain, he had taken precautions by smearing mud on his face to alter his appearance. Even if discovered, it would be difficult to identify him. Most importantly, having endured over 100 fire whips the previous day, any sensible person would conclude that he would be incapacitated, making it impossible for him to carry out an ambush at the back mountain. Every action he took was part of Ye Chen's careful strategy. The outcome proved his methods to be effective. At least until now, no one suspected him. Delightful. Unable to restrain his laughter, Ye Chen laid out several storage bags on the bed, the spoils of the day's endeavors. It must be said that the disciples of Diyang Peak were indeed affluent. The storage bags contained spiritual stones, spiritual liquids, spiritual herbs, and various profound techniques. One storage bag even held over 2,000 spiritual stones, sufficient to aid his breakthrough to the fourth stage. After a hearty laugh, Ye Chen consumed nearly 60 bottles of jade spiritual liquid. The influx of such an abundant supply felt like a refreshing spring, flowing through his body as meridians. While the true fire in his danci surged forth, assisting him in refining the immense spiritual energy contained within the jade spiritual liquid. As the refined jade spiritual liquid cascaded into his danci, Ye Chen's aura rapidly intensified. At this moment, every pore in his body opened wide, eagerly absorbing the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. He welcomed it all, with the domineering true fire refining the jade spiritual liquid and the external spiritual energy, forcefully propelling his cultivation to the threshold between the third and fourth stages of qi condensation. Pop! A sound emanated from within Ye Chen at some unknown moment. Advancement. In that instant, Ye Chen's cultivation broke through to the fourth stage of qi condensation. He refrained from absorbing the spiritual energy contained within the spiritual stones. Knowing that a recent breakthrough required time for consolidation, advancing too quickly could be detrimental. Outside, dusk still lingered. Ye Chen leapt from his bed, donned his black robe once more, and slipped out of the small spiritual garden. However, this time, he did not head towards the spiritual mountain of Hengyu sect, but rather descended the mountain, running for a good quarter of an hour before halting. This was a valley, not particularly long, only a few hundred zhang, but it served as a crucial path leading to the beast forest. Thus, Ye Chen's purpose for being here was evident. He would not ambush at the back mountain of Hengyu sect today, but instead shifted the battlefield, planning to wait in this valley for the disciples of Diyang Peak who would venture into the beast forest to hunt beasts. In military strategy, there is a tactic aptly describing his current actions: a feint to the east while striking to the west. Following the events at Hengyu sect's back mountain, he was certain Gohong would secretly dispatch capable disciples to lay in wait, hoping to capture the assailant of his disciples. Ye Chen, being astute, recognized the potential ambush at the back mountain. Thus, he wisely chose to relocate the battlefield. Typically, numerous disciples from Hengyu sect ventured into the beast forest to hunt beasts, including those from Diyang Peak. Lying in ambush within this valley was undoubtedly a commendable choice. Here it is. Ye Chen selected a secluded spot, opting not to smear mud on his face, but rather donning a ghostly mask. Before long, the sky brightened significantly. Ye Chen then sat up, vigilantly observing the movements within the valley. Soon, disciples from Hengyu appeared. Though they were not from Zhenyang Peak, Ye Chen chose not to engage and allowed them to pass. Time crept by slowly as waves of disciples traversed the valley, either in groups of 3 or 5, all heading towards the beast forest to team up for slaying monsters. Ultimately, Ye Chen awaited his target, peering into the distance. He spotted a trio, all disciples from Deyang Peak. As Ye Chen gazed from afar, he discerned a familiar figure among the trio. Was it not Su Ming, the one who had plotted against him? Ye Chen recognized that, although the true mastermind behind the scheme was Gu Hong of the Earth Yang Peak. Su Ming was merely a subordinate, a pawn in the game. However, the fact that he had assaulted Hu Wo was indisputable. For this reason alone, Ye Chen was resolute in his intent to make Su Ming pay. A cold smirk crept across his face as he once again concealed his presence, patiently awaiting the approach of the three. Among them, the most formidable was a disciple clad in purple, possessing a cultivation level at the pinnacle of the 6th stage of qi condensation. Next to him stood a gaunt disciple in green, while Su Ming, the weakest of the three, only reached the 5th stage of qi condensation. Brother Yang, who do you think orchestrated the events at the back mountain yesterday? Su Ming inquired, bowing and scraping before the purple-clad disciple. Most likely, it was individuals from the other 2 peaks, replied the green-clad disciple after a moment of contemplation. It is not uncommon for the 3 main peaks to engage in both open and covert rivalry. As they conversed, the trio ventured deeper into the valley. At that moment, a glimmer of determination flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. He was poised to strike when he sensed additional figures approaching swiftly from one end of the valley. If that is the case, we shall eliminate them all, he thought, once again retreating into the shadows. Before long, a second group of Earth Yang Peak disciples entered the valley, consisting of 5 members, the strongest of whom only reached the 7th stage of qi condensation, while the weakest was at the 4th stage. Oh, Su Ming, ever observant, recognized the newcomers as his fellow disciples. Are all of you heading to the beast forest as well? The 8 gathered together, exchanging trivialities devoid of substance. Let us hunt the blood spider. The blood spider? That creature is notoriously vicious. Let us set forth together. With that, the 8 united, preparing to advance toward the mouth of the valley. However, at that very moment, a small, dark object came hurtling from one side, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an iron ball the size of an egg. Beware. The violet-robed disciple swiftly unsheathed his spiritual sword with an elegant flourish, cleaving through the air with a crescent-shaped blade that struck the pitch-black iron sphere with unerring precision. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted as the sphere shattered, unleashing a thick, inky smoke that rapidly engulfed the surrounding 20-zhang radius. Damn it, smoke bombs. Curses echoed through the swirling darkness. Indeed, the projectile Ye Chen had hurled was precisely that, a smoke bomb acquired from the hunchbacked elder. Initially, he had hesitated to employ such tactics, but facing 8 adversaries, unforeseen complications were inevitable. After careful deliberation, he resolved to obscure their vision with the dense smokescreen. Who's there? Show yourself. The chilling voice of a Deyang Peak disciple pierced through the black fog. Thud. No sooner had the words left his lips than the sickening sound of an iron rod striking the back of a skull resounded. Ah! A blood-curdling shriek tore through the air as one disciple crumpled to the ground. Reacting swiftly, the violet-robed disciple lashed out with a palm strike toward the source of the scream. Ah! Another agonized cry followed, but his devastating blow had missed Ye Chen entirely, instead sending a fellow Deyang Peak disciple sprawling. In that fleeting moment, Ye Chen had already closed the distance, appearing behind the violet-robed disciple. With a solid swing, his iron rod connected squarely with the back of the man's head, truly befitting his status as a peak 6th-level qi condensation cultivator. The violet-robed disciple stubbornly remained conscious despite the brutal impact. Unperturbed, Ye Chen delivered a second, decisive strike. This time, the disciple swayed unsteadily before collapsing face-first onto the earth. Limbs splayed like a character for big. Ah! As the violet-robed disciple fell, another scream pierced the air. Another victim fell by Ye Chen's merciless rod. Soon, the valley echoed with an unbroken chorus of pained howls. Within the obscuring smoke, visibility was non-existent, and coupled with the element of surprise, Ye Chen struck with ruthless efficiency. Even the 7th-level qi condensation disciple from Deyang Peak staggered from a well-placed fist before a final blow from the iron rod sent him into unconsciousness. Having broken through to the 4th level of qi condensation, Ye Chen possessed the confidence to confront all 8 adversaries head-on. Yet, to avoid unnecessary complications, he opted for subterfuge. Ah! With the last anguished cry, all 8 Deyang Peak disciples lay defeated upon the ground. The smoke remained thick as Ye Chen emerged, clutching 8 storage pouches and dragging a heavy iron chain behind him, its length secured to the tightly bound forms of his captives. After depositing them deep within the mountain forest behind the valley, he administered a soporific incense to each, ensuring they would remain unconscious and unable to disrupt his plans. With his task complete, Ye Chen returned to the valley, lying in wait for the next wave of Deyang Peak disciples. By midday, tumultuous sect disciples trickled through the valley in scattered groups. Ye Chen struck intermittently, though his targets were minor figures, dispatching them with a single, efficient blow, rendering smoke bombs unnecessary. By day's end, over 20 Deyang Peak disciples had fallen to his ambush, their belongings now lining his pockets, enough to sustain him comfortably for days. As dusk crept over the land, Ye Chen tilted his head toward the fading sunlight and resolved to depart. Yet just as he rose, a ripple of chi emanated from the valley's entrance. 2 indistinct figures emerged from the direction of the demon beast forest, their forms growing clearer as they sped through the gorge. 2 human Yuan realm cultivators, Ye Chen murmured, retreating into the shadows. A pair of big fish. Upon closer inspection, their features became clear. One was tall and broad-shouldered, Wang Heng, his muscular frame radiating explosive power, his chi wild and untamed. The other, Song Yu, was slender and pale, his delicate features almost feminine in their refinement. Marginally weaker than Chi Hao. Doable. As Wang Heng and Song Yu entered his ambush zone, Ye Chen retrieved 2 poison needles. Human Yuan realm opponents were no chi condensation novices. Defeating them without revealing his identity was beyond him. Thus, he resorted to underhanded methods. His goal was plunder, not bloodshed. With this in mind, he hurled another smoke bomb into their path. Be cautious, warned Wang Heng and Song Yu. Their vigilance heightened as an unidentified object suddenly hurtled towards them. In unison, they summoned their spiritual swords. Bang! A smoke bomb detonated, releasing a dense cloud that swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Who is it? The robust Wang Heng suddenly erupted in fury. Clang! A faint ringing sound pierced the air as a slender, poisonous needle made from cow hair struck Wang Heng's arm. He remained utterly oblivious. Meanwhile, Song Yu found himself in a similar predicament, a poisoned needle embedded in his back, yet he felt nothing amiss. The 2 of them, in perfect unison, stood back to back, channeling their true energy to disperse the encroaching smoke. Soon, an unsettling sensation gripped them. Brother Wang, do you feel a bit dizzy? Song Yu stumbled slightly. Yes, indeed, Wang Heng replied, shaking his head, feeling his body weaken as if all strength had been sapped away, his true energy fading into silence. The old hunchback's poison was indeed formidable. Observing Wang Heng and Song Yu's plight from the shadows, Ye Chen couldn't help but click his tongue, reflecting that such a potent poison was best reserved for more appropriate circumstances. It was a waste to deploy it here. Bang! Bang! 2 resounding thuds echoed as the back of their heads were struck by a hard object, rendering them unconscious. Don't blame me. Blame your master, Ye Chen remarked. Emerging from the shadows, dragging each of them by a leg and swiftly retreating into the forest, as he had done with over 20 disciples from the Earthyang Peak. Ye Chen relieved Wang Heng and Song Yu of their storage bags, thoroughly pillaging every valuable item they possessed. Once this was accomplished, Ye Chen vanished into the night, taking care to neutralize the poison afflicting Wang Heng and Song Yu before his departure. Shortly after, the tranquil darkness of the forest was shattered by a series of anguished cries. The disciples of the Earthyang Peak, who had been knocked unconscious by Ye Chen, awoke to find their storage bags emptied, their valuables and even clothing stripped away, unleashing a cacophony of furious exclamations. That night, a group of Earthyang Peak disciples, swaying unsteadily, made their way to the Ling Mountain of the Tumultuous sect. What on earth is happening? The members of the Tumultuous sect gaped in astonishment at the motley crew from Earthyang Peak, their expressions flickering with disbelief. It was no wonder they were so taken aback. These 20-odd disciples were an undeniable spectacle, each one stripped to the waist, reduced to nothing but a pair of floral shorts. Most strikingly, this disheveled state was not the plight of one individual, but rather more than 20, thus transforming them into the most eye-catching sight of the night. Have they all been robbed? This question echoed in the minds of all present. This commotion is excessive indeed. To have their clothing stripped away, how desperate must the perpetrator have been? Who could be responsible? As more than 20 individuals ascended the summit of Deyang Peak, a harrowing cry of rage erupted from Gu Hong atop the peak. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind these events, Ye Chen, was presently in the Shaolin Garden, meticulously counting his spoils. Today's bounty surpassed that of yesterday by more than double, with the significant contributions of Wang Heng and Song Yu from the Yuan realm. The wealth acquired from the Qi-gathering realm paled in comparison, falling considerably short. In the dimly lit room, the candlelight flickered. Ye Chen placed the spiritual stones, spiritual liquids, and spiritual artifacts into his storage pouch, but he held on to an ancient scroll with great care. The scroll appeared somewhat tattered, possibly due to the ravages of time. Its surface slightly yellowed. The art of artifact forging. Refining techniques. Ye Chen stroked his chin and continued to read. Soon, a look of delight appeared on his face. For this ancient scroll detailed the methods of weapon forging, including the finest materials required and the intricate process of refining weapons. This was indeed a treasure. And Ye Chen couldn't help but applaud inwardly. After perusing the refining techniques, he pondered for a moment and concocted a plan to forge a weapon of his own. Although the Tian sword was handy, its weight significantly hampered his speed. Discarding it during a duel would greatly enhance his agility. If he possessed a sharp weapon then, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. With this thought, Ye Chen picked up the ancient scroll once more and immersed himself in its wisdom. He remained in this state for an entire night. At dawn, he hastily consumed a meager meal and retreated into his chamber once more. Only by mid-morning did he finally set aside the scroll. Forging requires fire, which is truly tailor-made for me, Ye Chen mused with a smile, secretly relishing the fact that Wang Hengkong, who guarded this wealth of forging knowledge, could only watch helplessly due to his lack of fire. With a flick of his storage pouch, a series of resonant sounds echoed as luminous spiritual weapons emerged. There were spirit swords, large blades, long spears, and heavy hammers. All spoils from robbing the disciples of Yangfeng. Now, he intended to fuse these spiritual weapons into a single crucible, extracting their most refined essences. Without hesitation, he summoned true fire. As he willed it, the flames morphed and coalesced into a furnace. He then cast a glowing spirit sword into the furnace, cautiously controlling the flames to slowly purge the impurities within, refining the most exquisite parts. Soon, the spirit sword melted under the intense heat, transforming into a fist-sized liquid. This liquid was mottled in appearance. The spirit sword was not of the highest quality, and the materials used were subpar, resulting in an abundance of impurities that now surfaced under the purifying flames. As the flames roared, Ye Chen remained calm and collected, methodically eliminating the impurities from the liquid. After half an hour, the once fist-sized liquid was reduced to the size of a fingernail, small, yet it contained the essence of the sword. With a flick of his mind, Ye Chen sent the fingernail-sized liquid flying out. Upon leaving the furnace, the liquid solidified due to the rapid drop in temperature, and he caught it in his hand. It resembled a crystal, shining brilliantly and exhibiting remarkable hardness. With an excellent start, Ye Chen was filled with vigor. The furnace blazed fiercely as he tossed in a hammer and repeated the process of refining the spirit sword. Time passed, and night soon descended. During this period, Ye Chen faced numerous failures, unable to control the true fire properly, resulting in the refined essences turning to ash. However, he did not leave empty-handed. Around him lay many shards of crystals, the essence extracted from the spirit weapons. It was not until deep into the night that Ye Chen finally refined all the spiritual essences. Letting out a long breath, he expelled a cloud of stale air. His face weary, bearing the signs of fatigue after a day and a night of labor. He had successfully completed the first step, extracting the essences of various spiritual weapons. The next phase was to meld these essences and subject them to the relentless purifying flames to truly complete the process. After consuming a vial of jade spirit liquid to replenish his energy, Ye Chen embarked on the second step of fusion. Once again, he utilized the furnace, casting in the extracted essences. Soon, under the flame's embrace, the solid essences transformed back into a liquid state, which Ye Chen deftly controlled to merge into a single entity. This step proved relatively simple. Within less than an hour, he had successfully fused them. Now, in his hands lay a piece of red iron, as large as a brick, the result of merging various essences. This red iron was extraordinary, glowing with a vibrant hue, incredibly hard and pure. An exceptional material for weapon forging, certainly a precursor to crafting a powerful weapon. With the red iron in hand, Ye Chen swiftly exited his chamber and stepped into the small spirit garden, anticipating that the subsequent forging would inevitably create noise. He wished to avoid disturbing Zhang Fengnian and Hua's rest. Seeking a secluded spot, Ye Chen once more summoned the true fire into the shape of a furnace. He then cast the red iron into the flames. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously controlled the fire, continuously refining the red iron into the shape of a sword. This was an exceedingly time-consuming task. Ye Chen dedicated 6 hours to barely forge a crude sword blank, its surface still rough and pockmarked. Regardless, the sword shape had begun to materialize. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ye Chen continued unhurriedly, the clanging sound resonating as he worked. This process stretched on interminably. Ye Chen toiled from night to dawn, and from dawn to night, without a moment's pause, enduring the cycle of 3 days and nights. Throughout this period, the crude sword blank was refined inch by inch, smoothing out the imperfections. He resembled a sculptor, unwilling to tolerate any flaws in his creation. Suddenly, at an unknown moment, the first clear ringing of the sword echoed, and a smile of satisfaction finally broke through Ye Chen's fatigued visage. After 4 days and nights of relentless effort, his sword was finally complete. With a clap, he expelled the red long sword from the furnace, catching it in his grasp. He then drew a cut across his palm, blood flowing forth and cascading down the sword's hilt, saturating the blade. This was the blood sacrifice for the sword, the final step in weapon forging. In no time, his blood visibly seeped into the red sword. With a soft chime, the red sword trembled lightly, emitting a ringing sound as crimson light blossomed forth, radiating resilience. Under the moonlight and starlight, it sparkled with a sharp brilliance, suggesting an indomitable edge. Gripping the long sword, Ye Chen swung it with precision. With a resounding crash, a massive stone nearby was cleaved apart as if it were mere tofu, the red sword truly astonishingly sharp. From this moment forth, you shall be named Qi Xiao. Ye Chen gently caressed the red sword, unable to part with it. It embodied his days of hard work and marked his first successful forging venture. Undoubtedly a moment of significance. Cradling Tian Ke and the Qi Xiao sword, Ye Chen reclined comfortably upon a stone. Tomorrow, I shall continue my training. With a smile gracing his lips, he cast a glance at the lofty Danyang peak atop Hengyue's spirit mountain. To plot against me, one must pay the price, Ye Chen scoffed. Having spent nearly 5 days in the secluded area behind Hengyue, Ye Chen was confident that Go Hong had let down his guard, indicating that it was time for him to make his move. The next day, before dawn, Ye Chen donned a dark robe and ascended Hengyue's spirit mountain. As before, he made his way directly to the rear mountain, changing into tattered clothes, disheveling his hair, and smearing mud across his face before finally concealing himself within a dense thicket. After this heist, I shall withdraw. As Ye Chen observed the passing disciples of Hengyue, he resolved to formulate a plan. He prided himself on his meticulous thinking and comprehensive strategies. However, he was acutely aware that no secret remains hidden indefinitely. Fortune favors those who know when to withdraw. The last thing he wished for was to stumble upon an unforeseen flaw that could lead to his demise. As dawn broke completely, the figures around the back mountain of Hengyue sect began to multiply. Yet, Ye Chen noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Not a single disciple from Diyang Peak ventured out alone today. They were either in groups of 3 or 5, always in pairs. How curious it was that they felt the need to form teams just to gather spirit herbs. Amidst the underbrush, a cold smirk crept upon Ye Chen's lips. It seemed the disciples of Diyang Peak had grown wise, fearing an ambush from behind. Hence their decision to team up for herb gathering. Understanding this, Ye Chen found himself in a quandary. Although he believed his current cultivation level and strength could easily overpower any disciple from Diyang Peak, even in groups, he felt confident he could take them all down. However, this was not a valley. Should he fail to incapacitate them swiftly, trouble would surely ensue, and more individuals might be drawn into the fray, a most absurd predicament. Just then, a familiar figure caught Ye Chen's eye from a distance. The individual, with bloodshot eyes and a grim countenance, appeared as though everyone owed him a debt. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Zhao Long. How audacious of him to wander out alone. Ye Chen chuckled coldly from the thicket, retrieving a black iron rod from his storage bag. Yet, just as he was about to move, he noticed Zhao Long had also produced a black iron rod, leaving Ye Chen momentarily stunned. Remaining still, Ye Chen watched as Zhao Long approached a disciple from Tianyang Peak, raising his iron rod, and with a decisive swing, knocked the disciple to the ground. Ye Chen's mouth fell agape in astonishment. So, you disciples of Tianyang Peak plotted against Diyang Peak, did you? As Ye Chen stood there in disbelief, Zhao Long swung his iron rod once more, striking the already unconscious disciple from Tianyang Peak. At this revelation, Ye Chen's lips twitched slightly. How intriguing. The 2 instances of ambush were now being attributed to Tianyang Peak, courtesy of Diyang Peak's Go Hong. Witnessing this scene, Ye Chen rubbed his forehead, bewildered. This was an unexpected turn of events. His target had been Diyang Peak, yet they had mistakenly identified Tianyang Peak as the perpetrators. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he began to comprehend why the disciples of Diyang Peak had banded together today. They were not merely gathering spirit herbs, but rather, they had united to enact vengeance. Indeed, Soon the air was filled with blood-curdling screams from the northeast, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. More screams echoed from the northwest, followed by cries from the southeast. Shortly after, the southwest joined in with a chorus of terrifying shrieks. The cacophony attracted a throng of Deyong Peak disciples, each brandishing a black iron rod with fervor. I took down 2 from Tianyang Peak. I downed 3 from Rinyang Peak. I got 1 from Tianyang Peak and 2 from Rinyang Peak. The disciples of Deyong Peak boasted of their exploits, their expressions a mix of rage, exhilaration, and excitement. Retreat. With a wave of Zhao Long's hand, the disciples of Deyong Peak swiftly withdrew from the back mountain of Hengyue sect. As the crowd dispersed, Ye Chen emerged from the thicket, clearing his throat and scratching his ear, muttering to himself that this was not his fault. With that, he donned a black robe and hastily exited the back mountain of Hengyue sect, a place now fraught with peril, where he could no longer linger. He understood that in the days to come, this area would remain tumultuous. The disciples of Deyong Peak would suspect that it was the work of those from Rinyang Peak and Tianyang Peak. Rinyang Peak would attribute it to Tianyang Peak's machinations, while Tianyang Peak would believe that Rinyang Peak was to blame. The 3 main peaks of the outer sect have always engaged in both overt and covert rivalries, inevitably fostering mutual suspicion. At this moment, regardless of who first struck the blow, it would be exceedingly difficult to clarify the matter. Alas, Ye Chen rubbed his temples. What a calamity! He could already envision the scene unfolding in the coming days, with disciples from the 3 main peaks venturing to the back mountain to gather spirit herbs, each undoubtedly carrying a black iron rod. Upon exiting the back mountain of Hengyue sect, Ye Chen made his way to Wanbage. As he stepped inside, he caught the attention of Pang Dehai, who was engrossed in ancient texts behind the counter. Pang glanced up, irritation evident on his face. Kid, what's the meaning of donning a black robe in broad daylight? Ye Chen chuckled, realizing he had intended to keep his recovery a secret, yet had not escaped Pang Dehai as keen observation. After enduring over 100 lashes, you're already up and about. Your bones are quite resilient. Pang Dehai set aside the ancient tome, his sharp eyes scrutinizing Ye Chen as if attempting to discern some hidden truth. Elder, you are aware of my punishment with the fire whips? Of course, who in the outer sect is unaware? At this, Ye Chen coughed awkwardly and presented a storage pouch. Elder, here are the Shui Yulan flowers. Taking the pouch, Pang Dehai peered inside, his eyes widening at the sight of over 6,000 spirit stones. Even he was taken aback. It was indeed remarkable for a mere trainee disciple at the Qi condensation stage to possess such a fortune. Where did you acquire so many spirit stones? Although Pang Dehai typically refrained from prying into others' affairs, he could not help but inquire. Picked? Have you collected an excessive amount? Such fortune, indeed. Ye Chen touched the tip of his nose. Tell me another day. I shall go collect some as well. Pang Dehai glanced at Ye Chen but refrained from further inquiries. Instead, he produced a storage bag from his robe and handed it to Ye Chen. Upon receiving the bag, Ye Chen quickly tucked it into his own clothing but did not leave immediately. He looked at Pang Dehai and inquired, Elder, is the library of Hengyue sect open to intern disciples? It opens only on the last day of each month, and that day is 3 days hence. Ye Chen murmured softly as he turned and exited the library. After Ye Chen departed, Pang Dehai stroked his beard, his aged eyes filled with profound meaning. This boy is truly an oddity. Upon returning to the small spiritual garden, Ye Chen locked himself in his room. He had gathered a significant quantity of snow magnolia flowers and decided to refine them all into jade spirit liquid. Preparing for his breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi condensation, summoning true fire, he cast the spiritual herbs into the flames. He labored tirelessly until nightfall and, after consuming a vial of jade spirit liquid, resumed his work. A night passed in silence and dawn broke. Today, Hengyue sect was particularly lively, or rather, the back mountain of Hengyue sect was bustling. The previous day, disciples from Tianyang Peak and Rinyang Peak were caught off guard in the back mountain, provoking the ire of Elder Zhong and Master Qingyang, who sternly instructed their disciples to remain vigilant against the other 2 peaks, insinuating that they should retaliate when necessary. As Ye Chen had anticipated, the back mountain of Hengyue sect became the battleground for the covert rivalry of the 3 main peaks. Consequently, it became a common sight for disciples gathering spiritual herbs to carry a black iron rod. You strike me, I shall strike back, even in death. This was the mindset of nearly all those who had been struck. They refused to suffer silently. The pent-up frustration demanded an outlet, regardless of whether the assailant was indeed the culprit. The sounds of agony akin to pig slaughter echoed from dawn until dusk, leaving the disciples and elders of Hengyue sect bewildered. What chaos was unfolding among the three main peaks? Henceforth, entry to the back mountain became perilous. Who could predict when one might be struck? As long as they didn't target me, I cared not whom they chose to hit. Throughout the day, disciples who ventured into the back mountain emerged nursing injuries, some cradling their heads, others with bruised faces, some covered in footprints, or marred by various wounds, creating a striking spectacle. The covert skirmishes intensified. As time progressed, these hidden conflicts began to escalate into open confrontations, transitioning from the back mountain of Hengyue sect to the Fengyan platform. Tianyang Peaks Konglu, come out. I await you at the Fengyan platform. At the break of dawn, a disciple from Dian Peak issued a challenge, igniting a chain reaction of further challenges. Rinyang Peaks Yukong, I await you at the Fengyan platform. Dian Peaks Xiaolong, you scoundrel. I shall not rest until we settle this. No more underhanded tactics. If you dare, step onto the stage and fight. Long-standing resentments existed among the disciples of the three main peaks, and this incident of being struck served as the catalyst for their impending conflict. The Fengyan platform was ablaze with activity, their mutual challenges transforming it into a true arena of contention. It was a spectacle reminiscent of the grandest times since the establishment of Hengyue sect. How had the three main peaks become so embroiled in chaos? The grudges had festered for so long that, even without the incident, a confrontation was inevitable. Meanwhile, the source of all this turmoil, Ye Chen, remained leisurely engaged in crafting jade spirit liquid within the small spiritual garden, the fragrant aroma of herbs permeating the air. How delightful! Exclaimed Tiger Cub, standing outside Ye Chen's door with wide, sparkling eyes, greedily inhaling the enticing aroma wafting from within the room. Jade spirit liquid, once a venerable elder of the Hengyue sect, Zhang Fengyan was quite familiar with the fragrant aroma of the medicinal concoction. There was still a hint of astonishment in his eyes. The jade spirit liquid was cool and gentle, yet the fragrance wafting from the room was warm and steaming, clearly indicating it had just been freshly brewed. This prompted Zhang Fengyan to thoughtfully stroke his beard. In the dead of night, Ye Chen's door finally creaked open. A disheveled Ye Chen emerged, his hair unkempt, his complexion weary, and stubble adorning his jaw. He stretched languidly, and a series of cracking sounds emanated from within his body. For 2 days and 3 nights, he had diligently concocted over 100 bottles of jade spirit liquid, his mastery over the flames and the art of brewing becoming increasingly refined. Quack! Quack! The giant bird known as the little eagle seemed still awake, fluttering its wings and nuzzling its fluffy head against Ye Chen's body. Its injuries had not yet fully healed, and it would take at least a month before it could soar through the skies again. Are you hungry? Ye Chen gently stroked the fluffy head of the young eagle. Caw! Caw! The eagle, displaying remarkable intelligence, seemed to comprehend Ye Chen's words and shook its head slightly. Ye Chen smiled faintly, his hand brushing over the storage bag, retrieving a large piece of meat and presenting it before the young eagle. The eagle's eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance as it devoured the food with great relish. Allow me to assist you. Ye Chen gently caressed the little eagle's head before administering a vial of jade spirit liquid into its body. As the elixir coursed through its veins, the little eagle was immediately enveloped in a wave of warmth, a tremendous power surging within it, prompting it to look up at Ye Chen with a hint of trepidation, fearful that it might burst from the intensity. Fear not, for I am here. Ye Chen reassured with a smile as he summoned the true flames. Upon witnessing the fire, the little eagle's eyes widened in terror, seemingly aware of the dreadful might of the flames in Ye Chen's grasp, causing its body to tremble involuntarily. Do not fear. With a gentle smile, Ye Chen enveloped the little eagle in genuine fire, which then surged into its body, aiding in the refinement of the jade spirit liquid. The little eagle, feeling no pain from burning, sensed a warm embrace enveloping it, its trembling form gradually returning to normal as the refined jade spirit liquid nourished its injuries. In less than a quarter of an hour, the little eagle flapped its wings and managed to leap into the air, barely able to fly. With a chirp of delight, it seemed overjoyed at the prospect of flight, reluctant to land, fluttering in the air for quite some time before finally descending. Perhaps weary, it succumbed to slumber. Sleep well. Tomorrow will bring better tidings. Ye Chen caressed the little eagle's head with a smile, then turned to enter the room of Hua. Hua, honest and simple, lay peacefully asleep, seemingly unaware of Ye Chen's entrance. Approaching the bedside, Ye Chen meticulously examined Hua's body. He discovered that the child's innate spiritual channels were blocked, with several major meridians unopened, let alone the establishment of a dantian. With such a constitution, he was fated to remain a non-cultivator unless a fortuitous event occurred. Generally, a person's meridians must be unimpeded to open the spiritual channels. which serve as gateways to the dantian. Only with open spiritual channels and a developed dantian can one attract the essence of the heavens and earth and become a true cultivator. However, if a person's meridians are inherently obstructed, they would require assistance in unblocking them to pursue the path of cultivation. Ye Chen pondered momentarily before infusing Hua's body with genuine fire. Indeed, he aimed to refine Hua's physique, subsequently unblocking his meridians, awakening the spiritual channels, and ultimately establishing the dantian. Soon, a look of anguish appeared on Hua's face as he struggled to awaken, only to be lulled back into slumber by Ye Chen's soothing fragrance. Carefully controlling the genuine fire, Ye Chen diligently refined Hua's body, fearful that the terrifying flames might harm him. Before long, he was drenched in sweat. However, his efforts were not in vain. Through the refinement, Hua's meridians grew resilient, and the previously blocked pathways began to loosen, gradually being cleared by the genuine energy Ye Chen infused. This process proved to be exceedingly time-consuming. It was not until just before dawn that Ye Chen finally unblocked all of Hua's meridians, and through the refining process, the impurities within Hua's body were expelled through his pores, revealing a serene smile on his sleeping face. With a sigh of relief, Ye Chen expelled a breath of stagnant air, loosening his tense body. Now, it was time to open the spiritual channels. Ye Chen smiled faintly, realizing he had succeeded halfway. It will be somewhat painful. Bear with it. After a brief moment of rest, Ye Chen summoned his genuine energy once more, infusing it into Hua's body, allowing it to flow through the meridians and strike the barrier leading to the dantian. Upon the first impact, a look of distress crossed Hua's delicate face. Ye Chen proceeded with caution, mindful of the potential consequences of a misstep that could jeopardize Hua's life. The genuine energy he infused was akin to a sharp sword, relentlessly striking, its force increasing gradually. Hua's face became drenched in sweat, his complexion pale as parchment. Had it not been for Ye Chen's soothing fragrance-inducing sleep, he would undoubtedly have awakened in agony. Hold on, your fate may change because of this. Ye Chen continued to direct his genuine energy against the barrier. As dawn approached, even Ye Chen's complexion began to pale. A sudden sound echoed within Hua's body, signifying that the spiritual channel leading to the dantian had finally been breached. Instantly, the essence of heaven and earth surged, converging upon Hua's body, forming a vortex of spiritual energy as it found its outlet, streaming through every pore into his being. Heaven rewards the diligent. Ye Chen exhaled a breath of stagnant air, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. With the sun now bright, Ye Chen forewent rest, setting about preparing breakfast for Zhang Fengnian and Hua. The door creaked open, and Zhang Fengnian, leaning on his cane, emerged unsteadily. Spotting Ye Chen, he smiled warmly. "Young man, you rise so early. I could not sleep, so I decided to get up," Ye Chen replied with a carefree smile. "People like you, so diligent, are truly rare," Zhang Fengnian remarked with a chuckle. "Senior, you flatter me." "Grandfather." The conversation between the two was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of Hua. Hua approached Zhang Fengnian and Ye Chen with a look of confusion, pointing to the swirling currents around him. He gazed at them in puzzlement, wondering what was happening to him, as he felt a strange sensation coursing into his body, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Spiritual energy? Zhang Fengnian gazed intently, somewhat taken aback, and hurriedly examined the body of Hua. "What does this mean?" Zhang Fengnian exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "I can cultivate?" The young Hua looked up at Ye Chen and Zhang Fengnian with eager anticipation. Yes, of course you can." Zhang Fengnian appeared even more excited than he had anticipated. "From this day forth, you shall be a cultivator." Ye Chen gently patted Hua's shoulder. "I am a cultivator. I am a cultivator," Hua exclaimed, filled with exuberance, a truly innocent and radiant child, bouncing around the small spiritual garden. He finally dashed over to the spirit beast named Little Eagle, dancing with joy. "Little Eagle, I can cultivate now. I will be able to protect you." Quack. Little Eagle seemed to understand, its call infused with delight. "Heaven has eyes." Zhang Fengnian beamed, observing the jubilant Hua, his complexion visibly brightening, as if he had shed several years. Ye Chen, standing nearby, silently watched Hua. He too felt joy for the child, yet a conflict brewed within him. Was this truly for Hua's benefit? The path of a cultivator is far more arduous than that of a mortal. To embark on this journey signifies an extended lifespan. Yet such longevity is accompanied by loneliness. The road of a cultivator is undeniably harsher. Ye Chen pondered whether altering Hua's fate was right or wrong. Perhaps only when Hua truly comprehended the challenges of a cultivator's journey would he realize that living as a mortal is far more liberating. After a simple breakfast, Ye Chen stepped out of the small spiritual garden. Today, he chose not to don his black robe. He understood that there was no longer a need for concealment. The disciples from the three main peaks were already embroiled in intense competition. Even if he were to appear lively on Hengyueling Mountain, it would be difficult for the three main peaks to focus their attention on him. Nonetheless, his presence still attracted a multitude of gazes. Upon encountering Ye Chen, the disciples of Hengyue invariably displayed expressions of astonishment. Having endured over 100 fiery lashes, how could he emerge unscathed? Is he truly a prodigy? Remarkably, not a single mark marred his body, and this was only a matter of days. What? Upon hearing that Ye Chen had reappeared in full vitality, Injeeping from the discipline hall sprang to his feet, his face betraying an uncontainable astonishment. Not only he, but the disciples and elders from Tianyang Peak, Deyang Peak, and Rinyang Peak, the entire outer sect of Hengyue sect, exhibited similar surprise. In just a few days, all his wounds had miraculously healed. Since the establishment of Hengyue sect, no one had ever accomplished such a feat swiftly. News spread that the disciples from Rinyang Peak and Tianyang Peak were clashing again at the Fengyan platform. It was rumored that disciples with Yuan realm cultivation had also joined the fray. Soon, groups of people surged toward the Fengyan platform. This overwhelming excitement regarding Ye Chen's recovery was instantly overshadowed by the spectacle of the three main peaks disciples engaging in combat at the platform. Despite the fervor of the battles at Fengyan platform, Ye Chen did not pause in his stride. Today marked the day when the library pavilion of Hengyue sect opened its doors to the interned disciples, and he had no intention of squandering his time on idle distractions. Before a grand and imposing pavilion, Ye Chen halted. Compared to other days, the library pavilion was unusually quiet today, devoid of any figures. Likely because everyone had rushed off to witness the commotion at Fengyan platform. Perfectly serene, this rare tranquility was welcome. With a faint smile, Ye Chen stepped into the library pavilion. Inside, a vast and majestic realm unfolded, filled with rows upon rows of bookshelves brimming with ancient scrolls, totaling over 100,000. All meticulously collected by Hengyue sect. Although situated on the first floor, these treasures were of great value. The guardian of the library pavilion was an elderly man, his beard streaked with gray and hair disheveled. He was known among the Hengyue people as the real man Huangshi. Elder. Ye Chen bowed respectfully with solemn reverence. Enter. Leave your identification token with me. Huangshi Jinren scrutinized Ye Chen with a discerning gaze, revealing a row of yellowed teeth as he spoke. Ye Chen handed over his token and stepped inside. The shelves were laden with ancient scrolls. He casually picked one up, only to find it was a tome detailing spiritual herbs. With a faint shake of his head, he returned it to its original place. The library was hushed, and Ye Chen found solace in the silence. He browsed through the scrolls with the meticulousness of selecting fresh produce, lifting each one only to set it back where it belonged. 3 hours passed, yet he failed to uncover a single scroll related to arcane techniques or cultivation methods. It seemed such profound arts are housed on the higher floors, Ye Chen murmured in contemplation. Within the Hengyue sect, probationary disciples were permitted access only to the first level of the library. Ascending further was a privilege his current status did not afford. Disappointed, he picked up another scroll to peruse. Old man Huangshi, have you missed me? A voice shattered the tranquility of the library, signaling another visitor's arrival. You little rascal. If I catch you stealing again, I'll thrash you soundly. Huangshi Jinren's irate scolding followed immediately. How could you say such a thing? Do I seem like that kind of person? Get lost. After a brief exchange of words, Ye Chen, who was perusing ancient texts, finally noticed the newcomer. Suddenly, the corners of Ye Chen's mouth twitched violently. What on earth had this person been nourished on? His expression was not unfounded, as the newcomer was quite an extraordinary sight. Before him stood a boy, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, whose stature was not taller than that of a tiger cub, yet he was exceptionally rotund. As he walked, his abundance of flesh jiggled with every step, and from a distance, he resembled a rather comical mass. Furthermore, his attire was the most peculiar Ye Chen had ever encountered. He was clad in merely 2 pieces of clothing, a pair of oversized shorts and a small vest. His eyes were so diminutive they were nearly imperceptible, and his bare chest gave him the appearance of a diminutive Maitreya Buddha. What a diverse array of talents there are at Hengyue. Observing the plump boy, Ye Chen couldn't help but emit a thoughtful sigh. As they exchanged glances, the chubby boy approached. As he passed by Ye Chen, he scrutinized him from head to toe. Despite his small eyes, they sparkled with a keen curiosity, as if he were a sly little fox. Why haven't I seen you before? The chubby boy mused, stroking his pudgy chin. I have just arrived, he said. The chubby boy casually replied and was about to walk away. However, after taking just 2 steps, he turned back, his round nose twitching as he began to sniff the air like a dog. Before long, the little chubby boy caught the scent of Ye Chen. Is it true fire? The chubby boy suddenly lifted his head, his small eyes sparkling with fervent intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Ye Chen. Do you possess true fire? Upon hearing this voice, Ye Chen's brow furrowed intensely. True fire was his greatest secret, one he had concealed for a long time. Even the leaders of the 3 main peaks and Zhou Dafeng had failed to discern it, yet this little chubby boy had managed to sniff it out. Ye Chen was overwhelmed with astonishment. Do you really have true fire? The chubby boy had already grasped Ye Chen's arm with his pudgy hands, lowering his voice as if fearful that the outside world would hear him, particularly the venerable Huang Shi. True fire is incredibly precious. How could a mere intern disciple possess it? Despite his shock, Ye Chen managed a slight smile. You are mistaken, I assure you. Don't try to deceive me. I can smell it. Perhaps you are mistaken. There isn't any, is there? If so, I shall find someone to verify. With that, the chubby boy turned abruptly, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the entrance, Old Huang, this fellow possesses true. Before he could finish the word fire, Ye Chen swiftly covered the boy's mouth, knowing that if Huang Shi were to verify, his true fire would undoubtedly be exposed. You certainly possess many talents, my friend. Ye Chen thought, exasperation evident on his forehead. It was no wonder this chubby boy was so rotund. He was overflowing with clever ideas. See, I told you there was. The chubby boy wriggled free from Ye Chen's grasp, rubbing his plump little hands together, his bright eyes gleaming with excitement. You are truly ruthless. Ye Chen inhaled deeply, ultimately restraining himself from the impulse to strike the chubby boy. What are you shouting about? Master Huang Shi approached, grumbling and glaring at the chubby boy, berating him. Have you eaten too much? I was just practicing my voice, the chubby boy said, digging at his ears, managing to keep Ye Chen's true fiery nature to himself. Be quiet, Master Huang Shi said with a dark expression before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, Master Huang Shi glanced back at the chubby boy and asked, By the way, what did you say he possesses? Under Master Huang Shi's inquiry, the chubby boy's eyes darted around, true qi. Upon hearing this, even Ye Chen nearly burst into laughter. Damn you. Master Huang Shi responded with a swift slap to the chubby boy's face, exclaiming, Is there anyone in Tumultuous sect who lacks true qi? What is so astonishing about it? With that, he continued to grumble as he walked away. Once Master Huang Shi departed, the chubby boy, who had been knocked to the ground, finally got back up, a clear handprint visible on his plump face. You old fool. Just wait, he muttered, covering his face in frustration. Meanwhile, Ye Chen cast a glance and prepared to leave the scene. You cannot leave. Upon seeing Ye Chen about to depart, the chubby boy immediately seized him. Do you have something on your mind? Indeed, the chubby fellow promptly replied. I beseech you to lend me your true fire to refine a precious artifact. I have no time. The old man Huang, this rascal. Refine. Ye Chen was truly exasperated. The two of them made their way to the back mountain. During this time of day, the back mountain was usually bustling with disciples of Hung Yue gathering spiritual herbs. However, today, not a single soul could be seen, as everyone had rushed to Fenglan platform to witness the clash of the 3 main peaks. Let me make it clear from the outset. I am willing to assist you in refining, but you must not disclose my use of true fire. Throughout the journey, Ye Chen repeatedly emphasized this point. Rest assured, my lips are sealed, the chubby boy replied with a hearty pat on his chest. Moreover, it cannot be for free. I require 500 spirit stones, or else. The discussion is over. Deal. The chubby man replied with remarkable alacrity, his enthusiasm sparking an insatiable curiosity in Ye Chen about the treasure he was eager to refine. The 500 spirit stones were spent without a flicker of hesitation, indicating that the item in question must be extraordinary. The two sought refuge in a secluded cave, where the chubby man finally revealed the treasure he had mentioned. It was a wolf-toothed club, pitch black and exuding an aura of weightiness, undeniably a weapon of formidable ferocity. Do you see that wisp of dark energy? The chubby man inquired, bringing the club closer, pointing at the faint tendril of black mist that surrounded it. Ye Chen leaned in, his gaze fixed intently. The dark energy was as fine as a strand of hair, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. It emanated a chilling aura, and upon closer inspection, he detected a faint scent of blood. What is this? Ye Chen inquired, pointing at the dark mist. The malevolent thoughts of the previous owner lingered upon the spiked club. With its presence, I am unable to claim the weapon as my own. Malevolent thoughts. At the mere mention of this term, a flicker of astonishment crossed Ye Chen's eyes. The fact that the malevolence from a life once lived could persist upon a weapon speaks volumes of the former owner's might, and it is evident that the spiked club is indeed a formidable armament. Are you certain that the true fire can refine it? Ye Chen cast a glance at the plump boy. Indeed, 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 the chubby boy asserted with unwavering conviction. Any malevolent thought is a manifestation of the utmost darkness, which fears the purest light. True fire, born of the heavens and the earth, is undoubtedly a form of the supreme yang, and will surely possess the power to refine. Let us commence, Ye Chen declared, his thoughts converging as he summoned the true flames. The fire erupted, causing the temperature within the cavern to soar instantaneously, casting a golden glow upon the surrounding walls. Such formidable true flames, they would surely refine it, he chuckled to himself, observing Ye Chen's true fire. The chubby boy brimmed with confidence, hastily levitating his wolf fang club into the air. Ye Chen wielded the true flames, enveloping the club within their embrace. As the flames consumed, the dark mist writhed violently. Ah! In the depths of the void, a sound akin to a wretched scream echoed, momentarily disorienting both Ye Chen and the chubby boy. See, I told you so, the chubby boy exclaimed, rubbing his plump hands together upon witnessing the struggle of the dark mist. The malevolent intent was too potent. It would require an hour. Ye Chen estimated the time with a casual thought. No worries, I have ample time. The chubby boy squatted down, his gaze fixated intently on his wolf fang club. His figure was undeniably rotund. As he crouched, the layers of flesh coalesced, resembling a mound of soft fat. My name is Xiong Er, the chubby boy declared, his gaze fixed upon the spiked club. Xiong Er? I am the second in my family, thus my father named me Xiong Er. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the chubby boy and tentatively inquired, What is your brother's name? Bear Big. Then your brother wouldn't be called Bear 3, would he? I have no brothers. Ah. Ye Chen did not inquire further. He assumed that Xiong Er was peculiar enough, unaware that his father was even more eccentric. Otherwise, he would not have given them such outrageous names. What a travesty. Ah. Once again, a chilling scream echoed from the spiked club. Upon closer inspection, the wisp of black mist had become exceedingly thin, merely the lingering malevolence of its former master. True fire was its innate nemesis. No matter how it struggled, it could not escape the fate of being refined. An hour later, Ye Chen extinguished the true fire. Quite good, indeed, he chuckled. Xiong Er eagerly took the spiked club and promptly dripped blood onto it. Soon, the blood was absorbed, and the entire club quivered in response. Enlarge, become vast. With a mere thought, Xiong Er transformed into the master. And the wolf-toothed club instantly grew to such a size that it surpassed the thickness of a tree and towered over a person, exuding an aura of formidable weight. Should it strike down, few would withstand its might. Ye Chen stroked his chin, contemplating the ferocity of this weapon. Meanwhile, Xiong Er, in high spirits, had already stowed away the club, playfully patting Ye Chen on the shoulder as he jovially declared, Today, I am in a splendid mood. Allow me to treat you to a drink. Ye Chen cast a sidelong glance at Xiong Er, sensing his reluctance to part with money. Given our camaraderie, discussing finances would only dampen our spirits. To my surprise, Xiong Er directly wrapped his arms around Ye Chen's neck, raising his eyebrows playfully. You possess genuine fire. Would you care to embark on a grand venture with me? Pay up. Ye Chen's expression darkened. Do you lack snow Yulon flowers? Xiong Er raised his eyebrows mischievously once more. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had underestimated this rotund fellow, who was cunning enough to know that Ye Chen possessed true fire and was also aware of his endeavor to concoct the jade spirit liquid. Furthermore, he understood that the only ingredient Ye Chen lacked for this elixir was indeed the snow Yulon flower. The elder in charge of the spirit herb garden is my uncle. Xiong Er's words instantly brightened Ye Chen's eyes. That night, Ye Chen and Xiong Er arrived at the spirit herb garden outside the Hengyue sect's outer gate. The garden sprawled over an extensive area, and as they gazed around, they noticed the entire garden enveloped in swirling mist, with various spirit herbs shimmering in a multitude of colors. Even before entering, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafted towards them. Naturally, the surroundings of this spirit herb garden were laden with restrictions, making it impossible for just anyone to enter at will. I ask you, is this feasible? Ye Chen cast a wary glance at the portly Xiong Er, feeling a sense of unreliability about him. Indeed, we must proceed, Bear 2 declared, patting his chest as he boldly stepped into the spiritual herb garden. Ye Chen cast a glance around before following suit. Within the garden, a pavilion was nestled amidst the flourishing spiritual fruit trees. Before Ye Chen and Bear 2 could draw near, the soft gasps of a woman echoed from within the pavilion, accompanied by the sight of the structure swaying gently. Ye Chen smirked slightly, for he was all too familiar with such sounds, those of the stunning woman from that night in the cave, whose cries had been far more lascivious than those emanating from the pavilion now. I must say, your uncle is quite dedicated, Ye Chen remarked, glancing sideways at Bear 2. But that does not sound like your aunt. Bear 2 scratched his head in confusion. Without hesitation, Bear 2 wiggled his rotund form forward a few steps and called out tentatively, "Uncle? Quickly, put on your clothes," a man's voice urged from within. Soon, hurried footsteps approached, and a disheveled male disciple and a woman in disarray appeared at the pavilion's entrance. "Bear Fatty, is that you?" The flustered male disciple exclaimed upon recognizing Bear 2. Letting out a deep sigh of relief, he waved dismissively at the flustered female disciple beside him. "Darling, you should head back first. I shall return tomorrow." The female disciple, her face flushed, swayed her alluring form as she exited, casting a flirtatious glance at Ye Chen as she passed. Ye Chen chose to disregard her, perhaps since that night. His heart could no longer accommodate any other woman. "Lysander, your audacity knows no bounds. Aren't you afraid your uncle will thrash you?" Bear 2 began to scold, not realizing that it might seem as if they were in a brothel. "My master has gone traveling. Who knows when he will return? In my loneliness, I could only seek companionship." "Your uncle has been away for half a month?" "Oh, that simplifies matters." Bear 2 stepped forward, producing an iron rod from his pocket, and without warning, brought it down upon the male disciple, who was knocked out cold, sprawled out like a character from a comic strip. Ye Chen's lips curled in disbelief. "Is this what you meant by coming to collect the spiritual herbs? This is outright robbery." "Whether it is theft or robbery matters not. What counts is acquiring the spiritual herbs." Bear 2 had already tossed the unconscious disciple into the bushes and dusted his hands off. "If my uncle gets angry, I shall take the blame. Besides, we won't take much. With so many herbs, it will go unnoticed. I can't shake the feeling that I've boarded a pirate ship. Enough of this idle chatter. Let's move." Though a sense of guilt lingered, Ye Chen decided to follow. The spiritual herb garden was indeed abundant, dazzling Ye Chen with its variety. Many herbs were unavailable in the back mountains, and most were extraordinarily precious, guarded by prohibitive measures that he dared not covet. Before long, they reached the area where the snow yulon flowers were cultivated. Just as Bear 2 had said, the snow yulon flowers flourished in abundance, each one radiating a splendid glow. Stealing a few would go unnoticed. Most importantly, the snow yulon flowers were not among the more prized herbs, and the surroundings were unguarded. After searching the entire back mountain, it was astonishing to find so many of these flowers here. Ye Chen sighed inwardly, pondering the considerable investment of the Hongyue sect. Should these snow yulon flowers be refined into jade spirit liquid, it would amount to a significant fortune. Alas, this garden was not his to claim. "Quit dawdling and start picking," Bear 2 urged. With that, he produced a storage bag from his trousers and, like a thief, began to pluck the snow yulon flowers one after another. Seeing this, Ye Chen joined in, retrieving his own storage bag. "Don't pick from the same spot. It will be too obvious." "Of course, I know that. If you know, then why do you keep picking from the same area? It's already bald." Under the moonlit night, the two acted shamelessly, resembling two brigands. When their storage bags were brimming, Bear 2 waved his hand. "Let us retreat." Ye Chen understood the cue, stashing his bag away, ready to leave, when suddenly, a tremor of true fire surged within him. Treasure was the first thought to flash through Ye Chen's mind. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the surroundings, yet his limited vision failed to unveil any peculiar objects. "Let's go, let's go." Bear 2 grabbed Ye Chen's arm and pulled him outside. Though Ye Chen was tempted to explore further, he followed Bear 2's lead. After all, they were here to steal spirit herbs. If someone were to corner them here, who knew what absurd trouble might unfold? No sooner had they stepped out from beneath the pavilion than a streak of divine light cut across the sky, heralding an approaching figure. "Damn, my uncle's back." Bear 2 cursed inwardly. "Just our rotten luck." Ye Chen couldn't help but silently grumble as well. Of all times, why did he have to return now? In the next moment, a figure descended from the heavens. To be fair, the man had a rather dignified appearance, tall and lean, exuding the aura of a venerable elder, save for his slightly oversized mouth. This was none other than the guardian of the spirit herb garden, Bear 2's uncle, Elder Lin Qingshan. "Uncle, you're back." Bear 2 rubbed his hands together and chuckled nervously. "Xiong'er?" Lin Qingshan was taken aback. "What brings you to my herb garden at such an hour?" "Oh, it's nothing much. My father wishes to take another wife, and he sent me to deliver the wedding invitation to you." What? Lin Qingshan's expression darkened instantly, his anger flaring fiercely. Meanwhile, Ye Chen nearly knelt before Xiong, astonished by his talent for fabrication. Such outrageous lies were beyond comprehension. Xiongdao, it seems you have grown weary of life. Lin Qingshan, consumed by rage, immediately turned and flew off in search of Xiong's father to settle the score. Ye Chen could easily envision the impending misfortune awaiting Xiong's father. What are you standing there for? Let's go? Upon seeing Lin Qingshan depart, Xiong promptly dragged Ye Chen out of the spirit herb garden. Are you not afraid your father will thrash you when you return? Ye Chen gazed at Xiong, incredulous. Not at all. I get beaten every day, in the late hours of the night. Ye Chen and Xiong found themselves once again at the back mountain of Hengyui's sect. They stood before the same cave, meticulously counting the stolen snow magnolias. Over 900 plants. This was an opportunity not to be missed. If they could refine them all into jade spirit liquid, splitting the profits 50-50, what do you think? Deal. Thus, the two embarked on a thorough search in the rear mountains. The herbs required for the concoction of the jade spirit elixir were not limited to the snow orchid. There were several other varieties of spiritual herbs as well. Fortunately, the rear mountains still harbored an abundance of these. As dawn approached, the pair returned to the cave, weary from their endeavors. After toiling for most of the night, they finally managed to gather the requisite 500 portions of herbs necessary for the preparation of the jade spirit elixir. Let us get started. Ye Chen, brimming with enthusiasm, immediately summoned the true fire, transforming it into the shape of a cauldron. Beside him, Xiong was equally spirited, assisting Ye Chen as he tossed various spiritual herbs into the fiery cauldron per Ye Chen's instructions. A new day heralded a fresh beginning. The disciples of the three main peaks engaged in fierce battles on the wind and cloud platform, with tensions rising to the point of potential brawls. However, none of this disturbed Xiong and Ye Chen, who were diligently working together to concoct the jade spirit liquid. The cave was filled with a rich, soothing aroma of medicinal herbs. As day turned to night and the cycle of the moon continued, 9 days slipped by unnoticed. During this time, the two would occasionally take breaks before resuming their rigorous preparations. On yet another starry night, exhausted, they lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Their efforts bore fruit, as hundreds of bottles of jade spirit liquid lay quietly beside them, a sight that filled them with joy. There was a question that had long lingered in Xiong's mind. Looking at Ye Chen with curiosity, he asked, "You possess true fire, a coveted asset for any sect. Why then, have you only settled for being a mere in-turn disciple? An innocent man may suffer for possessing a gem." Ye Chen shrugged. "It's simply that true fire attracts too much envy, with many coveting it. I have no desire to invite unnecessary troubles because of its existence. Indeed, before my wings have fully developed, I have no intention of revealing my true power in front of outsiders. The outer sect competition is just a month away. If you wish to enter the inner sect, it seems unlikely that you can do so without utilizing your true strength." Xiong pinched his plump chin. The outer sect grand competition, Ye Chen pondered for a moment. The Hengyue sect, much like the Zhengyang sect, presumably held this competition every 3 years. And only those who excelled to the final stages would gain entry into the inner sect. Reflecting on the outer sect grand competition, Ye Chen felt a sense of melancholy. It had already been over a month since he was expelled from the Zhengyang sect. Had he still been within its ranks, he would likely have already ascended to the inner sect. The whims of fate are indeed unpredictable. Ye Chen couldn't help but lament his circumstances, cast aside by his sect and subjected to humiliation. Yet, the heavens proved just, granting him a second chance to shine anew within the Hengyue sect. "I am leaving," Bear 2 remarked, patting his backside as he stood up and scratched his nose. "Perhaps my old man is out there, wanted to cross the land?" With that thought, Bear 2 leaped out of the cave. After his departure, Ye Chen sealed the cave and sat cross-legged on the ground. Soon, he consumed all 30 bottles of jade spirit liquid in one go, and the true fire surged forth, refining it into pure vital energy. As the immense vital energy flowed into his dance sea, the ocean of energy within began to rage, churning like tumultuous waves, shimmering with golden hues. With the increasing quantity of vital energy, Ye Chen's cultivation was pushed to the pinnacle of the 4th stage of qi condensation. At this moment, his pores opened wide, greedily absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated within him, marking his breakthrough to the 5th stage of qi condensation. With a long exhale, he released a breath of turbid air, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Upon introspecting his body, Ye Chen noticed that his meridians had grown sturdier, and his bones had become more resilient through the subtle tempering of the true fire, all adorned with a radiant golden glow. Due to his advancement, the capacity of his Danci expanded once more. He estimated that for the next breakthrough, at least 100 bottles of jade spirit liquid would be required. Ye Chen understood that the fifth stage of qi condensation represented a watershed moment. The first 4 stages were relatively easy to surpass, but from the 5th stage onward, significant changes occurred, making each subsequent breakthrough exponentially more challenging. Especially with the presence of the Danci, the difficulty increased manifold. Thankfully, with the true fire capable of refining the jade spirit liquid, he need not rely solely on absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, which might take an eternity to achieve another breakthrough. With such thoughts, he sprang up from the ground, stretching his somewhat stiff body. Just then, as he stretched, he felt a subtle tremor from within his storage bag. Upon opening it, he discovered that it was the purple gold small gourd he had purchased from the treasure pavilion, which had never shown any sign of life since he acquired it. Intrigued, Ye Chen took out the gourd, noticing that it was now shimmering with a faint purple light, and the runes inscribed upon it occasionally glimmered. Could it be that my breakthrough has triggered its awakening? Ye Chen murmured, gently removing the cork. In an instant, the small gourd trembled again. Soon, a tiny whirlpool appeared at the mouth of the gourd, drawing in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, which was subsequently absorbed into the gourd. This spectacle caught Ye Chen's attention. Without sealing the cork, he quietly observed the gourd's transformation, marveling at how it absorbed the spiritual essence as if it were a living being. Realizing this, Ye Chen broke through the cave entrance and stepped outside. Compared to the cave, the spiritual essence in the open air was far more abundant. He placed the purple gold gourd on a rock, and instantly, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was attracted to it, forcefully drawn inside. Time passed, and eventually, Ye Chen approached the gourd, peering inside. To his astonishment, the absorbed spiritual essence had transformed into several droplets of spiritual liquid. Though few in number, they were remarkably pure. You possess such capabilities? Ye Chen exclaimed in disbelief, tilting his head back and drinking the spiritual liquid from the gourd. As it flowed into his body, it resembled a clear spring, nourishing his meridians and revitalizing him. Rivaling even the jade spirit liquid, a smile of delight appeared on his face. Without hesitation, Ye Chen placed the purple gold gourd back on the rock, allowing it to continue absorbing the spiritual essence. Not only that, but he also poured several bottles of jade spirit liquid into it, discovering that the two liquids merged seamlessly, becoming even more refined. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with fervor at this revelation. Seeing this, he poured every last bottle of jade spirit liquid from his storage bag into the small gourd. Quite remarkable, Ye Chen mused as he gently stroked the small gourd, reflecting on the worth of the 1,300 spirit stones spent. In the future, he would merely need to place this gilded gourd in an area abundant with spiritual energy, and it would autonomously absorb the essence, subsequently transforming it into liquid spirit essence. Although the gourd's rate of conversion was somewhat sluggish, its continuous absorption would inevitably accumulate over time, and most importantly, it would not consume Ye Chen's own time. A treasure indeed. With a chuckle, Ye Chen secured the gourd and made his way out of the back mountain. Upon returning to the small spirit garden, he found it was already deep into the night. However, as he entered, he noticed that Hua had not yet retired, sitting cross-legged on the mat to absorb the ambient spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, Ye Chen realized that Hua's cultivation had solidified at the first level of qi condensation. What a diligent little fellow. Ye Chen smiled gently. Hearing the sound, Hua opened his eyes. Spotting Ye Chen, he hurriedly rose, exclaiming, "Big brother, you are back. How do you feel?" Ye Chen patted Hua on the shoulder. "I feel fantastic, he." Hua beamed, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, his innocent nature rendering him incapable of concealing his emotions. "I feel invigorated, and my appetite has increased significantly. I will become even stronger in the future." Ye Chen's face broke into a pleased smile as he retrieved 3 bottles of spirit essence from his storage pouch, presenting them to Hua. "Take 3 drops every hour. 3 drops is the limit, so do not overindulge." "Thank you, big brother," Hua exclaimed with excitement, not forgetting to wipe the bottles with his sleeve. "Come find me when you run out." "Indeed," nodded Tiger Boy, raising his small head to gaze at Ye Chen with his sparkling eyes. "Big brother, may I also cultivate a toppling mountain like you?" Ye Chen fell into silence. As a disciple of the sect, he was acutely aware of the perils within the faction. Weakness invites bullying, while strength provokes envy, and one is constantly beset by schemes and treachery. Tiger Boy is a simple and earnest child, blissfully unaware of the intricacies of deceit. Ye Chen was reluctant to expose him to such harsh realities at an early age. I merely wish to glimpse the world above. Noticing Ye Chen's silence, Tiger Boy lowered his head. Observing him thus, Ye Chen sighed inwardly yet maintained a gentle smile on his face. He patted Tiger Boy's small head and said, "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I shall take you up the mountain." "Is that true?" Tiger Cub raised his little head once more. "Go forth." Hua exclaimed joyfully as he dashed into his little room. After his departure, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh quietly, pondering whether assisting him in becoming a cultivator was indeed the right course of action. Casting a final glance at Hua's small chamber, Ye Chen proceeded to heal the injuries of the little eagle spirit beast. Under the cover of night, he entered Zhang Fengnian's quarters, administering a vial of jade spirit liquid into his body to aid in his recovery. Having completed these tasks, Ye Chen returned to his own room, placing the purple gold small gourd on his bedside to absorb spiritual energy. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, engaging in the primal body refining technique to temper his flesh. The following day, before dawn, he emerged from his chamber. In the small garden, Hua was already awake, donned in a clean outfit. "When you go to practice, remember to behave properly and avoid trouble. Return early," Zhang Fengnian reiterated anxiously, leaning on his cane, concerned that Hua might face bullying. Ye Chen approached slowly, assuring, "Rest assured, Senior, I will look after him." After a hasty breakfast, Ye Chen and Hua departed the small spirit garden under Zhang Fengnian's watchful gaze. As they ascended the Ling Mountain of Honghua's sect for the first time, Hua's wide eyes roamed in wonder, taking in the majestic peaks, the grandiose palaces, and the resplendent spiritual trees, all of which appeared novel to him. On this day, it seemed that many were out gathering spiritual energy. Perhaps the disciples from the three main peaks had concluded their turbulent battles at the Fengyun platform and returned to their cultivation. Or perhaps the impending outer sect competition in a month's time had instilled a sense of urgency, prompting them to intensify their training. Nonetheless, Ye Chen's arrival attracted considerable attention. This apprentice disciple had accomplished numerous astonishing feats since joining Honghua's sect, from battling Zhao Long at the Fengyun War to openly confronting the Deyang Peak, leaving Wei Yang severely injured and facing punishment from the discipline hall. How could he bring Hua up here, so blatantly disregarding the sect's rules? Are you blind? That boy named Hua possesses genuine energy fluctuations within him. Can one truly cultivate? What a curious matter. Ignoring the chatter surrounding him, Ye Chen gently held Tiger Baby's hand and walked forward. In contrast, Tiger Baby, confronted by the surrounding whispers and pointed fingers, timidly followed behind Ye Chen, not daring to make any unnecessary movements. "Do not fear," Ye Chen said with a gentle smile. "I am not afraid." After navigating several turns, Ye Chen brought Hua to the Jiuqing Pavilion to obtain an identity badge. The great hall still housed the unruly elder in green robes. Upon seeing Ye Chen, the elder couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, little one, it seems my vision was indeed lacking." The elder recalled the day Ye Chen first arrived, when the heads of the three main peaks were present and rejected him as a disciple due to his perceived lack of talent. However, subsequent events had astonished him. A disciple overlooked by the three main peaks exhibited such remarkable talent that it evoked profound regret. "You're jesting, Senior," Ye Chen replied with a smile. He then introduced Hua, saying, "Senior, this is Hua, here to receive his identity badge." "Oh?" The elder's gaze shifted to Hua. He scrutinized the boy, carefully examining his small arms and shoulders, determined not to make the same mistake twice. Yet, despite his meticulous observation, Hua's talent and potential proved to be rather mediocre. Compared to Ye Chen, he paled significantly. "Young lad, you may only be able to serve as an intern disciple for now." The elder looked at Hua and asked, "Are you willing?" Yes. Hua nodded eagerly. "As long as I can cultivate on the mountain, I am more than willing." The elder smiled and went inside. Soon, he emerged with a storage bag. Ye Chen accepted the bag on Hua's behalf and respectfully bowed to the elder, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior." As Ye Chen prepared to leave, the elder called out to him, "Little one, once your internship concludes, would you consider becoming my disciple?" The elder extended an olive branch. It was a customary practice in Honghua's sect for the elders of the three main peaks and various pavilions to take in disciples. And the elder's words indicated his desire to take Ye Chen under his wing at the Jiuqing Pavilion. "Thank you for your recognition, elder. I will consider it once my internship is complete," Ye Chen replied politely, neither agreeing nor declining. "I await your response," the elder said as Ye Chen nodded lightly and exited the Jiuqing Pavilion with Hua. Upon exiting, they encountered a familiar face, more accurately, an adversary. The man, clad in flowing white robes, exuded an air of refinement, his lips perpetually curled in a disdainful smirk. It was none other than Chi Hao, the disciple who had ambushed Ye Chen from the back mountain. "Ah, it is you, Ye Chen," Chi Hao said with a mocking grin. "What a small world. I seem to encounter you everywhere, you waste of space." Ye Chen's gaze hardened. He contemplated confronting Chi Hao immediately at the Fengyan platform. However, after careful consideration, he decided to refrain, not wishing for Hu Hua to witness a scene of excessive violence. "What's the matter? Did the fire whip not finish you off?" Chi Hao sneered. He was not alone. Beside him stood a youth named Qi Yun, who was of similar age to Hu Hua and equally arrogant. With a dismissive glance at Hu Hua, he declared, pathetic. Feeling belittled by Qi Yun's gaze, Hu Hua lowered his head in shame. In terms of lineage, cultivation level, demeanor, and talent, he was vastly inferior to Qi Yun. Ye Chen took Hu Hua's hand and began to walk away, yet a cold voice followed them. "Chi Hao, I shall await you on the Fengyan platform tomorrow." After leaving the Jiuqing pavilion, Ye Chen led Hu Hua towards the spirit weapon pavilion to help him select a suitable spirit weapon. "Big brother, I embarrassed you," Hu Hua suddenly murmured, his head bowed. Taken aback, Ye Chen quickly grasped the reason. Hu Hua, innocent and earnest, seemed to be troubled by the earlier encounter, especially when compared to a peer like Qi Yun. Ye Chen was well aware of Chi Hao's background as a scion of a prestigious family, sent to Hangyue sect from a young age. The boy Qi Yun was evidently also from the Qi family, destined for cultivation in Hangyue sect. The Great Chu was replete with families of cultivation lineage, such as the Shangwan family of Dongyue, the Sidu family of Shishu, the Qi family of Nanjing, and the Wang family of Beichuan. Both Chi Hao and Qi Yun hailed from the Qi family of Nanjing. While cultivation families might not possess the profound heritage of sects, they were by no means to be taken lightly. Their descendants were often infused with spirit herbs from a young age, nurtured by a wealth of resources. In this regard, even Ye Chen, let alone Hu Hua, felt at a disadvantage. "You have only just begun your journey as a cultivator. The road ahead is still long." Ye Chen reassured Hu Hua, patting his shoulder with a comforting smile. "Should I not have come?" Hu Hua questioned. "Having arrived, you must find peace. This world inherently possesses a hierarchy of strength and weakness. Yet, heaven is fair. A moment of inferiority does not dictate a lifetime of it. Did I not face scorn when I first arrived? Yes, I will strive doubly hard and will not bring shame to you, big brother," Hu Hua replied, determination shining in his eyes. With that, the two arrived at the spirit weapon pavilion. As they entered, the elder Zhou Dafu, who had been napping, groggily opened his eyes. "Go on in. You may take only one item." Zhou Dafu waved his hand dismissively. "Go ahead." Ye Chen gently urged Hu Hua forward, encouraging him to select a suitable item, promising to find him a better one in the future. Ye Chen's arrival seemed to awaken Zhou Dafu from his slumber. He sat up and stretched lazily, followed by a great yawn. Noticing that Zhou Dafu had awakened while Hu Hua still lingered, Ye Chen stepped forward and inquired with a smile, "Elder, do you have any Xian iron or Xian steel?" Xian iron and Xian steel are precious materials for crafting, always in demand yet rarely available, an elusive treasure. Ye Chen's inquiry regarding these materials was evidently driven by his intention to infuse the essence of Xian iron and Xian steel into his Qi Shao sword. Xian iron is renowned for its hardness, while Xian steel boasts remarkable flexibility. Together, they present an exceptional combination, as stated in the forging scriptures. Xian iron and Xian steel are indeed valuable. I possess some, but I fear you may find them beyond your means, Zhou Dafu replied, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Ye Chen's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he hastily asked, "Elder, how much do they cost?" Zhou Dafu did not respond verbally, but merely raised a single finger. 100,000? 100,000? What are you thinking? It's actually 100,000. Gulp. At that moment, Ye Chen swallowed hard. 100,000 is considered a bargain. The treasures at the vast sea pavilion are even more exorbitantly priced. Zhou Dafu glanced at Ye Chen's expressive countenance and continued, "Moreover, 100,000 spirit stones would only suffice to purchase a piece of dark iron or dark steel the size of an egg." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but swallow again. He understood the rarity of dark iron and dark steel, but had still underestimated their worth. 100,000 spirit stones, what does that signify? For an outer disciple, it is unlikely that one could amass such an amount even over a lifetime within the sect. Even if he could refine jade spirit liquid, it would take him a considerable amount of time to gather 100,000 spirit stones. Of course, there is a place where it would be much cheaper, Zhou Dafu added. Where? The underworld black market. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but stroke his chin, reflecting that he had indeed forgotten about that place. The underworld black market is situated at the confluence of the Hangyue sect, the Zhenyang sect, and the Qingyan sect. It serves as a hub for trade and commerce, as well as a prime location for the disposal of stolen goods. Consequently, the atmosphere there is far from tranquil, often plagued by nefarious characters, and it has been notoriously infamous throughout history. Although Ye Chen had never visited the underworld black market, he was well aware of its notorious reputation. Naturally, the market is not solely defined by its malevolence. Despite its chaos, it boasts a plethora of rare treasures, often offered at prices significantly lower than those found in conventional markets. Many cultivators frequent this place in search of valuable items. Considering the prices of Xian iron and Xian steel from that market, Ye Chen turned his gaze towards Zhou Dafu. The origins of the Xian iron and Xian steel from that location are dubious, and the sellers are often eager to dispose of their wares, potentially allowing for savings of around 40 to 50,000. 40 to 50,000, Ye Chen mused, stroking his chin. For him, such an amount of spirit stones was not insignificant. If he could indeed procure mysterious steel and iron from the underworld black market, he would not hesitate to make the trip. However, the underworld black market was no benign place. One could easily lose their life there, so one must think carefully. Zhou Dafu cast a sidelong glance at Ye Chen. What can I say? You're the one selling at such exorbitant prices. It's merely 40 to 50,000. I'll manage to gather it eventually. Clearing his throat, Zhou Dafu continued, the mysterious iron and steel I possess were not acquired without great effort. Surely, I deserve to earn a little from this. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, silently noting that Zhou Dafu was just as cunning as Pang Dehai. As they conversed, Hua emerged, cradling the weapon he had chosen, rather than a spirit sword. He had opted for an iron rod, which, despite its length being somewhat disproportionate to his stature, was still serviceable. Black iron rod, Zhou Dafu remarked upon seeing it. Turning to Tiger Boy, little one, with so many spiritual weapons available, why did you choose this one? Ye Chen also chuckled, adding, Tiger Boy, you can certainly exchange it for another. Among the numerous weapons, the spear is notoriously difficult to master, and the black iron rod is merely a spear minus its tip, making the challenge evident. This is precisely why both Ye Chen and Zhou Dafu advised against Tiger Boy's choice of the black iron rod. No. I truly adore this black iron rod, Tiger Boy replied with a grin. Then it shall be. Knowing that Hua was resolute once he made up his mind, Ye Chen refrained from further comments. A sword possesses its own sharpness, while a staff holds its own intricacies. If he has chosen it, then so be it. Zhou Dafu no longer opposed the decision. Elder, do you possess any techniques for staff combat? Ye Chen inquired of Zhou Dafu. Hua had just embarked on his journey as a cultivator and was still quite ignorant, having chosen the dark iron staff as his weapon. Even Ye Chen himself was not well versed in staff techniques, let alone Hua. Staff techniques are rather esoteric. I do not have any, Zhou Dafu shook his head. You may visit Wambao Pavilion. Perhaps old Peng might have something. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. In that case, we shall take our leave. Ye Chen cupped his hands in respect and led Hua out of the Spirit Tool Pavilion. They made a brief visit to Wambao Pavilion as well, but returned empty-handed. Ye Chen settled Hua on the small hill where he practiced, providing mutual support and occasionally offering guidance. Hua, diligence can make up for lack of talent. You must strive hard. Yes, I will cultivate twice as diligently and will not bring shame to my elder brother. After a night of silence, dawn arrived swiftly. The following day, as the first light broke, a startling piece of news spread throughout the outer sect of Hongyue sect. Have you heard? Ye Chen is going to challenge Qi Hao of Renyang Peak. Is this true or false? Qi Hao is indeed a genuine figure of the second realm of human origin. Ye Chen must be indulging in frivolity. Once the news spread, it ignited a tremendous uproar. The disciples of the three major peaks, who had just concluded their brawl at the Fengyan platform, found the tranquility shattered once again. The Fengyan platform, which had barely returned to calm, was once more transformed into a venue of great significance, especially as one of the contenders was none other than Ye Chen, who had previously stirred considerable controversy. Consequently, some idly curious disciples hastened to the Fengyan platform to secure advantageous positions. It would be prudent to impose a measure of discipline upon those who belittle our Sun Peak. The esteemed leader of Sun Peak, Master Qingyang, spoke with unwavering confidence in regard to Qi Hao. With unwavering dedication to the mission, Qi Hao elegantly flicked his robes, exuding an air of grace, his lips adorned with a playful smile. We shall also go. Su Xinyue and a group of disciples promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, at the foot of Fengyan platform, the disciples of Heng Yue, drawn by the spectacle, instinctively parted to create a path as Ye Chen, with the formidable Tian Ke sword slung over his shoulder, made his entrance. Having previously triumphed over two peak disciples, it remained uncertain whether he could conquer Qi Hao this time. Could Wei Yang and Zhao Long truly contend with Qi Hao? The disparity between the condensing Qi realm and the human origin realm was insurmountable. Amidst the murmurs encircling him, just as Ye Chen was about to ascend the battle stage, he was unexpectedly seized by a figure emerging from the side. Instinctively glancing over, Ye Chen's lips involuntarily twitched. The one who had grasped him was none other than Xiong Er, appearing notably disheveled. His already plump face was now swollen, bruised, and battered, indicating he had endured a severe beating from his father upon returning. "Kid, speak honestly to me. What are your chances of victory?" Xiong Er inquired, his small eyes fixed intently on Ye Chen. "Tenfold. All right." Bear too was indeed swift in his movements, leaving Ye Chen somewhat perplexed. Retracting his gaze, Ye Chen ascended the Fengyun battle platform. "Come one, come all, place your bets. The more you wager, the more you stand to gain. Once this opportunity is gone, it shall not return." As Ye Chen stepped onto the stage, such exclamations echoed from below. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Bear Two, who had inexplicably procured a table adorned with two signs, one bearing Ye Chen's name and the other, Qi Hao's. External betting. In an instant, Ye Chen discerned Bear Two's intentions. Typically, when combatants took to the Fengyun platform, they would engage in some form of wager. Meanwhile, the disciples below, who were less inclined towards cultivation, busied themselves with bets, clutching their spirit stones. This phenomenon was known as external betting. With a stroke of luck, one might amass wealth overnight, yet misfortune could lead to utter ruin. Come, bet on Ye Chen at 10-1, bet on Qi Hao at 1-10. Wager small, win small, wager large, win large. Remarkably, upon Bear Two's bellowing, the surrounding disciples surged forward like a swarm. "I also support Qi Hao emerges victorious." The stakes placed were overwhelmingly in favor of Qi Hao, leading to a towering accumulation of spirit stones on his side. While the side betting on Ye Chen remained utterly barren. Am I truly that lacking? On the stage, Ye Chen cast a glance below, momentarily taken aback. Yet, a subtle smile began to play upon his lips. Once the wager is placed, it is final and non-refundable. The boisterous calls of Xiong Er echoed across the Fengyun platform. He truly possessed a keen business acumen. Amidst the bustling activity at the gambling table, he still managed to wink at Ye Chen on stage. Having earned a fortune, Ye Chen seemed to envision a dazzling heap of spirit stones, just as he was troubled by the lack of funds to purchase Xian steel and Xian iron. With Xiong Er's intervention, he was destined to reap a considerable profit. Soon, the pile of spirit stones on the gambling table towered higher than the people around it, amounting to approximately 50 or 60,000. The disciples who had placed their bets had returned to their seats, each eagerly anticipating the moment to collect their winnings. "Qi Hao has arrived." Soon, the sharp-eyed disciples shouted. The disciples below turned their gazes towards a particular direction, where Qi Hao, clad in white and holding a white fan, approached gracefully, followed by a large group of disciples from Yangfeng, all seemingly there to offer their support. Under the gaze of the multitude, Qi Hao, with a hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth, elegantly stepped onto the Fengyun battle platform. "Wow, how handsome!" Instantly, the air was filled with the gasps of female disciples. Qi Hao appeared to revel in this attention, gently waving his folding fan, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. "Senior brother Qi, give him a beating." Even before the battle commenced, the disciples from Yangfeng were already cheering enthusiastically for Qi Hao. With such heavy killing intent, you shall never achieve your goals. Surrounded by the crowd, Su Xinyue cast a disdainful glance at Ye Chen. On the platform, Qi Hao looked at Ye Chen across from him with a playful glint in his eyes, mockingly saying, "Ye Chen, who granted you the audacity to challenge me? Do you perhaps overestimate your own abilities?" Ye Chen let out a cold laugh. "Hey, the one named Qi Hao, do you wish to place a bet? If not, I shall close the betting." A voice from below, belonging to Xiong Er, echoed. "Bet, of course." With a gentle snap of his fan, Qi Hao casually tossed aside a storage bag, wagering on his own victory, 10,000 spirit stones. Wow. At this proclamation, a tumult erupted below, especially among the women. Gasps of astonishment filled the air, as they mused that not only did Qi Hao possess a noble lineage, impressive cultivation, and striking looks, but he also displayed remarkable boldness, perfectly embodying the image of their ideal Prince Charming. "I'm not as wealthy as senior brother Qi, so I'll wager 100. Ye Chen also joined in, placing a single 100 spirit stones on the betting table to represent his own victory. His 100 spirit stones were, after all, his only 100. Betting closed. With Xiong Er's loud declaration, He struck the betting table with a hammer. There are external bets. Aren't we going to wager something between us? Chi Hao smiled at Ye Chen, his chin raised high, as if he were about to soar into the heavens. I have no money. I won't bet with you. Are you perhaps afraid? I am not afraid, Ye Chen said, scratching his ear. Soon, I shall render you senseless. Everything of value upon you will belong to me. Such audacity. Chi Hao's gaze turned icy, and he immediately sprang into action. With a mere flick of his toes, he dashed forward, his movements a blur, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. Such astonishing speed. The finesse of his technique is indeed remarkable, even causing Ye Chen, his adversary, to marvel internally. In the midst of their exchange, Chi Hao closed the distance, raising his hand to deliver a powerful palm strike. In response, Ye Chen swiftly swung his weapon, Tian Quebec. Bang! Ye Chen was knocked back by the force of the strike. He had not exerted his full strength, nor would he. This initial show of weakness was merely a means to gauge Chi Hao's prowess. Unyielding, with a triumphant strike, Chi Hao let out a cold chuckle, his movements becoming even more graceful and effortless. He stepped forward, once again closing the distance to Ye Chen, his palm radiating with swirling true energy, coalescing into a 5-pointed star imprint. Buzz! Ye Chen immediately swung his heavy sword, the Tian. Observing this, Chi Hao deftly sidestepped, evading the massive blade. And the 5-pointed star imprint surged towards Ye Chen's chest, poised to incapacitate him. Do you dare to underestimate my combat prowess? Ye Chen scoffed, swiftly retreating just as the 5-pointed star imprint was about to strike him. Too slow. Chi Hao charged forward with unparalleled speed. Slow? Then let us hasten. Ye Chen chuckled softly, retreating swiftly while tossing the Tian towards Chi Hao. In that instant, he propelled himself backward, his body suddenly surging forward. Bang! Chi Hao struck fiercely, sending the approaching Tian flying. But right behind it, Ye Chen launched his own assault. Thunderous palm. With the sound of thunder echoing, Ye Chen unleashed a powerful thunderous palm. Chi Hao's body momentarily faltered, yet he retaliated with a palm strike of his own. Boom! The two formidable forces collided in midair, producing a resounding crash. It appeared that Chi Hao, lacking sufficient energy accumulation, was unexpectedly pushed back half a step by Ye Chen's strike. Despite his cultivation at the human origin realm, to endure such a blow head-on, Chi Hao found himself at a disadvantage. The crowd below erupted in astonishment. You know nothing. Chi Hao had been momentarily distracted by sending the massive Tian flying, leaving him unable to fully channel his true energy, which accounted for his misstep. Nevertheless, Ye Chen was indeed formidable. I underestimated you. With a smirk despite being pushed back, Chi Hao felt no anger over his momentary setback, for the real contest had only just begun. Underestimate me, and you shall suffer greatly. Whether you can withstand this next move remains to be seen. Chi Hao's gaze turned icy as he swiftly formed a hand seal. Instantly, the skies above him swirled ominously, and myriad resplendent sword energies manifested, ringing with a vibrant resonance, countless in number. Rain of swords in the sky. With a light shout from Chi Hao, he waved his hand, and a torrent of sword energy cascaded down from above. Truly a magnificent spectacle. Observing this, Ye Chen had already taken action, drawing the enormous sword, the giant embedded in the battle platform, and then infusing it with a surge of true energy. Buzz! The heavy and formidable heavenly sword was raised high by Ye Chen, pointing towards the heavens, and then it began to whirl madly. Centered around him, a vast vortex of true energy formed, violently shredding the descending sword energy. As the rain of swords was dispelled, Chi Hao showed no signs of anger. Instead, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Upon witnessing this, Ye Chen felt a chill in his heart, sensing an icy aura swiftly approaching from beneath. Earth Dragon Technique. Chi Hao clasped his hands together and unleashed a commanding shout. Suddenly, a deep dragon's roar emanated from beneath Ye Chen's feet. In the next moment, an ethereal dragon's spirit burst forth from the ground, roaring fiercely towards Ye Chen. Such an exquisite secret technique. With the rain of swords above and the Earth Dragon Technique below, the audience gasped in astonishment. Regardless of whether you are a dragon or a worm, lie down before me. On the stage, Ye Chen's cold voice rang out. His fists clenched tightly as blood surged rapidly through his veins, a torrent of true energy converging madly into his fingertips. He then delivered a formidable punch that struck the ethereal dragon's spirit with tremendous force. This powerful blow shattered the dragon's spirit, instantly shocking the spectators below. They had underestimated Ye Chen's strength. What a remarkable young man. He had concealed such overwhelming combat prowess. Below, Xiong exhaled deeply, relieved to see Ye Chen shatter the dragon's spirit with a single punch. The dispersal of the dragon's spirit darkened Chi Hao's expression, prompting him to form another hand seal. Did you think I would grant you another opportunity? A chilling voice approached rapidly as Ye Chen, like a mighty lion, delivered a thunder palm strike from afar, interrupting Chi Hao's hand movements. With his technique disrupted, Chi Hao's demeanor grew grim as he retreated. Ye Chen pursued relentlessly, having abandoned the weight of Tianke. He moved with agility, as graceful as a fleeting shadow. Such astonishing speed. Not only the spectators, but even Chi Hao was momentarily taken aback. Thunder palm. Ye Chen shattered a slab of the battle platform with a single step, then launched a powerful strike. In this blow, he exerted 60% of his strength. Across from him, Chi Hao narrowed his eyes, sensing an overwhelming force emanating from the approaching palm strike. This attack was clearly on a different level than the previous one. He had concealed his true power. A cold light flickered in Chi Hao's eyes. In the blink of an eye, he halted his movement and stepped forward sharply, unleashing a tiger head palm strike. Boom. Another clash ensued, but Chi Hao was forced to retreat with a muffled grunt. How could such strength exist? Chi Hao's expression darkened instantly. However, before he could regain his footing and make a move, Ye Chen lunged at him once more like a lion, delivering another formidable thunder palm. Xianlight shield armor. In an instant, Chi Hao bit his tongue, releasing a mouthful of essence blood, which transformed into a crimson shield armor before him. Bang! Ye Chen's palm struck the shield armor, producing a resounding thud. Give me a breakthrough. With a resounding roar, Ye Chen surged forward, forcefully swinging his arm, delivering a powerful punch against the shield armor. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the shield, forged by Chi Hao, shattered on the spot, causing him to stagger back with a muffled groan. What an extraordinary creature this boy is. Chi Hao stumbled backward, astonishment finally etched upon his face. Not yet finished. Ye Chen, approaching with determination, clearly had no intention of granting Chi Hao a moment's respite as he swiftly closed the distance, positioning himself directly before Chi Hao. Shattering shield. Just as Chi Hao was about to form his seals, he was once again interrupted by Ye Chen. With me closing in, may you seek your own fortune. With Ye Chen's cold proclamation, the myriad lethal techniques of the beast heart manifested in an instant. He resembled a ferocious beast descending from the mountains, his moves as enigmatic as they were lethal, at times like a fierce tiger, at others like a savage ape, then like a mighty lion, and at last like a gray wolf. Grasping, striking, tearing, he employed hands, feet, knees, and shoulders, transforming every joint of his body into a formidable weapon. Such a style of combat again. The spectators below were left in astonishment. Anyone who had witnessed the battle between Ye Chen and Zhao Long knew of Ye Chen's peculiar fighting technique, which was not adorned with flourish but rather executed with decisiveness and ferocity, utterly devoid of form. Reflecting on that fateful day, was it not Zhao Long who had been utterly subdued, unable to lift his head? Was this not the most fundamental art of combat? Yet, how had it morphed into something so bizarre in Ye Chen's hands? Why did I sense that Ye Chen was not human, but rather a feral beast? Strange, exceedingly strange. Kid, you are impressive, exclaimed Xiong at the gambling table, his eyes dazzled, having gasped in awe more than once. On the arena, Chi Hao's furious roar resounded. Though he was far superior to Zhao Long and possessed numerous secret arts, each time he attempted to unleash them, Ye Chen would effortlessly disrupt him, leaving him unable to escape the disheveled state that followed Ye Chen's relentless assault. His body was marked with bruises from punches and kicks. In that moment, the mockery and amusement had vanished from his face, the arrogance he had recently displayed, boasting of his elevated position as a senior brother, was replaced by the demeanor of a beaten dog as he was pressed down by Ye Chen, unable to lift his head. The disciples of Renyang Peak, who had come to assist in the battle, were now rendered utterly speechless. Who is Chi Hao? He is a senior they have always held in reverence, and it was unimaginable that he would be forced into retreat by someone in the Qi condensation realm. It is my first time witnessing senior Qi in such a disheveled state. Chi Hao is a practitioner of the human origin realm. Yet, Ye Chen, who is evidently merely in the Qi condensation realm, exhibits such overwhelming combat prowess. He is clearly employing demonic techniques. Su Xinyue, usually reticent, spoke with a chilling tone, particularly as she observed Ye Chen attacking Chi Hao, her teeth clenched in fury. Demonic techniques, indeed, it must be demonic techniques. Upon her utterance, the disciples of Renyang Peak echoed her sentiments. Ye Chen, your use of demonic techniques is truly disgraceful. As the first disciple of Renyang Peak bellowed in indignation, others soon joined in vociferously denouncing him. A chain reaction swiftly unfolded among the crowd. Those who had been on amicable terms with Qi Hao rallied together, their collective outrage manifesting in a cacophony of shouts, curses, and cries of indignation. "Leave the stage. You are unworthy to contend with Senior Qi Hao." Amidst the crowd, someone hurled an egg towards Ye Chen on the stage. Soon, numerous disciples followed suit, tossing eggs and rotten vegetable leaves onto the battleground, demanding that Ye Chen vacate the platform, forcing him to momentarily halt his fierce engagement. "Our Hengyue sect is a prestigious orthodox sect. We cannot tolerate such demonic techniques. He should be delivered to the discipline hall for severe punishment. The use of such techniques is indeed despicable." The chorus of outrage from the spectators grew ever louder, echoing the call for retribution against Ye Chen. The uproar below led to a temporary cessation of the fierce battle above, affording the beleaguered Qi Hao a moment to catch his breath. Using demonic techniques is vile and shameless. The disciples of Renyang Peak clung tenaciously to this accusation, their vitriol intensifying with each utterance. Hearing their words, Ye Chen's gaze turned icy as he scanned the disciples of Renyang Peak and coldly retorted, "Dare you utter another word? Is it forbidden to speak of your demonic techniques?" A disciple in white from Renyang Peak rebuked, "Can you silence my voice alone? Can you silence everyone present? Failing to pursue orthodox cultivation, you instead delve into heretical paths. One fist cannot contend against four hands," he declared, grappling with the baseless accusations. Though he seethed with anger, he could not stem the tide of invective. The words of the masses are fearsome. Ye Chen truly grasped the weight of this truth. Just as Ye Chen's attention was diverted, Qi Hao suddenly launched an assault, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of light. With a sickening sound, blood spurted forth as Ye Chen was instantly injured, a deep gash carved into his chest. "Die!" A roar erupted as Qi Hao, with a menacing expression, lunged forward like a rabid dog, a ghostly light swirling around his index finger, which he pointed decisively. With a sickening sound, a gaping wound appeared on Ye Chen's right shoulder. Another surprise attack. Stumbling backward, Ye Chen's face froze in a chilling expression. The scene mirrored that fateful day on the back mountain of Hengyue sect when Qi Hao had ambushed him, leaving him wounded. Due to the relentless sneak attacks, Ye Chen found himself in a woeful predicament. Qi Hao, seemingly deranged, showed no mercy, unleashing a torrent of palm strikes, punches, and sword flashes that engulfed the air. "Damn it, is there no shame?" Below, Xiong'er could no longer bear to watch. He slammed the table and leapt up, cursing vehemently. Yet, at that moment, who would heed his words? "Bring him down." The disciples of Renyang Peak shouted with fervor as Qi Hao made a desperate comeback. How could senior brother Qi lose? Seeing Ye Chen retreat step by step, Su Xinyue let out a deep sigh of relief. "Unbelievable, is there no justice?" Xiong'er leapt onto the table, bellowing loudly. It is worth noting that he was the house in the external betting, having wagered a substantial amount of spirit stones, around 70 to 80,000, on Qi Hao's victory. While only a mere 100 spirit stones were placed on Ye Chen, this meant that if Ye Chen were to lose, he would owe a staggering sum to those who had bet on him. However, it was not solely about the spirit stones. Although he had known Ye Chen for a short time, he had perceived his character clearly. Ye Chen was undeniably a person worthy of sincere friendship. Witnessing Ye Chen being falsely accused and then ambushed ignited a fierce anger within him. Blood splattered relentlessly on the arena. Ever since Qi Hao successfully launched a surprise attack, Ye Chen had been unable to react, pushed to the edge of the stage by the frenzied Qi Hao. "Die!" With a roar, Qi Hao pierced the air with his sword. Blood gushed forth once more. Yet this time, Ye Chen did not evade. Instead, he bore the blow, with the sword piercing through his shoulder, refusing to fall from the arena. Today, old grievances and new grudges would be settled. Ye Chen's voice was frigid as he grasped Qi Hao's sword with his left hand, while his right hand surged with immense true energy, delivering a solid punch to Qi Hao's face. Struck by the blow, Qi Hao stumbled. Before he could regain his balance, Ye Chen pushed him back with a powerful palm strike. "Fight!" With a resounding shout, Ye Chen, undeterred by his flowing blood, charged at Qi Hao like a lion. He was truly enraged, no longer holding back against a group of hypocritical and treacherous individuals. He advanced towards Qi Hao, unleashing the essence of his beastly fury, mounting a counterattack from the brink of despair. Each strike from Ye Chen was accompanied by a roar emanating from his wrath. "Ah!" Qi Hao howled, his hair disheveled, despite wielding numerous secret techniques. Yet, once Ye Chen closed in, he was once again suppressed, unable to unleash his full power, with his various secret arts left unutilized. He is employing demonic techniques again. The disciples of Renyang Peak began to stir once more, rallying support. Soon, the observing disciples joined in, their voices rising in a more fervent chorus than before. They were not all allies of Qi Hao. Rather, they were distressed over their spirit stones. It was important to note that external betting was also taking place below the Fengyan stage. Among those present, aside from Xiong'er and Ye Chen, everyone else had wagered on Qi Hao's victory. Should Qi Hao be defeated, their spirit stones would be lost without recovery. Using demonic techniques is despicable. Get down from the stage. You are unworthy to contend with senior brother Qi. Taken to the discipline hall. Shots of condemnation and anger surged like a tide. Once again branding Ye Chen with the label of using demonic techniques, attempting to halt the conflict on stage and buy Qi Hao some time to breathe. However, having been deceived once, Ye Chen would not commit the same error again. He did not cease his assault, striking fiercely and dominantly, each blow drawing blood, leaving Qi Hao unable to recover. Qi Hao's face contorted in rage, yet it was to no avail. Well done, kid. Xiong'er stood atop the betting table, frantically waving a piece of white cloth he had summoned from somewhere. Sister, what shall we do? Below, the disciples of Rinyang Peak looked anxiously towards Su Xinyue. She too was flustered. How could she have anticipated Ye Chen's prowess? Even when continuously wounded and forced to the edge of the arena, he managed to mount a desperate counterattack, far beyond her expectations. Bang! On the stage, Ye Chen sent Qi Hao flying with a punch. With another loud crash, Qi Hao's body crashed down, causing the arena to crack. Yet, when he stood up, a sinister smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. Ye Chen, you will ultimately be unable to defeat me. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen, who was about to charge once more, furrowed his brow sharply. He realized that the true energy circulating within him was bound by a powerful force. Even his dantian was imprisoned. The heavenly spirit charm. Ye Chen glanced at his arm and noticed a yellow talisman affixed to it, gradually merging into his body. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the heavenly spirit charm. It is the heavenly spirit curse. The disciples below erupted in astonishment. The heavenly spirit curse was exceedingly precious, and they never anticipated that Qi Hao would possess such a talisman. With his vital energy bound, Ye Chen was destined to be powerless to turn the tide. This time, there was no need to suffer losses. It turned out that senior brother Qi had long been scheming. The disciples of the Yang Peak let out a heavy sigh of relief. The upcoming battle was devoid of suspense. Qi Hao, how shameless can you be? Only Xiong'er among them shouted in outrage. In a confrontation with a condensation realm cultivator, you dare to employ the heavenly spirit curse? How low can you stoop? Yet, at this moment, how could Qi Hao heed such words? Enraged and humiliated, he was consumed by a singular thought: to defeat Ye Chen, regardless of the cost. Across from him, Ye Chen's expression was as cold as ice. This was his first encounter with the heavenly spirit curse, and he truly felt its terrifying power. With his current strength, he could not break free. His vital energy was restrained, rendering him incapable of overcoming Qi Hao. Ye Chen's gaze flickered uncertainly. Although his Dan Si was imprisoned, he believed that his true fire was also sealed. Even with his formidable physique and exceptional combat abilities, without vital energy, victory was utterly improbable. Ha! Qi Hao's sinister and unrestrained laughter echoed from across the way. I will make you wish for death. Drawing forth his sharp killing sword, Qi Hao approached slowly, unhurried, intent on savoring Ye Chen's impotent fury. Who would live and who would die remained uncertain. A cold smirk curled upon Ye Chen's lips as he readied himself once more for battle. What? Ye Chen is still prepared to fight. The murmurs of astonishment rose again from below. With his vital energy bound, defeat was inevitable. It seemed he was merely putting up a desperate struggle. All is in vain. I wonder how long you can endure. Qi Hao, standing on the stage, unleashed a fierce sword aura. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had already retreated, deftly drawing the Tianke heavy sword that was embedded in the battle platform. Bang! Qi Hao's sword aura struck the Tianke, sparking a brilliant flare. Without any protective true energy, Ye Chen's arms were jolted painfully, and a sweet taste surged in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Die! Qi Hao, moving like the wind, swiftly closed the distance and once more pierced the air with his blade. Strangely, Ye Chen did not evade. Poof! Blood splattered as Ye Chen's body was pierced. In that very moment, he gripped the deadly sword with his bloodied hand, and his right fist surged forward once again. Yet this time, Qi Hao was prepared. He gently raised his palm and seized Ye Chen's fist. To Qi Hao, Ye Chen's strike, rendered powerless by the binding of his true energy, held no threat whatsoever. Too weak, Qi Hao sneered, delivering a powerful blow that sent Ye Chen staggering back, blood spilling from his mouth. You still refuse to die? With Ye Chen pushed back, Qi Hao raised his bloodied sword, ready to advance for the kill. However, just as he took a step forward, His expression suddenly shifted dramatically. He distinctly felt a formidable force surging into his body, forcefully constraining him. How could this be possible? In disbelief, he gazed at the celestial talisman in his palm, which was on the verge of merging with his being. Did Ye Chen also possess the celestial talisman? The crowd below erupted once more in astonishment. The celestial talisman was exceedingly precious. Could he truly afford it? It was over. Chi Hao had also fallen victim to the celestial talisman. Well done. Xiong'er couldn't help but let out a wolf howl. His small fists clenched tightly in excitement. Where did he acquire the heavenly spirit charm? Su Xingyue was taken aback, clearly realizing that Ye Chen also possessed the heavenly spirit charm, completely surpassing his expectations. This is impossible, roared Chi Hao from the stage. I have stated that the matters of life and death remain uncertain. A few paces away, Ye Chen staggered to his feet, casting a cold smile at Chi Hao. How could you possess the celestial incantation? Chi Hao, his eyes filled with crimson rage, stared intently at Ye Chen. Is this important? With a cold sneer, Ye Chen slowly approached. What truly mattered was that the scales of fairness had been tipped. Neither of us possessed true energy, and the real battle was only just beginning. Upon hearing this, Chi Hao instinctively took a step back. Indeed, he too was devoid of true energy. So, could he still be Ye Chen's opponent? Recalling Ye Chen's overwhelming close combat techniques, fear flickered in Chi Hao's eyes. Over the years, he had relied too heavily on true energy, neglecting the fundamental skills of combat. Without true energy, he stood no chance against Ye Chen. Fight! Ye Chen's commanding voice rang out, and with a single step, he surged forward like a cannonball. Witnessing this, Chi Hao hurriedly retreated. Can you escape? The chilling voice carried on the wind as Ye Chen closed in, delivering a powerful punch. The instinct of the human body compelled Chi Hao to block. Yet again, he found himself unable to evade the oppressive force of Ye Chen's formidable close combat techniques. Alas, no matter how he roared, it proved futile. However, just as Ye Chen was showcasing his prowess, a white-clad disciple from Renyang Peak unexpectedly charged onto the battlefield. Though this disciple's cultivation was not particularly high, he was cunning enough to realize that Ye Chen's true energy was currently suppressed, significantly diminishing his strength. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to eliminate Ye Chen. Perish! The white-clad disciple's expression was malevolent as he struck with a forceful palm, showing no mercy whatsoever. With a cultivation level of the 4th layer of Qi condensation, how dare you utter a cold rebuke? Ye Chen kicked Chi Hao, sending him sprawling to the ground, and then swiftly turned around. With a leap akin to that of a monkey, he evaded the white-clad disciple's attack, while Ling Tian delivered a powerful palm strike that staggered the disciple. Below, the disciples were taken aback. Even when his vital energy was restrained, Ye Chen remained remarkably fierce. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Ye Chen seized one of the white-clad disciple's legs and forcefully slammed him onto the arena. Possessing a keen intellect, Ye Chen had anticipated the attack from the disciples of Renyang Peak the moment his vital energy was bound. Fortunately, among the reinforcements from Renyang Peak, aside from Su Xingyue, who had reached the 9th level of Qi condensation, the rest were predominantly below the 5th level, while within Ye Chen's capacity to contend with. A withered camel is larger than a horse. Ye Chen belonged to this category. Although his vital energy was confined, his combat prowess remained intact, coupled with his formidable physique. He was not someone to be easily dismissed, especially since these disciples were not Chi Hao. Another piercing scream echoed as Ye Chen slammed the white-clad disciple onto the arena once more, displacing his internal organs, leaving an imprint of a human figure on the solid ground. Without his vital energy, they charged forth. With a resounding shout, the disciples of Renyang Peak, aside from Su Xingyue, surged onto the arena in a frenzied rush. How infuriating! Upon witnessing this, Xiong'er in the audience immediately erupted with rage, brandishing his wolf fang club, ready to charge onto the stage. However, just as he lifted his foot, he instinctively retracted it. On the stage, Ye Chen was locked in a fierce battle against the divine might. Grasping the leg of the unconscious disciple clad in white, he wielded him like a weapon, swinging wildly. Any disciple of Yang Feng who dared to approach was sent sprawling through the air. The scene unfolded dramatically, with Yang Feng's disciples tumbling off the stage like mere sandbags. Impressive! Exclaimed Xiong'er, his tongue clicking in astonishment. This was truly astonishing. The disciples around him instinctively swallowed hard. Following a heart-wrenching scream, a disciple from Yang Feng was instantly incapacitated by Ye Chen's devastating strike to his dantian. Ye Chen. From the audience, Su Xingyue exclaimed sharply. How can you so ruthlessly harm your fellow disciples without fearing the discipline hall's retribution? Ruthlessly harm my fellow disciples? Ye Chen, drenched in blood, With eyes as crimson as the very essence of rage, fixed his gaze upon Su Xinyue and retorted, in the duel of champions. It is a long-standing rule that no third party may intervene, even if I were to extinguish their lives right here. The discipline hall would have no authority to punish me. Once again, you have been reprimanded, and Su Xinyue's delicate face flushed with anger. It is you, the people of Yangfeng, who have disdained the rules, so do not blame me. Ye Chen's voice rang out, cold as ice. With that, Ye Chen abruptly turned, delivering a swift blow that sent the newly risen Qi Hao reeling. Seeing this, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Su Xinyue's eyes as she prepared to charge onto the arena. So, Su Xinyue, I advise you to behave, otherwise. The wind-chasing arrow does not distinguish between people, came the voice of Xiong. The fellow had replaced his wolf-toothed club with a longbow, now drawn to resemble a full moon, an ominous aura of true energy coursing through it. Should Su Xinyue dare to ascend the stage, that energy arrow would be loosed in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Su Xinyue's expression hardened as she felt the chilling energy emanating from the arrow. She was certain that any rash movement would result in her heart being pierced. With this thought in mind, she took a deep breath, her foot poised to advance, but ultimately withdrew it obediently. That's more like it. Xiong sneered, casting a glance at the disciples below. He scolded, I do not wish to target anyone. So behave yourselves. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Upon hearing these words, the restless disciples immediately quelled their energy, refraining from any further impulsive actions. On the stage, Ye Chen had already seized Qi Hao's storage bag, thoroughly searching him for any valuables. Anything of worth was taken without reservation. He did allow Qi Hao a modicum of dignity. Otherwise, given his previous tendencies, he would have stripped Qi Hao bare. Having completed these actions, Ye Chen leaped down from the arena and began to walk away. As he passed by Su Xinyue, he cast a fleeting glance at her frost-like visage and coldly remarked, Sister Su, your ability to distort right and wrong is truly remarkable. I, as your junior, am ashamed in comparison. Su Xinyue was about to utter something, but Ye Chen had already swept away in his robe. Ahead, the disciples on both sides instinctively parted to create a path for Ye Chen. Today's battle was filled with dramatic peaks and astonishing moments. Qi Hao, a practitioner of the human origin realm, was overwhelmingly defeated. Even the disciples from Yangfeng who had come to assist, save for Su Xinyue, were all bested. After today, it is likely that no one will dare to underestimate Ye Chen, this apprentice disciple, any longer. Let us go. After Ye Chen departed, Xiong collected all the bets, patted his backside, and vanished swiftly without a trace. Once he left, the disciples, still lingering in the aftermath, felt an inexplicable void. Soon. The Fengyun platform echoed with the wails of despair. My spiritual stones. That was my entire fortune. After decades of toil, I have returned to square one. The battle at Fengyun platform catapulted Ye Chen into the annals of fame among the outer sect. A mere novice disciple in the condensation realm had triumphed over the three main peak disciples within a month, including one from the human origin realm. This would undoubtedly become a lasting legend. Nightfall at Tianyang Peak. Elder Zhong clutched his heart, lamenting the loss of such a prodigious disciple. Feeling an acute pang of regret. At Deyang Peak, Guhong smirked, Old Xingyang, your human Yang Peak suffered a more humiliating defeat than my Deyang Peak, didn't he? Meanwhile, at Renyang Peak, Qi Hao had awakened, roaring like a rabid dog. Kill. Kill. I will slay him. Enough noise. Xingyang Zhenren barked, his face ashen and grim. A terrifying sight. If you cannot even defeat a condensation realm disciple, I truly wasted my efforts teaching you. Master, it is that Ye Chen who is too treacherous. Su Xinyue seethed beside him. Do not speak further. For the next month, you are to remain quietly on the mountain. During the outer sect competition, do not bring shame upon me again. In the Shaolin Garden, Ye Chen had been practicing the barbaric body refinement for over 6 hours. He had sustained considerable injuries during the Fengyun confrontation, his body marred with numerous bruises, particularly 2 gaping wounds on his left shoulder and right chest. However, compared to the punishment he endured in the discipline hall, these wounds were trivial. Under the influence of the barbaric body refinement, his injuries healed remarkably quickly. By the time he stepped out of his room, he was invigorated and full of vitality. Well, as soon as Ye Chen stepped out of the door, he was greeted by a howl reminiscent of a wolf. It was only then that he noticed, aside from Hu Hua and Zhang Fengyan, there was another figure in the small spirit garden, a rather corpulent individual, or rather, a person. It was none other than Xiong. Are you some kind of beast? Xiong rushed over to examine Ye Chen's body, only to find not a single bruise, leaving him utterly astonished. Hand it over. Ye Chen extended his palm. Rest assured, you shall not be shortchanged. Xiong Er cast a sideways glance at Ye Chen, aware that Ye Chen was requesting the spirit stones won from the gambling stakes at Fengyan. This time, the sum was considerable, and Xiong Er certainly would not claim it all for himself, as the majority of the effort had been exerted by Ye Chen. As per their usual arrangement, they would split it evenly, each receiving 40,000. Xiong Er handed a storage pouch to Ye Chen. Upon receiving the pouch, Ye Chen glanced inside. It contained precisely 40,000, neither more nor less, which he promptly tucked into his bosom. The recent confrontation at Fengyan had indeed proven to be exceedingly lucrative for him. 40,000 spirit stones would undoubtedly place him among the wealthiest disciples of the outer sect of Hanyu sect. Meanwhile, Xiong Er stepped a bit closer, clearly not intending to depart just yet, and quietly inquired, "Have you ever visited the Netherworld black market?" "No." Ye Chen gently shook his head. "Would you like to accompany me to take a stroll there?" Xiong Er winked at Ye Chen. In just a few days, the triennial auction of the underworld black market would commence, rumored to feature an abundance of treasures. As he spoke, he brandished his wolf-toothed club, exclaiming, "Look at this. I acquired this very club during the last auction at the underworld black market. It occurs once every 3 years. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 3 years. But I have heard that place is rather perilous," Ye Chen mused, stroking his chin. "Fortune favors the bold," Xiong Er hastily replied. "Moreover, during the auction, fighting is strictly prohibited. We can simply go to have a look, and if it becomes too risky, we can leave. So, are we going or not?" Upon hearing Xiong Er's words, Ye Chen pondered for a moment and then decided, "Let us go take a look." "Excellent. It's settled then. I will gather some snow yulon flowers. Tomorrow, at the usual spot on the back mountain. Don't be late." Xiong Er leaped up and, with a clap of his hands, dashed out of the small spiritual garden. After Xiong Er departed, Ye Chen secured his door tightly. He first placed the purple gold gourd at his bedside to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then he retrieved Qi Hao's storage bag. Upon opening the storage bag, even Ye Chen, known for his composure, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Qi Hao, a young prodigy from a prestigious cultivation family, had been entrusted with great expectations by his family and received focused training from the esteemed Qingyang Jinren. The treasures within this storage bag were extraordinarily abundant. First and foremost, the bag contained over 30,000 spirit stones. Secondly, it held a variety of spirit liquids, some nourishing meridians, others prolonging life, and yet others enhancing physical strength, truly a cornucopia of riches. Additionally, the bag was filled with numerous spirit herbs and spirit artifacts, many of which Ye Chen had never encountered before, undoubtedly precious items. As for the spirit artifacts, they were all of superior quality, with a few even comparable to his own Shishao sword. Finally, the storage bag contained nothing but a solitary broken turtle shell. Beneath the flickering candlelight, Ye Chen held the tortoise shell in his hand, scrutinizing it intently. The surface of the shell was mottled and no larger than a palm, adorned with several incomprehensible runes that exuded an indescribable aura, reminiscent of ancient and weathered times. It was this very essence of antiquity that captivated Ye Chen. Suddenly, as he pondered in silence, the small purple gold gourd at his bedside quivered slightly. Before Ye Chen could react, the ancient tortoise shell was drawn from his grasp, as a swirling vortex opened wide at the mouth of the gourd, swallowing the shell whole. "What is happening?" Ye Chen exclaimed, hastily clutching the purple gold gourd and peering inside. To his astonishment, he discovered that the tortoise shell, once consumed, was being dissolved by a peculiar force emanating from within the gourd, ultimately transforming into a vaporous essence. This surreal sight left Ye Chen utterly bewildered. In his moment of shock, the purple gold gourd trembled once more, releasing the vaporous essence it had absorbed in a powerful burst, which unerringly surged into Ye Chen's eyes. "Wow!" Ye Chen exclaimed as darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a thunderous ringing in his head. After an indeterminate period, he shook his head and opened his eyes, only to find them transformed. Upon closer inspection, one could discern lines of tiny characters flitting across his gaze. Swift shadow. Illusory transformation. The boundless swiftness conforms to the shape like a shadow, while the myriad forms follow the heart like a dream. As Ye Chen murmured softly, he closed his eyes once more, slipping into a wondrous state. The room fell into silence, illuminated only by the flickering candlelight. At an unknown moment, Ye Chen, who stood still on the ground, gently took a step forward. Though this step appeared ordinary, it seemed imbued with an indescribable essence. After taking that step, Ye Chen did not halt. He moved as if in a trance, his pace slow, circling within the room, sometimes advancing, at other times inexplicably retreating. Time slipped away unnoticed. In the room, Ye Chen wandered throughout the night. When dawn broke, he stepped through the door into the garden, moving with abandon. At times like a steadfast tortoise paving the way, and at other times like a gentle breeze, leaving no trace behind. With each step he took, a profound aura emanated, and his movements were so enigmatic that they eluded understanding, the swiftness of his pace rendering others unable to keep up. At an indeterminate moment, Ye Chen paused slightly, slowly opening his eyes, which sparkled with unrestrained joy. Boundless swiftness, conforming to shape like a shadow, myriad forms following the heart like a dream. What a marvelous swift shadow. Illusory transformation. Regaining his composure, Ye Chen returned to the room. Approaching the bedside, he eagerly tucked the purple gold gourd into his embrace, continuously polishing it. A treasure. Truly a treasure, he beamed, realizing that his expenditure of over 1,000 spirit stones had been undeniably worthwhile. He had come to understand that the ancient tortoiseshell contained the profound secret art of swift shadow, illusory transformation, and the purple gold gourd had captured this essence, swallowing the tortoiseshell and refining the secret art within. What kind of treasure are you, possessing such capabilities? Grasping the purple gold gourd, Ye Chen found himself increasingly enamored, his excitement growing with each thought. The gourd not only absorbed the celestial energy of the universe, transforming it into a liquid essence, but also captured the hidden mysteries within ambiguous objects, further heightening Ye Chen's sense of the gourd's extraordinary origins. I can't shake the feeling that I'm destined for great fortune. Ye Chen stroked his chin, reflecting that his true fire could sense treasures, while the purple gold gourd had the ability to uncover the secrets concealed within them. This is a sign of prosperity. With this thought, he retrieved a remarkable spirit pearl from his storage pouch, inserting it directly into the gourd to see if it could unveil any hidden truths. Buzz. As the spirit pearl was suddenly placed inside, the purple gold gourd vibrated, promptly expelling the pearl. It appears to be an ordinary spirit pearl, Ye Chen mused, then pulled out a small dagger, placing it inside the gourd once more. Consistent with the first attempt, the gourd immediately rejected it again. One by one, he tested various items, spirit jade, spirit artifacts, each met with similar results. Finally, he placed a radiant small jade vial into the gourd. Crack! In an instant, the purple gold gourd crushed the vial into fine ash and expelled the remnants. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. Buzz! The purple gold gourd trembled violently, seemingly protesting, almost as if to say, try inserting another one. Observing this, Ye Chen's mouth twitched in realization. He understood that the gourd possessed the ability to capture the mysteries within treasures, but it could only do so with items it actively swallowed. Inserting useless objects yielded no results. Furthermore, he discerned that the purple gold gourd possessed sentience. He was certain that if he continued to insert worthless items, it would crush them on the spot. Such a temper for such a small thing. Though Ye Chen scolded it verbally, he still cradled the gourd in his arms, recognizing its value. After a simple breakfast, he hastily departed from the small spirit garden. Upon reaching the cave in the back mountain, he found Bear 2 sprawled inside, snoring loudly, drool pooling beneath him, a sight of sheer gluttony. Cough, cough. Ye Chen cleared his throat, but Bear 2 remained unresponsive. Growing impatient, Ye Chen delivered a kick. Little fatty, it's time to get to work. Yet, as before, Bear 2 continued to sleep soundly. Ye Chen raised an eyebrow, noticing that the woman was not wearing any clothes. Upon hearing this, Bear 2 jolted awake. Where? The tactic proved effective. Ye Chen, standing nearby, remarked with a knowing expression, "Your grandmother." Realizing he had been mocked, Xiong glared fiercely at Ye Chen, cursing vehemently. Enough of this nonsense, hurry up. Do you have the spiritual herbs? Our time is limited. Rest assured, I will handle it. Xiong then reached into his trousers and produced a storage bag, exclaiming, I exerted tremendous effort to acquire this. TCH. Ye Chen scoffed, but when he opened the storage bag, he was immediately taken aback. The quantity of spiritual herbs inside exceeded the last time by threefold. You are quite ruthless, Ye Chen remarked in astonishment, glancing at Xiong. Did your uncle agree to you taking so many? I beg to differ. How did you manage that? I brought my aunt here. Xiong dug his nose and added something to their meal. Added something? Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. What did you add? Herb of harmony. Upon uttering these words, even Ye Chen, with his unwavering composure, could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth and begrudgingly give a thumbs up to Xiong Air. Impressive. After a brief interlude, the two resumed their tasks. Ye Chen continued to lead the alchemical process, while Xiong Air busily assisted him. Soon, the cave was filled with an enchanting fragrance of medicinal herbs. Ye Chen, not one to squander such rich aromas, had already retrieved a small purple-gold gourd at the onset of concocting the jade spirit liquid, absorbing the fragrant essence into it. What a treasure this is, capable of autonomously absorbing spiritual energy. Xiong Air squatted on the ground, his small eyes darting around. Stop gawking, come over and lend a hand. Thanks to Ye Chen's increasing proficiency in refining the jade spirit liquid, they managed to produce 3 times the amount in just 6 days. That night, the two collapsed onto the ground like exhausted swine. 6 days of frenetic alchemy had rendered them utterly spent. Tomorrow we set off. Let us first visit the Wanbao Pavilion to procure some useful items. Understood? Xiong Air instructed, stuffing bottles of jade spirit liquid into his storage pouch. Useful items? Ye Chen inquired, glancing over with a curious expression. You mean the heavenly spirit spell, the heavenly motion spell, and the heavenly thunder spell? Upon hearing these names, Ye Chen's eyes brightened instantly. The 3 great talismans of Tumultuous sect, heavenly spirit spell, heavenly motion spell, and heavenly thunder spell. The heavenly spirit spell specializes in confinement, capable of temporarily sealing a cultivator's true energy. The heavenly motion spell focuses on escape, allowing the user to enhance their speed instantaneously. The heavenly thunder spell is an offensive spell of tremendous power, capable of shattering mountains. Each of these talismans possesses unique merits, and when used in conjunction, they yield unexpected results. Their value is truly staggering. Does Wanbao Pavilion sell these 3 talismans? Ye Chen asked Xiong Air. Indeed, they do. The heavenly spirit spell costs 10,000 spirit stones, the heavenly motion spell 30,000, and as for the heavenly thunder spell, it requires 90,000 spirit stones. However, due to its overwhelming power, it is prohibited within Tumultuous sect, though permissible outside. Goodness gracious, who can afford that? Ye Chen swallowed hard at the thought. The Tumultuous sect's outer disciples are indeed concealing many talented individuals, some undoubtedly from affluent cultivation families. Ye Chen recalled that just yesterday, he had discovered 30,000 spirit stones within Qi House storage pouch. The disciples from less conspicuous cultivation families must also be quite wealthy. Although these talismans are expensive, their practicality is undeniable. These are essential items for any journey, Xiong Air remarked. In critical moments, they could be a matter of life and death. I value my life far more than spirit stones. This sentiment resonated with Ye Chen. It is true that no amount of spirit stones matters if one's life is lost. He had silently resolved to visit Wanbao Pavilion once more before venturing into the netherworld black market, aiming to acquire at least a couple of heavenly spirit and heavenly motion spells, even if he could not afford the heavenly thunder spell. That night, the two parted ways at the back mountain. Xiong Air headed to the spiritual herb garden, while Ye Chen made his way to Wanbao Pavilion. The night sky was deep, studded with stars like scattered dust. Upon arriving at Wanbao Pavilion, Ye Chen found Peng Dehai humming a tune and sipping wine alone. Oh, someone is indeed here to make a purchase at this late hour. Seeing a customer, Peng Dehai promptly stood up, his eyes glimmering with vitality. Ah, elder. You seem to be in high spirits. Ye Chen smiled, handing over a storage pouch. Please help me appraise this. I wish to know its worth. Peng Dehai accepted the pouch, peered inside, then glanced back at Ye Chen. Did you acquire this from Qihao? Ye Chen cleared his throat, touched his nose, and nodded slightly. Returning his focus to the pouch, Peng Dehai took out a small abacus and began meticulously counting each item within. After a moment, he set the abacus down, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and raised 3 fingers. 30,000 is too little. Ye Chen pursed his lips, thinking to himself that if he were not in urgent need of money, he would not have considered selling these treasures. 31,000, no more. Peng Dehai insisted, casting a scrutinizing glance at Ye Chen, who clearly did not appear inclined to sell. Observing this, Peng Dehai tentatively proposed, how about 32,000? I shall not sell it any longer, Ye Chen declared as he promptly stowed away his storage bag. Although he was not particularly attuned to the nuances of pricing, he was well aware that the treasures within Qihao's storage bag far exceeded 32,000. Merely the few extraordinary spiritual weapons alone surpassed that value. Seeing Ye Chen preparing to leave, Peng Dehai hurriedly grasped Ye Chen's arm, exclaiming, Do not depart. We must negotiate further. 50,000, Ye Chen stated, presenting his offer without hesitation. 38,000 Pang Dehai is not one to be trifled with, as he relentlessly strives to negotiate the price downward. I can offer you 2,000, 48,000. 40,000, that is the utmost I can extend. The elder remarked, you are being rather ruthless, aren't you? 47,000. That is my final offer, otherwise. Deal. Unexpectedly, Pang Dehai interrupted Ye Chen's words, responding with surprising decisiveness. Is this too low? Ye Chen's lips curled slightly, inwardly lamenting that he had been deceived by this rogue. Come now, 47,000, not a penny more. Just make your choice. Pang Dehai wore a lewd grin as he shoved a storage pouch into Ye Chen's arms, evidently anxious that Ye Chen might change his mind. Ye Chen resolutely pushed it back, insisting, I want 3 heavenly spirit spells and 1 heavenly movement spell. That won't do. You're still short 3,000. Pang Dehai immediately protested. Then I won't sell it. Hey, you little rascal. Pang Dehai was on the verge of exploding, but managed to maintain a lewd smile, suggesting, how about this? At 2,000 more, and I'll give you a discount of 1,000 spirit stones. What do you say? At most, I'll add 500. Having been tricked once, Ye Chen had wised up and was determined to drive the price down further. Deal. Unexpectedly, Pang Dehai agreed. Oh my. Ye Chen couldn't help but slap himself twice in disbelief. Did he raise the price again? Experience prevails. Ye Chen gathered his strength to negotiate further down. Yet, he still couldn't outmaneuver Pang Dehai. Clearly, this old fellow's position as an elder at the Wanbao Pavilion was well-deserved. 3 celestial spirit talismans and 1 celestial movement talisman. Well received. This time, Pang Dehai stuffed 4 spiritual talismans into Ye Chen's embrace, and then swiftly took Ye Chen's storage bag. With a darkened expression, Ye Chen placed the 4 talismans into the bag, muttering, Elder, be careful not to fall into a pit while walking tonight. Hey, you little rascal. Before Pang Dehai could retort, Ye Chen dashed out of the Wanbao Pavilion. By the time he returned to the small spirit garden, it was already late at night. Buzz, buzz. The sound of iron rods striking the air filled the garden. Huo was still awake, diligently practicing. The black iron rod felt somewhat fitting in his hands. Although somewhat clumsy, he was gradually becoming more adept. Perhaps Huo was so engrossed in his training that he hadn't noticed Ye Chen's return. Ye Chen chose not to disturb him and quietly made his way to his room. As he stepped inside, he cast a glance at the perspiring Huo. The rod seemed destined to accompany him. With that thought, Ye Chen entered his room. A night passed in silence, and dawn arrived in the blink of an eye. The next day, as the first light broke, Ye Chen stepped out of the small spirit garden. At the foot of the mountain, Xiong appeared without delay. Today, aside from his flowery shorts and a small vest, Xiong sported a shining heart-protecting mirror hanging from his chest, radiating a subdued brilliance. How about we rent a spirit bird to fly over? Ye Chen suggested, glancing at the sky. That is not an option, Bear 2 promptly rejected, asserting that the truly powerful individuals soared through the skies. Traveling on a spirit bird aloft was exceedingly perilous. Heed my counsel, for it is far more secure on the ground than in the air. As he spoke, Bear 2 retrieved 2 spirit talismans from his trousers. The 1,000 Miles Talisman. Ye Chen's eyes flickered, as if he recognized this talisman and was aware of its power. Once activated, it could traverse 1,000 miles in a single day. Oh, so you are familiar with the 1,000 Miles Talisman, Xiong remarked, somewhat astonished. I have heard a bit. Xiong did not inquire further. Handing a talisman inscribed with 1,000 lines to Ye Chen, he affixed it to his leg and infused it with true energy, ensuring to master the direction with utmost precision. This talisman operates with remarkable speed. Do not collide into a mountain. Look at what you said. Ye Chen waved his hand and affixed the spirit talisman onto his leg. Immediately, he channeled a stream of true energy into it, causing the talisman to emit a radiant glow as intricate patterns embedded themselves within his body. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Ye Chen shot forth from his previous position. Xiong followed closely behind like a streak of lightning. The sudden surge of speed caught Ye Chen off guard, as it was his inaugural use of the 1,000 Flow Talisman. This talisman is quite remarkable, Ye Chen remarked with a smile, skillfully steering his course while the wind howled past his ears. Although the speed of the 1,000 Flow Talisman could not rival that of the swift Shadow Mirage, it consumed significantly less true energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two left behind a trail of shadowy afterimages, with swirling dust clouds billowing in their wake. After a night of rapid travel, they dashed into a desolate forest. In another hour, we shall arrive, Xiong estimated, gauging the time and distance. I can already scent the metallic tang of blood, Ye Chen pondered aloud. Relax, there's nothing to worry about. I'm here, Xiong reassured, patting Ye Chen with his plump little hand. Be cautious, Ye Chen suddenly exclaimed, grasping Xiong Air firmly before swiftly retreating. Boom! Just as they distanced themselves, the very ground they had traversed erupted violently. Instantly, debris flew in all directions, colossal trees toppled, and the earth itself was gouged into a deep pit measuring 3 zhang. Damn it! Xiong Air cursed vehemently upon witnessing the chaos. Had it not been for Ye Chen's quick reflexes, they would have been obliterated on the spot. Who in the world set this deadly trap? Xiong Air shouted, his voice echoing with anger. With narrowed eyes, Ye Chen stood back to back with Xiong Air, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Encountering peril so soon after their departure filled him with unease regarding the safety of this journey. Rustle, rustle. In the enveloping darkness, ominous sounds emerged, accompanied by a chilling wind that carried a scent of blood. To have evaded my array traps, I underestimated you. A chilling voice accompanied by a sinister laugh declared as a hulking figure emerged, wielding a ghostly blade. This man, bare-armed with disheveled hair, had sunken eyes that glowed crimson and a menacing scar etched across his face, exuding an aura of brutality that made it evident he was no ordinary foe. True Yang Realm. As they sensed the aura emanating from the burly man, the expressions on Ye Chen and Xiong Air's faces instantly soured. Bring forth the storage bags. I can grant you a swifter demise. The imposing figure, wielding a massive blade, advanced slowly, with an even more pronounced aura of brutality surrounding him. The broad and hefty sword glimmered ominously. Noticing this, Xiong Air tilted his head slightly to glance at Ye Chen, asking, "Shall we engage?" In response to Xiong Air's inquiry, Ye Chen gently nodded. If this were to be overheard, it would undoubtedly provoke astonishment. One was at the condensing Qi realm, while the other had just reached the first level of the human Yuan realm, yet they were daring to confront a true Yang realm practitioner. Had the opponent been a higher tier true Yang, the two would have fled at the first opportunity. However, despite the formidable aura emanating from the burly man, it was evident that his power was unstable, indicating that he had only recently ascended to the true Yang realm. Naturally, Ye Chen and Xiong Air felt no fear towards someone who had just made such a breakthrough. Robbery. With a wolf-like howl from Xiong Air, he propelled himself off the ground like a cannonball. Robbery. Ye Chen howled like a wolf, immediately following Xiong Air out into the fray. Upon witnessing this, the burly man was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, Xiong Air's wolf fawn club had already swung menacingly through the air. Seeking death, the burly man thought, his expression swiftly turning sinister as he swung his hand to strike. However, in his perception, the spiked club descending from Ling Tian seemed to magnify rapidly, growing to more than 5 times its original size to those unaware. It might have appeared as if a massive tree were hurtling towards them. Bang! Caught off guard by the sudden enlargement of the spiked club and underestimating his opponent, who was merely at the human origin realm, the burly man was staggered, his palm becoming a gruesome sight, drenched in blood. Yet, despite injuring the burly man, Xiong Air too was jolted back, letting out a muffled groan. Enraged, the burly man was about to retaliate when Ye Chen charged forward with lethal intent. Seek your demise, came the furious growl as the burly man thrust his hand forward. Ye Chen let out a cold snort. With a mere thought, true fire surged forth, transforming in his grasp into a long whip of flames, which he swung with great force. A sharp crack resonated as the whip struck, leaving a dark crimson mark upon the man's face. True fire? The burly man exclaimed in astonishment. Just as he was taken aback, a fierce roar echoed, and Ye Chen unleashed the primal fury of the beast heart, executing the tiger pounce, swiftly closing the distance to the giant's front. He resembled a ferocious beast descending from the mountains, his movements a perplexing blend of ferocity, at times like a raging tiger, at others like a fierce ape. A mighty lion, or a cunning wolf. He employed a myriad of strikes, grabs, slaps, and rips, utilizing every joint as a formidable weapon. Caught off guard by the overwhelming close combat skills of a mere Qi condensation realm cultivator, the burly man found himself flustered. "Ya!" Bear shouted in excitement. Swinging his wolf fawn club and joining forces with Ye Chen to confront the giant, further bewildering him. However, the man was indeed a true Yang realm warrior. Soon, he halted his retreat, unleashing a palm strike. Thunderous palm. Dragon tiger fist. Ye Chen and Bear responded in kind. Boom. Their fists and palms collided, producing a thunderous roar. The might of a true Yang realm strike was truly terrifying, sending Ye Chen and Bear reeling back, spitting blood. The disparity in power was staggering. Ye Chen sighed inwardly. Despite possessing the strength to contend against higher realms, he still found himself overwhelmed under absolute pressure. "You shall all perish." The burly man, enraged by the two inexperienced youths' relentless assault, seethed. "Who will perish is yet to be determined," Ye Chen retorted with a cold smile. "Well done, kid," Bear exclaimed, standing side by side with Ye Chen, giving him a thumbs up. "You are not bad either." "How is this possible?" A voice of astonishment erupted from the burly man on the scene. His formidable aura rapidly dissipated, and the surging energy within him gradually subsided into tranquility. It was only then that he realized he had been affixed with two curse symbols. The heavenly spirit spell. The burly man was taken aback. As if he recognized the incantation. He was a true Yang realm practitioner, and even two heavenly spirit spells could only restrain his true energy for about a minute. Xiang'er turned to Ye Chen and said, "Then let us take advantage of his weakness and seize his life. Let's get started." The tranquility of the desolate forest was shattered by the howls of Ye Chen and Xiang'er. The burly man, upon witnessing this, was struck with alarm. He retreated while desperately attempting to break free from the restraints of the heavenly spirit spell. He understood that if he could endure for just one more minute, he could turn the tide in his favor. However, Ye Chen and Xiang'er had no intention of granting him that time. Thunderclap palm. Dragon tiger fist. Aware that time equated to life, the two spared no effort, unleashing their formidable secret techniques upon the man. With a splatter, blood erupted as Ye Chen swung the Qishao sword, nearly cleaving the man in two. The man coughed up blood and staggered backward, yet before he could regain his footing, Xiang'er leapt forward, bringing his club crashing down. Buzz! The wolf-tooth club expanded fivefold in size as it descended, infused with all of Xiang'er's vital energy. "No! No! No!" The burly man screamed in terror as the spiked club came crashing down. How could he have ever imagined that as a formidable, true Yang realm cultivator, he would meet his demise at the hands of mere chi condensation and human element realm practitioners, without even having the chance to unleash his numerous secret techniques? Yet, no matter how loudly he howled, at that moment, both Ye Chen and Xiang'er possessed no mercy in their hearts. In this world of cultivation, one must always pay the price for their actions. To show compassion towards an enemy is to be cruel to oneself, if they did not eliminate the burly man. Once he broke free from his confinement, he would undoubtedly seek to kill them. This is the harsh reality of the cultivator's world. Boom. As the spiked club fell, the entire earth trembled beneath the impact. When the smoke and dust finally settled, Ye Chen and Xiang'er approached. Discovering that the true Yang realm man was nearly crushed into a pulp, it was not wise to linger in this place. The two swiftly set to work, confiscating the burly man's storage bag, leaving him devoid of any valuable possessions. Having completed their task, they vanished into thin air. After they departed, an elderly man clad in a purple robe emerged from the darkness of the night. He possessed genuine fire. Observing the direction in which Ye Chen and Xiang'er had left, he gently stroked his beard. Once again, Ye Chen and Xiang'er reappeared deep within the desolate forest. Each took an hour to recover from their injuries before retrieving the burly man's storage bag and all his treasures. "Oh my!" they exclaimed in astonishment, their voices overlapping. Truly. As a true Yang cultivator, he was wealthy. The two spirit talismans were not wasted. As per their usual arrangement, they would split the loot evenly. Crouching on the ground, they began to divide the spoils. The storage bag contained over 100,000 spirit stones, indicating the man had been on his way to participate in an auction at the underworld black market, only to meet an untimely fate along the way. After Ye Chen and Xiang'er divided the spirit stones, spirit liquids, and spirit herbs among themselves, only a large ghostly blade, 2 ancient scrolls, and a small cauldron the size of a newborn's fist remained on the ground. Buzz! At that moment, the genuine fire flickered, causing Ye Chen's eyes to light up as he scanned the 2 ancient scrolls and the ghostly blade, finally resting his gaze on the small cauldron. This was a treasure. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. "I want this large blade. I desire this small cauldron," they declared almost simultaneously. After exchanging glances, they affirmed, "Good brother." In the end, only the 2 ancient scrolls were left, and each picked one up. Mountain shaking fist. Xiang'er glanced at the name inscribed on the ancient scroll, and then turned to observe the book in Ye Chen's hand, inquiring, "What is that? What kind of object is it?" Ye Chen, taken aback, stared at the ancient scroll he held with a perplexed expression. "The secrets of vitality." Ye Chen spoke, a slight twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Secrets of vitality?" Upon hearing this, Xiang'er's eyes instantly lit up. "Come, let us exchange." Xiang'er promptly seized the book, then handed his own to Ye Chen. Ye Chen's lips twitched in response. Hee, not bad at all. Xiong'er lowered his head, engrossed in the reading, thoroughly enjoying it as he chuckled to himself, seemingly oblivious to the disdainful gaze in Ye Chen's eyes. Strange indeed, Ye Chen murmured, rubbing his brow as he redirected his focus to the secret tome of the mountain-shaking fist. A cursory glance revealed to him that this technique bore a remarkable similarity to the thunder palm, both being offensive mystical arts demanding exceptional physical conditioning. Failing to meet such rigorous standards would surely result in being devoured by the overwhelming internal energy. After a brief respite of half an hour, the two resumed their journey. This time, they encountered a fortuitous path. As the stars adorned the night sky, they came to a halt before a vast and shadowy expanse of land. Behold, the underworld black market. Bear too gestured ahead. Without needing further prompting, Ye Chen had already fixed his gaze upon the distant, dark terrain. The underworld black market sprawled over numerous miles, resembling a desolate wasteland, shrouded in dimness. Before they could even step foot within, the acrid scent of blood, savagery, and a chilling aura assailed his senses. Let us proceed. Xiong'er had already taken Ye Chen into the depths of the netherworld black market. Upon entering, Ye Chen was immediately enveloped by an eerie yet formidable force, causing his cultivation level to be forcibly suppressed to the first stage of qi condensation. What on earth is happening? Ye Chen could not help but glance sideways at Xiong'er. There's no need for alarm, Xiong'er replied. During auction events, powerful restrictions are set in place here, and every individual who enters is subjected to a suppression of their cultivation to the first stage of qi condensation. Even the powerful beings of the void realm are subjected to such suppression? Ye Chen inquired cautiously, casting a probing glance at Xiong'er. Without exception. Such prowess. Ye Chen exclaimed, his gaze sharpening in astonishment. Who could possibly have laid such a formidable restriction? It is truly astonishing. The heavenly profound gate, Xiong'er remarked. While gesturing towards a certain area of the netherworld black market, Ye Chen turned to look, and there, at the very heart of the black market, he beheld another pavilion. Suspended in midair, soaring several dozen zhang above the ground. This pavilion exuded an imposing grandeur, standing as a symbol that brooked no infringement. Even from such a distance, Ye Chen could sense an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. What is the origin of this heavenly profound gate? I have never heard of such a force in the Great Chu. Ye Chen gazed at Xiong'er with astonishment. The usually all-knowing Xiong'er gently shook his head this time. According to my uncle, the heavenly profound gate has existed here long before the establishment of the Hangyue sect. They do not belong to any particular faction. However, the members within are shrouded in mystery and possess formidable strength. It is said that their leader is a practitioner of the celestial tranquility realm. Celestial tranquility realm? Ye Chen couldn't help but be taken aback. The sixth realm of cultivation encompasses the stages of qi condensation, human origin, true yang, spiritual void, empty abyss, and celestial tranquility, each step ascending towards the heavens. Not even the three major sects or the formidable bloodthirsty hall have cultivators at the celestial realm, leaving Ye Chen astonished. Although they are situated in the nether black market, they refrain from interfering in the conflicts of this land, only enforcing a prohibition on violence during their triannual auctions. Bertu continued, recounting that it is said the bloodthirsty hall once attempted to cause chaos here, but returned in utter defeat. The heavenly Xian sect stands as a symbol of this land, with neither sects nor esteemed cultivation families daring to challenge their authority. Ye Chen remained silent, gazing up at the heavenly Xian sect with profound reverence. In his heart, he contemplated as they ventured deeper into the market. Ye Chen observed that the cultivators passing through were imbued with a robust aura. Yet their cultivation levels were suppressed to the first stage of qi condensation, which evoked a sense of melancholy within him. No matter how powerful one might be outside here, they must bow low. The further they delved, the more Ye Chen felt a sense of desolation. The nether black market truly mirrored the tales of chaos. Along his path, he encountered numerous pavilions and towers, but the ruins of collapsed structures were far more abundant. Many areas still bore the fresh stains of blood, remnants of the devastation wrought by battles. Moreover, the inhabitants here were characterized by their fierce demeanor, each individual exuding a palpable aura of menace, their blood-red eyes reflecting brutality. Come, take a look. Spirit stones and elixirs on a grand sale. Fellow cultivator, do you seek spirit artifacts? These are all of superior quality. The two arrived in a bustling area, where the air was thick with the cries of vendors, and makeshift stalls offered an array of diverse wares. Fiery Ling Long. Ye Chen's gaze ignited with fervent brilliance as he beheld a treasure displayed at a stall, the seven-colored blood crystal stone, crimson blood lotus. As Ye Chen journeyed forth, he observed his surroundings with keen interest. How delightful and novel. exclaimed Xiong Er, who waddled ahead like a diminutive Maitreya Buddha, his rotund figure eliciting a mixture of amusement and curiosity from those nearby. Indeed, it was quite refreshing, Ye Chen mused with a hint of wistfulness. Do not underestimate the vendors at these stalls, Xiong Er whispered. Many of them are disguised. Perhaps one among them is an elder from a sect or a formidable practitioner from a renowned lineage. I can believe that, Ye Chen replied. The auction commences only tomorrow. Let us meander about. The night here is quite lively, Xiong Er declared, nonchalantly producing a chicken leg from his trousers and devouring it without a care for the disapproving glances cast his way. Oh, he uttered, his eyes suddenly sparkling with newfound excitement as he spotted something of interest. You explore as you wish. I will take a look over there, Xiong Er said, stuffing the remnants of the chicken leg back into his trousers before ambling off in a particular direction. Ye Chen surveyed the scene and couldn't help but rub his temples in contemplation. The crowd gathered in one area was dense, with many layers of spectators, bustling with energy. There stood a sign that boldly proclaimed, Tiger Whip for potency. Remarkable, Ye Chen murmured, contemplating the sheer variety of wares available in the infernal black market. After Xiong Er departed, he meandered from stall to stall, hoping for some guidance from the true fire within him. Without such insight, discerning treasures from mere trinkets proved quite the challenge. Young friend, everything here is a gem. Should you choose not to purchase, do not lament later. Once this village passes, this stall shall vanish, the vendors called out, their cries echoing around him. The array of goods dazzled his senses. Many items were unfamiliar, and others remained inscrutable. Suddenly, Ye Chen halted, captivated by a figure in the distance. A woman clad in white glided gracefully toward him, her flowing hair and garments reminiscent of a blooming lotus. She appeared as if she had descended from the heavens, untouched by the dust of the mortal realm. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Ji Ningshuang from Heng Yue's sect. The sight of his former beloved stirred a tumult of emotions within him, causing his heart to ache momentarily. Their fateful encounter in this place evoked a sense of surreal disconnection. Though his love for Ji Ningshuang had faded, he harbored no animosity. The pain he felt was fleeting. In a sudden movement, Ye Chen retrieved a ghostly mask from his pocket, concealing his visage. As he blended into the crowd, Ji Ningshuang approached, accompanied by a young man of serene demeanor, exuding elegance and grace with every gesture. Ye Chen recognized him as Hua Yun, the foremost disciple of Xingyang's sect. Junior sister Ji, let us explore elsewhere, Hua Yun suggested, gently fanning himself, his smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Ji Ningshuang remained composed, offering no refusal. In an instant, she brushed past Ye Chen, their reunion echoing the estrangement of strangers. Ye Chen continued on, his stride steady and purposeful, refraining from glancing back. At some point, Xiong Er found him. Why wear a mask? He chided, clearly vexed after searching for him for quite some time. Just bought it. Doesn't it look splendid? Ye Chen replied, removing the mask. Money is meant to be spent frivolously. Su Er muttered disdainfully as he departed. I had already secured a place to stay. It was time to rest for a while. The two of us made our way deeper into the shadowy depths of the underworld black market. Before us stood rows of pavilions, serving as accommodations during the auction period. Upon entering a suite, Su Er promptly locked himself in his room, seemingly intent on delving into his secrets of virility. Do not be foolish, Ye Chen muttered, turning to enter his chamber. After securely locking the door, he retrieved a small ding. The ding appeared as though it had been entombed for ages, its surface marred and weathered, exuding an ancient aura that enveloped him. He pondered the mysteries that might be concealed within. With that thought, Ye Chen produced a purple gold gourd and removed its stopper. A low hum resonated as the gourd trembled slightly. Then, a small vortex materialized, and the ding was promptly engulfed by the gourd. The gourd vibrated intensely, emitting a resonant buzzing sound. Observing this, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a reaction from the gourd indicated that the secrets hidden within the ding were surely extraordinary. What could these secrets be? Rubbing his hands together, Ye Chen's anticipation grew as he peered into the gourd. Inside, a hazy essence of spiritual liquid filled the gourd, with the ding floating serenely atop it. Motionless and devoid of any radiant glow, Ye Chen furrowed his brow, patiently awaiting further developments. After an hour had elapsed, the gourd emitted a powerful hum and expelled the ding. However, unbeknownst to Ye Chen, at the very moment the ding was released, a single drop of blood dripped from it and merged with the spiritual liquid in the gourd. Is that all? Ye Chen stared in disbelief at the purple gold gourd, perplexed that he had not unveiled the ding's secrets. The gourd, seemingly unfazed by his scrutiny, continued to leisurely absorb the energies of heaven and earth. With a wave, Ye Chen stowed the gourd and picked up the ding from the ground. It appeared unchanged, identical to how it had been before being consumed. I refuse to be deterred, he thought, cursing silently. Resolutely, he summoned true fire to envelop the ding. An hour later, he extinguished the flames, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yet, the ding remained entirely intact, having withstood over an hour of true fire without melting. What are you made of to withstand such flames? Ye Chen marveled, his frustration mounting as he realized that even true fire could not bring it to ruin. How infuriating! Ye Chen silently cursed as he clutched the purple gold gourd, tilting his head back to gulp down several mouthfuls of the spiritual liquid. Upon ingestion, the essence coursed through his body like a clear spring. Yet he sensed an unusual difference this time, though he could not quite articulate what it was. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, prompting him to tug at his collar as a wave of heat washed over his physique. Soon, the blood within him began to circulate with increasing speed, even reaching a boiling point that ignited a feeling akin to being consumed by flames. He licked his parched lips and seized the purple gold gourd once more, taking another vigorous swig. However, the sensation of burning intensified dramatically. Shaking his head slightly, Ye Chen experienced a mild dizziness, the dryness in his mouth and throat returning with a vengeance. He poured more spiritual liquid into his mouth, yet with each sip, his thirst only grew more insatiable. Unbeknownst to him, he had consumed nearly half of the contents of the gourd. What was happening? His eyes became misty, and everything around him appeared blurred. He was so absorbed in drinking that he remained oblivious to the fact that his cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of qi condensation. Suddenly, with a primal roar, he tore apart his clothing, feeling as if his entire being were ablaze, with flames surging from every tiny pore of his body. Water. Instinctively grasping the purple gold gourd, Ye Chen tilted his head back and poured it down with fervor, not pausing for an instant. Soon, a sound reverberated within him, having just ascended. His cultivation realm surged from the 6th level of qi condensation to the 7th, approaching the pinnacle of the 7th level. If this continued, a breakthrough to the 8th level was within the realm of possibility. With another primal roar, Ye Chen underwent a transformation. His eyes were bloodshot, veins pulsating on his forehead. Yet that was not all. An inexplicable black mist enveloped him, and every pore exuded a sinister, dark energy. His black hair morphed at a visible pace into a deep crimson hue. Most strikingly, a demonic light flickered at his brow, accompanied by a peculiar magic pattern that appeared and vanished. He clutched his head, staggering on the ground, feeling as though his mind was about to explode. At some point, he collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. The room fell into silence. After an indeterminate period, he regained his composure. A night passed without a word, and dawn arrived. As a ray of slanted sunlight streamed through the window, bathing his face, he abruptly sat up. After a brief moment of confusion, he hastily inspected his body and discovered that his clothing was torn to shreds by his own hands. My cultivation. Upon sensing the immense power within him, he couldn't help but be astonished. His realm had unexpectedly ascended to the 3rd level, reaching the 8th stage of qi condensation. What transpired last night? His mind momentarily fell into a daze, yet he soon recollected the events of the previous night. Summoning the purple gold gourd, Ye Chen's gaze fluctuated between light and shadow. It was the spirit liquid he had consumed from within that led to the subsequent series of bizarre occurrences. His body felt as if it were ablaze, and his mind reverberated with a thunderous roar, threatening to explode. Was there something amiss with this spirit liquid? Ye Chen pulled out the gourd's cork, eager to investigate further. However, the door was abruptly kicked open by Xiong Air. Let us go. The auction is about to commence. Ye Chen responded, sealing the gourd and stowing it away before following Xiong Air outside. As they descended the stairs, they discovered the streets teeming with people, all making their way towards the very heart of the netherworld black market. This scene was nothing short of monumental. Ye Chen remarked, donning a ghostly mask. This is the disguise pill and voice-changing pill. Swallow one. Xiong Air produced 2 pills from his trousers and handed them to Ye Chen, capable of altering one's appearance and voice. Caution is the mother of safety. Ye Chen intended to accept them, but, recalling their origin from Xiong Air's trousers, he cleared his throat and replied, "You keep them. I shall stick with the mask." With that, he retrieved a mask from his robes and affixed it to his face. There's no need to pull it out. Xiong Air, unashamed and indifferent to Ye Chen's disdainful gaze, swiftly consumed the voice-altering pill and the disguise pill. Why is your storage bag tucked away in your pants? Safety. At the very heart of the shadowy black market lies a towering pavilion, resplendent and imposing, known as the Songlong Pavilion. This esteemed venue has long been the site of auctions in the City of Shadows. At this moment, as one gazes from above, a throng of distinguished individuals converges from all directions, each personage cloaked in an air of understated sophistication. Before long, The entrance of the Songlong Pavilion is besieged by a sea of humanity, impatient for the doors to open. Why the delay? Some have grown restless. Yet, the hour has not yet arrived. What is the haste? One wonders what treasures the Heavenly Gate will unveil in this auction. The auctions hosted by the Heavenly Gate are indeed extraordinary. At the rear of the crowd, Ye Chen cannot help but marvel in quiet admiration. Soon, the grand doors of the Songlong Pavilion emit a resonant hum and slowly creak open. As the threshold is breached, an elderly figure clad in black, leaning on a strides in first. Who is this person? Such audacity. You do not know? That is the Black Mountain Elder, a formidable figure in his own right. My eyes have failed me. Following the Black Mountain Elder, several other aged dignitaries enter in succession, and the crowd surges forth, eager to enter the Songlong Pavilion. Let us go, let us go. Xiong Air squeezed into the crowd, nearly being squashed into a mere pancake of flesh. Once the throng had thinned, Ye Chen stepped forward into the hall. Upon entering, he was struck by the grandeur of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, which spanned a vast expanse of 10,000 feet. The chamber was adorned with intricately carved railings and exquisite jade, while ethereal lights danced around, complemented by the extraordinary spiritual herbs and flowers that served as decorations. Truly a magnificent display. Ye Chen sighed in awe. The newcomers quickly found their seats, with first-time auction participants' eyes glimmering with curiosity. In contrast, those who had attended previously seemed much more composed. This is it. This is it. Xiong Air tugged Ye Chen to a corner table made of jade. Unceremoniously, he grabbed some spiritual fruits from the table and stuffed them into his mouth, while also stealthily pocketing a few. Hey, leave some for me. Ye Chen couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. You're wearing a mask and can't eat. I'll have to eat for you. You'll choke on this. Time passed, and soon an elderly man gracefully sat down beside them. A closer inspection revealed it was the purple-clad elder who had appeared in the wild forest the day before. Glancing at the elder, Ye Chen felt a surge of apprehension. Although their powers were suppressed, the purple-clad elder emanated an aura as oppressive as a towering mountain. Ye Chen averted his gaze. But the elder slightly turned his head towards him, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The chief family from the southern wilderness has arrived. Someone shouted. At the entrance, 3 elderly men in gray robes entered and made their way directly to the private chambers on the second floor. The Sidhu family from Shishu is also here. Is that the Wang family from Beichuan? They've come as well. And the Shangguan family from Dongwei. Most of those who arrived were from prominent cultivation families, creating quite a spectacle that drew the attention of all the cultivators within the pavilion. Isn't anyone from your Xiong family coming? Ye Chen glanced at the stream of distinguished families entering and turned to Xiong Air. Here he comes. There too, gnawing on a spirit fruit. Pointed towards a robust figure with a round face and large ears. Behold, that is my second uncle. He has quite a casual appearance. Indeed, it is. The Hingyue sect has also sent its representatives. A voice rang out, prompting Ye Chen and Xiong Air to glance over. A middle-aged man, sword slung across his back, strode confidently through the entrance, his posture as upright as a mountain, exuding an aura of decisiveness and power akin to that of a dragon or tiger. Is this man from the Hingyue sect? I haven't seen him before. Ye Chen turned to Xiong Air. Have you encountered him? The master of the sword peak from the inner sect, Xiong Air replied, recognition dawning upon him. I believe his name is Feng Wuan. At that moment, the representatives of the Zhengyang sect also arrived. Just as this was being discussed, another voice emerged from below, belonging to an elderly man with gray hair. Wu Cha-Ching. Ye Chen instantly recognized the individual. He was none other than the elder from the law enforcement hall of the Zhengyang sect. It was this very Wu Cha-Ching who had expelled him from the Zhengyang sect on that fateful day. The Qingyan sect had also dispatched their representatives. As he spoke, an elderly man clad in green, leaning on a cane, entered, accompanied by an old woman and a young man in purple robes. Upon catching sight of the young man in purple, Ye Chen's eyes narrowed, especially when he recognized the cold glimmer in his gaze. This was the very youth who had crippled his Dantian on that day. Ye Chen could identify him even if he were reduced to ashes. He was none other than Lu Ji, the second-ranked true disciple among the 9 esteemed disciples of the Qingyan sect. Revenge shall be mine. Ye Chen instinctively clenched his fist. As the members of the 3 sects ascended to the second floor in succession, 3 more individuals entered the doorway in a steady stream, an elderly man with gray hair, a middle-aged man clad in purple robes, and a youth dressed in white. Upon seeing them, Ye Chen's eyes narrowed once more. These 3 were indeed the very ones who had pursued Chu Linger in the Beast Forest. Ye Chen had not anticipated encountering them here again, the members of the Bloodthirsty Hall. The atmosphere was rife with astonishment. The Bloodthirsty Hall, a formidable force that dominated the northern region of Dechu, was a genuine giant. and even the three sects hesitated to provoke it lightly. The situation had become quite lively. Obtaining treasures would surely not be a simple affair now. Below, an elderly figure had already taken to the high platform, a man known among the crowd as Elder Yang. I trust everyone is aware of the rules here, so I shall not waste words. The auction begins, Elder Yang stated succinctly. Immediately, an individual presented a spiritual sword upon the stage. The sword shimmered with a mesmerizing purple light, its sharp blade exuding an intimidating aura, occasionally resonating with a ringing sound, indeed, a terrifying weapon of death. The purple sun sword. Starting bid at 50,000 spirit stones, the highest bidder shall claim it, Elder Yang announced casually. I bid 51,000, came a swift response from the crowd. As someone raised their bidding paddle high. 53,000. 60,000. In merely a few moments, the price of a singular spiritual sword soared. And as the bids continued to escalate, the auction became increasingly fervent. It was indeed exorbitant. In a corner, Ye Chen could not help but click his tongue. The price of the first auction item was so steep that it made him hesitant to part with his spiritual stones. Haven't you heard of a prosperous beginning? Xiong Er remarked, the first item is meant to invigorate the atmosphere. There will be more affordable offerings to follow. 80,000 spirit stones. 85,000. 90,000. Below. The competition remained fierce. In pursuit of the Ziyang sword, each contender fervently raised their bids, their faces flushed and voices hoarse from the intensity. 100,000. At that moment, a voice echoed from the second floor. It was Wu Chaqing of the Zhengyang sect making the bid. The crowd below fell silent, their enthusiasm waning. Should no one raise the stakes, the Ziyang sword would rightfully belong to the Zhengyang sect. On the elevated platform, Elder Yang scanned the assembly below and, seeing no further bids, gestured to reclaim the Ziyang sword into his sleeve. Shortly thereafter, another individual ascended the platform, cradling a small bronze furnace adorned with intricate Taoist patterns that radiated a magnificent glow. Though it was no larger than a palm, it emanated an overwhelming aura. The furnace, known as the Taiyang Bronze Furnace, had a starting bid of 30,000. The auction commenced anew. Soon, a voice from the crowd proclaimed a bid, augmenting the initial offer by a substantial 10,000 spirit stones. 50,000. 70,000. I bid 90,000. The voices of the bidders rose and fell, each expressing a fervent desire to possess the small bronze furnace. The furnace itself was indeed exquisite. Ye Chen stroked his chin, contemplating the need to raise his offer. If you desire it, then increase your bid, Xiong Er remarked. Insufficient funds. I did not speak. In the blink of an eye, the small bronze furnace below had already fetched a staggering price of 150,000, and judging by the current trend, it appeared that this sum of spirit stones would hardly suffice to secure the furnace. 160,000, we at Qingyan sect will accept. The voice of an elder from Qingyan sect resonated from above. Instantly, the fervor below subsided, setting aside the matter of the 160,000 spirit stones. Simply put, the Qingyan sect, as a colossal entity, was not something an ordinary person would dare to provoke. With no one willing to raise the bid, the Azure Dragon would henceforth belong to Qingyan sect. Elder Yang surveyed the crowd and, seeing no further offers, waved his sleeve to claim the small bronze furnace. What he presented next was yet another spiritual artifact, a Bagua mirror. As soon as it was revealed, it radiated a searing spiritual light, dazzling and overwhelming, exuding an aura of terrifying fluctuations. The starting price was set at 100,000. Let the bidding commence. 110,000. Beneath, a figure clad in purple robes made the initial bid. Zhou Tsang, your petty nature cannot secure this Bagua mirror. On the other side, a sinister-looking old man with white hair let out a chilling laugh. I bid 120,000. The white-haired elder smirked ominously. Zhou Tsang's expression turned frosty as he retorted, I'll raise you by 10,000, 130,000, 150,000. I bid 170,000. Within the confines of the Tsanglong Pavilion, the air was thick with the sounds of two individuals engaged in a fierce bidding war. It was evident that a long-standing grudge simmered beneath their words, each phrase laced with an icy hostility and a palpable animosity. Even if they had to endure the discomfort, they were determined to establish a victor in this contest of prices. Indeed, the auction in the shadowy underbelly of the market was far from the serene facade it portrayed. Beneath the surface, these competitors were locked in a fierce struggle. 200,000. You're 1,000 more. 201,000. The competition for the Bagua mirror was extraordinarily fierce, with both individuals becoming flushed and heated. It wasn't until a third participant entered the fray that the balance was disrupted, followed swiftly by a fourth and fifth. As the number of competitors continued to swell, the price of the Bagua mirror soared to an astonishing 300,000. Damn it. I was just about to jump in. Beartooth exclaimed, fuming at the exorbitant price raised by what he deemed a bunch of brutes. Why does this auction feel so disconnected from us? Being broke is truly frustrating. Below, the bidding for the Bagua mirror had concluded, and the winner turned out to be a frail old man who resembled a monkey. Humph, humph. Those cultivators who had developed enmity over the Bagua mirror all snorted coldly, their eyes gleaming with malice. At that moment, the fourth item for auction was presented by Elder Yang from the Sun Pavilion. Still a spiritual artifact, a delicate tower radiating with seven-colored divine light, surrounded by swirling hues like a dancing dragon. The seven-colored delicate tower had a starting bid of 80,000. Its allure seemed to surpass that of the previous three spiritual artifacts, and once unveiled, the atmosphere in the heavenly pavilion ignited with fervor, notably as the prestigious cultivation families entered the competition. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. The participation of the cultivation families has rendered this auction exceptionally lively. Particularly among the rival families, a reason to clash has finally emerged, as cries of fervor resonate throughout the Songlong Pavilion. Amidst the competition, a palpable tension hangs in the air, with cold glints flashing from every direction. Were it not for the prohibition against brawls within these walls, it is likely that these prominent sects would have already plunged into chaos. This land is rife with cultivation families, each harboring long-standing grievances. At this moment, the auction at the underworld black market has drawn them together, providing an excellent platform for their rivalry. Although bloodshed is not permitted, they at least engage in fierce competition over prices, provided, of course, that one possesses the requisite wealth. 300,000. Beneath, an elderly man with gray hair clenched his teeth and ultimately shouted out the price. What, do you wish for your family to be annihilated? From the elegant chamber above, a sinister laugh echoed, and upon closer listening, it was the voice emanating from the bloodthirsty hall, laden with menacing threats that instantly sent shivers through the old man. I withdraw. I withdraw. The gray-haired elder hastily renounced his bid, terrified of incurring the wrath of the bloodthirsty hall and bringing calamity upon his family. Consider yourself perceptive. The auction continued, with the subsequent items being spiritual artifacts. As the rounds progressed, the atmosphere crescendoed, with terrifying artifacts unveiled one after another, inciting a fervor among the crowd below. Soon, a pitch-black iron rod was presented upon the high platform. The starting bid for the rod was set at 10,000, and the auction commenced. Elder Yang seemed fatigued, stifling a yawn and speaking in a rather casual manner. The moment this iron rod was revealed, Ye Chen, who had been meditating in a corner, abruptly opened his eyes as the true fire within him flickered. A treasure. Ye Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity. Contemplating, he couldn't help but scrutinize the iron rod. More precisely, it was indeed an iron rod, entirely blackened, riddled with rust, uneven in texture, and marred in several places. No matter how one observed it, there appeared to be nothing extraordinary about it. Likewise, the cultivators below stared wide-eyed, examining the iron rod with equal curiosity. What is this? Someone questioned, casting a dubious glance at Elder Yang. Did he not say it was an iron rod? Elder Yang shot a glance at the individual, remarking, of course, you may also perceive it as a firewood stick. Upon hearing this, not only did that person flinch, but the corners of everyone's mouths twitched in unison. His casual demeanor was simply too nonchalant. The nonchalance with which Elder Yang spoke led the onlookers to curl their lips in disdain. Such a lack of reverence surely indicated that it was not a treasure. Its appearance was utterly unappealing. Even with wealth, one would refrain from purchasing it. Is there no one interested? Glancing down and seeing no one respond, Elder Yang was about to retract the iron rod. Hold on. At that moment, a voice emerged from the corner, declaring, I shall take this iron rod. The abruptness of the statement drew the attention of everyone present. The speaker was none other than Ye Chen, who, upon encountering a genuine treasure vibrating with true fire, could not let the opportunity slip away. Elder, I shall offer 10,000 spirit stones for it. Are you out of your mind? Exclaimed Xiong Air beside him. 10,000 spirit stones for a mere iron rod? Isn't it inexpensive? By heavens. The dialogue between the two instantly provoked uproarious laughter, as the old fellows were thoroughly amused by Ye Chen and Xiong Air. If no one raises the bid, then this iron rod shall belong to this young friend. Hold on. Before the words of Elder Yang could finish, he was interrupted by a voice declaring, 11,000. This iron rod belongs to the Zhengyang sect. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd as they turned to locate the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than Elder Wu Cha-Ching of the Zhengyang sect, exuding an air of superiority, as if the iron rod were already his by right. In a dim corner, Ye Chen squinted slightly, announcing, I bid 12,000. This provoked another wave of astonished whispers from below. Who is this young lad? daring to compete with the Zhengyang sect for possessions and over a plain, unremarkable iron rod at that. Surely, he must have lost his senses. Amidst the clamor, Wu Chaqing chuckled lightly. Young man, do you realize whom you were challenging? Elder, are you attempting to intimidate me? Ye Chen shot a glance at the elegant chambers on the second floor. Very well, you have spirit, Wu Chaqing remarked with a knowing smile. It has been quite some time since anyone dared to contest with the Zhengyang sect. In that case, let us engage in this little game. I shall bid 20,000 spirit stones. 21,000, Ye Chen's voice promptly resounded. 30,000. 31,000, Ye Chen responded. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had resolved to wager all his possessions against Wu Chaqing, not merely for the iron rod, but to reclaim his dignity after being ruthlessly cast down the mountain. Very well, I shall bid 40,000. Wu Chaqing's words dripped with mockery, as several tens of thousands of spirit stones were, in his eyes, hardly worthy of consideration. 100,000. Coughing slightly, Ye Chen truly left the audience astounded with his audacious proclamation, nearly choking the entire assembly. Goodness, have you lost your mind? Xiong'er could not help but berate Ye Chen. Unfazed, Ye Chen lifted his gaze towards the elegant chamber on the second floor, smiling as he addressed, Elder, are you still enjoying this little game? Just 100,000. Wu Chaqing was evidently taken aback by Ye Chen's audacity to boldly state such a figure. This unexpected response cast a shadow over his countenance, for he was a respected elder of the faction, and the audacity of a junior overpowering his offer was a source of indignation. How could he not feel anger? 110,000. Wu Chaqing let out a cold laugh. Young man, if you dare, add more. 200,000. I chuckled. As soon as these words were uttered, a chorus of sputtering arose below. Whose child is this? 200,000. What audacity. At this moment, Ye Chen became the center of attention. Even the venerable Yonggu on the high platform displayed a look of astonishment. A junior dared to compete with the Zhengyang sect for an item. How could he not take notice? Consequently, many turned their bodies to gaze in his direction. Ye Chen, however, remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea. He understood that in terms of financial prowess, he was no match for Wu Chaqing. Yet, for the sake of that treasure, he resolved to contend with Wu Chaqing. Even if he could not secure the item, he aimed to make Wu Chaqing expend a considerable amount of spirit stones. Of course, 200,000 was his limit, which included the precious jade spirit liquid, initially intended for purchasing Xian steel and Xian iron. It seemed he was destined to indulge recklessly here. As for Wu Chaqing, his complexion had turned a deep shade of iron. How could he have anticipated that a mere junior would audaciously challenge the Zhengyang sect, even offering a price of 200,000? While he was not lacking in wealth, spending such an amount on a mere iron rod was undeniably unwise. Now, he found himself in a predicament. To buy would be unprofitable, yet to refrain would mean losing face, not just for himself, but for the entire Zhengyang sect, which would become the laughingstock of all present. 201,000, if you have the guts, raise it again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Chaqing gritted his teeth and raised the bid once more. Now, it was Ye Chen's turn to feel troubled. 200,000 was indeed his limit. Kid, do you truly desire that iron rod? Noticing Ye Chen's quandary, Xiong'er quietly inquired. Ye Chen gently nodded. Observing this, Xiong'er immediately retrieved a storage bag from his trousers. I only have 300,000, but I'll lend it to you. Just remember to pay me back. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was somewhat taken aback, never expecting Xiong'er to display such camaraderie at a crucial moment, which brought a warm sensation to his heart. Well, we can always come again another time, Xiong'er shrugged. Thank you, Ye Chen said with a grateful smile. 300,000. As his voice resonated, it once again stirred a commotion among the crowd. At this moment, even the typically indifferent Ji Ningxuang cast a look of surprise. Upon seeing the masked Ye Chen, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Observing Wu Chaqing's expression, which had turned ominously grim, a flicker of cold light glimmered in his eyes, revealing a murderous intent. Should he exhibit such malice once more, he need not expect leniency. Noticing Wu Chaqing's murderous aura, Elder Yang could not help but utter solemnly. Publicly reprimanded. Wu Chaqing clenched his fists in his sleeves, the sound of cracking knuckles audible as he gritted his teeth and declared, I offer 310,000. 500,000. This little one dares to defy the heavens. Instantly, the gaze of everyone in the room converged upon him. Who would have imagined that a mere piece of scrap iron could fetch such an astronomical price? Throughout the auction, it seems that only this item reached such lofty heights. Bang! The sound of tables and chairs shattering reverberated from the elegant hall of Zhengyang sect, as Wu Chaqing erupted in fury. Yet, he ultimately refrained from raising his bid. A few thousand spirit stones were trivial in comparison. However, 500,000 spirit stones was no trifling sum. Although he held the position of an elder, he lacked the audacity to spend such a fortune on a mere piece of iron. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wu Chaqing remained silent, prompting Ye Chen to exhale deeply. 500,000, I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, Ye Chen cast one last glance at the iron rod on the stage. Since no one else dared to bid, the iron rod belonged to that young friend. Elder Yang declared with finality. A few more spirit artifacts were auctioned afterward, their prices were substantial, and the bidding was lively. Yet nothing compared to the exhilarating excitement of the iron rod. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the auction of the day came to a close. Today's auction is hereby concluded. It will continue tomorrow. For those who have won items, please bring your funds to the back hall to collect. With Elder Yang's announcement, the members of Songlong Pavilion began to rise, still immersed in the excitement of the previous bidding for the iron rod. Consequently, as each person departed, they would cast a meaningful glance at Ye Chen. I will go retrieve the iron rod. You should head back first. After surveying the crowd, Ye Chen glanced at the second-floor elegant hall before turning to Xiong Air. Be cautious of what's behind you as you leave. No worries, I have my second uncle. Xiong Air waved dismissively and vanished into the throng in the blink of an eye. Once Xiong Air departed, Ye Chen made his way towards the back hall of Songlong Pavilion. Many people were coming and going to collect their auction items, including Wu Chaqing. Upon spotting Ye Chen, Wu Changqing's expression darkened to its utmost, his voice chillingly cold. Boy, I will make you aware of the consequences of provoking Zhengyang's sect. Fair bidding, the highest bidder wins. If the senior is unwilling to spend, should I bear the blame? Ye Chen retorted with a cold smirk. I hope by the time the auction concludes, your tongue remains as sharp. With a flick of his robe, Wu Changqing strode away. Do you think I would grant you the opportunity? Ye Chen scoffed as he watched Wu Changqing depart, then turned to enter the back hall. Upon seeing Ye Chen, Elder Yang, seated upon a mat, could not help but cast a glance his way. Little fellow, you displayed quite the audacity today. Senior is jesting. Elder Yang inquired no further, but waved his hand to retrieve the black iron rod. Ye Chen had already produced a storage bag, reluctantly handing it over. For 500,000 spirit stones had truly left him financially devastated. Thank you, esteemed senior. Having received the iron rod, Ye Chen clasped his hands in salute and was about to depart when he was called back by Elder Yang. Young friend, please hold on. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but turn back, gazing at Elder Yang with a look of confusion. Senior, do you have something to discuss? I have no matters of my own. However, someone is seeking you for a rather trivial issue. Elder Yang replied with a gentle smile, extending his arm in an inviting gesture. Young friend, please enter. Elder Yang's sudden display of courtesy left Ye Chen somewhat taken aback. Please go in. Someone is awaiting you, Elder Yang reiterated with a benevolent smile. Though surprised, Ye Chen complied and walked in the direction indicated by Elder Yang. He understood that within the Songlong Pavilion, the decision to enter was no longer his to make. It would be better to take the initiative. As he stepped through the door to the back hall, he discovered that beyond it lay a small courtyard. This courtyard was a realm unto itself, radiating brilliance, adorned with artificial hills and flourishing with rare spiritual flowers and herbs. The sound of trickling water was distinctly audible, leading Ye Chen to marvel at the extraordinary nature of the Songlong Pavilion. Who would have imagined that such a distinctive garden existed within the depths of the netherworld black market? Young friend, this way please. Just as Ye Chen was lost in admiration, a warm voice emanated from the pavilion within the courtyard. Turning to look, Ye Chen was once again taken aback. Seated in the pavilion was none other than the elderly man in purple who had sat beside him during the auction earlier that day. He is from the Tianxian sect? This thought flickered through Ye Chen's mind. Otherwise, he would not be found in the back garden of the Songlong Pavilion, nor would Elder Yang exhibit such a courteous demeanor. Come forth. The elder in purple beckoned to Ye Chen. Without further contemplation, Ye Chen approached the pavilion, bowing respectfully to the elder. Junior pays his respects to the esteemed senior. There's no need for excessive courtesy. Please, have a seat. The elder in purple smiled warmly, exuding the demeanor of a formidable figure yet lacking any pretense, making Ye Chen feel as though he stood before an ordinary grandfather. May I inquire, esteemed senior, the purpose of summoning me? Ye Chen asked, his gaze filled with curiosity as he looked at the elder. Could you assist me? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, profoundly astonished that the esteemed Tianxian sect would seek his help. More precisely, they desired the assistance of the true fire within him. The elder in purple regarded Ye Chen with significant depth. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen furrowed his brow. The knowledge of his true fire was confined to only that chubby fellow, Xiong Air. He believed he had concealed it thoroughly, yet it was still discerned by the elder in purple. Noticing Ye Chen's wariness, the elder smiled gently, reassuring, "Do not be alarmed, my young friend. I merely request your assistance, nothing more." Ye Chen could only manage an awkward smile. What could he do with his lack of confidence? Here, as a mere chi condensation realm cultivator, he had little leverage. The elder's restraint from seizing him outright was already quite courteous. "Of course, this is not without compensation. I shall provide you with a suitable reward, or if there is something you desire, feel free to express it," the elder continued. With the conversation reaching this juncture, Ye Chen saw no reason to be aloof. After all, one should not refuse a gift. Taking a deep breath, he cleared his throat, touched his nose, and stated, "I require money." He had initially come in search of Xian steel and Xian iron. But who could have anticipated that the iron rod would lead him to deplete his resources, along with Xiong Air's 30,000 in debts? At this moment, he was in dire need of funds. Naturally, he refrained from specifying an amount. Firstly, he was uncertain of what sum to request. Secondly, he relinquished the decision-making power to the elder in purple. Ultimately, he simply needed money. If the elder wished to offer more, so be it. If less, that was acceptable as well. If nothing was offered, he would not dare voice any objections. Meanwhile, the elder in purple, holding a teacup, took a delicate sip. Noticing that Ye Chen had fallen silent, he inquired, "Is that all?" With a light chuckle, Ye Chen nodded in affirmation. The elder smiled subtly and gracefully produced a storage bag, handing it over to Ye Chen. "Thank you, senior." Ye Chen hurriedly accepted, yet he refrained from inspecting it on the spot. What would be the point of looking? If it were insufficient, could he possibly request more? He possessed the intention, yet lacked the courage. "Let us commence." "Very well." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen hurriedly stowed the mysterious iron and steel into his storage pouch. Meanwhile, the elder in purple had rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his forearm. Noticing this, Ye Chen furrowed his brow. For the elder's arm was an unsettling shade of black, and upon closer inspection, one could discern strange runes flickering at the surface of his skin. "What is this?" Ye Chen raised his gaze towards the elderly man clad in purple. "Incantation. Curse." Upon hearing this term, Ye Chen couldn't help but recall fragments of information he had encountered years ago in the library of Zhenyang's sect regarding such curses. The curse was an exceedingly malevolent spell, one that could only be wielded by the legendary witch clan. Once ensnared, if one could not promptly suppress or eradicate it, they would inevitably suffer a gruesome demise at the hands of the curse. As for the witch clan, their origins were profoundly significant, being an ancient and enigmatic race. Alongside the demon clan, celestial clan, spirit clan, ancient clan, monster clan, divine clan, dragon clan, and barbarian clan, collectively known as the 9 ancient clans. Each formidable in their own right, indeed veritable titans of antiquity. Ye Chen was astonished, never having anticipated that such a powerful cultivator as the elder in purple robes would harbor a curse from the witch clan within. "Senior, can my true fire assist you in countering this curse?" Aware of the curse's formidable nature, Ye Chen felt a pang of uncertainty. Ordinary true fire would naturally be ineffective, yet perhaps your true fire could succeed. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at the elder in purple robes. "Senior, could it be that true fire is categorized by strength?" Indeed. In response to Ye Chen's inquiry, the elder in purple robes offered a faint smile. "I have encountered numerous forms of true fire, yet the golden essence you possess is a sight I have never beheld before. However, I perceive that your true fire is not particularly formidable." Ye Chen scratched his head in modesty. True fire is born from the heavens and earth, inherently imbued with intelligence. Thus, it is naturally constrained by the master's cultivation. As you are merely in the chi condensation stage, your true fire can only manifest abilities commensurate with your level of cultivation. At this juncture, the elder paused, casting a meaningful glance at Ye Chen, adding, "Moreover, your true fire has yet to awaken." "Not awakened?" Ye Chen grew increasingly astonished as he listened. "I can only say that it is no ordinary true fire. At least in my view, it surpasses all the true fires I have ever encountered." The purple-clad elder seemed to withhold certain truths, believing that divulging too much would not benefit Ye Chen at this moment. Though Ye Chen was left with lingering curiosity, he understood the necessity of restraint and chose not to pursue the matter further. "Come forth." The elderly man in purple raised his arm, his palm upright. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Chen mirrored his gesture, their palms meeting in a firm embrace. In that instant, a thought crossed his mind, and true fire surged forth effortlessly, flowing from his palm into the elder's arm, transforming into countless strands that enveloped the intricate runes with unwavering precision. Demon blood. The moment it truly made contact with Ye Chen's body, the violet-robed elder's eyes instantly turned unfathomably profound. He gazed at Ye Chen as if he could see the blood coursing through his veins, detecting within it an aura of bloodlust, savagery, and unbridled ferocity. The elder narrowed his eyes slightly, casting an almost imperceptible glance at Ye Chen. How could demon blood flow within him? The elder mused silently. Moreover, it was clear that Ye Chen himself was unaware of the ancient demonic lineage hidden within his veins. His contemplation was interrupted by a sharp pain in his arm. Withdrawing his thoughts from Ye Chen, the elder focused his attention on his own limb, where the cursed seal of the hex, now engulfed by Ye Chen's true flame, writhed violently under the overwhelming threat. Observing this, the elder extended a single finger, sealing the cursed mark firmly within his arm to prevent its spread to the rest of his body. An hour slipped by unnoticed. Ye Chen was drenched in sweat, his true flames still blazing fiercely. Yet the cursed seal proved deeply entrenched, stubbornly resisting the flames, allowing only the slightest fragment of the hex to be purified after such prolonged effort. Mithril and adamantite 1T come easy, Ye Chen thought, wiping his brow. Reflecting now, he regretted not demanding greater compensation. This hex was far more formidable than the malevolent energy within Bear 2's spiked club. It was no trivial matter to refine, and complete eradication would require considerable time. Noticing Ye Chen's struggle, the violet-robed elder placed a gentle hand upon his shoulder, channeling a surge of refined essence into his body. The infusion revitalized Ye Chen instantly. Young friend, you need only refine one of the curse's sigils, the elder spoke. The hex is woven from interlocking seals. Once a single sigil is purified, I shall have the means to dismantle the curse. Ye Chen nodded, drawing a deep breath before intensifying the flames. 6 hours later, exhausted and panting, he finally withdrew his true fire. The cursed sigils on the elder's arm were now in disarray, their connections flickering erratically. The elder, a true master of profound arts, pressed 2 fingers against his arm, sliding them downward from his shoulder. With overwhelming force, he expelled the cursed seal embedded in his flesh. Ye Chen did not disturb him, quietly retreating from the courtyard. Returning to the back hall, he retrieved the storage pouch given by the elder. A quick glance inside left him stunned. 500,000. The sheer quantity of spirit stones made him swallow hard. Such extravagance. Heart-pounding, Ye Chen marveled at the elder's generosity, far exceeding his expectations. A soft exclamation escaped him as he noticed, beside the spirit stones, a small note within the pouch. Unfolding it, he read, "Consider the iron staff a gift from the Tianchen sect. The 500,000 spirit stones are returned in full. So he truly is from Tianchen sect." Ye Chen mused, stroking his chin. With lighter steps, he strode out into the bustling streets, spirits lifted by the returned fortune. Wealth in hand brought him no small measure of reassurance. Though night had fallen, the streets remained lively, vendors' cries weaving through the crowd. Rather than returning immediately, Ye Chen wandered aimlessly, scanning the stalls for the mithril and adamantite he sought. At last, his steps halted before the stall of a rather disreputable-looking old man. Dark steel and mystic iron. As Ye Chen came to a halt, his gaze fell upon 2 irregular stones, one obsidian black and the other brilliantly bright, each no larger than a chicken egg. His arrival seemingly went unnoticed by the lecherous old man, who was currently fixated on the women passing by, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light, accompanied by a smile that epitomized his lascivious nature. Strangely, upon first laying eyes on the old man, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a swift kick. "Old man, if you keep staring, I shall take what I desire." The old man's gaze immediately shifted towards him, as he cleared his throat and calmly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, performing a complete demeanor transformation. He smoothed his sparse beard, adopting the air of a seasoned sage. Ye Chen's lips twitched in amusement, internally acknowledging the old man's remarkable acting skills. One moment he was lecherously ogling women, and the next he had morphed into a venerable master. One could easily mistake him for an actual sage. "My good sir, I can tell you are a connoisseur. All that I possess here are treasures, awaiting their destined owners. The old man stroked his beard once more, yet his face retained that unmistakably lascivious expression. Puffed. Ye Chen scoffed, unimpressed. Having passed by numerous stalls, he had grown accustomed to such sales pitches. "I want that mystic iron and dark steel," he declared decisively, pointing at the aforementioned stones. 100,000, the old man declared, raising a finger. 50,000. Ye Chen declared boldly. "What on earth? 100,000 spirit stones? I could easily purchase it directly from Chow Tai Fook without embarking on this arduous journey to the dark market of the underworld. I must say, young one, your price negotiation is rather aggressive." The lecherous old man glared with indignation. "My master taught me that when making a purchase, one should always begin by having the price." Ye Chen regarded the old man with an expression of innocent charm. The lecherous old man, was on the verge of exploding with fury, yet he managed to restrain himself. 90,000, it cannot be reduced any further. 60,000, deal. Ye Chen was prepared to negotiate vigorously with the lecherous old man. But to his surprise, the old man acquiesced so readily that it left him momentarily stunned. Quickly, the payment. The old man appeared to be in a great hurry, hastily thrusting the dark iron and dark steel into Ye Chen's hands before beginning to dismantle his stall. The old man's demeanor was frantic, as if he were embroiled in some urgent matter. Ye Chen, taken aback, nonetheless reached into his storage pouch. "Zhuge you old scoundrel, you wretched soul." Before he could retrieve the spirit stones, a loud curse echoed from a distance. Glancing over, he noticed a corpulent elder storming towards him in a fit of rage. It dawned on Ye Chen that the reason for the old man's haste was that someone was seeking him out for retribution. Contemplating this, Ye Chen still extracted the spirit stones. After all, one must pay for their purchases. However, before he could hand over the stones, the lecherous old man had already gathered his belongings and fled with astonishing speed. "Your grandmother." After the lecherous old man, the corpulent elder swept by like a tempest, turning the already raucous street into a chaotic frenzy. "Is this how you leave?" Ye Chen coughed lightly, retrieving the storage bag filled with spirit stones from his possession, which he instinctively placed back into the pouch. After glancing around and finding nothing of interest to purchase, he decided to depart from the bustling street. As he entered the inn, the boisterous Xiong heir rushed at him, seizing Ye Chen with fervor, exclaiming, "I thought you had been assassinated. You mentioned that during the auction, private duels are prohibited, and no matter how audacious Wu Changqing is, he wouldn't dare confront me here." As Ye Chen spoke, he nonchalantly produced another storage bag from his robe and handed it to Xiong heir, saying, "Here, your spirit stones, 300,000, neither more nor less." Upon receiving the pouch, Xiong heir peered inside, his small eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Ye Chen. "How do you possess spirit stones?" "Picked it up, I suppose." "Are you picking something up?" Xiong heir trailed closely behind Ye Chen, resembling a persistent shadow, eager to gather a basket of whatever was found. "Sky Mystic Gate," Ye Chen casually replied, stretching his limbs as he waved his hand and made his way toward his room, feeling utterly exhausted and eager for rest. Xiong heir wished to say something further, but Ye Chen had already closed the door behind him. "The Sky Mystic Gate is nothing but a myth," Xiong heir muttered under his breath, clutching the hefty storage bag, a grin spreading across his face. Once inside his room, Ye Chen firmly shut the door and retrieved the purple gold gourd. He vividly recalled that it was the elixir from the gourd that ignited a fiery sensation throughout his body last night, the excruciating pain in his head still lingering in his memory, the burning sensation coursing through his veins, and the feeling of his head on the verge of bursting had propelled his cultivation to an astonishing breakthrough, reaching the 8th level of qi condensation. This elixir undoubtedly harbored some secrets. Contemplating quietly, Ye Chen poured a single drop of the elixir from the gourd. The liquid shimmered in a rich purple hue, radiating a soft glow, pristine and translucent. It was a fusion of jade essence and spiritual energy, its potent fragrance enveloping him, inducing a sense of tranquility and elation with just a single inhalation. "No problem." After staring for a while, Ye Chen finally stroked his chin, appearing no different than usual. As he spoke, he swallowed the drop of spiritual liquid. As before, upon entering his body, the liquid transformed into a rich essence, seamlessly integrating into him, devoid of the restlessness he had experienced the previous night. Strange. Perplexed, Ye Chen couldn't help but scratch his head. Subsequently, he continuously consumed several drops of spiritual liquid. and his body remained devoid of the bizarre pain he experienced the previous night. Instead, he felt enveloped in a warm, comforting sensation. How peculiar, Ye Chen murmured to himself as he withdrew his thoughts. He then retrieved the black iron rod he had acquired at the auction earlier that day. I spent 500,000 spirit stones on you. Do not let me down. As he spoke, Ye Chen carefully inserted the iron rod into the mouth of the purple gold gourd. Buzz. As soon as the iron rod was placed inside, the purple gold gourd emitted a vibrating hum. Observing this, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed his hands together, eagerly watching the gourd, hoping it would unveil the secrets hidden within the rod. However, after that initial buzz, the purple gold gourd fell silent, standing quietly on the table. Apart from the occasional emanation of purple mist, there was nothing else to be seen. Is that all there is? With a look of astonishment, Ye Chen picked up the purple gold gourd and instinctively shook it a few times before peering inside. To his surprise, the iron rod inside the gourd remained utterly unchanged, quietly suspended as if the surrounding purple aura had no bearing on it whatsoever. After what felt like an eternity, Ye Chen, in exasperation, returned the purple gold gourd to its original place, muttering to himself about spending 500,000 spirit stones on this worthless iron rod. Buzz. The purple gold gourd seemed to possess a spirit of its own. Upon hearing Ye Chen's grumbling, it quivered slightly, as if to protest, "Do not stuff everything into my belly." With a pop, the gourd expelled the dark iron rod, which clattered to the ground with a thud. It certainly had a temper. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Ye Chen disregarded the gourd and instead picked up the black iron rod. Observing it closely, he realized that it was undeniably a whip, entirely black, marred by rust and pockmarked, revealing nothing extraordinary at first glance. Something must have drawn the attention of the true fire. "I refuse to believe you are merely an ordinary iron whip," Ye Chen thought to himself, refusing to give up. He then summoned the true fire, enveloping the black whip in its flames. The golden fire blazed fiercely, instantly raising the temperature in the room. Yet, under the relentless heat of the true fire, the black whip showed no signs of change, its indifference to the flames causing Ye Chen's brow to furrow in concern. Once more, Ye Chen murmured, intensifying the flames of his true fire. Yet, the black iron whip exhibited no signs of change. After 3 hours of relentless heating, Ye Chen, panting heavily, extinguished the flames. Surprisingly, the whip remained unmelted, leaving him utterly exhausted. "I truly refuse to believe this." Cursing under his breath, Ye Chen drew the Qishao sword with a sharp sound, infusing it with all his true energy before striking fiercely at the iron whip. The clang of metal resonated distinctly, and the Qishao sword was immediately knocked away, causing Ye Chen to stagger backward, his arm numbed and devoid of sensation. Incredible hardness. He observed a small nick on the sword. While the iron whip stood steadfastly embedded in the ground, not a single mark left by the razor-sharp blade. What on earth is this made of? Stowing the Qishao sword, Ye Chen scrutinized the iron whip, ignoring the true fire's heat, and with even the Qishao sword unable to budge it. He could only surmise the extraordinary materials used to forge this whip. This thought brought him some solace. Having spent 500,000 spirit stones on an exceptionally durable iron whip was not as worthless as he initially believed. It would serve well for striking adversaries. Rubbing his chin, Ye Chen retrieved the iron whip and soon took out pieces of mysterious iron and mysterious steel from his storage bag. These two spiritually infused metals, placed before him, presented a stark contrast. The mysterious iron was dark and unyielding, while the mysterious steel gleamed bright and flexible. Together, they formed an excellent choice for weapon crafting. Summoning the true fire once more, Ye Chen enveloped all three elements with flames, refining the essence of the mysterious iron and steel into the Qishao sword. This was a lengthy endeavor. As dawn approached, he finally withdrew the flames, drenched in sweat. Clang! Clang! The room resonated with the ringing of the sword. At this moment, the Qishao sword had transformed into something extraordinary, still crimson in hue. It now exuded sword energy without the need for infused true energy, occasionally manifesting flashes of sword light, exuding a commanding sharpness that left Ye Chen in awe. Indeed. Grasping the Qishao sword with great affection, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, primarily because this sword was crafted by his own hands. In the early morning, gentle sunlight bathed the entire netherworld black market. As a new day of auctions commenced, figures emerged from every pavilion, and a throng of people converged from all directions towards the central Songlong pavilion. "Would you like some?" Just before stepping out, Bear 2 rummaged once more in his trousers and produced a voice-altering pill and a disguise pill. extending them toward Ye Chen. Glancing at Bear 2's crotch, Ye Chen cleared his throat awkwardly. Keep them for yourself. With that, he retrieved a wolf head mask from his storage pouch and fastened it over his face. As for consuming pills extracted from Bear 2's nether regions, well, let's just say he couldn't quite bring himself to do it. Let it be if you don't want to eat, said Xiong dismissively as he popped 2 pills into his mouth. Soon, his appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. He became a corpulent old man, sporting a small tuft of beard on his chin. Although he was slightly shorter, he certainly did not resemble an elderly person at first glance. Amidst the throngs of people, the two once again found themselves at the Songlong Pavilion. They settled into their usual spot in the far corner, indulging in their meal while keeping a watchful eye on the entrance. Members from various prestigious families of the Great Chu entered in an unending stream, each vying for dominance. The families with long-standing grievances particularly wore grim expressions, seemingly preparing to fiercely compete for supremacy at the auction. Soon, the 3 sects arrived, with the bloodthirsty hall making a dramatic entrance as the grand finale. Ye Chen spotted Wu Cha-ching, whose aged visage was more somber than ever. After suffering a significant loss and becoming the subject of ridicule the previous day, he had returned in a furious rage, vowing to exact revenge on Ye Chen. Don't be arrogant. I won't let you off so easily today, Ye Chen thought, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Cha-ching, a cold smile playing on his lips. You better behave yourself today. Meanwhile, Xiong, stuffing his mouth with food, stammered, be careful not to capsize in the gutter. Wu Cha-ching is not someone to be trifled with. Understood. Shadows shifted, and everyone took their positions. All eyes were fixed on the elevated platform at the front. Yesterday's auction featured spiritual artifacts, while today's offering consisted of arcane techniques, a long-standing tradition of the netherworld black market. One could only wonder if it would be possible to acquire a coveted technique this time, although the auction had yet to commence in earnest. The crowd below was already abuzz with speculation. Rumor had it that the arcane techniques up for bid were extraordinary. Yet, what does it matter if they are beyond our reach? Amidst the murmurs, the auctioneer, Elder Yang, ascended the platform. He cast a sweeping glance over the audience before coolly announcing, "Let the auction begin." As his words echoed, he deftly produced an ancient scroll, igniting a spark of excitement in the eyes of those below. The One Yang finger. The venerable Yang elder suspended the ancient scroll in midair, taking a moment to elucidate this esoteric technique. It involves refining the true Yang energy and concentrating it into a single finger, known as the One Yang. Friends with a fire affinity may wish to consider placing bids. The starting price is 50,000. Let the auction commence now. 60,000. Elder Yang's words had barely settled when someone below raised a placard. I, from the chief family, offer 200,000. The next to bid was an elder clad in gray from the southern Jiang chief family. He exuded an air of arrogance, reclining leisurely in his chair, his expression one of amusement and mockery. He raised the bid by a staggering 140,000 spirit stones, causing those who were about to bid to retreat to their original positions, including Xiong. Damn it, I still wanted to participate. Xiong grumbled incessantly. The cultivation families possessed immense wealth, and beside him, Ye Chen wore an expression of deep regret. 210,000. Beneath this figure, another bid emerged, placed by a middle-aged beauty clad in a crimson robe from the Wang family of Beichuan. As a prominent clan, the Wang family was not inferior to the chief family. In certain respects, they even surpassed them. This middle-aged woman seemed to recognize the extraordinary nature of the Yang finger and was reluctant to concede easily to the chief family. 250,000. Following the Wang family, the Situ family of West Shu also joined in, raising the bid by an impressive 40,000 in one breath. 300,000. The Shangguan family of Dongwei propelled the auction of the One Yang finger to a crescendo. 311,000. 350,000. The prominent cultivation families of the Great Chu began to place their bids in a fervent auction. In less than a minute, the price of this Yang finger soared to an astounding 500,000, leaving the solitary cultivators with expressions of helplessness. It's hopeless. Xiong lay sprawled on the seat like a dead pig. Truly a bunch of brutes. Ye Chen also appeared dejected, his vital energy embodying the utmost rigidity and brightness. Practicing the One Yang finger would be most suitable for him, yet his financial constraints left him feeling quite helpless. 550,000. However, the subsequent voice caused both Xiong and Ye Chen's eyes to gleam with renewed excitement, for the bidder was none other than Xiong second uncle. There was a glimmer of hope. Xiong rubbed his small hands together, his eager eyes fixated on a robust figure in the front. He was astonished to discover that his family had also entered the bidding fray, and with such extravagant generosity, they overshadowed all the prominent clans present. This development meant that he could learn the coveted One Yang finger without incurring any expense. Likewise, Ye Chen also rubbed his hands together, given his camaraderie with Xiong Er. Acquiring the one young finger was not an impossible feat in the elegant chamber on the second floor. The elder from the chief family, clad in gray, wore a sullen expression as he glared at Xiong Er's second uncle. Coldly, he remarked, "Xiong Dashan, you truly possess remarkable audacity. To dare to raise your bid further." Xiong Dashan, however, stood firm, his retort silencing the chief family's elder. "Does your Xiong family have a grudge against the chief family?" From the exchange between Xiong Dashan and the Qi elder, Ye Chen gleaned some insights and could not help but glance at Xiong Er beside him. "Of course. There is animosity," growled Xiong Er, his anger palpable. "Our families have been at odds since the time of my great-grandfather, all over a natural spirit stone mine. We've engaged in countless skirmishes over the years. 55,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" On the stage, Elder Yang cast a glance at the chief family's private room before surveying the crowd below. The three sects and the bloodthirsty hall ultimately refrained from participating in the auction, which brought a sense of relief to Ye Chen and Xiong Er. Bang! On the stage, Elder Yang struck the gavel decisively. After securing the ancient scroll of the one young finger, he produced a jade slip, upon which 3 large characters were inscribed. Lingyun Step. This is a technique of movement. Lingyun Step, starting at 30,000, Elder Yang casually announced. In comparison to the one young finger, this Lingyun Step was evidently of a lower tier. Yet, this did not deter the eager crowd from vying for it, for it was a technique being auctioned by the Heavenly Xian sect. 50,000. I will offer 70,000. 100,000. The auction conducted by Ling Yanbu was fairly lively, yet it paled in comparison to the fervor surrounding the auction of the Yi Yang finger. Ultimately, a figure cloaked in black secured the item for a price of 130,000. The auction proceeded. Elder Yang continuously unveiled secret arcane techniques, each revelation igniting a tumultuous uproar within the Songlong Pavilion, culminating in a series of climactic moments. Various esteemed families, the 3 sects, the bloodthirsty hall, and formidable hidden masters vied fiercely for dominance. During this time, Ye Chen and Xiong Er made several attempts to participate, yet they were consistently stymied by the exorbitant bids. I have come to realize that these are nothing short of a pack of beasts. Xiong Er, exasperated, slumped onto the table, cursing incessantly. They are all individuals of considerable wealth. After enduring repeated setbacks, Ye Chen too felt disheartened, his spirit dampened as he hesitated to speak. The spiritual stones in his storage bag made him reluctant to bid, as each attempt merely fell short of even being a mere drop in the ocean. The Tian Gangstaff formation, a spiritual weapon primarily focused on staves, is worth considering. On the stage, Elder Yang had already produced an ancient scroll, with a starting bid of 30,000, and each subsequent bid must exceed 1,000 spiritual stones. The auction is now open for bidding. Staff techniques? Ye Chen exclaimed as he slammed his palm on the table, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he gazed at the stage. You have no expertise in staff techniques. What are you so excited about? Xiong Er cast a sidelong glance at Ye Chen. I have no use for it, but Tiger Boy does. With that, Ye Chen turned his gaze downward once more. Compared to the previous auction of several profound arts, the Tian Gangstaff array was evidently neglected, as Elder Yang had spoken for quite some time without anyone bidding. Observing the silence from below, Elder Yang furrowed his brow slightly. The staff techniques are difficult to master and of little utility. Many had lifted their teacups, uninterested in interrupting the auction for the Tian Gangstaff array. If it were a sword technique, it might warrant consideration. This is an obscure art. Surely, no one desires it. Listening to the discussions below, Ye Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, for there were evidently fewer competitors. Is there no one interested? Elder Yang surveyed the crowd below and could not help but voice his inquiry. As he glanced down, he observed some indulging in tea, while others engaged in flirtation. The response to Elder Yang's question was akin to dismissive indifference. It was evident that none desired the staff technique he offered. Although Elder Yang had mentally prepared himself for such a reaction, he still felt a profound sense of embarrassment. With no one stepping forward, it appeared that the staff technique would remain unsold. I want it. I want it. Before Elder Yang could finish his words, Ye Chen hastily raised his bidding paddle. Senior, I will take the Tian Gangstaff formation for 31,000 spirit stones. Ye Chen's voice attracted the attention of several onlookers, revealing that there were indeed participants in the auction who practiced the art of the staff. Remarkably, after Ye Chen placed his bid, no one else in the venue raised their paddles to compete. Observing this, Elder Yang discreetly rubbed his forehead and raised his arm, ready to bring down the gavel. However, before he could do so, an incongruous voice emanated from the elegant chamber of Xinjiang sect on the second floor. 40,000. We of Xinjiang sect shall take it. In the corner, upon hearing Wu Changqing's lofty proclamation, Ye Chen cast a cold glance at the second-floor chamber. Wu Changqing, it's you again. When no one else was bidding earlier, you didn't want it. Now that I've placed a bid, you come out to snatch it. 40,000. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? If not, 100,000. Before Elder Yang could finish his sentence, Ye Chen from the corner interrupted him once again, abruptly raising the price to 100,000 spirit stones. Had someone else begun to contest with Wu Changqing for the item? A murmur of voices erupted below. Could it be that young man from yesterday? I doubt it. The individual from yesterday wore a ghostly mask, while today's contender dons a wolf mask. Glancing back at the private room on the second floor, Wu Changqing's expression darkened once more. Yesterday, emboldened by the might of the Xinjiang sect, he had mockingly engaged in the bidding for that iron rod, only to be outbid for 500,000, tarnishing both his own reputation and that of the sect. Today, the audacity of another competitor incensed him. Although he had no need for the Tiangang staff formation, he could not allow anyone to undermine his authority. 150,000, Wu Changqing thought to himself, unable to restrain a stern utterance. 200,000, his voice barely faded when Ye Chen rose from the corner. Come on, you can't be serious. Xiong Air tugged at Ye Chen's sleeve, his other hand instinctively covering his groin, sensing that Ye Chen was once again about to borrow spirit stones from him. 300,000 spirit stones are ready. Ye Chen glanced at Xiong Air. What the hell? I haven't even warmed them up yet. Xiong Air grimaced. Do you even realize whom you're competing against for these items? Wu Changqing's voice from the private room on the second floor was laced with iciness. It's a fair auction. The highest bidder wins. Are you attempting to leverage your power against me, senior? Ye Chen replied, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. Yet a cold smirk lingered at the corner of his mouth. He had steeled himself for a fierce confrontation with Wu Changqing, even if it meant risking everything. He was determined to secure the celestial staff formation for Hu Hua. Such rare techniques were scarce, and he would not let this opportunity slip away. Naturally, this was only part of it. At this moment, Ye Chen's mind was still clouded by the memory of being driven down the mountain that day. A pain that would forever haunt him. He could hardly tolerate Wu Changqing's lofty demeanor, and all of this was compelling him toward a reckless course of action. What a fair auction, echoed Wu Changqing's chilling laughter from the second floor. The Zhengyang sect offers 250,000. 500,000. Wu Changqing's words had barely left his lips when Ye Chen raised his placard. Suddenly, the room of Songlong Pavilion was filled with the sounds of tea being spit out. As Ye Chen raised the bid by an astonishing 25 million, nearly choking the onlookers. What in the world was happening? The atmosphere in Songlong Pavilion erupted as if a pot had boiled over. Was the stick of the mystical method truly so invaluable? That young man had audacity to dare compete with Xinjiang sect for treasures. 500,000 spirit stones, this was outrageous. Just yesterday, a broken iron whip, and today, a mere stick technique. How could the least noteworthy items command such astronomical prices? What had become of this world? Amidst the clamor, Ye Chen found himself the center of attention. On the second floor, elders from various prestigious families and formidable figures from Qingyan sect and Hengyue sect, including the three powerful Void Realm experts from the Bloodthirsty Hall, peered down through the beaded curtains, casting incredulous glances. In stark contrast, Wu Changqing's expression shifted from dark to sinister, then morphed into a ghastly snarl. The humiliation of the previous day echoed in the present scene, so reminiscent of the past. As he had said before, failing to acquire that stick technique would not only cost him his dignity but also that of the entire Xinjiang sect. Someone below sneered, clearly, that stick technique is useless. Yet here you are, trying to show off. Look how that backfired. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhuge, the same individual who had sold Ye Chen the mysterious iron and steel the day prior. His words showed no restraint, revealing him to be a person of profound cultivation. Unperturbed by Xinjiang sect's might, his remarks turned Wu Changqing's face a fiery red. Bang! He smashed the furniture beside him, poised to bid, but was halted by Hua Yun and Ji Ningxuan behind him. Elder, our objective is the Tianji Dan. Please reconsider and do not squander spirit stones on this useless stick technique. Their words jolted Wu Changqing back to reality, anger momentarily clouding his judgment. Even so, his hands remained tense within his sleeves, a cold murderous intent raging within. Were it not for the strict prohibition against private disputes here, he would have already rushed down to eliminate Ye Chen. Investigate. I demand an investigation. Wu Changqing inhaled deeply, forcing his seething rage back down. I must uncover who possesses such audacity. I will make them wish they were never born. Thus concluded a thrilling auction. The elders on the platform couldn't help but express their astonishment. What kind of world is this? Yesterday it was that broken iron whip. in a day this worthless stick technique, both of which the Tianjin sect deemed unworthy, yet they fetched a staggering price of 500,000. Even I, as an elder of Tianjin sect, did not foresee this. With a decisive hammering of the gavel, Ye Chen successfully secured the Tian gang stick formation. Well, I've gone bankrupt again. Xiong'er drooped his hefty head, resting it on the table. It seemed he would need to ask second uncle for some funds. Good heavens. 300,000. I will repay you with interest in the future. Ye Chen patted Xiong'er's shoulder. Hearing this, Xiong'er's eyes lit up. He then pulled out paper and a pen from his trousers, writing a series of large characters in a flamboyant manner. After wiping his nose, he handed the paper to Ye Chen, saying, I'm afraid you might default. Come, please sign here. Alas. The auction continued. The subsequent auction of mystical techniques, while still fervently contested and eagerly sought after, paled in comparison to the fervor surrounding the Tian gang staff formation. Unbeknownst to all, night had quietly descended. With Elder Yang's voice resonating throughout the Songlong Pavilion, the auction of mystical techniques came to a close. The audience rose in unison, murmuring in admiration, and as they departed, they cast lingering glances at Ye Chen, who donned a wolf-headed mask. This young man had secured the Tian gang staff formation at a staggering price of 500,000, delivering a significant blow to the Zhengyang sect, thus becoming the most talked-about topic of the day's auction. Truly, talent emerges in every generation. An elder from the Situ family of Westshu, with long white hair, stroked his beard while casting a glance at Ye Chen. Old Situ. This young lad surpasses you in your prime, quipped an elderly man clad in white from the Shangwan family. The two old-timers exchanged banter, while a middle-aged woman in a red robe from the Beichuan Wang family shot a disdainful look at the Situ and Shangwan elders. Amidst the clamor, numerous cultivator clans stole glances at Ye Chen as they departed. Young man, you've made quite a name for yourself this time, remarked Xiong'er, keenly observing that every faction's attention was affixed upon Ye Chen. Oh, the injustice. Ye Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead. On the second floor, the members of the Qingyan sect had descended. The elder in green and the old woman merely cast a cursory glance at Ye Chen, while Lu Ji, the one who had rendered him powerless, playfully waved his folding fan, locking eyes with Ye Chen for a fleeting moment. Interesting, Lu Jimon remarked with a hint of mockery. The grudge of having my cultivation destroyed will be settled sooner or later. Casually averting his gaze, Ye Chen could not help but clench his fists tightly within his sleeves. It was Lu Ji who had once exhibited this same mocking demeanor, rendering his cultivation utterly null. Next came the esteemed Feng Wuan from Hung Yue's sect Sword Peak. He truly exuded the aura of a senior, his dense black hair cascading like a waterfall, a long sword resting on his back. His silhouette stood resilient as a mountain, his presence akin to a drawn sword, gazing at Ye Chen with eyes that were not aloof but rather gentle and benevolent. Members of the bloodthirsty hall also descended, casting distant glances at Ye Chen, their brows furrowing in unison. Elder, do you sense a familiar aura emanating from that young man? The young man in white robes turned to the gray-haired elder beside him. His aura is concealed. It is inscrutable, the elder pondered, stepping out of the Songlong Pavilion. Pay close attention to him. Perhaps we have indeed encountered him before. Following the bloodthirsty hall was the contingent from Zhengyang's sect. Upon entering, Ye Chen's eyes fell upon the exceedingly grim visage of Wu Chaqing. Brat, you will meet a most gruesome end. Wu Chaqing's murderous gaze pierced through the distance. Even as Ye Chen averted his eyes, reluctantly locking gazes with Jining Shuang. Once lovers, their fleeting moment of eye contact now caused Ye Chen's heart to ache. While Jining Shuang, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, seemed to sense a familiar feeling in Ye Chen's eyes, a flicker of something unusual passing through her beautiful gaze. Ye Chen chose not to linger and turned away. As those attending the auction gradually departed, he made his way to the back hall of Songlong Pavilion. Little one, you are truly in the limelight today. Elder Yang chuckled amiably. Despite Ye Chen donning a special mask that concealed his features, it seemed Elder Yang could still see through his guise. You jest, esteemed elder, Ye Chen replied, knowing he could not deceive Elder Yang. He removed the wolf-headed mask, absent-mindedly touching the tip of his nose. After exchanging spirit stones for the Tian gang staff array, he was about to depart when Elder Yang called him back. Young one, do you wish to join my Tianjin sect? With a smile, Elder Yang stroked his grizzled beard. Ye Chen was taken aback. The Tianjin sect, a mysterious and formidable entity, a giant that even the three sects of the Great Chu dared not provoke, was extending an invitation to him, a mere chi condensation cultivator. This was utterly unexpected. Perhaps the suddenness of it all left him a bit dazed. He pondered what merit he possessed that would catch the eye of the Tianjin sect. Could it be due to his possession of true fire? Ye Chen mused. as he struggled to conceive any other reason that could attract the attention of such a colossal force. So, what do you think? Are you interested? Seeing Ye Chen in a daze, Elder Yang offered another gentle smile. Ye Chen finally came to his senses, giving a dry laugh. Esteemed Elder, are you jesting? I am merely a junior in the Qi condensation realm. How could I possibly catch your esteemed eye? Cultivation level is not the issue. What Tianxian sect seeks is talent. Elder Yang replied with a warm laugh, akin to a benevolent grandfather. Indeed, we value your true fire, but even more importantly, we recognize your potential. With Elder Yang's words laid out so clearly, Ye Chen realized he could not afford to dismiss the offer. Esteemed Elder, if I were to join Tianxian sect, would that mean I must entirely sever ties with the Great Chu and refrain from participating in its affairs henceforth? Ye Chen endeavored to lower his posture, embodying the respect due from a junior. Members of Tianxian sect are prohibited from engaging in the disputes of the major factions of the Great Chu. This has been a long-standing rule established by successive sect leaders. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen stroked his chin. Although the heavenly Xian sect is shrouded in mystery and power, its constraints are equally formidable. He was born and raised in the Great Chu. The thought of completely severing ties with it evokes a peculiar and intricate sentiment. Furthermore, he must return to the Xinjiang sect to avenge the humiliation of being cast down the mountain. There is no need to rush your response. Ponder it thoroughly upon your return. My words will always hold true. Observing Ye Chen's indecision, Elder Yang offered a faint smile. In that case, I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed Elder. Allow me some time to reflect. Ye Chen clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and then turned, exiting the back hall of the Canglong Pavilion. Once he departed, the old man in purple who had invited him to break the curse stepped forward. Master, he inquired, among the younger generation of the Great Chu, many possess far greater talents than he. Why extend an invitation solely to him? Elder Yang regarded the purple-clad elder with a look of bewilderment. Is it merely because he bears the true fire? Certainly not. The elder in purple stroked his beard, his words laden with meaning. This young man was not as simple as he appeared. Although his talent was not the highest, it was indeed unique. Moreover, his true fire was not merely domineering. Most importantly, it was his bloodline that intrigued him. Should we consult the Holy Master about this matter? Elder Yang glanced at the elder in purple. I would like to seek her out. The elder in purple replied irritably. She seems quite at ease, having passed the responsibility of the Tianxian sect on to me while she enjoys her leisure. Who knows where she has run off to this time? As Ye Chen stepped out of the Canglong Pavilion wearing a mask, he immediately sensed two familiar auras. To the east was Huayun, and to the west was Jiningshiang. In an instant, he recognized who was watching him, yet he feigned ignorance as he blended into the bustling crowd of the street. As he wandered, stopping intermittently to peruse the wares at roadside stalls, Huayun and Jiningshiang, concealed in the shadows, adeptly followed him through several streets. With your skills, do you truly believe you can keep up with me? Ye Chen halted at a roadside stall, examining the goods while a cold smirk crept onto his lips. As if you even know my background. At this juncture, it is essential to mention another facet of Ye Chen's identity. Within the Zhongyang sect, he was not merely a disciple, but also a member of the Intelligence Pavilion. Trained from a young age, he frequently descended the mountain to gather information, excelling particularly in the art of tracking. As a master tracker, his perceptual acuity far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and evading pursuers had been a crucial lesson in his training. Although his cultivation was inferior to that of Huayun and Jiningshiang, they were nonetheless outmatched in the art of tracking by someone who had once been a member of the Intelligence Pavilion. Continuing to feign ignorance, Ye Chen led Huayun and Jiningshiang through several more streets. As night fell, the two met at the intersection of their respective paths. Yet Ye Chen was nowhere to be found. This young man is quite remarkable, Huayun exclaimed coldly, feeling a surge of frustration at having lost him. His cultivation may surpass ours. Jiningshiang, usually reticent, pondered for a moment but did not dismiss the possibility that he was simply adept at intelligence gathering, making it challenging for anyone to keep pace with him. Upon returning to the inn, Ye Chen found Xiong'er already in the room. The hefty fellow was sprawled on the bed, which was cluttered with luminous spirit stones. Ah, Ye Chen observed, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. You seem to have quite a stash of spirit stones, he remarked, casually pocketing a few. Xiong'er's chubby face darkened instantly. It seems the Xiong family is quite affluent. Ye Chen continued, reaching for another handful of spirit stones. However, Xiong'er was prepared, swiftly stowing all the spirit stones into his storage pouch. These were just procured from my second uncle. Don't get any ideas, he grumbled, tucking the pouch securely into his waistband. Ye Chen coughed lightly, rubbing his nose. Over the past 2 days of auctions, Xiong had indeed been of great assistance. Without his help, Ye Chen would not have secured the Iron Whip or the Tiangang staff. Xiong's willingness to lend a hand was truly moving. Rest assured, I will repay you in full later. You certainly must repay. We have an IOU to consider, Xiong retorted dismissively. Leaning closer to Xiong, Ye Chen playfully poked him and raised an eyebrow. I heard your family extracts quite a number of spirit stones from the natural mines each year. Is that true? At these words, Xiong's expression turned to one of indignation. Don't even mention those spirit stone mines. They have caused no small trouble for my family. The spirit stones we collect barely suffice for treating our kin. Is that really possible? Ye Chen expressed his disbelief. In the southern regions of the Chuls, aside from the chief family, who else would dare provoke your Xiong family? There are numerous contenders. Xiong grumbled, mentioning how the chief family frequently sought trouble from a distance, not to mention those scattered cultivators, each one insatiable like hungry wolves. Take the Black Mountain elder who attends auctions. He stirs up trouble every few days. If we offer too much, my Xiong family cannot endure it. If we offer too little, those ravenous wolves grow restless. Were it not for my grandfather still being alive, my Xiong family would have been devoured long ago. Every family has its own set of difficulties. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh. Despite the apparent splendor of noble families, they are, in truth, targets of envy and scrutiny. Patience is key, Ye Chen sighed helplessly, turning away from Xiong's room. Upon returning to his own chamber, he settled cross-legged upon his bed. Focusing his mind and gathering his energy, he activated the primal body refinement technique. Crack, crack. Soon, the sound of bones colliding echoed from within him. As the true fire enveloped his meridians and bones, the searing pain compelled him to let out a low growl, though he stifled it, wary of disturbing Xiong. After 3 hours of primal body refinement, he then spent another 3 hours nourishing his sinews and bones with spiritual liquid. It was only after a full 6 hours that he finally exhaled a breath of turbid air, solidifying his cultivation at the 8th level of qi condensation. As he stretched his somewhat stiff body, Ye Chen felt an overwhelming sense of comfort washing over him. Soon, he retrieved the Tiangang staff array, which had cost him 500,000 spirit stones. Reflecting on the price he had paid for the array, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Yet, for the sake of Hua, who deserved a remarkable staff technique, he deemed the expenditure worthwhile. The ancient scroll of the Tiangang staff array was sealed, and he gently broke the seal. Under the dim candlelight, he began to scrutinize the profound intricacies of the array. To his surprise, he found himself greatly enlightened. The staff, like the spear, is among the most challenging of spiritual weapons to master. The Tiangang staff array not only delved into the esoteric nature of the staff but also elucidated various techniques. The array is categorized into offensive and defensive formations, embodying a synthesis of both. Once cultivated to perfection, it allows one to project the phantom of the staff to unleash the array, making it one of the rarest techniques within the realm of staff mastery. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Realizing that the investment of 500,000 spirit stones was indeed justified, after several hours of comprehension, he grasped a thread of the profound mysteries contained within the staff. Though difficult to cultivate, once perfected, it would rival any other spiritual weapon's cultivation methods. Indeed, quite remarkable. He mused internally as he sprang to his feet and retrieved a long staff from his storage bag. A low hum resonated through the room. The sound of the staff slicing through the air incessantly filled the space. The techniques of the Heavenly Gang staff array swirled in his mind, and he became enraptured by the profound intricacies of the staff. Before long, he found his movements accelerating, and around him, ethereal shadows of the staff began to materialize. Although seemingly chaotic, a closer inspection revealed that these shadows were indeed following the trajectory of his staff's dance. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as the shadows multiplied, they coalesced into a fragile array centered around him, resembling a protective barrier of vital energy. At this juncture, he ceased his practice, exhaling a long breath of stale air. The esoteric art of the staff was undeniably challenging to cultivate. Engaging in the true manifestation of the staff's powers, Ye Chen realized that mastering this art was far more arduous than he had initially imagined, which explained why many cultivators shunned the staff. However, his efforts were not in vain. The Heavenly Gang staff array could indeed be formed from the dancing shadows of the staff, capable of both offense and defense. He pondered. If such mastery could be achieved with the staff, could a similar technique be applied to the sword? Creating a sword array that harmonizes both attack and defense through the movement of sword shadows? Sitting at the edge of his bed, he contemplated deeply, hoping to uncover the interconnections between the staff and the sword within the Heavenly Gang staff array. If successful, he believed his defensive and offensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced. After an hour of intense reflection, he felt increasingly convinced of the feasibility of his approach. Without hesitation, he leapt to his feet once more. Drawing forth the sharp and formidable Qi sword with a resonant clang, he executed a series of techniques, drawing the sword, retracting it, spinning, slashing diagonally, and delivering reverse strikes, each movement aligned with the principles of the heavenly gangstaff array, albeit at a deliberate and measured pace. As he transitioned from one sequence to the next, his brow occasionally relaxed and then furrowed in concentration. He discerned that while there were indeed parallels between the staff and the sword, significant differences also existed. Applying the staff's esoteric principles to the sword proved to be a daunting task. He needed to seek the commonalities that could yield a sword array akin to the heavenly gangstaff array. Clang, clang. The Qi sword sang continuously as it was wielded, each swing conjuring ephemeral sword shadows. With the passage of time, his swordplay quickened, and the shadows accumulated around him, though they remained disordered. Although he had only begun to form the rudiments of a sword array, its defensive and offensive potency was woefully inadequate, easily susceptible to disruption. As dawn approached, Ye Chen finally sheathed the Qi sword. He expelled another breath of murky air, flopped onto his bed, and cradled his head with his hands, gently closing his eyes as the principles of the staff and sword replayed in his mind. It was clear to him that deriving the heavenly gang sword array from the heavenly gang staff array would not be an overnight endeavor. He understood that the emergence of any profound technique requires time and practical experience to refine, much like a blacksmith laboriously forging a sword through countless strikes. All weapons possess their unique merits, yet they ultimately converge upon the same path. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Chen eventually opened his eyes, a spark of enlightenment illuminating his gaze. Swords, spears, halberds, staffs, hammers, axes, and bows all share commonalities. If his predecessors could decipher the heavenly gang staff array, he too could unravel the heavenly gang sword array. Time was not the issue, what he needed was insight. A new day dawned, heralding the final day of the auction at the underworld black market. The crowd gathered for today's auction seemed far more numerous than in the previous days, the seats filled with solemn figures. The first day featured the auction of spiritual artifacts. The second day focused on esoteric techniques, and the third day showcased elixirs. The atmosphere suggested that today's auction of potions would be extraordinary. Observing the throng of attendees, Ye Chen could not help but murmur to himself. Of course, Su Er exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, as if invigorated by an elixir. Today's climactic treasure could very well alter the future landscape of the Great Chu. Is it really that impressive? Do you know about Tianjing? Xiong Er turned his head to gaze at Ye Chen. Utter nonsense, Ye Chen scoffed. As a cultivator of the sixth realm, he had reached the pinnacle of celestial cultivation, a level capable of ensuring the prosperity of a sect for thousands of years. Exactly, Xiong Er said mysteriously as he leaned in closer and whispered, "Do you know what the final elixir being auctioned here is?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen gently shook his head. Celestial silence. Celestial tranquility pill? Ye Chen was taken aback. Did this imply it could aid one in transcending to the celestial realm? It was rumored to be so. Xiong Er's response was vague. In the Great Chu, there were numerous cultivators at the Void Realm, with many at its pinnacle, and a considerable number of practitioners on the verge of the celestial realm. If the celestial tranquility pill were administered to those nearing the celestial realm, it could very well facilitate their ascension. Isn't that remarkable? Upon hearing Xiong Er's remarks, Ye Chen raised an eyebrow. If the celestial tranquility pill indeed possessed such miraculous effects, then today's auction at the Netherworld black market would be a significant event. It was easy to imagine that if a faction succeeded in breaking through to the celestial realm, it would undoubtedly alter the balance of power in the Great Chu. Xiong Er's words were not mere exaggerations, for those who reached the celestial realm were overwhelmingly powerful. Look, today's auction is bound to be exceptionally fierce. Xiong Er continued. The ancestors of various factions, including my own family's elder, are nearing the end of their lifespans and wish to use the celestial tranquility pill to achieve a breakthrough. It is known that those at the Void Realm can live for a maximum of 500 years, whereas those at the celestial realm can extend their lives to 1,000 years. It is no wonder that those nearing the end of their days would act recklessly. At this juncture, Xiong Er gestured for Ye Chen to observe the numerous private rooms on the second floor, representing various factions. Do you see? For today's auction, those rooms are empty. They have all disguised themselves and merged into the crowd on the first floor of the Songlong Pavilion. What do you mean? The stakes of the celestial tranquility pill are too high. Who would be foolish enough to reveal who won the bid? Xiong Er stated. I dare say. If word gets out that the bloodthirsty Hall secured the Celestial Tranquility Pill, its members would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from numerous factions after the auction. Even if they couldn't be killed, the various powers of the Great Chu would swiftly unite and march north to attack the bloodthirsty Hall. Of course, if the three sects or the major clans were to acquire the Celestial Tranquility Pill, the consequences would be similarly dire. So, it appears that a bloody battle is inevitable outside the Netherworld black market after today's auction, Ye Chen mused. Theoretically, that is the case. Xiong'er nodded. Hence, those attending the auction from each faction will spare no effort to conceal their identities and auras, fearing being recognized. The Tianqian sect auctioning the Celestial Tranquility Pill seems to be an invitation for conflict among the Great Chu factions. I am beginning to question the motives behind the Tianqian sect's actions. The fact that they are willing to auction the Celestial Tranquility Pill is already commendable. Whether one can acquire it depends on one's own abilities, and whether one can safely return home also relies on one's prowess. They are not forcing anyone to buy it. Right? Observing the situation, it is likely that the powerful figures from various factions have already concealed themselves outside the Netherworld black market. Ye Chen stroked his chin. There would undoubtedly be a considerable number of strong individuals arriving to assist. It seems you are not as foolish as you appear. Why linger? Shouldn't we leave? Ye Chen remarked, recognizing that after the auction, amidst the chaos of the powerful factions, we would likely become mere cannon fodder, with everyone scrambling for the Celestial Tranquility Pill. Who would pay us any mind? Xiong'er dismissed his concerns, noticing Ye Chen's serious demeanor, and patted his shoulder for reassurance. Rest assured. I have been here more than once. It will be fine. As they spoke, the doors of the Songlong Pavilion had closed. At this moment, those engaged in casual activities were seated upright, just as Xiong'er had described. The private rooms on the second floor, representing various factions, were currently devoid of occupants. Ye Chen scanned the crowd, noting that most faces were unfamiliar, likely a result of disguise. Considering this, he glanced sideways at the elderly man beside him, appraising him from head to toe. Perhaps this elder was Wu Chaoqing from the Zhongyang sect, or maybe it was Feng Wuan from the Yuhua sect's Sword Peak. Having altered his appearance, why do I feel as if there are traps everywhere? Ye Chen sighed. That is a concern for the powerful. We are merely insignificant players. Xiong'er maintained a light-hearted perspective, adding in a whisper, if my family could acquire it, that would be the best outcome. Soon, the elder from the Yang Pavilion slowly ascended the platform. After surveying the audience, he cleared his throat and announced, the auction begins. With that, he retrieved a jade box from his robe. Although the box was sealed, the aroma of the elixir wafted through the cracks, tantalizing the senses. The bone-building pill. I trust its effects require no further elaboration. The starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 1,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. 50,000. As soon as the elder Yang finished speaking, someone below raised the bidding sign. 60,000. I offer 80,000. As soon as the first elixir was revealed, it incited a frenzy of eager bids. Today's auction of mystical pills and elixirs promised to unfold with fervor. After several rounds of bidding, the bone-setting pill was claimed by an elderly man clad in blue for the sum of 150,000. Once the elder from the Yang Pavilion pronounced his final verdict, he presented another sealed jade box. The cleansing marrow pill commenced bidding at a base price of 50,000. 60,000. Ye Chen was taken aback to find that the first bid came from the person beside him, Xiong'er. The fellow raised his sign high with both hands. But given his diminutive stature, it hardly made a difference. Did your father not cleanse your marrow? Ye Chen gazed at Xiong'er in astonishment. This is for my wife. Xiong'er chuckled. Well, you actually have a wife? How come I've never heard you mention her? Ye Chen scrutinized Xiong'er, a rotund figure, incredulous that he had managed to find a partner. It truly baffled him to think which girl had succumbed to his charm. 100,000. As the two conversed, the price of the cleansing elixir had already soared to the lofty sum of 100,000. 110,000. Xiong'er exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and leaping to his feet, his voice booming with fervor. 150,000. The subsequent voice rendered this fellow utterly disheartened. You are impressive, but I shall withdraw. Bear too, in a fit of frustration, yearned to continue bidding. However, his purse was lacking. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the Xiong family was also contending for the elusive Jidan, and his second uncle had not bestowed upon him a sufficient amount of spirit stones. Observing Bear 2's crestfallen demeanor, Ye Chen felt a pang of guilt. Had he not borrowed 300,000, Bear 2 would not have found himself in such a predicament. Naturally, having prevented Bear 2 from acquiring the Shisui Dan, Ye Chen would compensate him. After all, refining the marrow was not solely achievable through the Shisui Dan, for he too possessed the ability to do so. Utilizing true fire to refine Bear 2's wife's marrow would yield results far superior to that of the Shisui Dan. If you cannot obtain it, fret not. I shall take care of your wife's marrow refinement, Ye Chen remarked with a smile. Are you capable of such a feat? Absolutely, Ye Chen asserted, thumping his chest. The method of barbaric body refinement could indeed be employed on another. As the two engaged in conversation, another elixir was presented for bidding below. This particular potion promised eternal youth for women. It was initially assumed that only women would partake in the bidding. Yet a throng of robust men and a multitude of elderly gentlemen were fervently competing, their faces flushed with excitement. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that a significant portion of this crowd consisted of women in disguise. Ye Chen remarked with a knowing tone. The auction continued, with Elder Yang consistently drawing forth elixirs, inciting uproarious reactions from the audience, transforming the Grand Songlong Pavilion into a veritable sea of tumultuous waves. As time progressed, the auction gradually approached its conclusion. During this period, Bear 2 made another bid, securing a fortifying elixir. Meanwhile, Ye Chen spent most of his time in slumber, as his lack of funds relegated him to a state of repose. Remarkably, one spirit pill fetched an astronomical price of 800,000, ultimately claimed by an unknown powerful figure. As nightfall approached, Elder Yang retrieved a translucent jade box from his storage bag. This box was indeed a treasure. Crafted from spirit jade, shimmering with ethereal colors, adorned with intricate runes, and fortified with 3 seals. Even so, one could still glimpse the tranquil presence of a purple elixir nestled within. Celestial Silence read. It is the Celestial Tranquility Pill. At long last, the moment had arrived. As the jade box was unveiled, the eyes of everyone in the room sparkled with anticipation. They sat upright, their gazes fervently fixed upon the precious box. Many could hardly contain their excitement, their breaths quickening, for the elixir within could very well alter the future landscape of the Great Chu. Hasten, the Celestial Tranquility Pill is here. In the corner, Xiong nudged Ye Chen while keeping his focus on the jade box. Have we arrived? Ye Chen abruptly lifted his head, barely taking a moment to rub the sleep from his eyes. He gazed intently at the jade box held by the old man in the sunlit pavilion, clearly discerning the violet elixir nestled within. Is that the Tianji Dan? Ye Chen licked his lips in anticipation. Impressive, isn't it? Yet, it appears to bear no relation to us. Even if sold, it would not afford us the luxury. Under the gaze of the multitude, Elder Yang levitated the jade box containing the Tianji pill into the air. The Tianji pill holds the potential to aid those on the verge of the celestial realm in their ascension. Of course, this is merely a possibility. Whether one can break through to the celestial realm depends on one's own fortune. After a brief introduction, Elder Yang spoke in a calm manner, stating that the starting price for the Tianji pill is 500,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 10,000 spirit stones. The auction is now underway. 550,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, many could not help but swallow hard. Unless one belongs to a sect or a prominent family who possesses such an abundance of spirit stones. Many have already realized that the Tianji pill has no connection to them from the very beginning. Even the base price has crushed a significant number of hopefuls. 550,000. Nevertheless, there are indeed many affluent individuals present, and immediately someone placed a bid without the need for introduction. This individual, having undergone a transformation in appearance, is undoubtedly a person of profound significance and wealth. 600,000. 800,000. 800,000 to obtain the elusive Tianji Dan? I bid 1 million. 110,000. 130,000. As the first bid was called, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction, igniting a fervor within the entire Songlong Pavilion. Each time a new price was announced, it sent shivers through the audience. In less than a minute, the price of the Tianji Dan soared from its initial 50,000 to an astounding 2 million. A sum of 2 million spirit stones could indeed form a small mountain. Some murmured while glancing upward, as if envisioning a mountain of spirit stones conjured by their own imagination. It was clear that without at least 800,000 spirit stones, one could not secure the Tianji Dan. In a corner, Ye Chen pondered. Although the bidders were disguised, he sensed that the formidable forces of the great families and sects had yet to join the fray. They were, after all, the principal competitors. As Xiong remarked, the Tianji Dan held immense significance. It could bolster a sect or bring calamity upon one. 230,000. 250,000. Below, the bidding for the Tianji Dan remained fierce, with its price steadily climbing. After several rounds of bidding, most participants found themselves outmatched. Their proud millions of spirit stones were woefully insufficient in this auction. In essence, the true contest for the Tianji Dan had only just begun. 5 million. Indeed. A formidable force operating in the shadows boldly escalated the bid to 5 million. However, those who were already fervently competing were suddenly quelled. It seemed that this hidden power possessed remarkable insight. The value of Tianji Dan was exceedingly immense, far beyond the reach of a mere 3 or 4 million spirit stones, thus hastening the inevitable confrontation. The identity of the bidding faction remained shrouded in mystery. 5 million. What a staggering sum. Xiong Er, clutching Ye Chen's arm, was ecstatically exhilarated. Perhaps the one making the offer hailed from your own Xiong family, he mused. Meanwhile, Ye Chen's hand instinctively found its way to Xiong Er's thigh. Seizing a chunk of flesh and twisting it vigorously, perhaps due to Xiong Er's overwhelming excitement, he seemed oblivious to the pain. The astronomical bid of 5 million had effectively subdued nearly all contenders, paving the way for the ensuing spectacle of fierce competition. 550,000. Another voice emerged from below, raising the stakes yet again. 6 million. 6,500,000. As Ye Chen stated, without 8 million spirit stones, it is exceedingly difficult to acquire the Tianji Dan. The price has escalated to 6,500,000, evidently surpassing the financial capabilities of prominent families. There is no need to inquire further. The major families have essentially conceded defeat. Well, it seems my Xiong family has no chance, Xiong Er lamented, his head drooping. 6,500,000. Surely your family can afford that. Ye Chen remarked, tilting his head. Of course we can, Xiong Er admitted candidly. But that would nearly deplete my family's assets. Although the Tianji Dan is invaluable, we must act within our means. Even if we were to successfully bid for it, there is no guarantee of safely bringing it home. And even if we did manage to return with it, our ancestor may still struggle to break through to the Tianji realm. Did you not say, Old Yang, that the Tianji Dan does not guarantee a breakthrough? Whether one can advance remains uncertain. It ultimately depends on fate. With that, Xiong Er shook his head in resignation. To risk everything for a single pill is a gamble my Xiong family cannot afford. Indeed, Ye Chen pondered. Without being in charge, one cannot truly grasp the value of tea and rice. Xiong Er's father has been quite prudent in his considerations. This gamble is one we cannot afford. Should we lose, the consequences would be utterly unimaginable. 7 million. The bidding by Tianji Dan showed no signs of abating. It appeared that the sects were becoming involved, with the shadows of the three sects and the bloodthirsty hall reflecting within. 7,500,000. 8 million. However, the price of the celestial tranquility pill is evidently on the rise, surpassing Ye Chen's expectations. As the auction draws to a close, the price of the celestial tranquility pill has seemingly soared to nearly 10 million spirit stones. 9,500,000. And there are still bidders willing to raise the stakes. In the Tsunglong Pavilion, a profound silence enveloped the room for a considerable time, before Elder Yang finally surveyed the audience below. His gaze was sharp and discerning, as if capable of penetrating the very souls of those present, momentarily lingering on a select few while dismissing the scattered cultivators entirely. 10 million. A voice emerged from the corner, prompting both Ye Chen and Xiong Er to turn their heads. The speaker was an elderly man with black hair seated next to them. The entire assembly shifted their attention towards him. Such a bold bid of 10 million could not be attributed to mere wandering cultivators or noble families. Outside of the bloodthirsty hall and the three sects, who would dare to offer such a price? Ye Chen cast a glance at the black-haired elder. With his discerning eye, he could not ascertain the man's origins, but one thing was certain. He belonged to one of the factions within the bloodthirsty hall or the three sects. Both he and Xiong Er secretly hoped that the black-haired elder was Feng Wuhan from the Sword Peak of Tumultuous sect. If so, there was a possibility that the Tianji Dan could be safely returned without recognition, and Tumultuous sect might indeed produce a Tianji realm cultivator. In that case, their affiliation with Tumultuous sect would provide them with a steadfast pillar of support. However, they were also acutely aware that the black-haired elder could very well be associated with Qingyun's sect, Xingyang's sect, or the bloodthirsty hall. If that were the case, it would bode ill for Tumultuous sect. The elder's offer of 10 million naturally drew the gaze of everyone present. Powerful figures had begun to discreetly observe him. 10 million spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Elder Yang's voice shattered the silence in the Tsunglong Pavilion. Yet, a prolonged stillness ensued, with no one daring to speak up. Bang! With Elder Yang's decisive hammer strike, the auction for the Tianji Dan came to an end, marking the conclusion of the triennial auction at the Netherworld black market. Below, the crowd remained unsated, and soon, small clusters of individuals began to rise and depart. It was only when the black-haired elder stood that the entire Tsunglong pavilion was set in motion. Several figures covertly turned their attention towards him, eager to ascertain his identity and, more importantly, to seize the Tianji Dan by any means necessary. Observing the situation, Ye Chen mused that it would be quite challenging for the elder to safely transport the Tianji Dan out. As he surveyed the departing figures, Ye Chen quietly contemplated. There would surely be someone waiting for him outside. I suspect he is most likely a member of the Bloodthirsty Hall, Xiong Er muttered softly. In the Great Chu, only the Bloodthirsty Hall has the power to overshadow the three sects. It no longer matters who he is. Let us depart. Once outside the Tsunglong pavilion, Ye Chen and Xiong Er instinctively followed the flow of people moving towards the exit. Here, take this, Xiong Er said, handing Ye Chen 2,000 line talismans. If danger arises, use the Tianqing spell first, then activate the 1,000-line talismans to make our escape. Those ruthless individuals are focused on seizing the Tianji Dan, and under normal circumstances, they rarely rob us. I can't shake off a sense of foreboding, Ye Chen remarked as he accepted the talismans. Fear not, stay close to me, and your safety is assured, Xiong Er replied confidently, pulling Ye Chen along as they made their way outside. Ahead lay the exit of the Netherworld black market, with the crowd surging forth like a tidal wave. Moreover, all who attended the auction had made preparations, most utilizing talismans akin to the 1,000-line talismans. As they emerged from the Netherworld black market, individuals scattered in a frantic rush, their speed remarkable. Surprisingly, these low-ranking cultivators faced little danger as they fled. Indeed, with the Tianji Dan now auctioned, any formidable cultivator would be inclined to test their luck. Who had the leisure to rob someone of their trifling possessions? Let us go. Just as they exited the Netherworld black market, Ye Chen and Xiong Er activated their 1,000-line talismans, sprinting towards the direction of Hongyue sect. In the span of a single incense stick's burn, they had dashed several miles. Look, trust me, right? Xiong Er exclaimed while running, pulling a chicken leg from his trousers. I hope we can return safely. Ye Chen remained vigilant, keenly observing their surroundings. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed behind them. A hasty glance revealed a small hilltop collapsing under the force of a mighty palm strike. The battle has commenced, as the two individuals adeptly navigated their speed and direction. They cast a few glances backward. This fleeting gaze left Ye Chen in a state of awe. From a distance, the direction of the underworld black market was bustling with activity. Silhouettes darted through the void. Vibrant mystic arts illuminated the sky, creating a scene of dazzling splendor. Why don't we join in the festivities? Xiong Er suggested, turning to glance at Ye Chen. Enough with the nonsense, Ye Chen retorted, aware that they were amidst formidable adversaries engaged in a fierce battle. He was merely voicing his thoughts. Boom! A deep rumble echoed as another small mountain in the distance collapsed, the sound resonating with even greater intensity than before. The two exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. A group of relentless fighters, embroiled in combat within the void, was advancing towards their direction, and their numbers were not insignificant. As they approached, the air crackled with the sound of thunder, mountains crumbled in their wake, and blood splattered, casting a crimson veil over the luminous moonlit sky. Truly, one fears what one encounters. With a loud exclamation, Xiong Er discarded his chicken leg and surged forward with remarkable speed. Ye Chen was not far behind. Although the 1,000-line talismans propelled him swiftly, the fierce warriors behind them were in the void realm and far surpassed them in speed by at least tenfold. If someone were indeed to set their sights on them, it would be the height of absurdity. In a mere blink, a streak of divine light cut through the air, the figure drenched in blood, clearly bearing significant injuries. Quickly, let's go. Upon seeing the situation, Ye Chen and Xiong Er accelerated their pace, fleeing frantically. Where do you think you're going? A cold voice echoed from behind, as a dozen figures pursued relentlessly. At the forefront, one wielded a violet sword, cleaving through the air with a flash of deadly light, severing the previous man in two. Blood stained the starry sky, and a storage bag drifted down from the void, beckoned into the hands of the assailant. What? Do you intend to keep it all for yourself? A mocking laughter ensued, and having just slain one, he became the target of an onslaught, as a myriad of spiritual artifacts and profound techniques overwhelmed him. A desperate roar erupted. Despite his formidable strength, he struggled to withstand the barrage from the several Void Realm attackers. Boom. The ground trembled violently, leaving the land in utter disarray. Meanwhile, Ye Chen and Xiong Er were swept away by the chaos of the battle. Xiong Er was flung eastward, his hefty form crashing through dozens of large trees before landing heavily on the ground. Ye Chen fared worse, his body hurtled into a massive boulder, shattering it to pieces and nearly meeting his demise on the spot. Coughing violently, he staggered to his feet, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Amidst the tumult of battle, his vision blurred, and perhaps due to the distance, he could no longer discern Xiong Er's figure. Damn it, Ye Chen muttered under his breath, stumbling to hide behind a massive boulder, his pallid face gazing into the void. In that abyss, a dozen Void Realm cultivators were embroiled in a fierce conflict over a storage bag. Furthermore, it seemed that the treasures contained within that bag were extraordinarily precious. As radiant beams of light surged from all directions, joining the fray without hesitation, escalating the battle to cataclysmic proportions. Truly, they are a pack of brutes. Ye Chen coughed up blood once more, yet he dared not reveal himself, hastily mending his injuries in the meantime. Suddenly, 2 sprays of blood erupted in the void. The chaos was so brutal that 2 Void Realm cultivators perished amidst the melee. Boom. Thunderous roars echoed as the void trembled. It was not only here. Disturbances from battles could be heard in several other directions. Just moments ago, those who had gathered at the Songlong Pavilion for an auction were now fiercely engaged in combat. Their figures scattered across the tumultuous landscape, plunging the entire realm into disarray. Kid, are you still alive? A transmission talisman at Ye Chen's waist flickered, and the voice of Xiong Er resonated within. Hearing Xiong Er's voice, Ye Chen felt a slight relief. The fact that he could still communicate indicated that Xiong Er was also alive. You old hag, you nearly got me killed, Ye Chen cursed into the talisman. Accidents? All mere accidents, came Xiong Er's voice, followed by a dry cough. You should make haste. This place is not safe for long. You head west while I go east. Let us regroup at Hengyue's sect. Be cautious. You too. With one last glance at the void, Ye Chen, dragging his injured body, staggered towards the west. The second 1,000 lines talisman affixed to his leg propelled his speed dramatically. However, it seemed that fate was not in his favor. Scarcely had he covered 3 to 5 miles when a resonant hum echoed from the void. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a Bagua disc, undoubtedly a formidable weapon. Radiating a resplendent divine light, its overwhelming pressure enveloping the surrounding realm. Just as Ye Chen had activated the 1,000 lines talisman, he found himself forcefully halted by the tremendous force. Things have escalated. Ye Chen stood up with great effort and stumbled into a mountain range. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the void as a bloodied figure staggered through the air. It was the dark-haired elder who had seized the celestial tranquility Dan. Ye Chen recognized him instantly, and his expression turned gravely serious. The dark-haired elder had taken the celestial tranquility Dan, which meant he was now targeted by numerous formidable beings. This was far from good news. It indicated that this mountain range would soon become a battleground for many powerful contenders. Indeed, as the dark-haired elder soared above the mountains, a myriad of divine rainbows pursued him from behind. From the east came the deafening roar of spirit beasts with a dozen riders on their backs. From the west, a multitude of flying swords pierced the void, each carrying a figure whose intentions were clearly aimed at the dark-haired elder. To the south, tumultuous clouds churned, accompanied by a thunderous cacophony, as if an army of thousands were charging forth, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. To the north, divine rainbows surged forth at an incredible speed, each figure wielding formidable powers. Ominously suspended above them were terrifying weapons of destruction. Indeed, from all 4 directions, numerous powerful beings surged forth, all evidently seeking the celestial tranquility Dan. The mountains resonated with the sounds of conflict as these formidable entities clashed without hesitation, causing 2 towering peaks to collapse instantly. Caught amidst the chaos, Ye Chen found himself once again in peril. Damn it, is this deliberate? He crawled out from the rubble, cursing the dark-haired elder for choosing to escape into this mountain range, which had inadvertently drawn him into calamity. Hand over the celestial tranquility Dan. A commanding voice resounded from the void, prompting Ye Chen to instinctively hide beneath a rocky outcrop. Come and take it if you dare, the dark-haired elder roared, his aura of peak void realm power sweeping across the sky as the Bagua disc above him radiated a brilliant light once more. He was a formidable individual, his cultivation nearing the threshold of the celestial realm. If it were a one-on-one battle, he would fear no one here. However, he was not facing just a single adversary, and the potential consequences of this conflict were all too clear. Seeking death. From all directions, formidable foes surged forth, their sword shadows and palm imprints accompanied by an onslaught of spiritual artifacts descending from the heavens. Observing this, the ebony-haired elder activated the Bagua disc, rapidly enlarging it to shield himself. Boom, boom. The assaults from all quarters struck the Bagua disc. Crack, bang. A succession of sounds erupted as the Bagua disc shattered, and the ebony-haired elder suffered a backlash. His body drenched in blood and gore. "I shall return," he roared, pointing a finger into the void. Instantly, a vortex materialized, engulfing him. "Do you wish to flee?" A fierce and imposing man scoffed, brandishing his massive blade, which unleashed a 5-zhang-long arc of light, severing the escape route of the old man with black hair. The old man, wounded, was thrust out of the vortex, and before he could regain his footing, a barrage of assaults descended upon him. A howl of rage pierced the heavens. The black-haired elder's words were laced with profound reluctance, yet he was ultimately unable to evade his grim fate. In death, the storage bag he carried exploded, scattering its contents throughout the void, each item shimmering brightly as they cascaded downward. Celestial Tranquility Pill. Someone spotted the jade box containing the Celestial Tranquility Pill and immediately reached out with a large hand. Buzz. Before the individual could touch the jade box, a sword ray from the side severed his arm. The jade box became a coveted object, its contents, the Celestial Tranquility Pill, driving everyone into a frenzy. The chaos erupted into a brutal melee, blood raining down as formidable beings from the Void Realm frequently plummeted into the abyss, transforming into blossoms of crimson in their descent. Below, Ye Chen watched in terror. These were ruthless warriors of the Void Realm, and the battlefield was a scene of cataclysmic destruction, where even the slightest action could lead to obliteration. At that moment, a brilliant light fell from the void. Upon closer inspection, it was a great sword, which clanged as it embedded itself into the massive stone before Ye Chen, stained with blood. It appeared to be an item from the storage bag of the elderly man with black hair. Amidst the fierce battle for the Celestial Tranquility Pill, no one paid heed to the scattered treasures. Ye Chen glanced around and stepped forward to extract the great sword. The sword was of considerable quality. As a spiritual weapon collected by the Void Realm, it was certainly formidable, emanating a blade aura without the need for infusing true energy. Possessing the power to cleave through all, undeniably an extraordinary and domineering spiritual artifact. An unexpected delight. Ye Chen chuckled softly, poised to stow the large blade into his storage pouch. However, in that fleeting moment, he caught sight of a spirit pearl embedded atop the sword, roughly the size of an adult's fingernail. As Ye Chen leaned in for a closer look, his expression shifted in surprise, for within the spirit pearl lay half of a purple elixir. Though encased within the pearl, he could still faintly discern the lingering aroma of the precious medicine. Celestial Tranquility Pill. The moment the words escaped his lips, Ye Chen's breath quickened dramatically. Having encountered the Celestial Tranquility Pill at the Songlong Pavilion, he recognized it instantly. In that fleeting moment, he began to comprehend certain truths. The elderly man with black hair had divided the Celestial Tranquility Pill, embedding half within the spiritual orb that adorned this formidable blade. As for the other half, perhaps only the black-haired elder was privy to its whereabouts, or it might have already been safely whisked away by his accomplices. Ye Chen could not help but admire the elder's meticulousness. Yet, he never anticipated that he had become the target of an ambush, ultimately cornered here. Spilling blood in the void. With half of the Celestial Tranquility Pill in his possession, he pondered whether the jade box they had stolen contained the other half. Speaking softly, he cast his gaze towards the abyss. The sky was ablaze with powerful figures engaged in a fierce battle over the jade box, blood raining down like a torrential storm. Occasionally, a strong practitioner from the Void Realm would plummet into the abyss, the scene brutal and the crimson tableau rendering Ye Chen's face pale once more. Hastily sheathing his blade, he stumbled towards the mountain's edge. Acquiring half of the Celestial Tranquility Pill was already a stroke of divine favor. He harbored no ambition to contest for the other half. His departure attracted little attention from the myriad of powerful beings to them. A chi condensation cultivator was but an insignificant insect. Their focus lay solely on the Celestial Tranquility Pill, and even if Ye Chen possessed an extraordinary treasure, they deemed it unworthy of their efforts. Upon escaping the mountains, Ye Chen quickly retrieved the Skywalker talisman and affixed it to himself, propelling himself into the air. Boom! The mountains echoed with thunderous roars shortly after his departure, as dozens of peaks crumbled in an instant. Following this, numerous disheveled figures emerged, each appearing battered and grimy. Damn it! How could there be the 9 heavens thunder curse within the jade box? A blood-soaked elder coldly remarked. The contents of the box were not the Celestial Tranquility Pill at all. Those with discerning eyes seemed to unravel the riddle. They had been played for fools. The true Celestial Tranquility Pill had likely been whisked away long ago. After battling through the night, they found themselves with nothing to show for it. Now, With the celestial tranquility pill's whereabouts unknown, searching for it would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. What a clever scheme. The powerful figures ground their teeth in frustration, never expecting the black-haired elder to pull such a switch. Absconding with the celestial tranquility pill while leaving behind a volatile nine heavens thunder curse. What? The other half of the celestial tranquility pill has vanished without a trace? A chilling voice resonated within a grand hall under the cover of night. Reports indicated that the third elder had been trapped amidst the mountains, his essence extinguished. Along with the half of the celestial tranquility pill he was escorting, now lost to the void. Scoundrel, he commanded. Search high and low throughout the vast realm of Dechu. I shall procure that half of the Tianji Dan, and they will learn the consequences of provoking my bloodthirsty hall. In the dead of night, Ye Chen, dragging his battered body, stumbled into a cave. The spiritual liquid was promptly extracted and consumed fervently. The savage body refining technique was activated, mending the fractured bones and meridians within him. He remained in this meditative state for an entire day and night. By the following night, with a deep exhalation, he finally opened his eyes. At that moment, the scars that marred his body had vanished, and his pallid complexion had transformed into a vibrant hue, brimming with energy and vitality. Stretching his somewhat stiff limbs, he retrieved the great blade. Without hesitation, he pried out the spirit pearl embedded within, careful not to shatter it. This pearl was essential for sealing the half of the Tianji Dan. Should it be crushed, the efficacy of the Tianji Dan would inevitably dwindle with time. Fortune had smiled upon him. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the half of the Tianji Dan sealed within the pearl, his breath quickening with excitement. The Tianji Dan was indeed a genuine treasure. At the auction, various factions had fought fiercely over it, driving the price to an astronomical 10 million. After the auction concluded, powerful figures clashed in a brutal struggle for its possession, and many met their demise in the process. Now, holding half of the Tianji Dan in his grasp, Ye Chen felt a sense of unreality wash over him. The value of the Tianji Dan could potentially alter the future landscape of Dechu. Although he possessed only half, it was enough to change the fates of many. Why do I feel that this half of the Tianji Dan holds the key to the future of Dechu? He mused softly, stroking his chin. At that moment, a noise from outside the cave startled him, prompting him to hastily conceal the Tianji Dan and peer out towards the entrance. What he saw made him furrow his brow. In the distance, he discerned a graceful figure, her right hand clutching her left shoulder, stumbling as she walked. She appeared gravely injured and seemed to be fleeing from pursuers. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as Ji Ningxuang from the tumultuous sect. What was she doing here? His expression darkened as conflicting emotions stirred within him. Although he had severed ties with Ji Ningxuang the moment he was cast down the mountain, fate had a peculiar tendency to intertwine their paths. She had appeared repeatedly in his life, at tumultuous sect, in the underworld black market, and now, unexpectedly here. Was this destined? He pondered, a wry smile crossing his lips. Ningxuang, why do you continue to struggle? Outside the cave, a sinister laugh echoed as a young man clad in purple pursued Ji Ningxuang. The sight of the purple-clad youth caused Ye Chen's gaze to sharpen with intensity. It was none other than Lu Ji, the very one who had crippled his cultivation. Having encountered him more than once in the underworld black market, he never anticipated crossing paths with him here. Was this a cruel twist of fate? A sardonic smile graced Ye Chen's lips once more. The juxtaposition of a former lover and an old adversary in this desolate mountain was undeniably ironic. A situation from which he could not escape. Ningxuang, where else can you flee? Lu Ji taunted, leisurely trailing behind her, a mocking smile adorning his lips. His eyes gleaming with lewd intent. Ahead, Ji Ningxuang faltered, nearly collapsing, yet she coldly regarded Lu Ji. Had you not schemed against me? Do you truly believe you would have any chance of defeating me? How can you say such things, my dear Ningxuang? I cherish you dearly. Lu Ji replied with a sinister grin, slowly advancing. Clang. In an instant, Ji Ningxuang drew her sword. A swift and deadly gleam emanating from the blade as it lunged towards Lu Ji's throat. Underestimating one's own abilities, Lu Ji scoffed coldly, his finger deftly manipulating the folding fan, which traced a swirling vortex of violet before him. With a clang, Ji Ningxuang's peak sword thrust pierced into the purple whirlpool. Yet it was as if she had plunged into a quagmire. Her fierce assault was effortlessly neutralized by the swirling vortex. As the violet eddy whirled with increasing fervor, her spiritual sword was caught in its tumultuous spin. With a sudden burst, Ji Ningxuang was thrown back, expelling blood from her mouth as she staggered. How much longer can you endure? Lu Ji remarked with a haunting smile, stepping forward with an ethereal grace. instantly closing the distance and unleashing a powerful palm strike. Jining Shuang deftly pivoted on her toes, retreating nimbly, her jade finger brushing against the blood at the corner of her mouth, which she then pressed to her brow. In an instant, a lotus seal began to manifest at her forehead, visible to the naked eye as it blossomed forth. Forbidden art. Within the cavern, Ye Chen's fist clenched tightly upon witnessing it. As former lovers, he knew Jining Shuang all too well. Instantly recognizing the forbidden technique she had invoked, one of the orthodox sect's forbidden arts that demanded the sacrifice of one's lifespan. Indeed, as the lotus mark manifested between Jining Shuang's brows, her long hair turned snow white before his very eyes, and her aura surged abruptly, growing even more frigid. Opposite her, Elshi frowned slightly at the transformation, seemingly recognizing the forbidden technique as well. Even with forbidden arts, do you truly believe you can best me? With a sinister smirk, Elji's own aura soared, his peak strength firmly surpassing Jining Shuang's. 2 months apart, and he's already broken through to the true Yang realm. Ye Chen's brow furrowed in contemplation. Crack, crack. Before he could ponder further, the battle outside the cave had already erupted. Towering ancient trees were severed at their waists as Jining Shuang and LG clashed. Ye Chen could see that despite invoking the forbidden art, Jining Shuang, weakened by prior injuries and unstable qi, was no match for LG's superior cultivation. From the outset, she was forced into a defensive stance. In less than a minute, fresh wounds marred her figure as she retreated under LG's relentless assault. Junior sister Ning Shuang, why not yield to me? LG sneered lewdly, his strikes growing ever more ruthless. Jining Shuang remained impassive, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Though overwhelmed, her graceful silhouette fluttered like a butterfly in flight, her snow-white tresses and icy elegance lending her an ethereal allure. With the utterance of flowering snow-ice lotus, Jining Shuang formed hand seals and pointed directly at Lu Ji. Suddenly, it seemed as though snow began to fall from the heavens. The swirling snow danced amidst celestial radiance, converging into exquisite ice lotus flowers. Though these lotus blossoms were resplendent, they harbored great peril. During his sparring with them, Ye Chen had already borne witness to the extraordinary nature of this arcane art. The wind howls, Lu Ji invoked a secret technique, swiftly forming hand seals. Soon, a violet whirlwind materialized around him, shattering the oncoming ice lotus flowers into fragments. As the petals fell, he altered his hand seals once more, condensing the whirlwind into a lethal sword that shot towards Jining Shuang. Jining Shuang stepped back, her crystalline hand enveloped in ethereal light, shattering the incoming sword with a single palm strike. Not yet finished, Lu Ji charged forward, striking with a violet palm imprint aimed directly at her. In response, Jining Shuang advanced instead of retreating, a lotus mark materializing in her palm as she countered with her own strike. The two imprints clashed, and once again, Jining Shuang found herself at a disadvantage, forced to retreat, spitting blood. Would she continue to endure? Lu Ji chuckled coldly, relentlessly pursuing her, seemingly intent on denying Jining Shuang any respite. She was left to defend passively, with no opportunity to counterattack. In the cave, Ye Chen's gaze flickered momentarily. Ultimately, he retrieved the ghostly mask from his storage bag and donned it. He had no desire to be entangled with Jining Shuang again. Yet witnessing his former lover suffer injury and humiliation at Lu Ji's hands ignited a fierce resolve within him. Moreover, Lu Ji was once his sworn enemy. I am not motivated by lingering feelings for you, but rather by a desire to settle old scores with Lu Ji. We are already clear of each other, he whispered to himself before stealthily exiting the cave. With a sudden gasp, Jining Shuang coughed up blood yet again, staggering backward, her breath growing weak. The wounds on her delicate shoulders were surrounded by a dark aura, indicating a potent poison that hindered healing. So, shall we continue fighting? Lu Ji approached with a mocking grin as Jining Shuang halted her attacks. She remained silent, swaying but refusing to fall. Such a death would be utterly humiliating. With a soft murmur, she raised her jade finger, contemplating self-termination before Lu Ji could strike again. But at that moment, a large hand unexpectedly reached from behind, encircling her waist and swiftly retreating. Instinctively, Jining Shuang turned her head to glimpse her savior, catching only a glimpse of a half-hidden ghostly mask. Yet, she distinctly felt the warmth of the hand at her waist. In an instant, her gaze softened, and though she could see only half the mask, it provided her with a profound sense of safety. This moment was indelibly etched in her mind. Meanwhile, Lu Ji's expression darkened as he grasped at empty air. A mere cultivator at the qi condensation stage dared to play the hero? With a derisive laugh, he launched a palm strike at her. In Ji Ningxuan's moment of shock, Ye Chen surged forward, leaving an imprint on the ground as he gathered his energy into a powerful mountain-shaking fist. Boom! The two strikes collided with a deafening crack. Ye Chen staggered back, his entire arm numb from the impact. Conversely, Lu Ji appeared astonished, as a genuine true yang cultivator. He had not expected to be unable to subdue a qi condensation practitioner and felt a painful throb in his hand from the counterstrike. I underestimated you, Lu Ji sneered, his movements becoming swift and ghostly as he lunged forward once more. Underestimating me will lead to your downfall. To prevent Ji Ningxuan from recognizing his voice, Ye Chen deliberately altered his tone, his feet stirring the air as he unleashed the secret technique of rapid shadow. Lu Ji observed Ye Chen's intricate movements with renewed surprise. He had thought his own agility was exceptional, yet Ye Chen's was even more elusive. The realization ignited a fervor within Lu Ji, and he pointed a spectral beam directly at Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen dodged, but still sustained a wound as Lu Ji pierced through his shoulder, creating a gaping hole. However, he retaliated with another solid mountain-shaking punch against Lu Ji. In this exchange, both parties emerged with their victories and defeats. Particularly for Lu Ji, enduring Ye Chen's blow was excruciating, causing his internal energy to churn violently, nearly forcing out a mouthful of blood. A qi condensation practitioner managed to injure Lu Ji. Not far away, Ji Ningxuan's beautiful eyes reflected astonishment. She had never expected the cultivator who came to her aid would possess such strength, a revelation that truly took her by surprise. You shall perish, LG uttered coldly, his expression darkening significantly as a formidable imprint surged forth. Who shall meet their end remains uncertain. Ye Chen scoffed lightly, stepping forward, his arms sweeping as the Tianke sword materialized in his grasp. Buzz! The immense weight of Tianke came crashing down upon LG's palm imprint. Underestimating the ferocity and dominance of Tianke, LG found himself at a disadvantage once more. Ye Chen, jolted by LG's palm strike, let out a muffled groan and staggered back. Before he could regain his footing, 3 violet sword lights shot towards him. In an instant, Ye Chen positioned Tianke before him to block. Bang! 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 The resilience of Tianke did not disappoint him. However, LG's subsequent icy palm strike compelled him to spit blood and retreat. Die! Lu Ji's expression was malevolent as he advanced. In response, Ye Chen suddenly hurled the Tianke sword towards him. Lu Ji scoffed, effortlessly deflecting the sword, just as he was about to unleash his powerful attack. Ye Chen lunged at him like a ferocious beast. He resembled a fearsome predator descending from the mountains, executing his moves with an uncanny blend of ferocity. At times he was like a fierce tiger, at others a savage ape, a mighty lion, or a cunning wolf. He grappled, struck, and tore with every part of his body, hands, feet, knees, and shoulders, transforming each joint into a formidable weapon. With the brutal fervor of a beast, accompanied by the ultimate speed of the swift Shadow Thousand Transformations technique, Lu Ji found himself in disarray. Despite being merely at the condensation qi stage, Ye Chen's overwhelming close combat prowess was astonishing. Not far away, Ji Ningxuan displayed an expression of astonishment once more. In contrast to her, Lu Ji was thoroughly alarmed. Only when confronting Ye Chen did he realize that Ye Chen was far from an ordinary practitioner at the 8th level of condensation qi. The ferocity of his close-quarters combat and the peculiar nature of his movement techniques were beyond what one would expect at the condensation qi stage. After a fierce battle, Lu Ji was covered in bruises and marks, his true yang stage cultivation making him appear particularly disheveled. However, being a practitioner of the true yang stage, it was still a long way for Ye Chen to defeat him. Soon, Lu Ji regained his footing, delivering a palm strike that sent Ye Chen staggering back, spitting blood. Thunder Curse, activate. During his retreat, Ye Chen formed seals with his hands, initiating the Thunder Curse that clung to Lu Ji. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, Lu Ji was thrown backward. Thunder Curse, he is from Hengyue's sect, Ji Ningxuan murmured, never expecting that the one who sought to kill her belonged to Qingyun's sect, while her savior was from Hengyue's sect. In comparison, both were rival sects of Zhengyang's sect. Thunder Curse, excellent. Lu Ji bellowed as he rose from the rubble. His body bloodied, hair disheveled, and his visage terrifying, resembling a ghoul emerging from the depths of hell. Despite being struck by the Thunder Curse, he was still able to stand. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel astonished, contemplating the formidable strength of the true yang stage. Grant me the power to obliterate. Opposite him, the furious LG summoned a spiritual artifact, a magnificent pagoda that erupted from his brow, expanding to an impressive height of 10 feet. Its surface shimmered with golden hues and radiant colors, casting a blinding light that momentarily staggered Ye Chen. This exemplified the stark disparity between the condensation realm and the true sun realm. The so-called spiritual artifacts can only be truly wielded by those who have ascended to the true sun realm. In contrast, practitioners of the condensation realm and human yuan realm can only manipulate true energy, whereas those in the true sun realm have access to spiritual power, the only force capable of controlling spiritual artifacts. True energy and spiritual power exist on entirely different planes. Only upon reaching the true sun realm can one refine true energy into spiritual power. This alone placed Ye Chen at a significant disadvantage. He stood resolutely. Yet the overwhelming aura of LG's pagoda made him feel as if he were bearing an immense weight of several thousand pounds. Open for me. With a fierce roar, Ye Chen violently broke free from the oppressive force of the treasure tower, astonishingly disregarding the suppression of the spiritual artifact. Not only Lu Ji, but even Jining Shuang in the distance displayed an expression of astonishment. True fire revealed. With a powerful shout, Ye Chen summoned the true fire, which instantly coalesced into a fiery whip that struck Lu Ji's face with tremendous force. Was there truly such a thing as true fire? Jining Shuang was once again astonished, as Ye Chen, who was merely at the qi gathering stage, had surprised her yet again. Yet there is true fire. After being struck, Elzai did not feel anger. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. Once I have slain you, your true fire shall belong to me. That depends on whether you possess the capability, Ye Chen retorted coldly, and with a swift step, he advanced towards LG in an intricate dance of speed. So rapid was his approach that LG barely had time to summon his spiritual artifact, the treasure pagoda, to suppress him. Clang! Ye Chen had drawn the Qishao sword, and with a flourish, unleashed a beam of crimson sword light. Break! LG bellowed, shattering the sword light with a single palm strike. As Ye Chen pressed the attack, unencumbered by the oppressive weight of Tianke, his velocity was astonishing, leaving multiple afterimages in his wake. The Qishao sword's ferocity carved numerous gashes upon LG, who narrowly escaped being cleaved in two several times. Ah! LG roared, his aura surging dramatically. As a practitioner of the true Yang realm, he had never before been so thoroughly beset by a mere practitioner of the Qi condensation realm. Buzz! The spiritual mirror pagoda radiated its might once more, causing Ye Chen to stagger, and LG seized the opportunity, launching a relentless barrage of seals, shadowy fists, and palm strikes that forced Ye Chen to retreat unsteadily. His vitality surging chaotically, and he coughed up blood multiple times. The battle escalated to a fever pitch as the two warriors clashed deep within the forest. With each strike, new wounds manifested upon Ye Chen's form. Despite his possession of true fire and the Dan Si, the disparity in their energies was overwhelming. And with his cultivation being utterly suppressed, he soon found himself on the brink of defeat. Die! Lu Ji howled like a rabid dog, his fingertips pulsating with spiritual energy. As a violet palm imprint sent Ye Chen flying. The Celestial Spirit Curse, activate. Reluctantly, Ye Chen resorted to the Celestial Spirit Curse affixed to Lu Ji. Do you think I would fall for that trick again? Lu Ji sneered, having already dispelled the Celestial Spirit talisman clinging to him a moment before the curse was unleashed. Ye Chen felt a pang of regret for wasting a Celestial Spirit Curse. To confine someone of Lu Ji's caliber, at least 3 curses would need to be activated simultaneously. And even then, the confinement would be brief. Lu Ji was a paragon of the Qing sect, far superior to the true Yang realm brute he had once vanquished alongside Bear. Once more retreating, Ye Chen sensed his Dan Si's vital energy dwindling, becoming increasingly insufficient. The disparity in their levels was stark. Gritting his teeth, Ye Chen had no choice but to employ the swift Shadow Thousand Illusions to evade, with Lu Ji relentlessly pursuing him deeper into the forest. Can you really escape? Lu Ji shouted, channeling all his spiritual power into his spiritual artifact, the Tower of Spirits. Buzz! The Tower of Spirits radiated a blinding light, rendering Ye Chen, who was attempting to evade, utterly powerless to move. Run! Go ahead and run! Lu Ji emerged, his expression twisted in a savage snarl, as he drew a murderous sword, intent on carving Ye Chen's flesh piece by piece to feed to the dogs. As Lu Ji approached, Ye Chen clenched his teeth, summoning all his vital energy in a desperate bid to break free from the tower's suppression, but to no avail. This time, Lu Ji had fully awakened the tower's overwhelming power to subdue him. Damn it! Ye Chen bit down hard, causing his gums to bleed. Before him stood the very person who had once rendered him powerless, and now the situation bore an uncanny resemblance to that fateful day. Was he to be deprived of his power once more? Ye Chen felt a surge of defiance within, his heart screaming in protest, should he be incapacitated again, his chance for resurgence would be utterly compromised. In this perilous moment, an inexplicable and ferocious energy began to awaken within him. As Ye Chen delved into his own body, he was astonished to discover a hidden reservoir of power within him. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find that strange runes were crawling across his bones, resembling incantations. Accompanying this revelation was a sensation of searing heat coursing through his body, and a sudden pounding in his head brought forth a wave of pain. This familiar feeling reminded Ye Chen of a moment he had experienced in the ghostly marketplaces in. Soon, that ferocious and bloodthirsty power surged throughout his being. The excruciating agony compelled a low growl to escape through his clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Lu Ji, approaching him, narrowed his eyes, seemingly sensing the same violent and bloodthirsty energy. "Open for me." With a furious roar, Ye Chen unleashed the ferocious and bloodthirsty power within him, forcefully breaking free from the suppression of Lu Jiling's spiritual tower. Suddenly, a chilling wail echoed, reminiscent of tormented spirits, as waves of malevolent energy surged forth from Ye Chen's body. This aura was brutal, bloodthirsty, and frigid, sweeping away the surrounding debris and splintered wood. At that moment, his form underwent a dramatic transformation. His thick, jet-black hair began to shift to a crimson hue at an astonishing rate, while his deep, dark eyes were enveloped in a blood-red glow. A demonic symbol manifested on his forehead, and with its emergence, his aura surged to unprecedented heights. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Ji's pupils dilated, and he instinctively took a step back. The intense agony compelled Ye Chen to clutch his head, as his once lucid mind gradually succumbed to a frenzy of brutality and bloodlust. At that moment, he truly resembled a formidable demon. Observing Ye Chen's transformation, which seemed akin to a descent into madness, Lu Ji's gaze hardened, and he approached with sword in hand. The strangeness of Ye Chen's metamorphosis instilled fear within him. He was determined to eliminate Ye Chen swiftly to prevent future calamities. With a resonant clang, he struck without mercy, his sword's ethereal glow slicing through the air. A spray of crimson erupted as Lu Ji's blade pierced Ye Chen's form. It was only then that Ye Chen abruptly lifted his head, his blood-red eyes fixated on Lu Ji. He licked his tongue and revealed a sinister smile. Lu Ji's heart quivered under Ye Chen's gaze. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by a malevolent spirit, his body chilled from head to toe. "Do you intend to kill me?" Ye Chen's smile twisted into something more sinister, as the brutal and bloodthirsty thoughts consumed his mind, clouding his judgment. Yet, the instinct of humanity still resided within him. He would not passively await his demise if Lu Ji sought to take his life. Before Lu Ji could react, Ye Chen raised his fist and struck, sending Lu Ji hurtling through the air. With a sickening sound, Lu Ji spat forth several mouthfuls of blood during his flight. It was evident that this punch was far more domineering than the previous one. Bolstered by a ferocious power, it shattered 3 of his ribs. As his body crashed down, Lu Ji smashed a stone to pieces, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "You!" With a thunderous roar, Ye Chen surged forth, enveloped in the malevolent aura of the demonic spirit, resembling a formidable demon unleashed upon the world. Suppression. In a moment of peril, LG once again summoned his spirit artifact, the Tower of Heaven, to crush down. However, this time he was unable to achieve his desired outcome, primarily because Ye Chen, having transformed, had elevated his speed to an entirely new level. LG's Tower of Heaven simply could not keep pace with Ye Chen's ghostly swiftness. Realizing this, LG swiftly rolled to his feet, his hands moving rapidly to form seals, unleashing a dozen shimmering sword lights that surged towards Ye Chen. Yet, Ye Chen did not attempt to evade. He allowed the sword lights to slice into his flesh, leaving behind gaping wounds. Lu Ji instinctively took a step back, feeling as if an overwhelming tide of malevolent energy surged toward him. He sensed that he was not confronting a mere individual, but rather a formidable demon, a frenzied and unhinged fiend. A thunderous roar erupted, and Ye Chen struck with a powerful palm. Witnessing this, Lu Ji swiftly raised his sword in defense. With a resounding crack, his long sword was shattered by Ye Chen's blow, and he was violently thrown back, spitting blood. Though momentarily repelled, LVG swiftly unleashed his secret techniques. With a sudden thrust, Ye Chen, unguarded, found his body pierced, blood gushing forth. In that instant, he retaliated with a thunderous palm strike that sent LVG reeling, blood spraying from his mouth. The battle reignited, but this time, it was LVG who found himself on the defensive against the transformed Ye Chen, with an agility and strength that seemed to surpass his own. Ye Chen pressed on with relentless attacks, showing no inclination to defend himself. LVG, gripped by fear of Ye Chen's demonic form, faltered in spirit, losing the fighting zeal expected of a practitioner of true Yang realm. With a decisive strike, Ye Chen's sword pierced through LVG's chest, effectively ending their fierce clash. As he gazed at Ye Chen, LVG's eyes bulged with terror, blood spilling from his mouth. Perhaps it was at this moment that he truly regretted his ambition to hunt down Ji Ningxuan, leading to his demise in this desolate mountain. "Do you wish to know who I am?" Ye Chen asked, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He seemed to be gradually embracing his demonic form, his mind awakening to the vengeance he harbored against LVG for crippling his dantian. As he spoke, he slowly removed the ghostly mask, revealing a remarkably handsome face. "How is this possible? I distinctly crippled your dantian." LVG's pupils dilated, disbelief etched across his features. He could never have imagined that the Qi-gathering realm practitioner he fought was none other than the disciple of Zhengyang's sect he had previously incapacitated. How could he fathom that someone whose dantian had been destroyed could not only cultivate again, but also transform into a demonic entity? The entire situation was beyond his comprehension. Once more donning the ghostly mask, Ye Chen appeared as a fearsome specter from the depths of hell. "In your next life, do not provoke those you should not," he warned, his gaze icy. Infusing his true qi with demonic energy into the Qishao sword, he shattered LVG's heart meridians with a single blow. A chilling wind swept through, and LVG fell, his eyes wide with disbelief as life slipped away. After vanquishing LVG, Ye Chen staggered, bloodied and battered from their fierce encounter. Had he not awakened a certain demonic bloodline within him at a critical moment, he would have undoubtedly perished. Yet again, the biting wind howled, causing him to collapse to the ground. At that moment, the world descended into silence, and as Ye Chen fainted, his demonic form gradually dissipated. His crimson hair transformed back to its original black, the demonic aura fading into nothingness, and the markings on his brow slowly vanished, restoring him to his former self. Unbeknownst to him, rustling sounds emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon closer inspection, Ji Ningxuan appeared, clutching her shoulder and staggering toward him. Seeing the fallen Ye Chen and LVG, she rushed forward in alarm, shocked by the sight of LVG's lifeless body. She struggled to comprehend how a practitioner of True Yang realm could be slain by one of Qi-gathering realm. With her experience, she found it difficult to rationalize the unfolding events. Shifting her gaze from LVG, she approached Ye Chen. There is still breath. Observing the rhythmic rise and fall of Ye Chen's chest, Ji Ningxuan slowly exhaled in relief. "Had it not been for your timely rescue today, I would undoubtedly have met my demise." Words of gratitude were certainly in order, yet as she gazed upon the unconscious Ye Chen, still wearing the ghostly mask, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Ji Ningxuan's heart. Compelled by this curiosity, she found herself extending her delicate hand towards the mask that adorned Ye Chen's, eager to behold the visage of her savior. "What manner of person is the one who saved my life?" However, just as Ji Ningxuan was about to remove Ye Chen's mask, he awakened, seizing her wrist with unerring precision. "What are you doing?" Ye Chen sat up abruptly. "I merely wish to admire your esteemed presence." Caught in the act, Ji Ningxuan immediately felt a twinge of embarrassment. "There's no need." Ye Chen's indifference inexplicably evoked a sense of loss in Ji Ningxuan. Unsteadily rising to his feet, Ye Chen approached Lu Ji, seizing his storage bag, leaving nothing behind, not even the spiritual jade and ornaments adorning his body. After completing this, he summoned the true fire, reducing Lu Ji's corpse to ashes. Once the battleground was cleared and he ensured that no traces related to the Hangyue sect remained, he turned his gaze toward Ji Ningxuan. "I do not require your gratitude. I only wish for you to keep today's events confidential. Can you manage that?" Ji Ningxuan remained silent, merely nodding gently. She understood Ye Chen's actions well. Having invoked the heavenly thunder curse, it was easy for her to deduce that Ye Chen was a disciple of the Hangyue sect. To avoid causing trouble for the sect, it was indeed prudent to exercise caution. "Let us part ways here," Ye Chen uttered, taking a step forward. As he turned to leave, Ji Ningxuan felt an urge to speak, yet her lips remained sealed. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, Ye Chen halted, casting a glance back at Ji Ningxuan. He noticed her collapsed on the ground, her delicate face drained of color, her breath weak and labored, the wound on her shoulder glimmering with a toxic sheen. Reluctantly, he turned back toward her. He could not bear the thought of his former beloved succumbing to poison amidst these desolate mountains or becoming prey for a monstrous beast. This would be the only instance. He vowed to himself that he would never entangle himself with her again. As night fell, a campfire crackled within the forest. Ye Chen summoned his inner flame to purge the deadly toxin from Ji Ningxuan's body before settling beside the fire to mend his own wounds. Meanwhile, Ji Ningxuan stole glances at him, yet he remained unresponsive, which deepened her sense of despondency. How could one sit beside such an exquisite beauty and feel no stirrings of affection? Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and inquired, Are you a disciple of the Hengyue sect? Ye Chen, seated like a monk in meditation, acknowledged her question but offered no reply. Noticing his silence, Ji Ningxue softly declared, I mean no harm. I merely wish to repay the debt of your life-saving grace. I have told you, it is unnecessary, Ye Chen finally responded, his face beneath the mask betraying no hint of emotion. Then what is your name? Knight of Dust, he uttered coldly, ultimately choosing to conceal his identity with a pseudonym. His indifference caused Ji Ningxuan to embrace her knees with both hands, a hint of disappointment rendering her speechless. An inexplicable feeling arose within her. It seemed her savior displayed an unusual degree of aloofness. Little did she know, when she discovered that the person before her was her former lover. What expression would grace her face? I sit before you. Can you not recognize me? Can a mere mask truly sever all ties? Within Ye Chen's heart, a mixture of derision and melancholy brewed. All of this served to illustrate a singular truth. Whether in the past or present, Ji Ningxuan did not love him sufficiently. Otherwise, how could they be so close yet unrecognizable? What more could Ye Chen hope for? The one I love, regardless of the tumultuous world around us. I could recognize her at a glance, not through sight, but through the heart. Ji Ningxuan, our fate has irrevocably become a thing of the past. Beneath the mask, Ye Chen offered a sorrowful smile and closed his eyes once more. The world fell into silence again. The campfire continued to blaze, while Ji Ningxuan entered a state of cultivation. At this moment, Ye Chen was introspectively examining his own body. The demonic form he had assumed during his battle with LG had been exceedingly strange, indicating that the changes he underwent at the inn of the underworld were far from simple. How could there be demonic blood within me? He murmured, perplexed. He recalled the spiritual liquid from the purple gold gourd. That night, it was the liquid he consumed that triggered those bizarre transformations, yet prior to that, drinking from it had posed no issues. The problem arose on that fateful night. Seemingly grasping the source of the issue, Ye Chen directed his suspicion toward the small cauldron, recalling that it was when he had stuffed the cauldron into the purple gold gourd that the spiritual liquid had gone awry. Could it be that the gourd had extracted something from the cauldron, infusing it into the liquid and causing the transformation? If so, what was extracted must be closely related to demonic forces. During the intelligence gathering by the Zhengyang sect, he had heard whispers of various legends surrounding demons. Speaking of demons inevitably led to mention of a mysterious and powerful race, the Demon Clan, an ancient lineage notorious for their bloodthirst and savagery. The Demon Clan had been classified as the path of evil by righteous cultivators and had unleashed torrents of bloodshed upon this land more than once. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had vanished into obscurity over the ages. The presence of demonic blood within me, the substance extracted from the cauldron must indeed be demonic blood, awakening the demonic path within my veins. The oppressive force of LG's spiritual artifact had compelled the awakening of this demonic essence. As Ye Chen pondered deeply, everything seemed to fall into place. However, when he recalled the brutal and murderous thoughts that had consumed him post-transformation, a wave of trepidation washed over him. If his mind were to be overwhelmed, he would undoubtedly become a merciless demon lord, and he had no desire for his loved ones to suffer as a result. Yet, upon contemplating the potent force that surged within him after his transformation, an inexplicable yearning arose. The demonic path could indeed serve as a formidable trump card. Lost in thought, Ye Chen absent-mindedly stroked his chin. A night passed in silence, and dawn soon approached. In the early morning, Ye Chen was roused by 3 distant auras and slowly opened his eyes. Gazing toward the sky, he observed 3 figures riding rainbows from afar, elders of the Zhengyang sect. Among them was Wu Changqing. It appeared the Zhengyang sect was indeed intent on cultivating Ji Ningxuan, or they would not be seeking her out in such a manner. Wu Changqing and the others have arrived, Ye Chen murmured, realizing it was time for him to depart. If Wu Changqing were to sense anything amiss, it would be most troublesome. Suddenly rising, he gathered his belongings and, without uttering a single word, prepared to slip into the depths of the forest. Unexpectedly, Ji Ningxuan also sprang to her feet, gazing at Ye Chen's retreating figure. Biting her lip, she softly inquired, "Will I see you again at the grand competition of the 3 sects in 2 months?" Indeed. With a soft utterance, Ye Chen leapt into the lush wilderness. As she watched Ye Chen's retreating figure, Ji Ningxuan felt an inexplicable pang of loss within her heart. Her only regret was not witnessing Ye Chen's grandeur. In 2 months, during the grand competition of the 3 sects, she would have to discern him one by one. 2 months until we meet again. The thought of the grand competition brought a charming smile to Ji Ningxuang's lips. Behind her, Wu Changqing and the others had already landed. "Ningxuang, what brings you here?" Seeing that Ji Ningxuang was unharmed, Wu Changqing let out a profound sigh of relief. "You possess the Xianling body. The future of our Zhenyang sect. You must not encounter any mishaps. It is well that all is well. Another elder stroked his beard. Noting that the sect leader had already established the mystic spirit pool, after accompanying you back for a soak, you would undoubtedly awaken your mystic spirit physique, leading to a significant enhancement in your cultivation. Such a physique is a rarity, and in the grand competition of the three sects 2 months hence, you would surely surpass the true disciples of both Hengyue and Qingyun sections. Ye Chen took a lengthy detour, having traveled an entire day before finally returning to Hengyue sect. Upon pushing open the door to the small spirit garden, he was about to speak when he was taken aback by the disarray within. Even the spirit fruit tree in the garden had been felled. What could have happened? Ye Chen hurriedly dashed into the house, only to find that Hu Hua and Zhang Fengnian were both absent, and even the little eagle spirit bird was nowhere to be seen. What transpired in my absence? A foreboding sensation gripped Ye Chen's heart as he swiftly leapt out of the small spirit garden and ascended Hengyue Spirit Mountain. Just as he reached the summit, several Hengyue disciples cast their gazes in his direction. Ye Chen has returned? They exclaimed. Indeed, he had returned, and during his absence, that lad named Hu Hua had endured unspeakable torment. Zhang Fengnian and the spirit bird had also been beaten to a pulp. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen's mind buzzed with alarm. From the whispers of the disciples, he discerned that during his time away at the underworld black market auction, something dreadful had transpired in the small spirit garden. Without further ado, he approached one disciple, gripping him firmly, his blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him, demanding, "What happened to Hu Hua and Elder Zhang Fengnian while I was gone?" The disciple, feeling the intensity of Ye Chen's gaze, trembled and stammered. "It was Chi Hao from Rinryang Peak who summoned you to the Fengnian platform. In your absence, he took his frustrations out on Hu Hua and Zhang Fengnian." "Where are they?" Ye Chen shouted sternly. At the Fengnian platform, the disciple's finger trembled as he pointed towards the direction of the Fengnian platform, where today Qiyun from the Sun Peak was set to duel with Hu Hua. Seeking death, Ye Chen exclaimed with a laugh fueled by rage. Releasing the disciple and swiftly turning to make his way towards the Fengnian platform. After he left, the disciple took a deep breath, noticing Ye Chen heading towards the platform, and hurried to follow. Quickly, Ye Chen is heading to the Fengnian platform. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. The Fengnian platform has always been the most vibrant locale of Hengyue sect, and today was no exception. At this moment, figures crowded below the platform, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they observed the fierce battle between two figures above. One was naturally the formidable Tiger Boy, while the other, as one might expect, was the young man named Qiyun. The clash was intense, with Tiger Boy wielding his black iron rod in a reckless assault. Yet, having only recently embarked on his cultivation journey and lacking any mastery of profound techniques, he bore wounds all over his body. In stark contrast, Qiyun moved with effortless grace, evading attacks with intricate steps and retaliating with strikes that left Tiger Boy severely injured. It appeared less like a duel and more like a playful mockery of Tiger Boy's efforts. "You are truly pitifully weak," Qiyun taunted with a smirk, delivering a palm strike that sent Tiger Boy tumbling once more, landing in a pool of his own blood. After toppling Tiger Boy, Qiyun leisurely fanned himself with a folding fan, approaching with an air of amusement. "You are worthless, and so is Ye Chen. Too cowardly to accept my challenge from the Rinryang Peak, hiding away like a turtle. Do not insult my elder brother." Tiger Boy gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise unsteadily, once again swinging his black iron rod. "With your meager skills, you dare to harm me?" Qiyun scoffed, effortlessly grasping the incoming rod with one hand, rendering Tiger Boy powerless to break free despite his desperate efforts. With a fierce shout of "Get lost!" Qiyun sent Hu Hua sprawling with a kick. Before Hu Hua could rise, Qiyun charged again, unleashing a blade of energy that shattered Hu Hua's kneecap, followed by another that severed his leg bone, rendering Hu Hua utterly incapacitated. Scrap! Qiyun pressed one foot upon Hu Hua's face, gritting his teeth while laughing with unrestrained malice. "You are all worthless. Do not insult my elder brother." Hu Hua fought desperately, clutching Qiyun's leg with both hands. But with a swift motion, two waves of sword energy severed the meridians in Hu Hua's arms. Having accomplished this, Qiyun turned his gaze towards a side of the platform where an exquisite jade table stood, and seated before it was the sinister Chi Hao, a man of Yangfeng. As he watched Hu Hua's battered form, a cruel smile crept across his face. "Ye Chen, this is the price for provoking me." Chi Hao sneered. "I shall see how long you can evade me. I intend to make you witness the suffering of those you cherish, a fate worse than death." Buzzing. Suddenly, A resonant buzzing echoed through the air. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that a large, heavy iron sword was hurled from afar, slicing through the atmosphere with a shrill sound. Tian Quebec, someone immediately recognized the sword. Ye Chen has arrived, with Tian K leading the way. Its master was sure to follow. Clang. As the Tian K sword struck the Fengyun stage with a resounding clang, Ye Chen's figure, racing forward like a tempest, captured the attention of all present. He surged forth, leaping onto the Fengyun battle platform from 7 or 8 zhang away. Without hesitation, he swiftly appeared before Tiger Boy, his heart aching like a knife as he gazed upon the bloodied figure. Big brother, you have returned. Blood continually surged from Tiger Boy's mouth, his youthful face a grotesque blur of flesh and blood, while his once clear eyes now appeared dazed and unfocused. Why are you so foolish? Ye Chen cradled Tiger Boy in his arms, placing his palm against his back as torrents of true energy surged into him, fervently aiding in the repair of his shattered restraints and safeguarding his feeble heartbeat. They captured Little Eagle and Grandpa, and they insulted you, calling you a coward. I will not allow anyone to harm them, nor will I permit anyone to belittle my big brother. At these words, Ye Chen felt a pang of sorrow, his heart heavy with guilt. It was his actions that had precipitated this calamity, had it not been for him. Tiger Boy and Zhang Fengyan would not have suffered such indignities. Ye Chen. The crowd below roared ferociously as Chi Hao lunged at the arena like a ravenous wolf, declaring, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ye Chen remained motionless, focused on healing the injured tiger cub in his arms. Although he could no longer suppress the murderous intent towards Chi Hao, his concern for the tiger cub outweighed all else. Seeing Ye Chen's disregard, Chi Hao's fury escalated, and he immediately struck out, sending a palm attack through the air. Ye Chen stood resolutely, enduring Chi Hao's blow, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. He was determined not to let any unnecessary movement hinder his treatment of the tiger cub. I want to see how long you can withstand this, Chi Hao shouted madly, unleashing powerful gusts of palm wind that forced Ye Chen to stagger back, causing him to cough up blood. Noticing this, a cold gleam flashed in Chi Hao's eyes as he harbored murderous intent. With a clang, he drew his sword and aimed a deadly strike at Ye Chen's crown. Should it land, Ye Chen would surely meet his demise. However, at that moment, an arrow shot forth from the crowd below. The arrow flew swiftly, striking with a resounding impact, deflecting Chi Hao's descending sword. You damn lunatic. A voice erupted, revealing Xiong Er, who emerged from nowhere, bow in hand, his typically carefree demeanor replaced by anger on his plump face. Are you seeking death? Chi Hao bellowed in response, vowing to settle the score eventually. Xiong Er retorted coldly. Aware of the long-standing animosity between the Xiong and Qi families, enmity ignited upon sight. Without hesitation, he rushed to Ye Chen's side, unceremoniously placing a spirit pill into the tiger cub's mouth. My apologies, I just returned to the sect, he said, while channeling his vital energy into the tiger cub. Feeling remorse for having led Ye Chen to the underworld black market, where the cub had been bullied. We are brothers, there is no need for apologies, Ye Chen replied, withdrawing his hand from the cub's back. Take care of the tiger cub, I shall deal with that scoundrel. Xiong Er nodded, condensing his vital energy into a cloud to carry the tiger cub away from the arena. On the stage, Ye Chen turned, a chilling aura radiating from him, causing many onlookers to shiver as they felt a sudden chill in the air. Where are the elders Zhang Fengyan and Xiaoying? He asked, choosing not to strike immediately. I killed them, came the reply. If you are unwilling to speak, then I shall force you to. With a thunderous roar, Ye Chen unleashed his aura at the 8th layer, sending his long hair billowing in the wind. What a powerful presence, the spectators gasped in astonishment. With a resounding crash, Ye Chen shattered the stone slab beneath him and charged at Chi Hao like a fierce beast. Kill! Chi Hao howled savagely, his finger glowing with dark energy as he pointed it forward. To his astonishment, Ye Chen did not evade. With a piercing strike, Chi Hao's finger created a gaping wound in Ye Chen's shoulder, yet Ye Chen pressed on, reaching Chi Hao and landing a solid punch to his face. Blood erupted from Chi Hao's mouth as he spat out a significant number of teeth, his features twisted in agony. Staggering backward, he screamed in hysteria, unable to fathom that even after his recent ascension in cultivation, he would be so thoroughly bested by Ye Chen, as a self-proclaimed prodigy. This moment filled him with an unprecedented sense of defeat. I do not believe it. Chi Hao, with disheveled hair, felt his internal energy surging wildly, coalescing in his palm to form a formidable imprint, which he directed towards Ye Chen. Thunderous strike. Instead of retreating, Ye Chen advanced, meeting the attack with a powerful counter. Boom. The air crackled with a resounding explosion as their palms clashed. Chi Hao was once again sent staggering back, blood spurting from his mouth, despite his peak strike. He was decisively defeated, each step causing the cobblestones beneath him to fracture. How has he become so powerful? The crowd below erupted in astonishment. Facing off directly, Chi Hao, a practitioner of the human origin realm, was soundly defeated. Was Ye Chen a prodigy? They had been apart for only a few days. Little did they know that after breaking through to the 8th layer of chi condensation, Ye Chen had already attained the strength to confront those in the true sun realm head-on, even without entering his demonic state. An ordinary practitioner of the human origin realm would find it impossible to overcome him. Bang! In the midst of their conversation, Ye Chen once again sent Chi Hao tumbling off the stage with a powerful kick. Speak. Where are they? Ye Chen's murderous intent surged, his black hair billowing as he strode towards Chi Hao. I have killed him. Chi Hao's face was a grotesque mask of flesh and blood, resembling a malevolent spirit. Ye Chen yearned to uncover the truth, yet Chi Hao obstinately refused to divulge it. Very well. Ye Chen snorted coldly, his feet expertly navigating the intricate steps of the swift shadow thousand illusions. In an instant, he surged forward, unleashing a powerful thunder palm. Thud. Chi Hao spat blood once more, sent flying through the air, his descending body crashing onto the stormy battle platform, leaving cracks in its surface. Ha 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 ha. To Ye Chen's astonishment, Chi Hao staggered to his feet, a sinister grin twisting his face as he laughed maniacally. Ye Chen, today, you shall surely die. At these words, Ye Chen's gaze sharpened, a chill running down his spine as an overwhelming force rapidly began to awaken, instilling a sense of dread within him. Kid, it's the heavenly thunder curse. Ver Tu frantically warned from below. Thunder spell? Wasn't the thunder spell prohibited in the Battle of Fengyun? How audacious of Chi Hao. Does he not fear retribution from the sect? You know nothing. His master is the esteemed leader of Renyang Peak, and he is also the scion of the chief family in the southern region, a powerful backing indeed. Even if the sect were to hold him accountable, they would still consider the influence of his master and the chief family. As for Ye Chen, his situation appears dire. Boom. A resounding explosion interrupted all discussions among the audience. The thunder spell possessed extraordinary power, capable of shattering stones and splitting mountains, and the entire Fengyun battle platform was engulfed in swirling dust. Ye Chen, Xiong Er's expression shifted dramatically, and he was about to charge onto the battle stage. However, just as he took a step forward, he halted abruptly, amidst the swirling dust and smoke. A vague silhouette staggered to its feet and then gradually emerged with a steady gait. The arena was filled with gasps of astonishment. That was the Thunderbolt curse. How could he possibly survive? He had withstood the might of the Thunderbolt curse. Was he truly a prodigy? This was inconceivable. Chi Hao observed in disbelief as Ye Chen slowly emerged, fully aware of the devastating power of the Thunderbolt curse. Even he would not have been able to endure its explosion, yet Ye Chen, at the chi condensation stage, had somehow managed to withstand it. You are remarkably formidable, exclaimed Xiong Er, his chubby fist clenched tightly, overwhelmed with excitement. As the dust began to settle amidst the crowd's intense scrutiny, a bloody Ye Chen staggered forth, leaving behind a trail of crimson footprints. Upon witnessing his ghastly state, a collective gasp arose from the onlookers. He had lost all semblance of humanity. His tattered robes were soaked in blood, rendering him a gruesome sight. Particularly, his back was a grotesque mess, mangled from the explosion of the Thunderbolt curse, with exposed bones barely visible through the horrific wounds. In that moment, he resembled a fearsome azure rising from the depths of hell. This is impossible. It cannot be. Chi Hao's voice shattered the heavy silence, refusing to accept the reality before him. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a sword echoed through the air. Ye Chen had charged forward, gripping the Chi Hao sword. He had indeed refrained from employing any other tactics, relying solely on his formidable physique to endure the Thunderbolt curse. Otherwise, a single strike of that curse would have obliterated him completely. Despite his grievous injuries, Ye Chen's movements remained enigmatic and swift, the Chi Hao sword unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes that carved deep gashes into Chi Hao's body. Ah! Chi Hao roared in fury, unable to fathom that Ye Chen had withstood the Thunderbolt curse, let alone the unbearable truth that he could not defeat even a severely weakened Ye Chen. Yet, no matter how much he struggled or screamed in defiance, he could not halt Ye Chen's relentless assault. With a resounding crash, Ye Chen seized one of Chi Hao's legs and hurled him mercilessly onto the battle platform, creating an indent in the solid surface with his body, causing his internal organs to shift violently. Another mouthful of blood erupted from Chi Hao, mingled with fragments of his own entrails. He had suffered a more devastating defeat than before. Where have you hidden them? Ye Chen demanded, gripping Chi Hao's collar and lifting the nearly incapacitated figure off the ground. I will not tell you, Chi Hao replied, his smile twisted and terrifying, demonstrating a defiance that was anything but ordinary for a scion of the Qi family from the southern region. Very well. Ye Chen let out a cold laugh. With a splatter of blood, the merciless Ye Chen forcibly tore off one of Chi Hao's arms. A collective gasp filled the air. Even bare air in the audience could not help but swallow hard, secretly admiring Ye Chen's ruthlessness. Today's showdown was perhaps the most brutal spectacle witnessed by those present. Perhaps not anticipating that Ye Chen would sever his own arm, Chi Hao was momentarily stunned, only to be followed by a pained roar. Speak, where is he? Ye Chen's blood-red eyes fixated on Chi Hao, and should Chi Hao remain silent, he had no qualms about removing Chi Hao's other arm. If he continued to withhold information, it was entirely possible that Ye Chen would extinguish Chi Hao's life on the spot. A dragon has its scales that should not be touched. And Chi Hao had truly crossed Ye Chen's threshold. Consumed by rage, he was prepared to accompany Chi Hao to the grave. Yet, at that moment, a formidable pressure surged from afar, enveloping the entire battlefield, causing even Ye Chen to stagger. You dare. The chilling voice echoed closer, accompanied by a palpable aura of death. Suddenly, a shadow flitted across the arena, and a figure swiftly materialized. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the esteemed Qingyang Zhenren, the foremost figure of Renyang Peak. With a sudden burst of overwhelming pressure from the Taoist, Ye Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood. Release Hauer. The Qingyang Taoist bellowed with a voice that reverberated with authority, directly locking onto Ye Chen with a formidable presence. Elders, the duel of winds and clouds prohibits third-party involvement. Do you intend to disregard the sect's rules? Ye Chen, neither servile nor arrogant, met Qingyang Taoist's gaze unwaveringly. Having already crossed paths with a figure like Go Hong, he was indifferent to provoking another like Yang Feng. A glint of cold light flickered in Qingyang Taoist's eyes at Ye Chen's admonition. However, he dared not take action. For the fate of Chi Hao in Ye Chen's grasp was of immense significance. He was a scion of the Qi family from the southern wilderness. Should any misstep occur under his watch, the ensuing troubles would be considerable. Assessing the situation, he promptly retrieved a storage bag from his robes and cast it onto the ground, speaking in a grave tone. Isn't it spirit stones you desire? I shall provide the spirit stones. Now release him. Ye Chen cast a glance at the storage bag on the ground, sneering coldly. Elder, are you aware of the grave transgression your disciple has committed? To think that a mere 1,000 spirit stones could redeem his life, surely. His existence is valued far too lightly. Great sins? The Taoist Qingyang uttered coldly, expressing his desire to understand the grave transgressions committed by his disciple. The rules of the sect strictly prohibit the use of the heavenly thunder curse during confrontations. Such an infraction is punishable by death. Furthermore, the sect forbids disciples from harming its spiritual beasts. Those who do so face the same fatal consequences. Additionally, any harm inflicted upon elders is met with unforgiving retribution. Chi Hao's mistreatment of Elder Zhang Feng constitutes 3 severe offenses. Ye Chen enumerated these 3 charges and then cast a scornful glance at Taoist Qingyang. Elder, each of these transgressions is sufficient to warrant the death penalty for Chi Hao. Do you believe that the 1,000 spirit stones you offered are excessive or insufficient? The Qingyang Taoist was on the verge of erupting, yet he took a deep breath to suppress his anger and coldly remarked, Ye Chen, are you aware of Chi Hao's true identity? Southern Xinjiang Qi family. Ye Chen observed Qingyang Taoist with a smile, but what of it? Upon entering Hengyue, he must adhere to the sect's regulations. Even if the Jade Emperor himself were to commit a grave offense against the sect, he could scarcely escape the ensuing consequences. Qingyang Taoist was utterly incensed, unable to fathom Ye Chen's steadfastness. Yet, for the sake of Chi Hao's safety, he forcibly restrained his anger. What do you propose? He demanded. Have your precious disciple disclose the whereabouts of Elder Zhang Feng. Furthermore, if you wish to spare his life, present me with 100,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, I shall notify the southern Xinjiang Qi family to collect Chi Hao's remains. Mark my words, Ye Chen speaks and acts with conviction. 100,000 spirit stones. Ye Chen's audacious demand left those below in shock. Such a staggering sum was beyond what one might hope to earn in a lifetime. How ruthless could one be? Is it too much? Xiong'er scoffed. 100,000 spirit stones for a life? I feel that is still insufficient. Elder, how do you perceive this? On the platform, Ye Chen observed Qingyang Taoist with a smile. Ye Chen, one must always leave a sliver of leeway. Do you comprehend the repercussions your actions today may bring? The voice of Qingyang Taoist grew increasingly frigid, with a glint of cold light flickering unreservedly in his eyes. My life is but a trifle. If the elder desires it, feel free to take it at any time. Then I shall extinguish you first. Qingyang Taoist bellowed fiercely, conjuring a massive hand intent on crushing Ye Chen from above. However, at that moment, a formidable presence surged from a certain direction, accompanied by an icy voice resonating through the heavens. Qingyang, do you also intend to disregard the rules of Hengyue? Daojia, will you likewise shield this wayward disciple? Qingyang Taoist cast a cold glance towards the source. One may indulge in gluttony, but one must not speak recklessly. Daojia chuckled softly. It is true that your disciple Qi Hao wielded the thunder curse on the Fengyan platform. And it is indeed true that he harmed the sect's spirit beasts. Although Zhang Fengyan was stripped of his cultivation and cast down the mountain, he is, after all, of the same generation as you, and is considered an elder of Hengyue. Your disciple has nearly beaten him to death. This crime cannot be denied. If we were to assess these grave offenses against the sect's regulations, do you believe Qi Hao still has a chance of survival? You, reminiscent of the expression of Guhong on that fateful day, found the Taoist master Qingyang rendered speechless by a single admonition from Daojia. To assert that your disciple exhibits such audacity, can you sincerely claim that you, as a mentor, bear no responsibility? Daojia's words resonated once more, imbued with a didactic tone. As a teacher, the foremost lesson should be about navigating the world, rather than fostering an environment of arrogance and hubris. Bravo, applause is in order. Among the audience, there was a lively character, Xiong, whose chubby little hands clapped with a delightful crispness. Observing Master Qingyang, one could see his countenance flush with embarrassment after Daojia's lecture. It is worth noting that he and Daojia were peers, and to be subjected to such a reprimand was, without a doubt, a profound humiliation for him. Yet, Daojia spoke the truth. Qi Hao's arrogance, which culminated in today's calamity, surely placed a measure of blame upon his shoulders as the mentor. Indeed, while a master may guide one through the threshold, the path of cultivation ultimately rests upon the individual. However, to produce a disciple of such disgraceful demeanor is undeniably a reflection of the teacher's own failings. Taking a deep breath, Master Qingyang suppressed his rising ire and cast a purple storage bag to the ground, commanding, "Release him." Ye Chen did not comply immediately. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Xiong seated below. Understanding, Xiong nimbly leaped onto the battlefield, retrieved the storage bag from the ground, opened it to take a glance inside, and then nodded at Ye Chen. A total of 100,000 spirit stones, neither more nor less. Indeed, they truly offered it. The disciples watching below were all astonished, their hearts racing at the thought of 100,000 spirit stones, an amount beyond their wildest dreams. Release him at once, thundered the Taoist Qingyang. Your disciple has yet to reveal the whereabouts of Zhang Fengyan. Ye Chen shrugged nonchalantly. The Taoist Qingyang was seething with rage, and he immediately directed a surge of spiritual light towards the unconscious Qi Hao. The external force coursed through him, and Qi Hao slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Taoist Qingyang, he felt as if he had found a lifeline. Master, save me, he cried. Slap. In rage beyond measure, Taoist Qingyang swung his sleeve and delivered a stinging blow to Qi Hao. Wretched disciple, where have you hidden Zhang Fengyan? Qi Hao, momentarily stunned by the slap, finally managed to murmur in a daze at the back mountain. After uttering this, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Now you may release him. Taoist Qingyang's icy gaze fixed upon Ye Chen. On that day, Guhong had become the laughingstock at Fengyan platform. As the head of Renyang Peak, he had witnessed his fair share of ridicule. Now, he found himself in an even more humiliating position, eclipsing Guhong's disgrace. His loss was far greater, not only in reputation but also in the compensation of spirit stones, which exceeded Guhong's by 100-fold. This return would undoubtedly subject him to ridicule from the other two peaks. Well said. Ye Chen, unfazed, showed no intention of releasing them, and instead exchanged a knowing glance with Xiong. Having always been cautious, he recalled Qi Hao mentioning that Zhang Fengyan had been hidden in the back mountains. Who could ascertain the truth of such claims? Who could tell whether Zhang Fengyan and his companions were alive or deceased? Before proceeding, it would be most prudent to send someone to verify the situation for peace of mind. Understood. One might say that Xiong and Ye Chen shared an unspoken understanding, a mere glance sufficing to convey everything. This fellow twisted his ample form and dashed towards the back mountain. Elder, do not blame me. It is always prudent to exercise caution. Ye Chen smiled at Taoist Qingyang. It would be wise for you to hope that Senior Zhang Fengyan and the others are still alive. Otherwise, even 1,000,000 spiritual stones would not safeguard your disciple's life. You would do well to remember today's events. There will come a time when someone will hold you accountable. Taoist Qingyang's words were devoid of any pretense. A worthless life. Take it whenever you wish. Xiong'er soon returned, having transformed into a cloud, dragging the unconscious Zhang Fengnian and shouting along. Noticing that they still had breath left in them, Ye Chen heaved a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing the numerous bloodstains adorning Xiaoying and Zhang Fengnian's bodies, a chilling light filled his eyes. Take your disciple away. Perhaps fueled by immense rage, Ye Chen hurled Qi Hao to the ground, causing the unconscious Qi Hao to spew forth another mouthful of blood. Even if he were to be taken back, he would likely spend a long time bedridden. You have truly provoked my ire. Taoist Qingyang cast a final cold glance at Ye Chen before sweeping his sleeve and departing with Qi Hao, not forgetting to collect the severed arm of Qi Hao as he left. After Taoist Qingyang's departure, Ye Chen coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Withstanding the heavenly thunder curse, it was a miracle he was still alive. Managing to withstand Taoist Qingyang for so long was solely due to his sheer willpower. Ye Chen. Xiong'er had already leaped onto the arena, having caught hold of the fallen Ye Chen. The battle at Fengnian platform today resonated throughout Hengyue sect once more. Ye Chen's audacity became a topic of lively discussion among the disciples during their leisure time, and this in turn disciple had undeniably risen to prominence. Moreover, as many disciples engaged in conversation, they would cast glances towards Tianyang Peak. It was said that Ye Chen had already stirred up trouble with 2 of the 3 main peaks of the outer sect. Would the next be Tianyang Peak? Surely not. Though Ye Chen was bold, he never instigated conflict. I see it that way as well. Goodness, resisting the thunder curse? When the esteemed elder Zhong of Tianyang Peak heard the report from his disciple, even his distinguished status could not prevent him from uttering an expletive. Master, do not speak. It pains me. Elder Zhong pressed his hand firmly against his heart, lamenting the fact that a prodigy capable of withstanding the heavenly thunder curse had so foolishly missed his opportunity. Night fell, and Ye Chen sat alone in his chamber. The secret method of the savage body refinement already in motion, causing wisps of azure smoke to rise from his spine. This technique involved the refining of bones and marrow, the forging of tendons and veins, the incineration of the heart, and the purification of blood, as well as the honing of skin and flesh. In the midst of this body refinement, the decayed flesh upon his back was shed, giving way to new, vibrant tissue. Indeed, this was an effective method for healing wounds. And Ye Chen's understanding of the savage body refinement deepened significantly. As the night deepened, unrest brewed. The traditionally discordant figures of Master Qingyang from Yangfeng and Master Guhong from Diong convened atop a spiritual mountain. What? You do not intend to assassinate Ye Chen, do you? Guhong observed with a glimmer of amusement, relishing the irony of the situation. Once, he had been the subject of Qingyang's ridicule. Yet now the tables had turned, and he savored the satisfaction it brought. It is the duty of the younger generation to reclaim their honor, responded Qingyang coldly. Are you suggesting a collaboration between our 2 peaks? We shall summon our secluded disciples, even if Ye Chen is formidable. He cannot withstand the relentless challenges from both our peaks. Ye Chen remained in meditation for 3 days. During this time, Xiong'er visited him several times. Seeing him still in recovery, he refrained from disturbing him, instead delivering spiritual herbs to aid Zhang Fengnian and the others, and employing secret methods to mend Hua's severed meridians. On the night of the 4th day, Ye Chen exhaled a cloud of murky breath and slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the injuries on his back, under the domineering restoration of the savage body refinement, had completely healed, and the newly forged tendons, skin, and bones were more resilient than before. Truly, the savage body refinement is a force to be reckoned with. Stretching his slightly stiff body, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Buzz, buzz. In the courtyard, Hua was energetically wielding his black iron staff, oblivious to exhaustion. Oh, seeing Ye Chen emerge from his room, Hua quickly ceased his practice. Big brother, how are you up? Your injuries? All is well. Ye Chen smiled gently, then retrieved the ancient scroll of the Tianyang staff formation from his bosom and handed it to Hua. Upon receiving the scroll, Hua's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, the mystical art of the staff. Mastering the staff technique is a formidable challenge, and the mystical art is exceptionally rare. For now, use this. In the future, I shall procure more for you. Observing Hua's elation, Ye Chen affectionately ruffled the boy's hair, reiterating the adage that diligence can compensate for lack of talent. Yes, yes. Hua eagerly nodded. Every word my big brother says is etched in my memory. I shall strive earnestly and not bring shame upon you. Go rest now. We shall practice again tomorrow. All right. He he he. The simple-hearted Hua clutched the scroll and the black iron staff as he dashed into his room, likely to be consumed by joy and sleeplessness throughout the night. After Hua departed, Ye Chen retrieved Lu Ji's storage pouch. Having been back for some time, he had yet to thoroughly examine its contents for treasures. Inverting the pouch, he emptied its contents onto the floor, a cacophony of items spilling forth. The wealth contained was extraordinary. Even Ye Chen, with his steadfast composure, could not help but express his astonishment. The pouch brimmed with spirit stones, spirit liquid, and spirit artifacts, the quantity of which was substantial, nearly 200,000 spirit stones alone, with the total value exceeding 300,000 spirit stones when accounting for the assorted items. However, he was somewhat disheartened to discover no mystical arts or techniques within. Even upon extracting the purple gold gourd, he found no extraordinary treasures. It is best to know when to stop. Ye Chen sighed inwardly, gathering the spirit stones, spirit liquids, and other assorted items while leaving behind the spirit artifacts. With a clang, he drew forth the Qi Shao sword, placing it alongside the spirit artifacts. He then enveloped them in true fire, intending to refine the essences of those artifacts into the Qi Shao sword. After 3 hours, he extinguished the flames. With more essences refined into it, the Qi Shao sword became even more formidable, and in his grasp, it resonated with a harmonious clangor. A fine sword indeed. Unable to contain his laughter, Ye Chen stepped forward, grasping the Qi Shao sword and beginning to dance with it. In his mind, the techniques of the Tiangang staff formation emerged, guiding him to comprehend the sword formation through the staff formation. The night passed in silence, giving way to dawn. After nearly 9 hours of contemplation, his understanding of both the staff formation and the sword formation deepened significantly. Although the sword formation was merely in its rudimentary stage, he had undoubtedly taken his first step, requiring much further refinement in the days to come. As the first light broke, a youthful figure entered the small spiritual garden. As soon as he stepped inside, Xiong'er caught sight of the vibrant Ye Chen. Just 4 days prior, that fellow had been nearly obliterated by the heavenly thunder curse. Yet now his injuries had not only healed, but he appeared robust and full of life. Xiong'er felt an overwhelming urge to excise a piece of flesh from Ye Chen for further examination. Truly, you are an extraordinary being. With a scrutinizing gaze, Xiong'er appraised Ye Chen, his expression a captivating spectacle. Do not speak so. It fills me with pride, Ye Chen replied, slightly smirking as he retrieved a storage bag from his robe and handed it to Xiong'er. Here, I return your spirit stones. Do not expect any more from me. Why is there only 300,000? Wasn't there supposed to be interest? Is that truly the case? Alas, Xiong'er did not come to engage in idle chatter with Ye Chen. Rather, he mysteriously revealed an ancient scroll nestled within his embrace. One young finger? Although it was merely a fleeting glance, Ye Chen still caught sight of the 3 prominent characters inscribed on the ancient scroll. Was it not the esoteric technique? One young finger that had been auctioned off by the Xiong family in the underworld black market not long ago? In that instant, Ye Chen rubbed his hands together, and his eyes gleamed with a newfound brilliance. Would you like to learn? Xiong'er wore a mischievous expression. Such nonsense. The matter of refining the essence for my wife has fallen upon my shoulders. As Ye Chen spoke, he reached directly into Xiong'er's embrace, instinctively retrieving the ancient scroll of the one young finger, and then swiftly darted into the room. Once back in the chamber, Ye Chen eagerly unfurled the ancient scroll. To refine the true yang qi and concentrate it into a single finger is known as the one yang. His eyes fell upon a line of large characters. The next phase was the time for comprehension. The method of the one yang finger was not convoluted, as the essence had already been articulated. To thoroughly refine the true yang qi and subsequently gather it upon a single fingertip, mastery of this technique would yield an unparalleled penetrating power. Once he entered a state of enlightenment, Ye Chen would lose all sense of time. Before he realized it, night had fallen. Under the flickering candlelight, Ye Chen gradually rolled up the scroll. The finger technique emphasized instantaneous concentration and explosive release, compressing power to its utmost. Once unleashed, its might was unmatched. Murmuring to himself, he could not help but recall many previous battles. Anyone adept in finger techniques could easily pierce him, leaving a gaping wound, which piqued his curiosity about the mysteries of the finger arts. Having now glimpsed the method of the one yang finger, he indeed felt profoundly enriched. With these thoughts, he focused his mind and gathered his energy, allowing the true fire to refine into true yang qi. And then, according to the teachings of the one yang finger, he swiftly concentrated the true yang qi at the tip of his finger. Observing his hand, he noticed that the accumulation of true yang qi had rendered his fingertip luminous, with a shimmering light dancing about it and tendrils of flame flickering above. Indeed, observing his own fingers, Ye Chen's lips curled into a smile. With a mere flick, he could easily pierce a hole into a person's flesh. With a thought, he shed the Zhiyang true qi and swiftly leapt from the room. Buzz! Buzz! The Tian K in his grasp was swung with great vigor, the massive blade colliding with the air, producing a deep, resonant hum. Clang! He drove the Tian K into the ground, channeling all his true energy, which converged upon his palm, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Rumbling thunder! The palm strike was overwhelming and powerful, causing the air to roar as it surged forth. With a swift turn and a mountain-shattering fist, his body was able to extend gracefully, followed by the Zixiao sword qi, which pierced through the wall effortlessly. One yang finger. Finally, a thought crossed his mind, and he swiftly refined his yang true qi, gathering it upon his fingertip. With a single pointed gesture, he aimed at a nearby stone. Clang! The stone remained steadfast, yet it was effortlessly punctured by Ye Chen, creating a hole the width of a finger as if it were mere tofu. No matter how the winds roar and waves crash, I shall break the universe with my one yang. Ye Chen, I await you at the Fengyun platform. The next day, as dawn broke, such a voice echoed from the direction of the Hunyue sect's Fengyun platform. Would there be another great battle at the Fengyun platform? Instantly, the Hunyue spiritual mountain erupted in commotion. Yet another challenge from Ye Chen. What has transpired? Ever since this in-turn disciple arrived at Hunyue, there has not been a single day of peace. The challenger must be Tang Chao from the Rinyang Peak. At this moment, the challenged Ye Chen had just set down his chopsticks at the dining table. Big brother, please don't go. Hua lowered his head, pursing his lips. They are targeting you. Young man, endure for a moment, and the winds shall calm. Zhang Fengyan looked at Ye Chen with deep concern. Senior, the tree wishes for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. Ye Chen gently wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, then slowly rose. This is the nature of the bustling world. Having embarked on this path, he was destined to face thorns ahead. Even if I do not engage in battle today, they will devise other methods to compel me to yield. It is all my fault. The sturdy and earnest tiger boy lowered his head even further. His small fists clenched tightly. This is not your fault. Do not blame yourself. Ye Chen gently patted Tiger Boy's head, then turned resolutely, striding towards the exit. At this moment, the usually bustling Fengyun platform was abuzz with crowds from all directions. On the combat stage stood a young man clad in white robes, arms crossed, his long, jet-black hair cascading down, and thick eyebrows framing a pair of sharp eyes. Suspended before him was a massive ghostly blade, exuding an aura of profound strength, commanding an imposing presence that captivated the spectators below. He was none other than the renowned Qingyang Jinren of the Tianyang Peak in the Tang Dynasty, a genuine fifth-tier human origin realm master. It seems Ye Chen's chances this time are rather slim, as the astonished murmurs echoed from the crowd. The young man named Tang Zhao took a deep breath, raising his chin higher, seemingly relishing the flattery from the many disciples. Truly, a testament to the prowess of his master, this individual appeared even more arrogant than Qi Hao. Ye Chen has arrived. As the voice resonated, all eyes turned toward a particular direction. There stood Ye Chen, bearing the Tian K sword upon his back, advancing with measured steps. His countenance remained as tranquil as an ancient well, and his gait was steady and resolute, as if no matter the tempest that might arise in the surrounding world, his unwavering and resilient form would remain unshaken. Just as he was walking, a rotund figure dashed out from the side. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiong Er. Follow me, Xiong Er urged, rushing towards Ye Chen and attempting to pull him away from the scene. Do you possess such little faith in me? You know nothing. Xiong Er leaned closer to Ye Chen, gesturing for him to observe the two directions beneath the Fengyun platform. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen turned his gaze and noticed that on both the eastern and western sides of the platform stood large jade tables, each occupied by a disciple leisurely indulging in wine. As Ye Chen scanned the area, those individuals directed mocking glances towards him. Frowning, he thought, why are there so many in the Yuan realm? You've noticed, haven't you? Xiong Er whispered. The disciples on the eastern side are from the Jinchuan of the Diang Peak, while those on the western side are from the Rinyang Peak. Each of them is not someone that Qi Hao can rival. They may be unfamiliar faces, yet their cultivation is terrifyingly formidable. Ye Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty, particularly as he sensed the subtle, yet potent energy emanating from several among them. Their cultivation levels perilously close to the true Yang realm. They were all in seclusion, Xiong'er explained. These disciples are the most remarkable from the Deyang and Rinyang peaks. They were sequestered to shine brilliantly in the upcoming outer sect competition. Isn't this excessive for dealing with someone at the Qi-gathering realm? Ye Chen remarked. Isn't it simply because you are too formidable for an ordinary disciple to handle? Xiong'er retorted, somewhat exasperated. He then attempted to lead Ye Chen away once more. Come on. It's not a big deal to back down once or twice. You cannot contend against these individuals. However, before Ye Chen could respond, Tang Chao's mocking voice resonated from the platform. What's this? Have you surrendered so soon? Ye Chen, can you evade for a time, yet escape for a lifetime? If you do not ascend the stage today, we have countless methods to deal with you. With this declaration, Ye Chen felt a ringing in his mind. They were not merely referring to him, but also to Hu Hua and Zhang Fengyan. Tang Chao's words were unmistakably clear. If Ye Chen did not engage in battle today, they would devise all manner of schemes to persecute Zhang Fengyan and the others. A dragon has its reverse scale that must not be touched. Tang Chao's words had truly provoked his fury. With a resounding declaration of battle, Ye Chen freed himself from the obstruction of Xiong'er and leapt onto the arena. This is precisely as it should be, Tang Chao remarked with a playful smile. Without a word, Ye Chen drew forth the Tianke sword. With a single step, he cracked the stone platform beneath him and, employing the exquisite technique of speed shadow thousand transformations, he surged towards Tang Chao, leaping into the air and striking down with formidable force. Tang Chao let out a cold snort, gripping his large blade and executing an upward slash. The clash of blade against sword resounded with a sharp, yet jarring clarity. Observers watched in awe as Tang Chao stumbled back from Ye Chen's strike, leaving the audience in astonishment. Could a mere gathering Qi realm warrior possess such overwhelming combat prowess? To withstand a direct confrontation with someone at the 5th level of human yuan and emerge with the upper hand was nothing short of remarkable. Not only the spectators below, but even the true disciples from both the Rinyang Peak and the Deyang Peak exhibited expressions of disbelief. Yet, it was Tang Chao who felt the impact most acutely. His arm throbbed painfully from the force. He had always believed his cultivation to be far superior to Ye Chen's, but he never anticipated that such a direct confrontation would lead to such a humiliating defeat of his once proud combat abilities and cultivation at the hands of a gathering Qi realm practitioner. Previously, he had been in seclusion, unaware of the events unfolding in the outside world. Only a day ago, his master, Xingyang Zhenren, had summoned him from his retreat, revealing the recent happenings at Hengyue. His arrogance had led him to dismiss Ye Chen as merely slightly stronger than an ordinary gathering Qi realm disciple. However, at that moment, he truly recognized Ye Chen's extraordinary capabilities. This in turn indeed possessed the strength to combat beyond his level. With a surge of astonishment, Ye Chen swung the Tianke sword once more, his speed extraordinary. Observing this, Tang Chao swiftly pivoted on the tips of his toes and retreated with agility. Stay! A commanding voice rang out as Ye Chen hurled the Tianke sword through the air, its tip aimed directly at Tang Chao. Upon seeing this, Tang Chao swiftly raised his blade, deflecting the incoming Tianke sword with a powerful strike. However, just as he prepared to execute his next move, Ye Chen lunged forward like a ferocious lion, unleashing the wrath of a beast. He transformed seamlessly, embodying the ferocity of a tiger, the savagery of an ape, the might of a lion, and the cunning of a wolf, utilizing every part of his body, hands, feet, knees, and shoulders, as lethal weapons. Each strike was accompanied by a primal roar, echoing through the arena. It was said that Qihao had once been rendered powerless against Ye Chen's relentless style. Below the stage, the true disciples exchanged glances of astonishment. The most rudimentary close combat techniques seemed astonishingly formidable. It was no wonder their junior brothers had faced defeat. On stage, Tang Chao continuously roared in frustration, retreating step by step, his body marked by the imprints of fists, palms, and feet. Although he was a genuine 5th-tier human origin realm cultivator, at that moment, his true energy swirled chaotically, unable to find an outlet. Ye Chen denied him any opportunity to employ his secret techniques, forcefully interrupting every attempt. With a resounding crash, Tang Chao, who had been relentlessly suppressed, found himself seized by Ye Chen by one arm and violently slammed onto the battle stage, creating a human-shaped dent in the hard surface. This was Ye Chen's signature method, to brutally throw down those who considered themselves superior, delivering an unparalleled thrill. Tang Chao's desperate screams echoed, but in the next instant, He was lifted once more by Ye Chen. With another thunderous impact, he was thrown back onto the stage, his internal organs jolted out of place. A mouthful of blood spewing forth, soaring high into the air. No matter how strong his cultivation, he was left half dead by this brutal onslaught. Such ferocity was staggering. The spectators below watched in disbelief, their expressions twitching. I haven't even seen Tang Chao use his arcane techniques. And he is already being reduced to a state of helplessness? Truly a beast. Child, cease at once. A sharp reprimand erupted from the true disciple of Renyang Peak, who could no longer remain idle. Clutching a golden spiritual sword, he charged onto the stage. How dare you act so shamelessly? Shouted Xiong from below, his voice rising in outrage. In this battle of winds and clouds, third-party intervention is forbidden. Do you intend to disregard the rules of Hung Yue? Yet, his furious shout did nothing to halt the advancing disciple. Instead, his attack grew swifter and more ferocious, launching a sword strike aimed directly at Ye Chen's spine. Sensing the chilling wind approaching from behind, Ye Chen deftly flung Tang Chao away and leaped 3 zhong into the air, utilizing the ground's rebound to pounce forward like a lion once more. With a splatter of blood, the disciple's sword strike missed its intended target, instead piercing through the approaching Tang Chao, creating a gaping wound. Damn it, the disciple uttered coldly. You deserve to die even more. A chilling voice swept through the cold wind as Ye Chen approached, his internal energy surging, meticulously refined into pure yang energy, which he then channeled into his fingertips. The one yang finger. Ye Chen pointed swiftly, perhaps too swiftly for the disciple who had inadvertently harmed Tang Chao to react in time, resulting in a gaping wound in his shoulder. Thunderbolt. Ye Chen had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. With a resounding clap akin to thunder, he unleashed a powerful strike directly upon the disciple's chest. Gushing forth, the disciple coughed up blood and staggered backward. Mountain shatter. With the ethereal steps of the swift shadow thousand illusions, Ye Chen pursued relentlessly, delivering a fierce and domineering mountain shatter fist. The disciple, still unsteady, received yet another punishing blow. Once more, blood spewed forth as he was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a mere sandbag, crashing out of the arena and creating a significant crater in the earth. Has he already been defeated? This is far too swift. The watching disciples below were evidently still in shock. The splendid techniques and mystical arts they had envisioned were nowhere to be seen. In truth, they had not even had the chance to be unleashed before Ye Chen decisively vanquished 2 of Renyang Peak's esteemed disciples in succession. Ye Chen, you truly deserve to die. From Renyang Peak, another disciple charged forth. The Huangshan seal, this disciple is indeed clever. Realizing that he cannot match Ye Chen in close combat, he immediately resorts to a powerful move, having already vanquished those at the true Yang realm. Why should he fear a mere child? Ye Chen, exuding unparalleled strength, advances rather than retreats. With his left hand, he unleashes a thunderous palm strike that shatters the Huangshan seal, while his right fist delivers a forceful blow that sends the disciple staggering backward with a muffled groan. Binding vine technique. As he retreated, the disciple swiftly formed hand seals with both hands. Immediately, numerous vines erupted from the ground on the battle stage, writhing like serpents as they ensnared towards Ye Chen. It was apparent that this disciple was a practitioner of wood attributes, for only such a cultivator could wield the binding vine technique. With a clang, Ye Chen drew forth the Qishao sword, and with the intricate steps of the swift shadow mirage, he severed the encroaching vines with a single stroke. In just a few strides, he closed the distance to the disciple, unleashing a fierce downward strike with his sword. Earth escape. Upon seeing this, the disciple swiftly dove into the ground. Come forth. With a commanding shout, Ye Chen swung his arm, delivering a tremendous blow that reverberated onto the battle platform. Boom. The platform trembled violently, and the disciple who had just burrowed underground was forcefully ejected. Ye Chen, swift as the wind, seized the disciple's leg before he could even touch the ground. What followed was a display of his signature prowess. Boom. With a resounding crash, the captured disciple was slammed into the ground, nearly losing his innards in the process. Much like those who had met the same fate before him. Another one down. The spectators below sighed in awe, seemingly unperturbed by Ye Chen's ferocity in throwing his opponents. Clang, clang. 2 beams of sword light shot towards the platform, signaling that a disciple from the Deyang Peak had ascended. Bang, bang. Ye Chen retaliated with remarkable speed, shattering the 2 sword lights before swiftly retreating. To his astonishment, the disciple unleashed a plume of smoke, which billowed forth, enveloping the battlefield and obscuring the view of those watching from below. Bang, crash, buzz. The sounds of a fierce clash echoed from within the smoke-shrouded arena. unmistakably indicating that Ye Chen and the disciple were embroiled in a heated battle. This was an illusionary smoke mist. It remained uncertain whether Ye Chen could penetrate it. I have heard tales of this mist causing considerable trouble for many disciples of formidable cultivation. Is it true or false? A thunderous roar resonated from the arena, silencing the chatter of the spectators below. Moments later, a bloodied figure was hurled through the air, collapsing to the ground, already unconscious. There was no need to look closely. It was evident that Ye Chen had once again delivered a near-fatal blow. Soon, as the illusory smoke dissipated, Ye Chen's silhouette was revealed on the stage. Injured, Xiong immediately noticed the bloody gash on Ye Chen's back and the sword scar on his shoulder. Exhaust him, commanded the disciple of Diyang Peak, seemingly unwilling to grant Ye Chen even a moment's respite. The fierce battle resumed. This disciple of Diyang Peak proved to be far more formidable than Ye Chen had anticipated, primarily due to his mastery of various secret techniques, which rendered Ye Chen defenseless. After a relentless exchange, Ye Chen managed to throw the disciple to the ground, but he himself bore numerous new wounds. Kill. A true disciple of Renyang Peak charged forward, unleashing a powerful attack. Following this, disciples from both Renyang Peak and Diyang Peak continuously ascended the battle platform. Each of them struck with fierce intent, showing no mercy and employing formidable techniques. As the battle progressed, the strength of the challengers only escalated, with an array of secret arts emerging in abundance. Although Ye Chen possessed the capability to battle beyond his level, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of so many opponents. Each time he defeated a true disciple, he bore more wounds, his robe stained crimson with blood. If this continued, he would inevitably be exhausted. Xiong clenched his small fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. Fight! The arena resonated with Ye Chen's resonant voice. His vitality surged, akin to an indomitable cockroach, displaying remarkable tenacity as he incapacitated several true disciples yet remained vibrantly alive. In stark contrast to Ye Chen, the faces of the disciples from Diyang Peak and Renyang Peak were far less pleasant. They were all esteemed prodigies from their respective peaks, endowed with high expectations. Each one was a standout, with cultivation that surpassed Ye Chen. Yet they found themselves utterly defeated by him, a mere disciple in the chi condensation stage. The unfolding battle had long reached the ears of Renyang Peak and Diyang Peak. Useless, all of them. Guhong seethed with rage. These were his personally trained true disciples, reduced to nothing by a mere chi condensation practitioner. How could he not be furious? Similarly, Zhenren Qingyang was not faring any better. Upon receiving reports from his disciples, he too was filled with wrath. Ye Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations, and he began to doubt whether the decision to allow the true disciples to emerge early was wise. In contrast to Guhong and Zhenren Qingyang, Elder Zhong from Tianyang Peak displayed a rather entertaining demeanor. Sitting beneath a crooked tree, he clasped his hands and continued to mutter angrily, after a century of cultivation. I must be blind. A mere chi condensation practitioner. What extraordinary talent this is. It must be said, he maintained a rather open-minded perspective. Although his disciples had some entanglements with Ye Chen, he had nonetheless guided them well, avoiding any schemes or petty grievances unlike Zhenren Qingyang and Guhong. In hindsight, his decision appeared astute. Had he allowed his disciples to confront Ye Chen, who could say how many would return standing? Alas! Elder Zhang covered his aged face, feeling an acute pain in his heart. Boom! On the Fengyan platform, a disciple from the Dian Peak was once again thrown down by Ye Chen, leaving him unrecognizable even to his own mother. How many was that now? A disciple below instinctively inquired. The 15th, someone sighed. More than half of the true disciples from the Renyang Peak and Dian Peak had been severely injured by Ye Chen. However, it seemed Ye Chen himself was not in much better shape. At this, many turned their gaze towards the battle platform. There, Ye Chen was drenched in blood, with wounds so numerous they were almost unbearable to behold, staggering multiple times as he nearly collapsed on the stage, with the two peaks taking turns to challenge him. Even with the Danhai within him, his vital energy was beginning to dwindle. Kid, it's time to go. If you keep fighting, something terrible will happen. Bear Air below hastily reminded him. Ye Chen nodded. He was well aware of his own condition. Continuing to battle would likely lead to his demise on this very platform. Moreover, his previous opponents were true disciples ranging from the 5th to the 7th level of the Renyuan realm, while the remaining true disciples were predominantly at the 8th to 9th levels, with even two having 1 foot already in the Xinjiang realm. Although he believed he could still take down an 8th level Renyuan disciple, it would come at a bloody cost, one he could not afford. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he turned to leave. Yet, from the Dian Peak, Another disciple had already stepped forward. This disciple had a delicate appearance, wielding a spirit jade fan, looking quite courteous. But with sharp, disdainful lips and a face adorned with rouge, one might mistake him for a woman. I am Su Kong, and I humbly greet you. The purple-clad disciple did not immediately attack, but first introduced himself, bowing slightly to Ye Chen. However, perhaps unbeknownst to all, at the moment he bowed, a silver needle, thinner than a hair, was stealthily launched from his hand. Despite Ye Chen's heightened vigilance, he still fell victim to it. Soon, the lethal poison carried by the needle rapidly spread within Ye Chen's body. Consequently, his form began to darken at the needle's epicenter, the speed of its spread catching him off guard. PFF. A mouthful of blood spurted forth as Ye Chen staggered, nearly toppling over. In a duel of winds and clouds. How dare you employ poison? Ye Chen glared coldly at Su Kong, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. Poison? What poison? Su Kong feigned alarm, pretending to be clueless. Ye Chen, one can eat recklessly, but one should not speak carelessly. Indeed, you must be afraid you cannot defeat Senior Su, and thus you are deliberately slandering him. Someone from below remarked in the shadows. Upon hearing this, others quickly echoed in agreement. I did not see Senior Su employing poison. You are merely projecting your villainy onto a gentleman's heart. To claim Senior Su uses poison when you cannot win, Ye Chen, you are truly treacherous. The platform was filled with a rising tide of accusations, a cacophony that clearly reversed right and wrong, yet all displayed expressions of righteous indignation. You still refuse to die? This is the price for provoking both Rinyang Peak and Dian Peak. Today, you are destined to spill blood on the Fengyan platform. In contrast to the disciples below, the true disciples of Rinyang Peak and Dian Peak wore cold smirks. On the platform, Ye Chen silently absorbed the slanderous remarks from below, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. He realized that Rinyang Peak and Dian Peak were indeed going to great lengths to seek revenge, deploying all their true disciples in a grand display. And on top of that, secretly placing many pawns to amplify their momentum. The power of public opinion was fearsome. He was witnessing the true meaning of those four characters once more. Two fists could not contend against four hands. How could his voice overpower the tidal wave of insults? Yet who was he? He was Ye Chen, and he would not suffer in silence without cause. With the true fire protecting him, that poison was rendered useless. Thus, he resolved to return the favor in kind. Amidst the clamor, he quietly summoned the true fire within him, incinerating all the poison coursing through his veins. Yet, on the surface, he continued to feign the symptoms of poisoning, staggering on the platform to create a false impression, intending to catch Su Kong off guard and deliver a thunderous counterstrike. Ye Chen, below the stage. Xiong noticed that Ye Chen was gravely poisoned and was about to rush forward, yet he subtly caught sight of Ye Chen winking at him. Their understanding had reached an unparalleled level. With just a glance, Xiong seemed to grasp everything, and he instinctively withdrew his step. Alas, you shitty. What has happened to you? You appear quite unwell. On stage, upon seeing Ye Chen's body turning dark, Su Kong pretended to express concern insincerely. To deal with a half-dead person like me, you even resort to poison? How truly remarkable you are. You shitty, you have wronged me. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us begin. Ye Chen's cold gaze fixed on Su Kong as he spoke sharply. In response, Su Kong smirked with amusement, no longer concealing his treacherous nature. Since you shitty is so eager, I shall indulge you in this game. With that, he stepped forward swiftly like the wind, his finger glowing with a sinister light aimed at Ye Chen. As Su Kong's finger approached, Ye Chen remained steadfast and unmoving. To the outside observer, it appeared he had lost the ability to act due to the poison, but in truth, he was biding his time. For Su Kong had already reached the 8th level of the human origin realm. Die. It was only at this moment that Su Kong revealed a sinister and malevolent smile. However, just as he was about to strike Ye Chen with his finger, he caught sight of a trace of mocking laughter at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Observing such an eerie smile from Ye Chen, an ominous sense of foreboding suddenly welled up within him. In no time, to his astonishment, Ye Chen abruptly sidestepped the ethereal glow of his finger and deftly seized his arm. Subsequently, Su Kong was flung away by Ye Chen with great force. Bang! A few paces away, he crashed heavily onto the arena. As he rolled over, Su Kong gazed at Ye Chen in disbelief, unable to comprehend the impossibility of it all. Ye Chen let out a cold chuckle as the dark hue of his skin visibly faded, returning to its original color. Did he not succumb to poison? I distinctly witnessed Su Kang's poison needle penetrate Ye Chen's body. Not only the disciples of the Earth Yang Peak, but even those from the human Yang Peak showed expressions of profound bewilderment. Glancing back at the stage, Su Kang's previously playful demeanor had vanished, replaced by an exceedingly ferocious countenance. He realized he had been outwitted by Ye Chen, who had not been poisoned at all. Yet, what could he possibly articulate? To claim he had clearly seen the poison needle enter Ye Chen's body would only serve to incriminate himself. Su Kang, weren't you supposed to entertain your junior brother? Ye Chen beckoned with a flick of his finger. Watch as I extinguish you. Su Kang bellowed fiercely, purple light swirling around his fingertips. However, just as he took a step forward, he was left in a state of shock. He instinctively glanced at his palm, which had inexplicably darkened. Moreover, it was spreading rapidly toward his arm and body at a visible pace. Poison. Su Kang suddenly realized the reason behind his body's strange condition. As one well-versed in toxic substances, how could he not discern that he had been poisoned? He recalled the moment he had been affected, triggered by that instant involving Ye Chen. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Ye Chen, how dare you use poison against me? Su Kang's eyes turned a furious crimson as he glared at Ye Chen with clenched teeth. Poison? What poison? Ye Chen feigned panic, mimicking Su Kang's previous act of ignorance. Even echoing his words, Su, my dear senior, one can indulge in culinary indiscretions, but such accusations should not be made lightly. Exactly. You must be fabricating this out of fear of losing to Ye Chen. Voices from the audience chimed in, undoubtedly belonging to the notorious Xiong heir. This was a tacit understanding among them. Xiong heir was astute. Those from the Sun Peak and Earth Peak could easily twist the truth. And he was naturally inclined to support Ye Chen in reclaiming the narrative. I haven't seen Ye Chen use poison. It is you, Su Kang, who is measuring a gentleman's heart with the malice of a villain. The lengthy tirade was dominated by Xiong heir's voice, with his lines directly lifted from previous speakers. When you cannot win, you resort to claiming Ye Chen used poison. Su Kang, you are truly treacherous. Su Kang's blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ye Chen was evidently employing poison. At this moment, the naval forces from both Yangfeng and Dianfeng began to stir chaos anew. In a confrontation of fate, the use of poison was strictly forbidden. Yet Ye Chen disregarded the rules, warranting punishment. Ye Chen, your malevolence knows no bounds. Have you all truly sunk to such depths? The next voice rang out, piercing and resonant. Xiong heir had held his breath for an entire minute before unleashing this proclamation. His roar was indeed stirring and formidable, overpowering the cacophony of curses from everyone present. Perhaps his vocal intensity was so immense that many instinctively covered their ears. Following his thunderous declaration, the venue descended into a brief silence. Ye Chen had resorted to poison, and no amount of evasion could conceal this fact. After the silence, a disciple clad in blue emerged. Ye Chen's intentions were far too sinister. Sanction him. Damn it, get lost. Xiong heir once again displayed his formidable prowess. His sonic waves were so powerful that many covered their ears. This was the sonic secret technique of the Xiong family. A true disciple from the Yang Peak squinted slightly. No wonder it could overpower so many voices. The little chubby fellow possessed such a secret method. Ye Chen stroked his chin, pondering that he should have a conversation with Xiong heir someday. After a brief silence, before the water army from Yang Peak and Earth Peak could respond, Xiong heir unleashed another thunderous roar. Judging by his demeanor, he was clearly preparing to exert all his strength to support Ye Chen against the water army below. Dining, sleep, flirting. The sonic prowess of this fellow, Xiong heir, is truly remarkable. With each resounding shout, he creates an earth-shattering commotion. Moreover, the words he bellows are so peculiar that the moment the trolls attempt to speak, they are utterly overwhelmed by his thunderous vocalizations. Is this creature even human? Each of these trolls, clutching their ears, are rendered incapable of lifting their heads in the face of his cacophony. Truly impressive. Ye Chen on stage couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps such a scene and situation genuinely required a lively spirit like Xiong heir, especially his audacious and spirited demeanor. For freedom, Xiong heir once again let out a resounding roar. After this cry, he adjusted his hair and surveyed the hidden water army among the crowd, his small eyes gleaming with a hint of provocation, as if to say, curse me, go ahead, curse me again, and I shall render you speechless. Observing the disciples of the water army, each face flushed, it was unclear whether their redness stemmed from restraint or indignation. Withdraw. Xiong heir had already exchanged glances with Ye Chen. Without needing further prompting, Ye Chen leaped down from the battle stage, his mind set on departing as swiftly as possible. However, as he intended to leave, certain individuals were unwilling to allow him that freedom. Just as he touched the ground, A disciple from the Sun Peak positioned himself before him. What is the rush? The contest of winds and clouds is entirely voluntary. I have no desire to continue fighting today. Is that not permissible? Ye Chen remarked coolly. You have nearly incapacitated my junior brothers and think you can simply walk away? How utterly naive. A voice laced with mockery emerged as a disciple clad in white approached slowly. Upon catching sight of him, Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. The subtle aura emanating from this disciple instilled a sense of caution within him. He was Jiang Hao, the foremost disciple of the Sun Peak. Xiong Er discreetly cautioned Ye Chen. The apprehension reflected in his small eyes towards Jiang Hao was palpable. Ye Chen, having injured others. Do you believe you can just leave without consequence? Another voice resonated as a disciple in purple robes gracefully approached, his aura rivaling that of Jiang Hao. He was Ye Chen, the leading disciple of the Earth Peak. Once again, Xiong Er conveyed a warning to Ye Chen. One foot had already stepped into the true Yang realm. Even Ye Chen found himself furrowing his brow at this moment. He recognized that, even at his peak condition, it would be difficult to contend with the two of them. Moreover, this locale was not solely occupied by these two. The elite disciples from both the Sun and Earth peaks had gathered, and no matter how arrogant he might be, two fists could hardly withstand four hands. Unless, of course, he were to once again awaken the demonic bloodline within him, allowing his combat power to soar and suppress the crowd. However, the demonic path was the sworn enemy of the righteous sect, and should he reveal such powers, he would immediately face the wrath of the formidable warriors of Hongyua's sect. Climb back onto the battle stage obediently, or you shall not leave this place today. Jiang Hao sneered at Ye Chen. Brother Jiang, are you truly intent on coercing me in a battle? Ye Chen retorted coldly, meeting Jiang Hao's gaze. In a contest of winds and clouds, engagement is entirely voluntary. To force me is to disregard the regulations of Hongyua. What's the big deal? Zishan remarked with a playful smile. At worst, we can reflect in solitude. To overpower the few with the many, to bully the weak with the strong, do you not have any shame? Xiong Er glared at the multitude of true disciples surrounding them, taking turns to confront a single practitioner at the Qi condensation stage. You disgrace the title of true disciples. With that, he attempted to pull Ye Chen away. Where to go? Unexpectedly, a true disciple of the Sun Peak immediately launched an attack, striking from behind with a palm. Ye Chen's gaze turned icy. He never anticipated that a disciple of Sun Peak would audaciously attempt a sneak attack from below the stage. In a heartbeat, he pivoted sharply, meeting the strike with a thunderous palm of his own. Boom! The sound of thunder erupted as Ye Chen, not in peak condition, was sent reeling backward, spitting blood. Clang! Before he could regain his footing, another true disciple of the Earth Yang Peak unsheathed a lethal sword, aiming directly at Ye Chen's back. How infuriating! Roared Xiong Er, as he swiftly brandished his wolf-toothed club to intercept the terrifying sword strike. Observing this, a disciple from the Yang Peak surged forth from the crowd, launching a powerful punch. Li Chen, caught off guard, retaliated in desperation, only to cough up blood and stagger backward once more. Die! Suddenly, a disciple clad in azure from Yangfeng struck from behind, piercing Ye Chen's back with a finger and then delivering a palm strike that sent him staggering. With a flash of crimson, just as Ye Chen regained his footing, he was pierced through the shoulder by a sword. Your life is forfeit. A chilling cry rang out as the elite disciples from both peaks moved simultaneously, encircling Ye Chen with lethal intent radiating from their every movement. The surrounding spectators watched with bated breath, their hearts pounding in trepidation. Who could have imagined that the chosen disciples of the human Yang and Earth Yang peaks would dare to strike so brazenly beneath the arena? Ganging up on a mere Qi condensation novice? This was a blatant violation of sect law. Did they not fear the wrath of the elders? Indeed. Why does Elder Dao Jie not intervene? Can you not see? For these disciples to act so boldly, they must have formidable backing, so powerful that even Elder Dao Jie dares not interfere recklessly. Moreover, I've heard that the elder is absent from the sect today. Then, does this mean Ye Chen is doomed? Boom. Amidst the murmurs, a thunderous explosion shook the very foundations of the cloud terrace. Through the chaos, a flash of heavenly lightning erupted. Someone had unleashed a heavenly thunder talisman. The shockwave sent the elite disciples reeling, their once imposing figures now reduced to disarray. Amidst the swirling smoke and dust, a bloodied and staggering figure emerged, Ye Chen, battered but unbroken. Come on. Ye Chen strode forth, his refined visage now contorted with a hint of ferocity. In his grasp, he clutched 4 talismans of heavenly thunder, revealing that he was indeed the one who had previously invoked the thunderous incantation. Perhaps he was driven to this desperate measure, his life hanging by a thread. unable to withstand the onslaught of numerous esteemed disciples. In a reckless gamble, he had resorted to the heavenly thunder incantation, momentarily warding off the surrounding disciples. Ye Chen, how dare you disregard the sect's regulations and employ the thunderous incantation? A chorus of scorn echoed from all directions. You dare to openly besiege me beneath the Fengyan platform. Why should I not wield the thunderous incantation? Death awaits on either side, and you shall not escape the path to the underworld. Ye Chen's expression was one of madness, a cold smile playing upon his lips as he gazed at the multitude of esteemed disciples. He was resolved to face the consequences, willing to drag the esteemed disciples along with him on this perilous journey. Truly, he had lost his mind. The esteemed disciples gritted their teeth in response. I have lost my mind. Ye Chen licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, a sense of defiance rising within him. Come at me, under the thunderous curse. We shall shatter into oblivion together. Ye Chen. A commanding voice suddenly resonated as a group of individuals surged forth from the crowd. Led by none other than the foremost disciple of the Discipline Hall, In Jiping. How audacious of you to openly employ the Thunderbolt spell within the sect? In Jiping's fierce reprimand made his stance abundantly clear. Regardless of his affiliations, he was unequivocally not an ally of Ye Chen. Brother In, you observe only my use of the Thunderbolt spell, yet fail to acknowledge the assault upon me from below the stage. Ye Chen retorted with a cold smile directed at In Jiping, though he still held onto the Thunderbolt spell. That does not excuse your invocation of the Thunderbolt spell. How absurd. Would you remain passive and allow others to slay you with a knife to your throat? My use of the Thunderbolt spell was purely for self-preservation. Then let us settle this in the Discipline Hall. In Jiping declared with a chilling tone, and from within his sleeve, a flash of electric light erupted, revealing a luminous rope that slithered like a serpent, moving with astonishing speed. Perhaps due to In Jiping's sudden attack and the bizarre swiftness of the rope, Ye Chen was caught off guard and ensnared without a moment's respite. He struggled, but the intricacies of the rope exceeded his expectations, possessing the ability not only to bind his vital energy, but also to impede his movements entirely, rendering him immobile. Take him away, In Jiping commanded. Immediately, disciples from the Discipline Hall rushed forth and seized Ye Chen. In the interest of fairness, In Jiping also ordered the disciples to drag the true inheritors of the two peaks out of the crowd. Yet, at the moment they departed, In Jiping and the true inheritors exchanged knowing smiles, as though this scene had been meticulously orchestrated in advance. Their subtle gestures did not escape the keen eyes of Xiong Er. Although he was often unreliable, he possessed a sharp intellect. It was evident that this was a conspiracy between the two peaks and the Discipline Hall, who had conspired together, making it exceedingly difficult for Ye Chen to survive this ordeal. Xiong Er, take Hua and the others away from Hengyue. Ye Chen, dragged away, roared in desperation. Perhaps he realized that entering the Discipline Hall today would make it nearly impossible to emerge alive. He did not wish for those he cared about to endure daily torment after his demise. All he could do was entrust Hua and the others to Xiong Er. Witnessing Ye Chen's abduction, Xiong Er gritted his teeth, filled with resentment towards the formidable backing of the two peaks. Even though he belonged to the Xiong family, it would be a daunting task to safeguard Ye Chen's life. Backing? As this thought crossed his mind, Xiong Er's eyes brightened. Stronger backing, you say? Then I shall procure for Ye Chen a backing that you cannot provoke. Ye Chen was brought to the Discipline Hall, followed by a throng of onlookers. Upon returning to the cold and imposing Discipline Hall, he was immediately shackled to a bronze pillar. In stark contrast, the true inheritors of the two peaks, who had also violated the sect's rules, stood leisurely in the hall, adorned with mere shackles. The disparity in their treatment was glaring. Ye Chen, do you acknowledge the crime of employing the heavenly thunder curse within the sect? In Jiping stood before Ye Chen, his hands clasped behind him, a cold smile gracing his lips. They seek to kill me. I acted purely in self-defense. Kill you? From where does this accusation arise? The disciples of the two peaks vociferously protested. Ye Chen, you slander us. It was clearly a sparring match. How does it transform into an assertion that we aim to kill you? Senior Brother In, please see clearly. Do not be swayed by Ye Chen's baseless fabrications. He is merely seeking to absolve himself. At this moment, the disciples of the two peaks, who had previously remained silent, began to incite the crowd once more. Ye Chen's use of the heavenly thunder curse is indeed deserving of punishment. Punish him. At such a tender age, how could one exhibit such cruelty? What would become of him when he matures? The hall echoed with the shouts and curses of the true disciples from the two peaks, each filled with righteous indignation. They had twisted the truth and unjustly placed a heavy accusation upon Ye Chen. At that moment, Ye Chen, standing upon the copper pillar, was treated like a heinous murderer, enduring a barrage of insults. Among the crowd were not only the true disciples from the two peaks but also disciples from Hengyue. Yet, even though they were aware that the reality diverged from the claims of the two peaks disciples, none dared to speak up for Ye Chen. Fearing the wrathful retribution that might follow from the two peaks, Ye Chen stood as a testament to that fear. This was merely a performance. Upon hearing the words of the disciples from the two peaks, In Jiping cast another cold glance at Ye Chen, asking, "What else do you have to say?" Ye Chen remained silent. What more was there to say? Since the moment he was dragged into this discipline hall, he had foreseen his fate. The two peaks and the discipline hall had long conspired together. As a mere intern disciple at the Qi condensation stage, lacking both connections and allies, any words he uttered would be futile. Perhaps he had underestimated the lengths to which the two peaks would go, with every step being a trap. Every moment designed to endanger him. Yet, even at this juncture, he did not regret the actions he had taken for Hua and the others. It was then that he suddenly comprehended the harsh reality of the path of cultivation. It was not as glamorous as it appeared on the surface. The cruelty embedded within it was profoundly sorrowful. Before him, seeing Ye Chen's silence, In Jiping sneered, "Your silence speaks volumes, does it not? Enough of the pleasantries. Let us proceed." Ye Chen's voice had grown somewhat hoarse, weariness like never before clouding his gaze. "Very well," Yanzhping laughed heartily, flipping open an ancient scroll as if proclaiming an imperial edict. According to the 9th rule of the Hengyue sect, any disciple who employs the thunder curse within the sect shall face the death penalty. Upon reciting the decree, Yanzhping decisively closed the ancient scroll and exchanged a knowing glance with the disciples flanking him. At that moment, however, an elderly figure emerged from the crowd, desperately pushing his way forward. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhengnian. "Do not kill him. Please do not kill him," Zhengnian implored, his face etched with desperation as he beseeched Yanzhping. "Spare him. Take me instead. Old man, do not plead for me." Chen, his gaze clouded yet suddenly clear, struggled to utter, "Foolish child," remained silent. Zhengnian shot a glance at Chen before turning back to Yanzhping, his frail form bent beyond measure. "Yanshz, he is but a child. Please, show him mercy. Spare him." In Jiping mocked with a smile. "Zhang Fengyan, have you lost your sense of reason? Using the heavenly thunder spell within the sect is a capital offense." To his astonishment, the frail and aged Zhang Fengyan suddenly knelt at In Jiping's feet. In that moment, Ye Chen's eyes bulged, bloodshot and brimming with tears of anguish, as he beheld the pitiful, decrepit figure kneeling before him. "Grandfather, how can you bow before him?" After a fleeting moment, Ye Chen's roar echoed through the hall. He was consumed by madness, frantically struggling to break the iron chains that bound him. He was Ye Chen, resolute and unyielding, unafraid of death. Yet witnessing someone he cherished grovel on the ground to plead for him was more unbearable than death itself. Hearing Ye Chen's anguished cries, Zhang Fengyan's body trembled slightly, yet he still remained on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the hall was filled with the sound of Zhang Fengyan's forehead striking the floor. Each time he bowed, he uttered words of supplication, tears of humiliation streaming down his weathered face. He was Zhang Fengyan, of the same generation as the master of Hengyue, yet here he was, disgracefully kneeling before a junior, an unprecedented sorrow, a blatant loss of dignity. He was guilty of a capital crime, and no one could save him. In Jiping cast a disdainful glance at his feet, his chin held high. "Then kill me. Take my life in exchange for his," Zhang Fengyan implored, clutching In Jiping's legs. This sudden embrace made In Jiping frown in contempt. He kicked Zhang Fengyan away, sharply rebuking, "You worthless fool, what gives you the right to bargain with me?" Unexpectedly, the kicked Zhang Fengyan lunged again, grasping In Jiping's legs. "He is but a child. I implore you, spare him. Get lost." In Jiping, seemingly losing patience, raised his foot and kicked Zhang Fengyan, sending him spitting blood. All of this unfolded before Ye Chen's eyes. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he bellowed, "In Jiping, if I do not perish today, I will ensure your bones are ground to dust. Even in death, I shall haunt you." Suddenly, a dormant power within him surged forth. His overwhelming rage seemed to awaken the dark forces hidden within his bloodline, his mind drowning in wrath and a thirst for vengeance. Ye Chen's roar ignited In Jiping's anger as well, who immediately commanded, "Kill him. End him." Instantly, those on either side raised their blades. At that moment, the disciples of the two peaks revealed sinister smiles. However, just then, A beam of spiritual light shot into the hall from outside, deftly knocking the raised blades aside. Following this, a languid voice resonated through the grand hall. "Oh my, the discipline hall is quite lively today." Before the words had faded, a ghostly figure appeared within the hall. This being was tall and slender, exuding an ethereal presence, their Taoist robes billowing without wind, surrounded by an aura of spiritual brilliance. Even the whisk they held shimmered with spiritual light, and their eyes, seemingly weathered by the trials of time, radiated boundless wisdom. "He is." Suddenly, all individuals present in the hall, including the disciples of the Two Peaks and Yin Jiping, bowed and clasped their hands in reverence, their expressions filled with utmost respect. The atmosphere became tense in the hall due to the arrival of the person holding the whisk. The disciples voiced in unison, "We have seen Elder Su Fu." This proclamation resonated powerfully and harmoniously throughout the hall, as each disciple displayed their deference, not daring to exhibit even a hint of negligence. Their behavior was understandable, given the exalted status of the guest. Su Fu, the esteemed head of the Spirit Pill Pavilion of Hengyue's sect, held a venerable position. In the hierarchy of Hengyue's sect, he was not only the senior brother to the current sect leader, but also the sole alchemist within the sect. An alchemist's status is extraordinarily prestigious and exceedingly rare, and Su Fu was one of the few who held this title. The spirit pills and elixirs of Hengyue's sect were all supplied by him, and very few dared to provoke him. Zhang Fengnian, having encountered senior brother Su before, was suddenly interrupted by a faint voice that shattered the tranquility of the austere hall. Zhang Fengnian, having been kicked and left bloody by Yin Jiping, was sprawled on the ground, feeble and weakened. "Are you Zhang Fengnian?" Su Fu's astonished voice broke through. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the kneeling Zhang Fengnian. His surprise was not unwarranted, for Zhang Fengnian's appearance had grown exceedingly aged. Even Su Fu found it difficult to recognize him, reflecting on the fact that Zhang Fengnian, rendered a cripple, could not maintain the youthful countenance characteristic of cultivators like themselves. "It is indeed I." Zhang Fengnian remained prostrate on the ground. Su Fu furrowed his brow once more, with his keen eyesight. He could easily discern that Zhang Fengnian had been subjected to violence, and the assault was severe. "Who has harmed you?" Su Fu gestured, channeling a stream of spiritual light into Zhang Fengnian's body. Upon hearing these words, Yin Jiping, who stood respectfully to the side, trembled, not daring to utter a sound. "Who is it?" Su Fu's voice resonated throughout the hall, causing the entire discipline hall to tremble with a resounding echo, as a formidable aura enveloped the space. "Yes, it is I." Despite his trepidation, Yin Jiping mustered his courage and took a step forward. Upon hearing this, Su Fu turned his sharp gaze towards Yin Jiping, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Elder, I was merely mistaken," Yin Jiping stammered, but before he could finish his sentence, Su Fu struck him with a swift motion, sending him hurtling away. "What audacity!" Su Fu's voice was frigid, filled with disdain. As the foremost disciple of the discipline hall, how dare he lay a hand on his elder? Was he courting death? Yin Jiping, bloodied from the blow and pallid in complexion, managed to rise and immediately knelt on the ground, frantically pleading for mercy. "Elder, I realize my error. I truly do. Senior brother Su, what has provoked your ire so?" At that moment, an elderly figure clad in a purple robe emerged from within the discipline hall, unmistakably Yin Jiping's reclusive master, the esteemed Zhao Zhijing. "Zhao Shidi, you have indeed raised a remarkable disciple," Su Fu remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Zhijing. Hearing this, Zhao Zhijing furrowed his brow and turned his attention to his disciple. "Pinger, what have you done?" I inadvertently injured Master Zhang Fengnian." "Zhang Fengnian?" Zhao Zhijing, upon hearing the name, cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Fengnian. "Senior Su, Zhang Fengnian has long been expelled from the mountain by our master. Even if he was cast out, he remains a member of Hengyue's sect." With a tone that grew even colder, Su Fu admonished, "You must discipline your disciple properly. As the foremost disciple of the discipline hall, such disrespect towards elders is unacceptable and undermines your authority." Under Su Fu's stern lecture, Zhao Zhijing inhaled deeply but refrained from retaliating, for provoking Su Fu would not bode well for him. Meanwhile, Su Fu had turned his attention to Ye Chen, who was bound to the copper pillar. Assessing Ye Chen with a penetrating gaze that grew sharp and profound, he eventually declared, "I shall take this disciple with me." "Elder, this..." The disciples of the Two Peaks were momentarily taken aback. "What? Do you have any objections?" Su Fu cast a glance at them, and the atmosphere became suddenly silent. "Elder, he has invoked the thunder curse within the sect, which is a capital offense," said Yin Jiping, finding some courage as his master stood beside him. "Moreover, Ye Chen had just declared his intent for revenge. He was reluctant to let Ye Chen be taken away, as it would surely spell trouble for him in the future. Upon hearing Yin Jiping's words, Zhao Zhijing, the head of the discipline hall, chimed in with a mocking tone, "Brother Su, he has committed a grave sin. If you intend to take him away, it is likely that Ye Chen acted out of self-preservation when he invoked the thunder curse." As the voice resonated, Xiong had already squeezed in from outside the hall. "Oh?" Su Fu raised an eyebrow, turning his attention to the chubby Xiong. Immediately, Xiong glared at the disciples of the Two Peaks, his teeth clenched in anger. These scoundrels took turns assaulting Ye Chen at the Fengyun platform. Hearing this, Su Fu shot another glance at the Two Peaks disciples, a cold smile forming on his lips. "So many of you ganging up on a single person in the Qi condensation realm. Truly remarkable." Under Su Fu's gaze, the disciples of the Two Peaks lowered their heads one by one, their faces burning with shame, not daring to utter a sound. "Proceed." Su Fu retracted his gaze and turned his attention back to Xiong. Ye Chen, battered and nearly lifeless, could fight no longer and leaped down from the arena. Yet, this group of rascals relentlessly pressured Ye Chen to return to the stage. When he refused, they besieged him, their every strike aimed to take his life. "You, esteemed elder, are well aware of the circumstances." Ye Chen was left with no choice but to resort to the heavenly thunder curse for self-preservation. After hearing Xiong's words, Su Fu raised an eyebrow, glanced at Zhao Zhijing, and inquired with a smile, "Junior brother Zhao, what punishment is warranted for those who recklessly inflict grave injuries upon disciples and harbor murderous intent in Myriad? Severe offenses warrant the death penalty." Su Fu inquired further about the wanton cruelty towards elders. Zhao Zhijing narrowed his eyes, aware that this was clearly directed at his disciple, Yin Jiping. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath and replied, "It is also a capital offense. Since both were deemed death sentences, let us hasten the execution." Su Fu, unyielding in his conviction, uttered a statement that compelled the disciples of the Two Peaks and Yin Jiping to kneel in submission. "Su, do you comprehend the implications of executing them?" Zhao Zhijing's expression darkened. "It signifies the unwavering justice of our Han sect's discipline hall." Su Fu shrugged, asserting that if both were deserving of death, why should only this disciple named Ye Chen face execution? If they must die, let them all perish. If they are to live, let them all live. "Su, must you escalate matters to such a tense state?" "Tense. Then let us pursue a path of peace." Su Fu chuckled, gesturing towards the imprisoned Ye Chen. "This young lad is to be taken back for punishment. As for the disciples of the Two Peaks and Yin Jiping, you may decide their fate." At that moment, Zhao Zhijing realized that Su Fu's elaborate maneuvering was solely to safeguard Ye Chen. In an instant, numerous thoughts crossed his mind. Su Fu was indeed correct. All were guilty of capital offenses, and it was evident that Ye Chen alone could not be condemned to death. However, were he to execute them all, not only would the Two Peaks be affected, but their respective families would also seek retribution against him. Furthermore, he truly wished to avoid an irreparable rift with Su Fu. Provoking an alchemist was not a wise course of action. After all, Ye Chen was merely a novice disciple, one whose absence he would not lament. Moreover, by allowing Su Fu to take him, he could earn a favor in return, rendering this transaction not a loss. Zhao Zhijing, having contemplated this thoroughly, smiled and said, "If that is the case, Su, you may take him with you." "Master," Yin Jiping's expression tightened. "Silence." Zhao Zhijing barked, abruptly interrupting his words. "From this day forth, you shall remain in the ice prison. Thus, I shall take the person away." Su Fu cast a sidelong glance at Yin Jiping, then waved his hand to unleash a beam of spiritual light, shattering Ye Chen's shackles. "Young man." Xiong hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Ye Chen. "Thank you." Lying on the back of Xiong, Ye Chen whispered softly, never imagining that Xiong would bring him the revered figure of Su Fu. "What?" Su Fu. When Guhong and Qingyang Zhenren heard the report from their disciple, they were equally astonished. As a result, Elder Su Fu nearly had a falling out with Elder Zhao Zhijing. Upon hearing this, Guhong and Qingyang Zhenren exchanged glances, their eyes filled with profound confusion. This was entirely unexpected. Despite their extensive planning, they had not anticipated Su Fu's involvement. The two furrowed their brows, their gazes wavering, unable to comprehend why Su Fu would come to the aid of an intern disciple in the Qi condensation stage, to the extent of almost causing a ruckus in the discipline hall. This alone demonstrated that Ye Chen was far more complex than he appeared. Could it be due to Ye Chen's talent? Guhong pondered. With Su Fu's protection, it would be immensely difficult to harm Ye Chen. Qingyang Zhenren's expression also darkened considerably. Both understood that in Hanyua's sect, one should never provoke Su Fu. Should he be angered, he possessed countless methods to withhold the supply of spiritual pills and elixirs. Without such supplies, how could one possibly thrive? In contrast to the two of them, Elder Zhong of Tianyang Peak was left momentarily stunned upon receiving the news. Su Fu saved Ye Chen. What was the meaning of this? On a comfortable large bed, the slumbering Ye Chen rubbed his nose, greedily inhaling the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting through the air. The next moment, he opened his eyes, only to be met with the plump face of Xiong Er. You have finally awakened, Xiong Er sighed in relief. Where's this? Sitting up, Ye Chen rubbed his brow, gazing around in bewilderment at the unfamiliar surroundings. Spirit Elixir Pavilion. Xiong Er chuckled softly. It was at that moment that Ye Chen recalled the events of the day. He had engaged in a fierce battle on the Fengyan platform, besieged by disciples from two peaks, and was subsequently dragged into the disciplinary hall. The vivid scenes replayed in his mind. Yet he had not anticipated that it was Su Fu who came to his rescue. I apologize, but to save you, I had to breach our agreement, Xiong Er murmured. Ye Chen remained silent, fully aware of what Xiong Er was alluding to. They had made a pact regarding his true fire, entrusting Xiong Er to keep it a secret. The significance of true fire was immense. It not only facilitated cultivation but also aided alchemists in their craft. The Hingyue sect possessed only one source of earthly fire, which was under the control of Su Fu from the Spirit Elixir Pavilion. It was precisely this earthly fire that allowed Su Fu to concoct elixirs and spiritual liquids to meet the sect's demands. This was also the reason Su Fu had intervened to save him. The distinction between earthly fire and true fire was evident. The latter's rank was far superior to that of the former. One could easily surmise how much more potent the elixirs produced with true fire would be compared to those made with earthly fire. The importance of true fire to an alchemist cannot be overstated. It was this very aspect that prompted Xiong Er to seek aid from the Spirit Elixir Pavilion. The outcome of his decision proved to be astute. Regardless of whether Su Fu would seize Ye Chen's true fire, at least Ye Chen was alive. No matter the conclusion, it was certainly preferable to perishing in the disciplinary hall. What is Su Fu truly like? After a moment of contemplation, Ye Chen turned his gaze towards Xiong Er. How to put it? Xiong Er scratched his ear, observing that the old man appeared respectable, yet he was, in truth, rather lecherous. What sort of response is that? Are you afraid he might seize your true fire? Xiong Er was not foolish. He could discern what Ye Chen truly wished to know. Ye Chen did not deny it. He nodded gently. He saved my life. Even if he were to take my true fire now, I would have no words to say. Then may you seek your own fortune. Xiong Er shook his head helplessly. True fire held immense significance for an alchemist. And even if Su Fu was a man of integrity, it was indeed possible for him to claim your true fire. What do you take my old Su for? A disgruntled voice interjected, followed by the creaking of a door as someone entered. Upon witnessing this, Xiong Er cleared his throat and refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had already leaped off the bed and bowed respectfully to Su Fu. Disciple Ye Chen, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, Elder. Is that merely a verbal expression? Is there nothing of substance? Su Fu inquired. In response, Ye Chen pressed his lips together and said, If the Elder desires my true fire, he may take it at any time. That hinges on whether I can subdue it. Su Fu chuckled, gazing at Ye Chen. Show me your true fire. It has been many years since I last beheld such a phenomenon. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen summoned his resolve, and the golden true fire materialized as a flickering flame in his palm. Golden true fire, Su Fu exclaimed, his composure momentarily faltering. He promptly retrieved an ancient scroll from his robe, unfurling it to examine it closely. Ye Chen glanced over and noticed that each page of the scroll depicted a different form of true fire, some purple, some yellow, some blue, each accompanied by annotations beneath the flames. Is there none? Su Fu examined thoroughly before turning his gaze to the true fire in Ye Chen's palm, narrowing his eyes slightly as he murmured. This golden true fire is indeed a rare sight. I have never encountered it before, and it is not recorded in the flame canon either. It is understandable, for the world harbors countless flames, and the flame canon does not encompass them all. Nevertheless, this golden flame appears truly extraordinary. Su Fu scrutinized Ye Chen's true fire, musing to himself for quite some time. Eventually, he extended his hand to grasp the true fire, hoping to discern its nature more clearly. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The true fire seemed to possess a will of its own. As soon as Su Fu seized it, it fiercely resisted, igniting with wild intensity. Ah! Su Fu winced in pain and hastily released his grip, only to find his palm charred black. The true fire, resembling a streak of golden light, darted back into Ye Chen's body, leaving the nearby Xiong heir utterly astonished. Your true fire possesses sentience? Ignoring the pain in his palm, Su Fu's eyes brimmed with wonder. Elder, do all flames born of heaven and earth possess sentience? Xiong heir inquired, puzzled. Who claimed that all flames born of heaven and earth possess sentience? Su Fu cast a sidelong glance at Xiong heir, then stroked his beard, explaining, every flame born of heaven and earth has a degree of spirituality. However, having spirituality and possessing sentience are not synonymous. In terms of hierarchy, sentience surpasses mere spirituality. Though they differ by just a word, the distinction is monumental. Oh, I see. Xiong heir scratched his head in realization. Elder, how's the hierarchy of true fire classified? Ye Chen looked at Su Fu and asked. He was aware that true fire had its classifications, having learned of it during his encounter with the purple-clad elder in the netherworld black market. Yet the elder had not delineated them explicitly. Well, that is a complex matter. Su Fu stroked his beard thoughtfully, explaining, some classifications are based on the degree of spirituality, others on the strength of the flame, and yet others on the era of their emergence. As for precise classifications, despite my years of cultivation, I remain unaware. Sighing, Su Fu continued, I had intended to absorb your true fire into my own being and return it to you after my demise. But it seems my plan is now unfeasible. Why? Both Ye Chen and Xiong heir inquired. Because your true fire inherently possesses sentience and has recognized you as its master. Forcibly assimilating it into my being would only result in a formidable backlash. This matter is contingent upon fortune. Since it has chosen you, it cannot be coerced. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen felt an immense relief wash over him. Su Fu's words were clear. He did not intend to claim the true fire, implying that Ye Chen could continue to retain his own. However, I cannot assist you without recompense, Su Fu coughed lightly. But I am at the elder's service. Assist me in alchemy. Refining elixirs? Ye Chen was taken aback, followed by an awkward smile. That elder might allow me to extract spirit liquid. But when it comes to alchemy, I am utterly clueless. Isn't there still me? That night, Ye Chen exited the spirit pill pavilion, promising to return in 3 days to assist Su Fu in alchemy. Throughout his journey, he remained silent. Surviving this calamity was merely a stroke of luck. Reflecting on the schemes against him by the Yang Peak, the Earth Yang Peak, and the discipline hall now fills him with trepidation. Had Su Fu not arrived at the crucial moment, he would have surely met a tragic end. While one can evade a straightforward attack, it is the hidden threats that are most insidious. He was acutely aware that, despite Su Fu's protection, the danger of annihilation lingered at any moment. The faude of righteousness among the esteemed sects was alluring, yet he recognized the malevolence lurking beneath the surface. I am too weak, he murmured through clenched teeth, fists tightening until his knuckles turned white. A guttural growl escaped his lips. I must become stronger, to protect those I hold dear. Returning to the little spirit garden, he knelt outside Elder Zhang Fingyan's door for what felt like an eternity. It was this aged man who had cast aside his dignity, even risked his own life to save him. Overwhelmed by guilt, he dropped at his knees with a resounding thud. Elder, I have brought shame upon you. Ye Chen whispered into the night. I swear upon my name, those who have wronged you will pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The sky stretched endlessly above, scattered stars like dust across the void. Only when the night had deepened did Ye Chen finally retreat to his quarters, by the flickering candlelight. He sat cross-legged upon his bed, delving inward to examine his own body. Earlier, in the Hall of Discipline, he had nearly succumbed to the demonic path. Had he faltered, not even Su Fu might have been able to save him. This trump card. I must never use it unless absolutely necessary, he murmured to himself. The world was merciless. The so-called righteous path would never tolerate the demonic. Unaware of when sleep claimed him, he slipped into a peculiar state, his consciousness drifting between illusion and reality. In the depths of slumber, he glimpsed a world shrouded in darkness, a colossal cauldron, towering like a mountain between heaven and earth, its oppressive weight stealing his breath. Faintly, he could hear the whispers of a malevolent force, seeping into his mind like poison. With a gasp, he jolted upright, sweat beading on his brow. A dream. Only when he recognized the familiar surroundings did he exhale, rubbing his temples. Yet the image of that mountainous cauldron lingered, hauntingly vivid. Later, Xiong heir arrived, accompanied by a plump-cheeked maiden, undoubtedly the wife he had so often boasted about. Ye Chen couldn't help but study the girl. She was not strikingly beautiful, but her round, cherubic face held a certain charm, especially her large, luminous eyes that sparkled with mischief. "My wife, Tang Rushuan," Xiong'er announced, pulling her into an embrace with a grin so smug it begged for a punch. Yet, seeing them side by side, Ye Chen couldn't suppress a bemused thought. What on earth does she see in him? "Stop fooling around," Tang Rushuan chided, though her cheeks flushed with maidenly shyness as she pushed Xiong'er away. Once free, she turned to Ye Chen, her smile revealing dimples and a pair of endearing little fangs. "I'm Tang Rushuan, a disciple of Elder Du from the outer sect's spirit orchard." "Ye Chen," he replied with a nod. "Thank you for helping me. Is there anything I need to prepare?" she asked. "Nothing, though the process will be painful," Ye Chen warned honestly. His own first body tempering had nearly shattered him. The agony was no trivial matter. "I can endure it." With a nod, Ye Chen summoned his true flame, enveloping her before guiding threads of fire into her meridians. He proceeded with utmost caution, ensuring no harm befell her delicate pathways. Even so, Tang Rushuan's face contorted in pain, sweat beading on her forehead. "Hey, are you sure you know what you're doing?" Xiong'er shot Ye Chen a glare as Tang Rushuan winced. "I have it under control," Ye Chen retorted dryly. As time passed, Tang Rushuan adjusted to the pain, allowing Ye Chen to intensify the refinement. "Don't tell me you two were betrothed before birth," Ye Chen teased, hoping to distract her. Glancing at Xiong'er, Tang Rushuan chuckled. Actually, he wasn't always like this. A mishap with his cultivation technique altered his form. "Oh?" Ye Chen arched a brow, eyeing Xiong'er. "Don't even get me started," Xiong'er grumbled, plopping onto the ground. "That damned old man tricked me. I used to be dashingly handsome before that cursed technique ruined everything." "I don't mind," Tang Rushuan giggled, patting Xiong'er's round head. "You'll return to your old self one day." Their banter successfully diverted Tang Rushuan's attention as Ye Chen gradually intensified the flames, refining her marrow, meridians, and bones layer by layer. 3 hours later, he finally exhaled deeply, withdrawing the true flame. The moment the flames receded, Tang Rushuan swayed unsteadily. "How do you feel?" Xiong'er asked anxiously. A warm sensation enveloped her body. Tang Rushuan moved her somewhat stiff limbs and noticed a significant lightness compared to before. Her meridians seemed to flow with greater ease. In short, she felt splendid. "Is that so?" Bear Air's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands and gazed at Ye Chen, blinking as he spoke. "Why don't you teach me to refine as well?" "Certainly," Ye Chen responded with unexpected decisiveness. The true fire of Danai surged forth once more, enveloping Bear 2 entirely. Immediately, the cries of Bear 2 echoed through the small spirit garden. Unlike the gentle treatment he afforded the young girl Tang Rushuan, Ye Chen showed no mercy in refining Bear 2's body, ensuring the process was exceedingly rigorous. For the next 2 days, Bear 2 would arrive each morning accompanied by Tang Rushuan. Remarkably, after 3 days of marrow cleansing, Tang Rushuan experienced an unexpected boon. Her cultivation advanced from the 4th to the 5th layer of the human origin realm during the refinement of the essence. 3 days passed quietly. One morning, after a hasty breakfast, Ye Chen ascended the mountain with Tian Ke. For today, he was to assist Su Fu in alchemy. As was customary, upon reaching Ling Mountain, he caught the attention of several disciples who were seated on stones, absorbing spiritual energy. They exchanged whispers, occasionally glancing and pointing at Ye Chen. Elder Su had nearly clashed with Elder Zhao on his behalf. Surely, surviving such tribulations heralded future blessings. With Elder Su's protection, brighter days lay ahead. Indeed, as Ye Chen traversed the path, numerous disciples greeted him, a stark contrast to the past when no one would acknowledge an intern. Thanks to Su Fu's timely intervention, Ye Chen's circumstances had significantly improved. Few have achieved success. Naturally, along this journey, one has encountered numerous disciples of the Sun and Earth peaks. Whether it is jealousy or resentment, these disciples, upon seeing Ye Chen, clench their teeth, making one wonder if they bear a grudge akin to a vendetta. Ye Chen pays them no heed and strides directly towards the Spirit Pill Pavilion. At this moment, within the pavilion, an intersect elder is visiting, a female elder of unparalleled beauty, resembling a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, is she not the very Chu Xianer whom Ye Chen encountered on the back mountain? "Junior sister, are you truly considering selecting a disciple from the outer sect?" Su Fu inquires, his tone tinged with surprise. "It is unavoidable. I am compelled by our master." Chu Xianer shrugs her delicate shoulders, expressing her resignation. He insists I choose one with exceptional talent, preferably at the condensation realm, for unforeseen circumstances. "Indeed, junior sister, it is time for you to take on a disciple." There is no shortage of talented outer sect disciples. The choice is yours. Oh, brother, why do you echo this sentiment? Chu Xian'er massages her temples. Su Fu chuckles and shakes his head, swiftly changing the subject. What are your thoughts on the Tianji Dan being auctioned at the underworld black market? Upon mentioning the Tianji Dan, Chu Xian'er furrows her brows, pondering for a moment before responding. There are many rumors circulating, but they all point to the Hall of Bloodthirst being the most likely candidate. However, I have heard that only half a Tianji Dan was brought back. This matter requires further verification. Our master and the others participated in the bidding for the Tianji Dan that day, only to find themselves outmaneuvered. As for whether the Tianji Dan was taken in its entirety, perhaps only those who ultimately acquired it will know. Senior Elder Su, I have arrived. Just then, as they converse, Ye Chen steps into the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Upon entering, he immediately spots Chu Xian'er seated beside Su Fu. Why is it her? Ye Chen was taken aback, instinctively turning to flee. However, after merely 2 steps, he felt an overwhelming and irresistible force enveloping his body, pulling him back with a sudden jolt. The one responsible was, of course, Chu Xianyuan. As she brought Ye Chen back, Chu Xianyuan gazed at him with a playful smile. Am I truly that frightening? And no, not frightening, Ye Chen stammered, offering an awkward smile. Then why do you run away upon seeing me? It happened last time and again this time. Chu Xuanyuan's luminous eyes sparkled with curiosity at Ye Chen's reaction. Did the junior sister encounter him before? Su Fu interjected, a hint of surprise in his voice. I saw him once at the back mountain, and he ran upon seeing me. Upon hearing this, Su Fu raised an eyebrow, directing his gaze towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen, have you perhaps committed some misdeed? No. Ye Chen shook his head vigorously, resembling a clanging bell. Then why did you run? Are you truly Ye Chen? Before Ye Chen could respond, Chu Xianyuan interjected, clearly unaware that the individual before her was indeed Ye Chen. Does the junior sister know him? Su Fu was momentarily taken aback. It was hard not to know. Chu Xianyuan stretched lazily, mentioning how the Wind and Cloud platform had left several of the true disciples from both the Yang and Di peaks in a battered state, and this incident had already reached the inner sect. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen cleared his throat, unable to suppress the urge to touch his nose, realizing that he had become somewhat of a celebrity among the Hung Yue sect since his arrival. With each remarkable feat, it was indeed difficult not to gain notoriety. Young lad, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? With a gentle smile, Chu Xianyuan gazed at Ye Chen. Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for such a proposition from Chu Xianyuan. To accept or not? That was the question. Although he was certain that the woman before him was not the same as the one from the Beast Forest that day, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that if he were to become her disciple, he might inexplicably find himself with a couple of knives in his back during the night. Is there even a need to think about it? Noticing Ye Chen's silence, Su Fu grew impatient and gave him a gentle kick. Have you made your decision? Chu Xianyuan observed Ye Chen with keen interest. Elder, do I need to accompany you to the inner sect at this very moment? Ye Chen inquired tentatively while gazing at Chu Xianyuan. Indeed, there will be trials. Only if you succeed in entering the inner sect will you be deemed worthy. Understood. With that, Chu Xianyuan rose gracefully, her steps light as she glided towards the exit. Just as she stepped out of the Lingdan pavilion, she turned back with a radiant smile. If you manage to enter the inner sanctum, I may consider imparting a secret technique to you. That enchanting smile momentarily captivated Ye Chen, stirring a deep infatuation within him. Ever since that night, the image of Chu Lingo had lingered in his mind. The memory of their spring night together etched indelibly in his heart. She was so beautiful, akin to a celestial being, pure and immaculate. Now, before him stood a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, evoking a surreal, dreamlike sensation. Perhaps lost in his reverie, he was oblivious to the fact that he had become utterly entranced. As the crowd dispersed, Su Fu approached and gave him a nudge, jolting Ye Chen back to the present. He cleared his throat and instinctively touched the tip of his nose. Let us commence our work, Su Fu said, pulling Ye Chen directly into the inner hall. Upon entering, Ye Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to an imposing alchemical furnace, towering at 3 zhang. Intricate engravings of the azure dragon, phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise adorned its sides, surrounded by an array of complex patterns. While he had encountered alchemical furnaces before, he had never seen one of such grand stature. The mere sight of it exuded a palpable sense of weight and pressure. Additionally, he felt waves of heat surging from the depths below, unmistakably emanating from the earth's fire. Buzz. At that moment, the true fire within him seemed to sense the subterranean flames, causing a slight quiver. This tremor, however, was sufficient to send the rolling earth fire retreating. Control your true fire. Do not allow it to consume the earth fire, Su Fu remarked with a hint of irritation, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Chen. Can true fire actually devour earth fire? Ye Chen pondered, somewhat astonished. After all, they were both flames of the same essence, so it was indeed possible. This was a revelation to him. Ye Chen muttered softly, his thoughts already relaying the warning to the true fire within his Dan Si. If he were to allow the earth fire to be consumed, Su Fu would undoubtedly be furious. Place your hand on the alchemical furnace. I shall assess the level of your spiritual power, Su Fu instructed. The level of spiritual power? Ye Chen exclaimed, bewildered. Even during his previous intelligence-gathering endeavors, he had never heard of spiritual power being categorized into levels. Though curiosity stirred within him, he gently pressed his hand against the furnace. It appeared that this furnace served not only for alchemy, but also possessed the ability to gauge a person's spiritual power. Buzz. The moment he made contact, the furnace emitted a resonant hum. Subsequently, a beam of spiritual light erupted from its apex, coalescing midair into the enigmatic character Ling. It was indeed at the spiritual level. Upon witnessing the character, Su Fu stroked his beard, his tone laced with surprise. Ye Chen withdrew his hand, his curiosity piqued. Elder, what are the classifications of spiritual power? Spiritual power is divided into 5 levels: human, spiritual, profound, earth, and heaven, Su Fu explained, taking his time to elucidate for Ye Chen's understanding. These 5 levels correspond to the 5 major realms of cultivators. Human level corresponds to the Qi condensation realm, spiritual level to the human origin realm, profound level to the true yang realm, earth level to the spirit void realm, and heaven level to the empty void realm. Typically, the level of spiritual power aligns with one's cultivation level. However, your spiritual power surpasses your cultivation level by 1 tier. At this point, Su Fu cast a sidelong glance at Ye Chen, inquiring, have you consumed any elixirs that nourish the soul? Hearing this, Ye Chen gently shook his head. That is indeed puzzling, Su Fu mused, stroking his beard, his expression rife with confusion. Elder, is there truly a distinction? Certainly, there is a distinction. The soul is profoundly mysterious and fraught with possibilities. Individuals with elevated spiritual power possess comprehension far beyond the ordinary. When condensing the primordial spirit, they enjoy unique advantages. What is the primordial spirit? Ye Chen's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he looked at Su Fu. In response, Su Fu inhaled deeply, his gaze reflecting both reverence and aspiration. The primordial spirit is a level above the soul, akin to the distinction between spiritual energy and true qi. Generally, only those who have reached the heaven's tranquility realm are qualified to condense the primordial spirit. With the primordial spirit, one can separate from the physical body. As long as the primordial spirit endures, the corporeal form remains unscathed, such is the principle. Ye Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. So, cultivators below the heaven's tranquility realm are incapable of condensing the primordial spirit? Nothing is absolute, Su Fu remarked. In this vast world, wonders abound, and it is not unheard of for individuals to condense their primordial spirit within the realm of Lingxiu, albeit the number is so scarce as to be nearly non-existent. At this juncture, Su Fu paused briefly before continuing, of course, this universe is not devoid of anomalies. I once encountered a passage in an ancient tome that spoke of a mysterious and ancient race, endowed with the innate ability to possess a primordial spirit from birth. What manner of race is this, so formidable? The Spirit Clan. The Lingling clan, Ye Chen exclaimed in astonishment, realizing yet another remarkable ancient clan among the 9 clans. Today, he had indeed broadened his horizons, for Su Fu's experiences far surpassed his expectations. Your soul power exceeds your cultivation by a level. Perhaps you truly can condense your primordial spirit before reaching the celestial tranquility realm. Su Fu stroked his beard, gazing at Ye Chen with profound significance. Such a profound connection. Ye Chen chuckled softly. Within the inner sanctum of the Lingdan Pavilion, Su Fu had commenced the meticulous preparation of alchemical materials. He had laid out over 30 varieties of spiritual herbs, many of which were entirely unfamiliar to him. Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh in awe. Merely observing these 30-odd herbs allowed him to envision the intricate and laborious process of alchemy, rendering the creation of the jade spirit liquid a trivial endeavor in comparison. The essence of alchemy primarily lies in the mastery of soul force, followed closely by the art of flame control. For a century, Su Fu had diligently curated these herbs while imparting fundamental knowledge of alchemy to Ye Chen. You possess a unique advantage in this art, as your soul force transcends your cultivation level. Furthermore, your innate true fire possesses a spark of sentience, intimately linked to your thoughts, enabling you to manipulate the flames with exquisite precision, an invaluable asset in alchemical practice. At this juncture, Su Fu cast a meaningful glance at Ye Chen. Thus, you are exceptionally suited to become an alchemist. An alchemist? Me? Ye Chen was momentarily taken aback. Your exceptional attributes truly warrant such a path. To forego the role of an alchemist would indeed be a disservice to the blessings bestowed upon you by fate. Su Fu continued, presenting an additional selection of spiritual herbs. With your talents, it is entirely plausible that you might surpass that old fellow, Dan Shun. Dan Shun. Ye Chen exclaimed in astonishment. As an individual dedicated to the realm of intelligence, he was well aware of the esteemed reputation of Dan Shun, the most renowned alchemist in Chu, who stood independent of any faction yet commanded the respect of all. He could hardly fathom that Su Fu would suggest he might surpass Dan Shun. Such an idea was beyond his wildest dreams. Tell me, young one, do you harbor any interest in becoming an alchemist? Su Fu inquired. His gaze fixed upon Ye Chen with keen interest. Of course, I do. Ye Chen replied without a moment's hesitation. The vocation of an alchemist was exceptionally noble. And within the vast expanse of Chu, such individuals were exceedingly rare, revered by all factions as if they were ancestral deities. To become an alchemist would undoubtedly illuminate the path ahead. Having received the answer he sought, Su Fu approached the alchemical furnace. I shall teach you to concoct your first elixir. Observe closely, for I will demonstrate only once. With that, Su Fu activated the earth fire beneath the furnace. Boom. Instantly, a vibrant purple flame erupted within the furnace, illuminating the intricate designs of the four mythical beasts adorning its surface. Su Fu then deftly tossed several spirit herbs into the furnace, skillfully controlling the earth fire to extract their essence, all while adding more herbs in a seamless flow. Meanwhile, Ye Chen stood in silent reverence, each of Su Fu's movements indelibly etched into his memory. This was a lengthy process, and before long, the air within the inner hall of the Spirit Elixir Pavilion became thick with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Elixir of Purity. With Su Fu's utterance, he struck the alchemical furnace, and a violet spirit elixir soared forth, captured deftly in his hand. Observing this, Ye Chen hurriedly stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the pill in Su Fu's grasp. Behold, Su Fu presented the elixir in his hand to Ye Chen. Ye Chen extended his hand to receive it. The elixir, freshly concocted, still radiated warmth. It was crystalline and translucent, enveloped in a swirl of violet aura. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted towards him, and with a single inhalation, he felt a profound sense of tranquility. Furthermore, upon the elixir's surface, a pattern appeared, subtly discernible. This was the Return Xian pill, capable of swiftly replenishing the body's expended vital energy and spiritual power in times of deficiency. Su Fu had already settled into a comfortable position, explaining that this elixir was merely a basic grade among its kind, and that the visible pattern signified its rank. Elixirs are classified by grade? Ye Chen inquired, turning his gaze towards Su Fu. Of course, Su Fu replied. The elixir in your hand bears a single line, signifying it as a one-pattern elixir. Should it possess two lines, it would be classified as a two-pattern elixir, and so forth, the greater the number of lines. The higher the grade of the elixir. Elder, may I inquire what is the highest grade of elixir you have refined? Ye Chen asked with curiosity. The most advanced elixir I have independently concocted is a four-pattern elixir, Su Fu stated candidly, stroking his beard. I once collaborated with that old fellow Dan Chen and managed to produce a five-pattern elixir. What grade is the Tianji Dan? Ye Chen, perhaps too eager for knowledge, promptly inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Fu furrowed his brow and regarded Ye Chen with profound interest. You are aware of the Tianji Dan? Ye Chen cleared his throat and rubbed his nose. Not long ago, I accompanied Xiong Er on a visit to the netherworld black market, and I overheard others speaking of it. Su Fu subtly averted his gaze, but still chose to respond to Ye Chen's inquiry. The Tianji Dan is the highest grade elixir I am aware of. If categorized by grade, it is a six-pattern elixir. Is the Tianji Dan particularly difficult to concoct? Ye Chen questioned, looking at Su Fu in confusion. Even the formidable Dan Chen could not produce it? Are you playing around? Su Fu shot a disgruntled glance at Ye Chen. Each elixir corresponds to a specific recipe, and without the formula for the heavenly tranquility pill, even the old man Dan Chen would be at a loss as to how to concoct it, even if there were a recipe. I doubt we could gather enough spiritual herbs required for its creation. And who knows which faction acquired that empty void? Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Su Fu kicked Ye Chen back to the alchemy furnace, stating, Isn't that what you should be focusing on? As he spoke, Su Fu carelessly tossed an ancient scroll to Ye Chen and reprimanded him. This is the recipe for the returning Xian pill. Study it diligently. Once you've comprehended it, you better refine the pill properly. No slacking off. Ye Chen touched his nose and gently opened the recipe for the returning Xian pill. To his astonishment, he found that refining this pill was far more intricate than concocting the jade spirit liquid, demanding an exceptionally high level of control over the flames. Even a minor mistake could lead to failure in the alchemical process. This was merely a first-tier elixir. Ye Chen clicked his tongue. However, to become an alchemist, such challenges would not deter him. As he pondered over the recipe, he simultaneously recalled Su Fu's previous alchemical procedures, which allowed him to grasp a hint of understanding. Not far away, Su Fu lounged lazily in a chair, occasionally peeking at Ye Chen with half-closed eyes. It was only when night descended that Ye Chen finally set aside the recipe. Like Su Fu, he succumbed to a semblance of slumber, replaying the scenes of Su Fu refining the returning Xian pill in his mind. Eventually, he slowly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and summoned the true fire into the alchemical furnace. Following that, several spiritual herbs were added to the furnace in succession. Thanks to his prior experience with the jade spirit liquid, he managed to control the flames with relative skill. Soon, the essence of the herbs he had added was extracted, and more herbs were introduced. Yet, he had underestimated the complexity of alchemy. During his first attempt, his hands became flustered, and his control over the flames faltered. The first attempt at refining the pill ended in failure. Ye Chen paused to identify his mistakes, then reignited the true fire in the furnace for a second attempt. What followed was a series of setbacks. Each failure left the ground littered with charred remnants of spiritual herbs. Su Fu had prepared over 100 portions of herbs for the returning Xian pill, intending for Ye Chen to learn from his failures and uncover the essence of alchemy. As dawn approached, Ye Chen still had not succeeded in creating the returning Xian pill. Instead, his complexion had turned pale. The alchemical process had drained his spiritual energy, leaving his mind in a constant state of buzzing. Ultimately, he found himself half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. In his eagerness to succeed, he had instead complicated matters. Su Fu, still in a semblance of slumber, spoke up. You have underestimated the art of alchemy. Ye Chen shook his head helplessly. Alchemy, much like cultivation, requires a tranquil mind. Su Fu cast a stern glance at Ye Chen and admonished, your heart is far from calm. Distractions are a grave taboo for an alchemist. I understand, Ye Chen replied, attentively absorbing Su Fu's teachings. He realized he had indeed failed to calm his mind, burdened by a plethora of past events that fueled his desire to become powerful. He was accustomed to the fervor of battle but struggled to adapt to the serenity required in alchemy. Take this and continue refining. Su Fu tossed a pill towards him. If you cannot even concoct the returning Xian pill, I will truly question your abilities as an alchemist. Ye Chen caught the pill and promptly consumed it. Once inside, the pill dissolved instantly. Soon, its medicinal properties surged through his body, refreshing him like a cool spring, alleviating his fatigue. Moreover, the pill's effects soothed the sharp pains in his mind, gradually restoring his waning spiritual energy. 2 hours later, he exhaled a breath of turbid air and rose once more. With a focused thought, he summoned the true fire and directed it into the alchemical furnace. Maintain tranquility, Ye Chen reminded himself internally. Soon, the first batch of spiritual herbs was. Drawing from previous failures, he approached this task with heightened caution, meticulously attending to every step. This time, as he progressed through the refinement of the returning Xian pill, nearing completion, he encountered yet another setback. Undeterred, he pressed on. Ye Chen summoned all his strength, executing each action with remarkable slowness, gradually losing track of time. Although he faced failure once more, his technique had evidently evolved from clumsy to remarkably adept. Not far away, Su Fu reopened his eyes, casting a glance at the ashes of the spiritual herbs beneath the cauldron. In my time, it took me 93 portions of spiritual herbs to successfully refine the returning Xian pill. What about you, Ye Chen? He murmured, slipping back into a state of feigned slumber. Buzz. The alchemical furnace trembled again as Ye Chen faced his 20th failure. I refused to yield. He gritted his teeth, without taking a moment's rest, reigniting the true fire. This is the inner sect, a mystical mountain enveloped in spiraling spiritual energy, known as the Jade Maiden Peak. At its summit, Chu Xinyuan sat in quiet meditation, harmonizing her breath. Behind her, a graceful figure approached, trailing the enchanting fragrance characteristic of women. Linger, why are you out again? Sensing Chu Linger's arrival, Chu Xinyuan rose, playfully flicking her finger against Linger's forehead. You're slacking off again. Where is it? Chu Linga chuckled softly, then glanced around, as if searching for something. What are you searching for? Sister, I have heard that you have taken on a disciple outside. Where is he? Bring him out for me to see. I am curious to witness what kind of talent has caught your discerning eye. Still at the outer gate, Chu Xinyuan remarked with a gentle smile. Indeed. That was quite an intriguing little fellow. My challenge for him is to gain entry to the inner gate. If he cannot even accomplish this, then there is no further discussion. As she spoke, Chu Xinyuan playfully nudged Chu Lingo, urging her, hurry and retreat to your seclusion. Do not sneak out again. I know. Chu Linger muttered under her breath, yet she obediently departed from the scene. Success in alchemy. In the dead of night, a hoarse voice resonated within the alchemical pavilion. Had he truly succeeded so swiftly? The slumbering Su Fu was roused, springing up and swiftly moving to the side of Ye Chen. Upon glancing at Ye Chen, he noticed that the young man had already grasped a pill that had been expelled from the alchemical furnace. Perhaps due to overwhelming fatigue, Ye Chen stumbled slightly upon seizing the spirit pill, nearly collapsing to the ground. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his eye sockets sunken and bloodshot, a stubble adorning his chin, and a look of despondency etched upon his face. Su Fu intervened, channeling a stream of spiritual light into Ye Chen's body, thereby steadying his stance. He had succeeded. He had indeed succeeded. Ignoring his physical exhaustion, Ye Chen gazed joyfully at the returning essence pill in his hand. This pill was not as smooth and polished as those crafted by Su Fu. It bore an uneven surface, and the purple aura surrounding it flickered inconsistently. While the intricate patterns upon it were indistinct, nonetheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for it was his first attempt at alchemy, and thus, the imperfections were understandable. Su Fu had already taken possession of the returning essence pill, casting a glance at the remaining spiritual herbs. Remarkably, only 40 portions of herbs had been utilized to concoct this pill. A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Fu's eyes, as he was genuinely taken aback. Even the old man Dan Chen had required nearly 70 portions during his inaugural attempt. This young lad's achievement had surpassed Su Fu's expectations. However, maintaining his composure, he remarked, "You have barely passed, but the quality of your returning essence pill is rather rudimentary and will require further refinement over time." Understood, Ye Chen chuckled. Since this is the first elixir you have concocted, go ahead and consume it. Su Fu then handed the returning elixir to Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded earnestly, grasping his very first elixir crafted by his own hands, and then opened his mouth to swallow it. Soon, the medicinal properties of the returning elixir dispersed within him, swiftly replenishing the expended vital energy. The richness of this essence was indeed vastly superior to that of the jade spirit liquid. This exemplified the significant disparity between the jade spirit liquid and the elixir. Go rest now. We shall continue tomorrow. Su Fu left behind a remark before vanishing from sight, followed by an ethereal voice that echoed back, "Be sure to clean the alchemical furnace thoroughly, especially those residues." Understood. Ye Chen's spirits soared as he effortlessly removed the lid of the alchemical furnace and then leaped inside. The night sky was profound, with stars scattered like dust. The spirit elixir pavilion was enveloped in tranquility, only to be disturbed by the faint sound of footsteps. A woman emerged from a side hall of the pavilion. Her garments billowed gracefully as she approached. Her flowing hair danced without the caress of wind, framing an exquisitely beautiful face that bore an air of aloofness, as if she were an ice lotus. This female disciple was Chi Yu, the foremost apprentice of the Spirit Elixir Pavilion. Despite her recent seclusion, she had yet to attain the true Yang realm. Her murmured words revealed a flicker of discontent in her enchanting eyes. As she passed by the alchemical furnace, her delicate brows furrowed slightly upon hearing the rustling sounds from within. "Who is it? Come out." Chi Yu's voice was cold. Soon, a pair of dark, grimy hands emerged from within, followed by Ye Chen, who appeared completely covered in soot. Upon seeing him, Chi Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. "Who are you? And why are you in the Spirit Pill Pavilion? What business do you have in the alchemy furnace?" Hearing this, Ye Chen leaped out and chuckled. "I'm here as a helper sent by Elder Su." Observing Ye Chen, whose body was smeared with dirt, and sensing his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi condensation, Chi Yu's brows furrowed once more. "If you're just here to help, then don't touch anything in the Spirit Pill Pavilion." Faced with Chi Yu's frosty demeanor and the barely concealed disdain in her words, Ye Chen could only respond with a nonchalant After casting a final glance at him, Chi Yu turned and walked away. "What is with that expression? I don't owe you anything." Ye Chen thought dismissively as he climbed back into the alchemy furnace. Buzz. Soon, the true fire in his dantian quivered, as if it sensed the earth fire beneath the furnace, becoming restless. Had Ye Chen not restrained it, it might have rushed down to consume the earth fire. Behave yourself. You're scaring the child, Ye Chen muttered. Indeed, since he first jumped into the furnace, the earth fire had remained obedient, not daring to show itself. Although it lacked intelligence, it possessed a certain sensitivity, fearing the true fire that was stronger than itself. As he wiped the ashes from the furnace, Ye Chen vaguely noticed numerous inscriptions carved within it. Perhaps it was too dark inside the furnace that prompted him to instinctively summon his true fire, which illuminated the interior with a golden glow. Only then did he see that each character was no larger than an infant's fingernail, densely packed throughout the entire furnace, many of which were too ancient for him to recognize. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, he seemed to hear a low, dragon-like rumble, faint yet palpable, leading him to question whether it was merely an illusion. Frowning slightly, he reached out to gently touch the intricate characters. To his astonishment, those densely packed inscriptions began to move, swirling upon the inner wall of the furnace, each glowing brilliantly, dazzling him so much that he instinctively covered his eyes. In no time, those countless characters sprang forth from the inner wall, swirling rapidly around Ye Chen. Finally, they surged into his forehead all at once. With a low growl, Ye Chen clutched his head and promptly fainted. Night fell into silence once more. Qi returned from outside, merely glancing at the alchemy furnace before entering the side hall. Inside the furnace, Ye Chen lay still, yet his consciousness was swept into a wondrous realm. What is this place? He gasped in astonishment as he beheld the fantastical world before him. It was a surreal, wild expanse with towering mountains and steep cliffs, the boundless earth stretching infinitely. Despite being an illusion, he could faintly sense a primal energy permeating the atmosphere. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the illusory world began to tremble. In the distance, he spotted a magnificent figure approaching, and the booming sounds were the echoes of its footsteps. This figure resembled an ancient barbarian, bare-armed, wrapped in tiger skin at the waist, with a powerful build, piercing eyes, and unruly long hair flowing in the wind. His muscles rippled with explosive strength. Is this a figure from the ancient barbarian tribe? Ye Chen murmured. Although it was an illusion, he still felt an overwhelming pressure with each step the imposing figure took. His heart trembled. Bang! With astonished eyes, Ye Chen watched as the barbarian took his final step, pausing there. His back stood like a mountain, unmoving, resembling an indomitable monument that no external force could shake. He remained still, akin to a statue, as the cycles of day and night and the passage of seasons left their marks upon him. At last, he moved, his eyes suddenly opening wide, and two beams of electric light shot forth. Then, visible to the naked eye, dragon patterns began to emerge on his body, with electric sparks dancing along his arms. Rising Dragon. Accompanied by his thunderous roar, he stepped forward, and with a sudden, powerful sweep of his arm, he unleashed a palm strike into the void. Roar. Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's cry reverberated through the heavens, as the wild man conjured a colossal shadow of a thunder dragon with a strike. The thunder dragon roared and charged skyward. Boom. Thunder rumbled. Instantly, the heavens and earth transformed, dark clouds gathering ominously, as the massive dragon shadow shattered the firmament, causing the very cosmos to tremble. Such an imposing and tyrannical arcane technique. Witnessing this spectacle, Ye Chen's mouth hung agape, unable to close for an extended moment. At this juncture, the ethereal realm began to dissolve, and a torrent of profound knowledge surged into his mind, a secret art known as Rising Dragon. The image of the wild man performing this arcane technique played incessantly in his thoughts. At some unknown moment, within the alchemical furnace, Ye Chen abruptly sat up. After a brief moment of dazedness, he regained his clarity. Ka Long, he murmured, suddenly realizing that he had been drawn into a wondrous realm. A realm that evoked vivid memories of a savage existence, articulating the esoteric art known as Ka Long. With this thought racing through his mind, he hastily rose to his feet and once more gazed at the inner walls of the alchemical furnace, only to discover that the myriad inscriptions had vanished without a trace. It seemed that the secrets of the Ka Long technique had long been etched into this furnace. Ye Chen mused to himself. If that were the case, could Su Fu truly be unaware? Or rather, Ye Chen murmured at this juncture, his gaze flickering momentarily as he regarded the true fire within his danci. Perhaps the secret technique of the soaring dragon only reveals itself in the presence of true fire, while the earthly flames lack the requisite quality for such manifestation. If Su Fu was unaware of this, it would indeed make sense. With this hypothesis in mind, he deftly leaped from the alchemical furnace and hastened out of the spirit pill pavilion, making his way to the rear mountains of Tumultuous sect. Here it is. Seeking a secluded spot, Ye Chen hurriedly seated himself and immersed his mind in the profound teachings of the Konglong secret method. The principles of the Konglong secret method flowed once more through his consciousness. In the midst of contemplation, he could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. The very name Konglong suggests a fierce and aggressive technique. The introduction to the Konglong secret method indeed speaks of such a domineering art, which demands an exceptionally high physical standard from its practitioner. Due to its ferocity, those whose physical prowess does not meet the requisite standards are bound to suffer injury. The wild figure in the vision must surely belong to an ancient barbaric tribe, known for their formidable physiques and naturally aggressive techniques. I wonder if my physical strength is sufficient to meet the standards required for wielding the Konglong. With this thought in mind, Ye Chen abruptly rose, taking a deep breath as he activated the principles of the Konglong secret method. Crackle, crackle. Suddenly, he was engulfed in an inexplicable surge of lightning that tore through him, inflicting pain upon his body. He acutely felt the blood within him coursing rapidly, akin to flames consuming everything in their path, as a powerful force surged through his meridians. Even his flexible meridians could not withstand the agony, causing him to let out a low roar. With a resounding roar of Konglong, he stepped forward and unleashed a powerful palm strike. A thunderous roar echoed, and a phantom dragon of lightning erupted, sweeping away the ancient trees and shattered stones around him. The ground shook with a deafening crash as the solid rock wall several paces away crumbled under the force of his strike. At that moment, Ye Chen, who had just executed the Konglong technique, nearly stumbled to the ground. The immense expenditure of energy left him in shock. In haste, he gulped down several mouthfuls of spiritual liquid. The execution of Konglong had nearly drained all the true energy from his dantian. Indeed, such a domineering attack requires substantial support, and although the Konglong secret technique is formidable, given his current state, he could barely manage a single execution, utterly unable to unleash a second strike. As the spiritual liquid coursed through his body, the true energy consumed by the Konglong technique gradually began to replenish. Yet the pain throughout his body persisted. He lamented, realizing that with his current physical strength, he could only barely perform this secret art. As dawn approached, Ye Chen drank another mouthful of spiritual liquid before swiftly making his way out of the back mountain. Upon returning to the Lingdan pavilion, the sky had brightened considerably. Inside the inner hall, Su Fu was already seated in meditation, awaiting his arrival. "Good morning, Elder," Ye Chen greeted with a smile. Come here, come here." Su Fu beckoned him over and then quietly inquired, "Did you see Where last night?" Ye Chen nodded, understanding that Su Fu was referring to his disciple, Qiyu. "What do you think of my Wei?" Su Fu asked, his eyes twinkling with delight as he gazed at Ye Chen. Ye Chen was taken aback but still managed to respond, "She is exceedingly beautiful, resembling a celestial being. Do you like it?" Ye Chen was taken aback. He realized that early in the morning, Su Fu intended to act as a matchmaker, connecting him with Qiyu. "Master." A piercing female voice emerged from the side hall. In the next moment, Qiyu, clad in a flowing white dress, strode into the inner hall, her cheeks flushed with anger. "You've emerged from your seclusion, Yuer?" Su Fu chuckled awkwardly, attempting to feign ignorance. Qiyu shot Su Fu a fierce glare, her beautiful eyes turning cold as they fixed on Ye Chen. A diligent disciple should focus solely on cultivation, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Moreover, if you are to seek companionship, at least find someone superior to me. What is he? Just a mere practitioner of the Qi gathering stage. Is it so difficult for my disciple to find a suitable match? Qiyu unleashed a torrent of scolding, not only directing her ire at Su Fu, but also leaving Ye Chen unable to lift his head in shame. "Yuer, allow me to explain," he began. "I do not wish to listen," Qiyu interjected, abruptly cutting off Su Fu's words. Before departing, she cast a frigid glance at Ye Chen and, with a flourish of her robes, exited the inner hall. After Qiyu's departure, Ye Chen smirked slightly and turned to Su Fu. "I must say, Elder, your disciple possesses quite the temper. Alas, I have indulged her too much. By the way, Elder Su, who usually tends to your alchemical furnace?" Ye Chen shifted the topic to the furnace, hoping to ascertain whether Su Fu was aware of the hidden secrets within. "That treasure of mine is typically maintained by me and Yuer, aside from you," Su Fu replied. "Have you not discovered anything unusual within the alchemical furnace?" Ye Chen inquired cautiously. "Something?" What do you mean? Su Fu looked at Ye Chen, bewildered, observing Su Fu's expression. Ye Chen deduced the answer he sought. Neither Su Fu nor Chi Yu had any knowledge of the concealed secret method within the furnace, and it was likely that the secret would only reveal itself in the presence of true fire. I am asking you a question. What is this something? Su Fu continued to stare at Ye Chen. Oh, nothing of consequence, merely some remnants of spiritual herbs, Ye Chen replied casually before exiting the inner hall. I shall go refine alchemy now. Do not make a fuss, Su Fu remarked with a hint of irritation. Approaching the alchemical furnace, Ye Chen took a deep breath and summoned his true fire to pour into the cauldron. Su Fu followed suit, reclining on a chair. Though feigning slumber, he remained vigilant, observing Ye Chen closely. Buzz. Soon enough, Ye Chen's alchemical endeavor encountered a setback, as the spirit herbs he had added were completely consumed by the flames. He shook his head in resignation and pressed on. After an entire day of alchemy, he exhausted all remaining spirit herbs, producing only 3 returning Xian pills. This lad has made astonishing progress. Su Fu, lounging in his chair, silently marveled at Ye Chen's innate talent. When he first attempted to concoct the returning Xian pill, he had used over 90 spirit herbs, more than double what Ye Chen had utilized. On his second attempt, he employed over 80 spirit herbs, while Ye Chen managed with just a handful. Such an extraordinary gift for alchemy, old Dan Chen. You shall surely be astonished in the future. Su Fu murmured with a smile. Overcome by fatigue, Ye Chen collapsed beneath the alchemical furnace, gasping for breath. 3 pills, he chuckled to himself, clutching the 3 returning Xian pills. He felt a surge of joy. He did not aspire to leap to greatness in a single bound, but rather sought daily improvement. Have you sensed a change in your soul power? A voice inquired as Su Fu approached slowly. Ye Chen nodded eagerly. I have noticed that my soul power seems to subtly strengthen with each alchemical attempt, and my state of mind has become significantly clearer. Looks like you're not as foolish as you appear, Su Fu replied. Elder Su, do you possess any elixirs that can nourish soul power? Ye Chen asked, rubbing his hands with a grin. I have some, but they belong to me. If you desire them, you must concoct them yourself, Su Fu retorted, his eyes narrowing at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, with brightened eyes, responded, but I lack the recipe. Su Fu shot him an exasperated glance, pulling an ancient scroll from his robe and handing it to Ye Chen. Ye Chen hurriedly accepted it, and, upon opening the scroll to glance through, discovered that this elixir, named Soul Pill, was also a one-pattern elixir. However, from the description, it appeared to be of a higher grade than the returning Xian pill, with an exceedingly complicated preparation method. Do not share the recipe I have shown you, Su Fu cautioned Ye Chen. For us alchemists, recipes are of paramount importance. Do not take it lightly. Understood, understood, Ye Chen casually replied, engrossed in examining the alchemical formula before him. Take your time. Su Fu left behind a single remark before rising to make his way towards the inner chamber. Before departing, he left behind a token, stating that if anything was lacking in the spiritual herbs, one could use his token to gather them from the herb garden. Such a fortuitous opportunity. Clutching Su Fu's token, Ye Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a pass. That night, he ventured to the herb garden with the token in hand. Returning to the herb garden, he felt a surge of confidence. With the token at his disposal, he would not hold back. As he entered the herb garden, he was once again greeted by the sound of a woman's soft moans emanating from a small loft. Ye Chen cleared his throat and touched his nose, as the woman's cries reminded him of the delightful experiences from that fateful night in the beast forest. Her voice seemed to echo in his ears, stirring his thoughts. Shaking off his reverie, he coughed once more. Instantly, the loft was filled with frantic voices urging, "Hurry, put on your clothes." Soon after, a male disciple named Ye Chen emerged, his clothing hastily assembled, with his robe still unfastened. Is there something amiss? Ye Chen inquired with feigned calmness. Elder Su has sent me to gather spirit herbs. As Ye Chen spoke, he revealed Su Fu's token. Upon catching sight of Elder Su's token, Ye Cen's demeanor transformed instantaneously, adopting a sycophantic expression as if he were gazing upon Su Fu himself. You may continue with your tasks, Ye Chen said, weary of wasting time with him, and proceeded to enter, clutching the token. Before him lay vast expanses of spiritual herbs, each exuding ethereal energy, competing in vibrant allure. Without delay, he retrieved the formulas for the returning Xian Dan and the Soul Dan, commencing the harvest of the required ingredients as per the instructions. Unlike the previous occasion, he now exuded confidence, unfastening his storage bag and harvesting as if he were a brigand, leaving a barren trail behind him. Suddenly, the true fire within the Dan Si quivered. He had nearly forgotten about it. Ye Chen hastily rose and glanced in a particular direction. The initial tremor of the true fire indicated the presence of treasures within this herb garden. However, due to the urgency of his last visit, he had not had the opportunity to investigate. This time, with the token in hand, he was determined to explore further, temporarily abandoning the harvesting of herbs. He followed the direction indicated by the fire until he reached a secluded corner deep within the herb garden. There he halted, for before him lay a bottomless chasm. He frowned slightly and peered over the edge. Upon doing so, he quickly averted his gaze, for the abyss appeared unfathomable. Even a fleeting glance left him with a disquieting sensation of being consumed, and as one unable to fly, descending was out of the question. It must be down there, he murmured, surveying his surroundings. This place marked the edge of Hangyue sect's spiritual mountain. Even those in the Lingshu realm would find it challenging to ascend the cliff. Moreover, there were barriers in place to deter enemies from infiltrating through such a route. Curiosity piqued, Ye Chen pondered what lay beneath. He scratched his chin and tossed a stone into the chasm. A full quarter of an hour passed without an echo in response. Suddenly, the true fire began to tremble violently once more. Even if you move, it's futile. I cannot descend. Ye Chen lamented, raising his hands in resignation. If you wish to go down, then do so yourself. To his astonishment, the true fire leapt forth, shooting down like a bolt of golden light. Are you really going down? Ye Chen exclaimed, taken aback, but the true fire had already vanished from his sight. Resigned, he leaned over the edge of the cliff, peering into the depths, only to find a misty expanse, devoid of any trace of the true fire. Time passed, yet the true fire did not return. Begone. Suddenly, Ye Chen seemed to perceive such a voice, its origin uncertain, whether it emanated from the depths of the precipice or descended from the ethereal void. Or perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Soon after, a glimmer of golden light flickered below. He's back. Ye Chen's eyes sparkled. Whoosh. The true fire returned, swiftly darting back into Ye Chen's dance sea. This time, however, it seemed subdued, hiding in the depths of his dance sea, appearing quite dispirited. It quivered occasionally, not in the excitement of discovering treasures, but rather in a tremor of fear. What could possibly be down there? Ye Chen gazed in astonishment at his true fire, witnessing it in such a lackluster state for the first time. Although his true fire possessed intelligence, it was incapable of speech. Even if it had encountered something at the cliff's edge, it could not convey that to Ye Chen. With a sigh of resignation, he cast one last glance at the cliff before turning away. Grasping his storage bag, he embarked on another round of fervent harvesting, humming a little tune until the bag was filled to the brim, at which point he exited the spirit herb garden. After his departure, the spirit,